Lin Yuechu arrived in this fantastical realm, initially believing he could showcase his talents. However, he unexpectedly became bound to the fortune of many Offspring system. Nevertheless, he thought that with his innate abilities, he could still dominate the world of cultivation. Squatting at the entrance of his modest abode, he clutched a smooth pebble, rhythmically tapping it against the ground. The setting sun elongated his shadow, casting it against the wall of his humble dwelling, a quaint structure of yellow clay and straw, swaying gently like a restless soul. "Yuechu, are you at home?" came the unmistakable voice of old Wang, infused with a warm familiarity. Lin Yuechu straightened up, brushed the dirt from his trousers, and replied, "Yes, old Wang." The gate creaked open, and old Wang, with a bamboo basket in hand, entered with a beaming smile, her eyes flitting over Lin Yuechu. "You look rather downcast. What are you pondering?" Lin Yuechu forced a smile, concealing the truth. What could he possibly be thinking? Merely reflecting on the stark contrast between his once spirited self upon arriving in this world 6 years ago and his current state. Back then, he believed that as a transmigrator, he could achieve something remarkable, even with the seemingly dubious fortune of many Offspring system that purportedly consumed life to enhance the spiritual roots of descendants. Yet, he had no partner, rendering the system little more than a decorative trinket. He had once entertained a glimmer of hope in pursuing the elusive path of immortality. Yet, his lackluster aptitude, a mixed spiritual root with all 5 elements but mastery of none, rendered him nearly devoid of potential. Last year, he had attended a recruitment event for a sect, but the immortal master had merely glanced at him, dismissing him with a curt remark, "Ordinary roots seldom tread the path of immortality." "I wasn't thinking of anything, just taking a break," Lin Yuechu replied, shifting aside to make room for old Wang. "Where have you just come from?" "From the Li family in the neighboring village, discussing a marriage proposal for their daughter," old Wang replied, placing her bamboo basket down, causing the eggs within to jostle slightly. "Speaking of which, Yuechu, you are 22 now, correct?" Lin Yuechu nodded. "Yes, I'll be 23 after the new year." "Precisely," old Wang exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "You've lived in our Qingshi town for 3 years now, known for your honesty and diligence. Though not a local, everyone speaks highly of you. I believe it is time to discuss a marriage proposal." Lin Yuechu was taken aback, nearly dropping the pebble in his hand. A marriage proposal? It was not that he had never thought about it, but over the past 6 years, his initial fervor for cultivation had been dulled by reality. He had settled into a mundane existence as a handyman in this small town, his life becoming as stagnant as still water, causing him to forget such matters. "Old Wang, he started, unsure of what to say. Rejecting the idea seemed unreasonable, yet agreeing felt hollow, as if something vital was missing. "Don't rush to decline," old Wang said, noticing his hesitation. "The girl I have in mind is the daughter of the Butcher Zhang, named Li Cui'er. She has just turned 18, is fair of face, nimble in her tasks, and excels both at home and outside. She is rather straightforward, but possesses a genuine heart." She leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "I've mentioned you to her mother, who expressed her appreciation for someone as hardworking and earnest as you, not minding your outsider status. As for Cui'er, I have subtly inquired and found no reluctance on her part." Lin Yuechu fell silent, recalling Cui'er's appearance from the few occasions he had visited the butcher shop. With her 2 thick braids and rosy cheeks, her lively voice indeed reflected the down-to-earth nature old Wang described. Having spent 6 years in this other world, he was distanced from his parents, friends, and all familiar ties, the existence of which had become uncertain. During his 3 years in Qingshi town, although the neighbors were amicable, he often felt like an outsider. The loneliness nestled within him, akin to moss hidden in a corner, rarely visible, but surfacing on gloomy days, bringing an unsettling chill. The thought of having a home, of someone who understands him, perhaps that wouldn't be so bad. "What do you think?" old Wang pressed, sensing his silence. "If you feel agreeable, I can choose a date for you two to meet. If you find each other to your liking, we can finalize the arrangement." Lin Yuechu took a deep breath, placing the pebble on the ground, brushing off the dust from his hands. He looked up at old Wang, the hesitation in his eyes replaced with a newfound resolve. "Old Wang, then, I shall trouble you with this matter." That's the spirit." Old Wang beamed, her eyes narrowing with delight as she stood up. "Rest assured, I will handle this. I will speak with the Zhang family, select an auspicious date, and ensure everything goes smoothly for you both." With that, she picked up her basket and exited, her steps light and brisk. At the door, she turned back to admonish, "Await my good news." As the gate closed, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Lin Yuechu picked up the pebble from the ground, tracing its smooth surface with his fingers. The warm glow of the setting sun bathed his face. He smiled softly, uncertain whether he was laughing at the prospect of finally rooting himself in this unfamiliar world or at the once unattainable dream of cultivation, which ultimately paled in comparison to the warmth of earthly life. As for the fortune of many offspring system lurking in the depths of his consciousness, he had long since ceased to ponder its significance. Whether it could enhance the spiritual roots of his descendants mattered little. For now, he resolved to focus on living well in the present. Chapter 2. The wedding night, the morning in Luoxia town, is always refreshed by dewdrops, and today, the Lin family's courtyard is adorned with a vibrant celebration of red, creating an atmosphere of joyous festivity. Lin Yuechu dons a brand new azure outfit, a red paper flower pinned to his chest, and an unmistakable smile graces his face. The courtyard is bustling with neighbors from the town. Some are assisting with the dishes, while others offer hearty congratulations. Children dart around, eagerly snatching the wedding candies from the table, contributing to the jubilant scene. Yuechu, what good fortune you have. Uncle Zhang from next door claps him on the shoulder, his voice booming. That girl Cui'er is a treasure. Once she's in your home, your future days will be secure. Indeed, indeed. Wangpa has done a splendid deed this time. Lin, you must treat that girl well. Do not let this fate go to waste. Each blessing resonates in his ears. And Lin Yuechu responds with a smile, his eyes slightly moistening. After 6 years of traversing through this new world, he has never felt such genuine warmth and sense of belonging. This vibrant life, this human connection, is something he had never experienced while struggling at the edge of his cultivation dreams. Li Cui'er, clad in a red wedding dress and covered by a red veil, is escorted to the Lin residence by her mother. The ceremony, bowing and toasting, is simple yet solemn. As he gazes at the shy figure beneath the veil, Lin Yuechu's heart inexplicably quickens. The revelry gradually dissipates by evening, leaving the courtyard in delightful disarray, yet it radiates warmth. After bidding farewell to the last wave of guests, Lin Yuechu turns and returns to the bridal chamber. The red candles burn brightly, casting a warm glow throughout the room. He takes a deep breath, approaches the bed, and gently lifts the red veil. Beneath it lies Li Cui'er, her face adorned with a slight blush. She may not be a stunning beauty, but her features are delicate, her skin a healthy tan, and her eyes are pure and sincere. At this moment, she gazes at him with a hint of nervousness, her cheeks flushed. Cui'er, Lin Yuechu softly calls, his voice somewhat hoarse. Thank you for your hard work today. Cui'er shakes her head, replying softly, it wasn't hard. This simple exchange alleviates much of the awkwardness between them. Lin Yuechu sits at the edge of the bed, engaging in casual conversation, discussing the trivialities of the town and their pasts, as the atmosphere gradually warms. As he looks at the woman with whom he will spend his life, Lin Yuechu feels a profound sense of peace within. He thinks to himself, let it be like this, maintaining a household, having someone who understands warmth and cold, raising children, and living a quiet life in Luoxia town. It is quite splendid. What cultivation, what system, let them all go to the devil. As night deepens, the red candles flicker, illuminating their slightly bashful yet expectant faces. At that moment, a cold, long-forgotten mechanical voice unexpectedly echoes in Lin Yuechu's mind. Detection of host and reproductive opportunity. The multi-child blessing function can be activated. Would you like to consume life force to strengthen the potential offspring's spiritual roots? Current consumable options. 1 year of life force to randomly elevate a non-spiritual root to a low-grade spiritual root. Lin Yuechu stiffens, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, abruptly pulled from the tender atmosphere. He had nearly forgotten about this system. Instinctively, he wishes to refuse. Trade life force for spiritual roots? For a child that has yet to come into existence? He now yearns for a tranquil life, wishing to steer clear of any matters related to cultivation, and certainly does not wish to gamble his own life. However, upon reflection, he found himself wavering. Cui'er is immortal, and he himself possesses a mixed spiritual root devoid of hope for cultivation. Their child would likely also lack a spiritual root. While this might seem inconsequential in the mundane world, he has witnessed the power of cultivators and understands the significance of that chasm. What if the child aspires to tread that path in the future? Much like his former self, filled with longing yet unable to even touch the threshold. He is acutely aware of the helplessness and resentment that accompanies such a fate. Sacrificing a year of vitality at his current age, just over 20, seems hardly detrimental. At the very least, it would afford the child a faint glimmer of possibility, a chance to choose. Even if that chance is minuscule, it is preferable to having none at all. What is the matter? Li Cui'er asked, noticing the shift in his expression with a hint of concern. Lin Yuechu, regaining his composure and meeting her worried gaze, felt a warmth in his heart. Suppressing his stray thoughts, he offered a reassuring smile. It's nothing. He silently affirmed within, confirmed, 1 year of vitality consumed, enhancement initiated. Command confirmed, vitality deducted, spiritual root enhancement marker applied. The mechanical voice faded, leaving no further disturbance. Lin Yuechu felt no significant change in his body, but his heart felt as though he had set aside a trivial concern. He turned to Li Cui'er, gently grasping her hand. Her hands, though somewhat calloused, radiated warmth. "Let us rest early," he said softly. The red candle continued to burn, while the moonlight outside shone brightly, returning the small courtyard to silence. Lin Yuechu embraced his companion, savoring this genuine warmth, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Little did he know that the year of vitality he had so casually relinquished, along with that seemingly insignificant low-grade spiritual root marker, would one day stir up unforeseen turbulence. At this moment, he only knew that from this night onward, he was no longer alone. He had a home and a reason to care. He had grasped this mundane happiness in the earthly realm. Chapter 3. Tu Jin of meat life flowed like the stream outside Luoxia town, moving neither too hurriedly nor too slowly. Ever since marrying Li Cui'er, Lin Yuechu's existence seemed to be infused with newfound vigor. Previously, he sought merely to meet his basic needs, but now his heart bore a weightier concern. Cui'er, diligent and capable, managed their home with meticulous care. Even the simplest meals she prepared emanated a satisfying aroma. Lin Yuechu was no longer content with odd jobs and herbal foraging. He learned some craftsmanship from the town's old carpenter. Though his skills were not exceptional, he was able to craft sturdy tables and benches, which he could take to the market to exchange for a bit of coin. Each day, upon returning home and catching sight of Cui'er's busy figure through the window paper, inhaling the tantalizing scents wafting from within, all his fatigue seemed to dissipate. He occasionally recalled the system notification from their wedding night, remembering the year of vitality he had sacrificed, but those thoughts were fleeting. To him, it felt more like a trivial form of insurance for their future child. As for the path the child might take, he had never pondered deeply. He merely hoped for the safe arrival of their offspring, wishing to cherish this small family alongside Cui'er. That evening, Lin Yuechu returned from the town, carrying a freshly crafted low stool. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted Cui'er standing by the stove, her back turned to him, her shoulders slightly trembling as if she were weeping. "Cui'er, what is the matter?" Lin Yuechu's heart tightened, and he hurriedly set down his belongings and rushed over. "Has someone bullied you, or are you feeling unwell?" Cui'er turned around, her eyes red-rimmed, clutching a half-embroidered handkerchief. Upon seeing him, her lips moved, and her face flushed a deep crimson, her gaze evasive, leaving her momentarily speechless. "What on earth is wrong? Please tell me," Lin Yuechu urged, his anxiety growing as he reached out to her, hesitating for fear of being too forward. Cui'er bit her lip, her small hands twisting the handkerchief tightly. After a long pause, she spoke in a voice barely audible. "Yuechu, I think I might be." "Be what?" Lin Yuechu was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp her meaning. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he was uncertain of its veracity. Upon her confirmation, his eyes widened in astonishment. "What did you say? Are you?" Cui'er, startled by his exuberance, instinctively recoiled, yet still blushing, she gently nodded, her voice tinged with shyness and a barely perceptible joy. "I have been feeling nauseous for the past few days, craving sour foods. Granny Wang visited and suggested that I might be pregnant, advising me to wait and see. I have also been feeling rather lethargic, and my monthly visitor has not arrived." A soft smile spread across Lin Yuechu's face. He was to become a father. In this world, he finally had something to cherish. The 6 years of drifting without direction, the 3 years of struggling through the mundane, all seemed to find their purpose in this moment. He gazed at Cui'er's slightly rounded belly. Though still subtle, it resembled the most precious treasure in the world. "How wonderful!" he exclaimed, his joy bubbling over as he rubbed his hands together and spun around in place. Suddenly, he scooped Cui'er into his embrace, handling her as if she were a delicate porcelain doll. "I am going to be a father. Lin Yuechu will have a legacy." Cui'er found herself breathless in his embrace, but did not resist. Instead, she buried her face in his chest, unable to suppress the smile that crept upon her lips. Lin Yuechu reveled in his happiness for a while before recalling something important. He abruptly released Cui'er and slapped his thigh. "No. You must take good care of yourself now that you are pregnant. I shall go to my father-in-law's." The butcher's shop, owned by Li, was at the eastern end of the town. Usually, Lin Yuechu could not justify purchasing meat, only indulging during the festive seasons with a small piece. But now, things were different. Cui'er was expecting, and she deserved the best. He turned and dashed out, having taken only a couple of steps before stopping to look back at Cui'er, grinning foolishly. "You stay home and wait for me. I will buy 2 pounds of the finest pork belly and some bones to make you a nourishing soup." Cui'er watched his spirited figure depart, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, her previous shyness and unease replaced by a heart full of warmth. Lin Yuechu hurried along, practically wishing he could take flight. Passing Granny Wang's house, he paused to shout, "Granny Wang, Cui'er is pregnant." "Thank you." Granny Wang, hearing his voice from inside, leaned out with a smile. "Good lad. This is wonderful news. Hurry along, and buy Cui'er plenty of good things." Upon reaching Li's butcher shop, Lin Yuechu found Li tidying up his tools in preparation to close for the day. Upon seeing Lin Yuechu running in breathlessly, Li paused in surprise. Yuechu, what brings you here at this hour? Father, Lin Yuechu called out, his voice ringing clear and vibrant as he exclaimed, Father. In the past, he often felt a touch of embarrassment when addressing his father, but today the words flowed effortlessly. Please give me 2 gene of pork belly, make sure it's fatty. And add a large bone. The butcher, Li, widened his eyes in surprise. Have you struck it rich, lad? Buying so much? Yet, despite his words, he had already grasped his knife. It's not for me. It's for Cui'er to nourish her. Lin Yuechu beamed with joy. Father, Cui'er is pregnant. You are about to become a grandfather. The butcher's hand holding the knife froze momentarily, and then a mix of astonishment and elation spread across his face. His eyes slightly reddening. What did you say? Cui'er is expecting? Yes. Just confirmed it. Wonderful. Wonderful. Li the butcher exclaimed, clapping his thighs twice, before swiftly slicing a generous portion of pork belly, interspersed with lean and fat, and selecting the largest bone, bundling them together with straw and handing them over. Take this. No need to pay. Ensure my daughter receives proper nourishment. That won't he do. Lin Yuechu quickly reached for his money, insisting on paying what was due. Don't be polite with me. Li the butcher pushed his hand back, his voice booming. Treat my daughter and grandchild well. That is worth more than anything. Hurry back. Don't keep Cui'er waiting. Lin Yuechu ceased his insistence, accepting the meat and bone. After exchanging a few more kind words, he turned and dashed home. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. The weight of the meat in his hands matched only by the immense happiness swelling within his heart. He could almost envision the cries of his child echoing through the air in a few months, a sound that would surpass any celestial melody. The mundane days, now infused with anticipation for this new life, transformed into something rich and flavorful. Chapter 4. A celestial arrival. As time slipped by, 10 months passed quietly amidst the mundane trifles of daily life and the eager anticipation of new life. Li Cui'er's belly grew steadily, from an imperceptible swell to a roundness akin to a ripe watermelon, making movement increasingly cumbersome. Lin Yuechu was filled with anxiety, taking on fewer tasks and returning home early each day to attend to her needs, constantly checking on her, waking at the slightest sound, fearful of Cui'er's discomfort. Li the butcher and his wife frequently visited, bringing various nourishing items, urging Cui'er to rest more and work less, their concern surpassing even that of her wedding day. One morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Yuechu was jolted awake by Cui'er's muffled cries of pain. Cui'er, what's wrong? He sat up abruptly, and in the dim morning light, he saw her forehead glistening with cold sweat, her face pale, gritting her teeth, gripping the bedding tightly. I think I'm going into labor. Cui'er's voice trembled with anguish. Lin Yuechu's mind buzzed, snapping into alertness as he hurriedly dressed. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'll fetch the midwife right away. As he comforted Cui'er, he stumbled out of the house, racing towards the midwife's residence in town. The streets were deserted in the pre-dawn light, save for the echo of his hurried footsteps and labored breaths. Soon, the experienced midwife arrived, hastily followed by Li the butcher and his wife. The birthing room was cordoned off, and the midwife busied herself within, while Cui'er's agonized cries pierced the air, striking at the hearts of Lin Yuechu and Li the butcher like needles. Lin Yuechu paced anxiously outside the delivery room, his hands tightly clasped, his knuckles turning pale. For the first time, he felt time stretching endlessly, each moment akin to an agonizing torment. Li the butcher stood nearby with his hands behind his back, his usually booming voice now rendered hoarse, his brow furrowed in concern as he sighed repeatedly. Cui'er's mother, in a corner, discreetly wiped away tears, her lips murmuring prayers for divine protection. Suddenly, a resounding cry of a newborn pierced the stillness like thunder, freezing everyone outside the delivery room in place. Moments later, the midwife emerged, cradling a small bundle swathed in red cloth, her face radiating joy. Congratulations. It's a healthy baby boy. Both mother and child are safe. Lin Yuechu's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, plummeted back into his chest, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. He hurried forward, his voice trembling. Can I see Cui'er? Of course, but the mother is exhausted and just fell asleep, so please be gentle. The midwife smiled, stepping aside. Lin Yuechu gently pushed open the door, greeted by a faint metallic scent of blood. Cui'er lay on the bed, her complexion as pale as paper, her hair damp with sweat, clinging to her forehead. She slept fitfully, yet a hint of a weary smile graced her lips. He approached, sitting at her bedside, cautiously taking her hand, once so strong, now feeble and clammy. A wave of concern washed over him as he leaned down, placing a tender kiss on her forehead, whispering, Cui'er, you've worked so hard. As if sensing his presence, her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Spotting him, she managed a weak smile. Did you see the baby? Yes, it's a son, quite healthy, and his cries are loud, Lin Yuechu replied softly. You should rest now. Don't think of anything else. Cui'er nodded slightly before drifting back into a deep slumber. Lin Yuechu watched over her for a while before quietly stepping back out, his gaze shifting to the little one swaddled by the midwife. The infant lay with closed eyes, his rosy face wrinkled like an old man's. Yet this did not hinder Lin Yuechu from perceiving him as the most precious treasure in the world. He extended a finger, gently brushing against the child's soft cheek, a profound warmth flooding his heart. This was his son, the child of him and Cui'er. Li the butcher leaned closer, gazing at his grandson with an uncontainable grin, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling in delight. What a fine boy, full of vigor, just like I was in my youth. As Lin Yuechu gazed at his son, memories of that fateful wedding night flashed through his mind. System notifications, the year of vitality he had sacrificed, and the mark of inferior spiritual roots. In this lifetime, he was bound by his qualifications, his dreams of immortality shattered, destined to languish in mediocrity. But his son was different. He had bestowed upon him a starting point, a beginning he had once yearned for. Father, mother, Lin Yuechu inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. I have named the child Lin Outyin. Outyin, soaring above the world. He did not demand that his son achieve great success, but rather hoped he would carve his own path with that spiritual root, without having to look up to pursue dreams as he had. He wished for his son to know he possessed the means to venture forth, to stand proudly in the realm of cultivation. Li the butcher was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. What a splendid name. It exudes grandeur. Let us name him Aotian. My grandson is destined for greatness. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the serene visage of the infant cradled in swaddling, as well as the eyes of Lin Yuechu filled with hope. This tiny life bore the most humble yet profound aspirations of a father, quietly arriving in the ordinary corner of Luoxia town. His life was fated from the very beginning to be intricately entwined with the path of cultivation in this world. Chapter 5. A new choice time flowed like a gentle spring breeze caressing the fields, vibrant and forward-moving. On Aotian's first birthday, the Lin family's courtyard was even livelier than during Lin Yuechu's wedding. The little one could now steadily support himself while walking, calling out daddy and mommy with clarity and exuberance. His bright, sparkling eyes brimmed with curiosity, eliciting hearty laughter from all around. Li Cui'er cradled her son, her expression radiating with unbreakable tenderness. Over the past year, she had diligently nurtured her health, and her complexion had improved significantly, always adorned with a satisfied smile. Lin Yuechu busied himself attending to guests, and gazing at his wife and child, his heart felt sweeter than honey. To provide the best for Aotian, Lin Yuechu had worked even harder this past year. His carpentry skills had become increasingly proficient, beyond crafting tables and benches. He had learned to make intricate wooden toys that were well received in town. He often ventured into the mountains, and on fortunate days, he would gather aged herbs to sell at the local apothecary, earning a bit of extra coin. Household expenses had indeed increased considerably. Merely buying fine rice and the occasional meat and eggs for Aotian was far more lavish than before. Yet, Lin Yuechu found joy in it all. Each time he witnessed his son gnawing on a meat bone, his heart swelled with the belief that every hardship was worthwhile. Life for the three of them was simple yet warm. Cui'er was considerate of his endeavors outside, keeping their home meticulously organized. Lin Yuechu, in turn, was empathetic to Cui'er's challenges in child-rearing, never wishing to impose any burdens upon her. Occasionally, during the quiet of the night, as he watched his wife and child peacefully asleep beside him, Lin Yuechu felt that this was perhaps the greatest reward from the heavens for traversing into this world. As Aotian grew, Cui'er's health flourished as well. One evening, after soothing Aotian to sleep, the couple sat beneath the lamp, while Cui'er mended Aotian's little garments. She gently proposed, Yuechu, I see that Aotian is quite well behaved now, and I feel much better myself. Shall we consider having another child? It would be nice for Aotian to have a companion. Lin Yuechu clasped her hand, warmth radiating from his palm. Did he not also wish for a livelier household? Seeing the anticipation in Cui'er's eyes, he smiled and nodded, as you wish. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped them, the familiar yet somewhat exasperating mechanical voice reverberated in Lin Yuechu's mind after more than a year. Detected that the host is in a reproductive opportunity. The multiple offspring and blessings function can be activated. Would you like to consume life force to strengthen the potential offspring's spiritual roots? Current consumption options. 1 year of life force to randomly elevate a non-spiritual root to a low-grade spiritual root. Lin Yuechu's lips twitched, unable to suppress a murmuring thought. My luck is rather precise, isn't it? It is only their first night together. and yet they have already struck a stroke of fortune? He instinctively wanted to refuse. A year of vitality is neither too much nor too little, at nearly 25. Who knows how this might affect him in the future if he were to expend a few more years. However, upon further reflection, he hesitated. His elder brother, Lin Yuechu, had awakened his spiritual roots and was likely destined for a path of cultivation. If this child were to lack such roots, would he not feel a sense of disparity? Watching his brother soar through the skies while he remained an ordinary mortal, would he not perceive his parents as biased? After all, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Having granted his elder brother an opportunity, it would be unjust to favor one over the other. Even if the children choose different paths in the future, he must at least provide them with an equitable starting point. What's wrong? Cui'er noticed his distraction and looked up at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Yuechu came back to his senses, ruffling her hair with a smile. It's nothing. I just feel our home will become more lively. He sighed softly in his heart and responded to the system. Confirm. Consume 1 year of vitality. Strengthen. Command confirmed. Vitality deducted. Spiritual root enhancement mark applied. The system's voice vanished abruptly, as if it had never existed at all. Lin Yuechu felt a nearly imperceptible weakness within his body and shook his head, dismissing this slight discomfort. Well, since the heavens have bound him to such a system, perhaps this is his fate. He looked down at Cui'er, his gaze tender. Get some rest. You will need your strength for the days to come. Cui'er's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned against him, whispering, it's not hard. The moonlight outside poured into the room, illuminating the couple's intertwined figures. Lin Yuechu held his wife, listening to her steady breathing, filled with both anticipation for new life and a tinge of anxiety for the future. He was uncertain of the consequences of consuming his vitality in this manner. Yet, gazing at his slumbering wife and child, he felt that as long as it ensured their well-being and afforded his children greater possibilities, this sacrifice seemed quite bearable. Little did he realize that this consumption was akin to toppling the second domino, propelling both him and his family's destiny toward a more grand and tumultuous journey. Chapter 6. A beauty that dazzles the nation. As autumn deepened, Luoxia town was cloaked in a golden hue, the breeze carrying a hint of chill. The old locust tree in the courtyard shed its leaves, and Lin Yuechu was busy sweeping them when he saw Li Cui'er approaching with a basin of freshly sun-dried diapers, her face betraying a mix of shyness and joy. Yuechu, she placed the basin on the stone table and walked to his side, whispering, I've been feeling a bit nauseous these past few days. I fear I might be expecting again. Lin Yuechu straightened up, already mentally prepared, as the system's notification echoed vividly in his mind. Nonetheless, a genuine smile instantly adorned his face as he supported Cui'er's shoulder, scrutinizing her. Really? Are you feeling unwell? No, just a bit sleepy. Cui'er shook her head, feeling somewhat bashful under his concerned gaze. Wangpa has visited and said it's still early. I should take good care of myself. Absolutely. Lin Yuechu patted his chest confidently. From today onward, you are to refrain from any household chores. Focus on nurturing the baby. I have gathered enough firewood for the winter. And I've prepared cotton clothing for both you and Yuechu, as well as for our second child, ensuring that you all remain warm. As he spoke, he contemplated taking on additional woodworking projects to save some money, thinking that he should buy more nourishing provisions for Cui'er during the winter. While he was aware that this surge of joy was largely due to the system's tasks, the anticipation of welcoming another family member felt genuinely delightful. Winter arrived swiftly, and after several snowfalls, the town of Luoxia was draped in a silvery cloak. During her leisurely moments, Lin Yuechu would take his toddling son, Lin Yuechu, into the yard to build snowmen. The little one, bundled in a thick cotton coat, resembled a plump little ball, his cheerful laughter echoing throughout the courtyard. Meanwhile, Cui'er sat by the window, engaged in needlework, occasionally lifting her gaze to watch the father and son, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Occasionally, Lin Yuechu would carry a fishing rod to the riverbank outside the town. Despite the frigid temperatures making fishing challenging, he remained patient, often returning home with 1 or 2 plump live fish, his hands reddened from the cold. Cui'er would stew the fish until it turned a milky white, filling the house with an enticing aroma. The three of them would gather around the heated table, sipping hot soup and engaging in light-hearted conversation, the warmth dispelling all traces of the chill. These days were filled with warmth and tranquility, and nearly 10 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, the signs of Cui'er's impending labor arrived more abruptly than the last time. Lin Yuechu was engrossed in crafting a small wooden cart for Yuechu when he heard Cui'er calling from within the house. Startled, he nearly slipped with the carving knife in his hand. He abandoned his work and rushed inside, even more flustered than before. The butcher and his wife promptly arrived, and once again, the waiting outside the delivery room was fraught with anxiety. Lin Yuechu paced back and forth in the snow, the crunching sound of his footsteps breaking the stillness. Unlike his previous nervousness, he muttered fervently, "May the Bodhisattva bless us. I would gladly exchange 20 years of my unborn brother's life for Cui'er's safety. No, 50 years. As long as Cui'er and the child are well. Anything else is trivial." The butcher, overhearing him, couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated, giving him a pat on the back. "What nonsense. Cui'er is in good health. And the midwife is experienced. Everything will be just fine." Yet, he too clenched his fists tightly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a clear, delicate cry echoed from the delivery room, even more refined than Out Yin's first wail, akin to the sweet song of a newly hatched oriole, instantly calming everyone's anxious hearts. A girl was born. Mother and daughter were safe. The midwife's voice carried out with a note of joy. Lin Yuechu's legs weakened, and he sank down into the snow. Exhaling a long sigh, his eyes suddenly misty. He paid no heed to the snow on his clothes and rushed towards the delivery room, only to be playfully halted by the midwife. "Not so fast, not so fast. The mother needs to rest after giving birth." When he was finally allowed to enter, Lin Yuechu approached the bedside gently, gazing at Cui'er, whose complexion was still somewhat pale. He held her hand tenderly. "Cui'er, you've endured so much, truly. You've worked hard." Cui'er managed a faint smile, glancing at the swaddled infant in his arms. With utmost care, Lin Yuechu lifted their daughter, who lay with her eyes closed, her delicate face resembling a finely crafted jade figurine, bearing a striking resemblance to Cui'er. His heart melted completely at the sight, filled with a newfound reverence, more cautious than when he had first held Out Yin. "This little girl is truly beautiful." Li, the butcher, leaned in for a glimpse and cheerfully remarked, "Just as beautiful as her mother." Lin Yuechu gazed at his daughter in his arms, and then at the gentle, smiling Cui'er beside him, and suddenly a name sprang to his mind. Clearing his throat, with a tone tinged with both pride and seriousness, he declared, "I have named my daughter Lin Qingcheng. Qingcheng, a name that signifies unparalleled beauty. Should his daughter embark on the path of cultivation, she would undoubtedly become a stunning celestial being, her beauty captivating all, her grace unmatched. Even if she were to remain an ordinary mortal, she would still be the happiest and most radiant woman in existence." Cui'er paused for a moment, then smiled, saying, "Qingcheng, what a lovely name." She recognized her husband's occasional bursts of pride, yet she could discern the hopes embedded within the name. Lin Yuechu looked down at little Qingcheng in his arms, gently pinching her cherubic face, his heart brimming with joy. His son, Ao Tian, was destined to stand tall above the world. His daughter, Qingcheng, would embody unparalleled elegance. These two children brought him the courage to navigate the world and harbored his yearning for beautiful days, though both were born of his own life essence. Gazing upon his beloved children, Lin Yuechu felt it was all worth it. Outside, the snow continued to fall, yet inside, warmth enveloped them like the embrace of spring. The family of four had come together to form a harmonious whole, the taste of happiness akin to fish soup simmering on the stove. Chapter 7. The great demon king Ao Tian. 2 years slipped by like grains of sand through one's fingers, quietly passing. The rise and fall of the sun and moon over Luoxia town bore witness to the swift growth of the Lin family's two children. Lin Ao Tian, now over 3 years old, was brimming with untamed energy. This boy seemed to possess boundless vigor, darting around the town, climbing trees to raid bird nests, and wading into rivers to catch fish and shrimp, a veritable whirlwind of mischief. He had perfectly inherited the arrogance of his name, fearlessly commanding the respect of the other children in the town, always trailed by a gaggle of little followers mimicking his postures and barking orders, often trampling through neighbors' gardens or pilfering fruits, much to the chagrin of many adults. Lin Yuechu found himself perpetually in a cycle of apologies, either in the act of apologizing or en route to do so, wearing a conciliatory smile as he soothed aggrieved neighbors, only to later administer a well-deserved reprimand to Ao Tian. Yet the boy, undeterred by punishment, would soon be off on another escapade with his little disciples, leaving Lin Yuechu exasperated, though his heart softened when he saw Ao Tian, after receiving a beating, call out for his father in a pitiful voice. In contrast, Lin Qingcheng, at just over 2 years old, exhibited a quieter demeanor, though she was no less spirited. The little girl was a picture of delicate beauty, her large eyes reminiscent of Cui'er's, sparkling with life and adorned with 2 charming dimples that appeared when she smiled, earning her compliments from all who encountered her. Yet, she was utterly devoted to her brother, shadowing him everywhere like a little tail, incessantly calling out brother as she followed him. When Ao Tian climbed trees, she stood below, raising her tiny hands in encouragement. When he splashed into the river, she perched on the bank, playing in the water, unfazed by the mud that covered her. Should anyone dare to bully Ao Tian, she was the first to charge in, declaring in her still-developing speech that they must not pick on her brother. her fierce demeanor often eliciting laughter from the adults. Watching this pair of spirited children, Lin Yuechu felt a blend of exasperation and love. Every day at home resembles a battlefield. The freshly tidied rooms are soon left in disarray, and the newly purchased clothes are torn within days. Yet, upon hearing the melodious laughter of the two children and witnessing their affectionate leaps into her embrace, all fatigue and irritation dissipate into thin air. Li Cui'er has not conceived again in the past 2 years. Lin Yuechu, empathizing with her suffering during the birth of their 2 children, insists that she focus on her recovery, asserting that 2 children are sufficient and he wishes to spare her further hardship. Cui'er feels warmth in her heart, though she remains silent about it, tending to the household with even greater care. The tenderness in her gaze towards her husband and children is palpable. The family's life, though simple, is fulfilling. Lin Yuechu continues his carpentry work, occasionally foraging for herbs in the mountains, while Cui'er manages the household and looks after the children. On pleasant days, Lin Yuechu takes the family to the town market, buying a small windmill for Outyin and a piece of floral fabric for Qingqing. Observing the contented smiles on their faces, he feels that this is indeed the most splendid of days. As Outyin grows older, Lin Yuechu begins to contemplate enrolling him in a private school. Although this is a world of cultivation, the knowledge of the mundane should not be overlooked. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Yuechu understands the importance of literacy and education, and he cannot allow his son to grow up illiterate. Furthermore, the pursuit of enlightenment and cultivation often requires comprehension of written words and discernment of principles, which may prove beneficial in the future. In Luoxia town, there is a private school run by an elderly scholar, reputed for its quality of teaching. Lin Yuechu deliberately carved out time to visit the scholar, bringing along 2 pounds of pastries as a gesture of goodwill. After exchanging pleasantries, he stated his purpose. The old scholar, stroking his beard and scrutinizing Lin Yuechu, remarked, "I have heard of your son. He is lively and full of energy. However, studying requires one to sit still and focus." Lin Yuechu assured him that he would discipline Outyin properly, expressing that he did not seek for him to attain academic honors, but merely to recognize a few characters and understand some principles. Seeing the sincerity in Lin Yuechu's demeanor, the old scholar nodded in agreement. "Let him come in spring. We shall see how he fares." Overjoyed, Lin Yuechu expressed his gratitude profusely. On the way home, he imagined Outyin carrying his school bag and could not help but smile. As for cultivating, he had no immediate plans. The children were still too young, and the recruitment of disciples to the celestial sects did not occur annually. Moreover, such opportunities were predominantly found in towns with abundant spiritual energy. In a remote place like Luoxia town, they might not encounter such chances. He intended for his children to grow up in the mundane world, enjoying a few carefree years of childhood, and when the time was right, allow them to choose whether to pursue that path. In the evening, as Lin Yuechu arrived home, he found Outyin proudly brandishing a dragonfly missing a leg, showing it off to Qingqing, who clapped her hands in delight. Cui'er stood at the doorway, calling out in exasperation, "Outyin, Qingqing, wash your hands. It's time for dinner." The setting sun cast a warm glow over the yard, elongating the silhouettes of the family. Lin Yuechu approached, hoisting Outyin onto his shoulder while taking Qingqing's small hand, smiling as he led them inside. "Come now, it's time to eat. Today, I've made chicken soup to nourish our little tyrant and princess." Inside, Cui'er's gentle reprimands mingled with the laughter of the children, creating the most enchanting symphony of earthly joys. Lin Yuechu gazed at the scene before him, enveloped in a serene tranquility. He understood that such peaceful days might not last forever. The innate talents of the children would inevitably lead them toward a broader horizon. Yet, for now, he yearned to safeguard this simple happiness, allowing his son and daughter to grow gradually under his protection. Chapter 8. The celestial being's halt life continued at a leisurely pace. Each day, Lin Yuechu ventured into town to work, returning in the evening to frolic with the children. When time permitted, he would carry his fishing rod to the nearby riverbank and spend half the day there. Fishing was a rare moment of relaxation for him. Watching the bobber gently sway on the water's surface and listening to the rustling of reeds in the breeze seemed to wash away his worries. The fish he caught, whether steamed or made into soup, always added a delectable dish to the table. Observing Cui'er and the children relish their meals brought him immense satisfaction, making the wait all the more worthwhile. One afternoon, the sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Lin Yuechu chose a lush bend in the river, set up his fishing rod, scattered some bait into the water, and settled onto a stool, waiting leisurely for a bite. As the bobber remained still for an extended period, drowsiness began to creep in. Just as he was about to doze off, a sudden rush of wind broke the tranquility above him. With a swoosh, a graceful figure, akin to a kite severed from its string, descended with a fierce aura, crashing onto the riverbank nearby and stirring up a cloud of mud and sand. Startled, Lin Yuechu jolted awake and stood abruptly. Before him lay a woman clad in a pristine white dress, now marred with dirt and blood. Her garment was torn in several places, revealing wounds of varying depths on her exposed skin. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion pale to the point of translucence, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, indicating she had sustained severe injuries. What struck Lin Yuechu most was the look in her eyes. Those orbs, which ought to be clear and bright, were now bloodshot, filled with an indescribable confusion and urgency, as if she were desperately trying to suppress something. She was a cultivator, Lin Yuechu instantly realized. Her dramatic descent was not an act of an ordinary person. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat. The world of immortals felt too distant and perilous, and all he desired was to live a quiet and stable life. Yet, the female cultivator had already fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes locking onto him as if he were prey. She struggled to rise but trembled all over, collapsing back to the ground with a muffled groan escaping her throat, a sheen of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Lin Yuechu then noted that not only was she injured, but her breath was also erratic, as if something within her was wreaking havoc. The female cultivator gritted her teeth, feeling the surging heat within her intensify, her gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. Once a gifted disciple of her sect, she had been tasked with hunting a fierce beast. Just as she was on the verge of success, she was struck by the toxic mist emitted by the beast in its dying moments. Little did she anticipate that the toxins would possess such a domineering aphrodisiac effect, threatening to obliterate her consciousness within a mere half hour. Exhausted, she had fled toward her sect. But just before reaching Luoxia town, she could no longer endure, her spiritual power collapsing, leading to her fall in this very spot. At this moment, the mortal man before her became her sole glimmer of hope. If she could not release her pin-up energy in time, she would either perish from the toxins consuming her or succumb to a catastrophic loss of control over her spiritual power. A flicker of resolve flashed in the eyes of the female cultivator. All notions of sect rules and moral integrity faded into insignificance in the face of life and death. With a sudden, forceful motion, she lifted her gaze to Lin Yuechu and, in the next instant, staggered toward him, dragging her battered body along. "What are you doing?" Lin Yuechu exclaimed in shock, retreating hastily. "Please, calm down. I can call for help." Yet, his words fell on deaf ears for the distressed cultivator. The toxins within her had erupted entirely, her consciousness consumed by insatiable desire, leaving only her most primal instincts. She grasped Lin Yuechu's arm with astonishing strength, far beyond that of an ordinary person. "Let go of me. I have a family." Lin Yuechu cried out, desperation mounting as he struggled fiercely. How could a mere mortal hope to resist a cultivator, even one so gravely injured? Confusion and fear swirled within him. The female cultivator was breathtakingly beautiful, her elegance still evident despite her disheveled state. Yet, he was no longer the naive youth he once had been. Cui'er and the children were his vulnerability, his unwavering boundary, and he could never betray them. However, resistance proved futile. The cultivator's grip only tightened, her gaze clouded by an overwhelming frenzy that had completely eclipsed her rationality. She pinned Lin Yuechu to the ground, her heated breath washing over his face. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in Lin Yuechu's mind, clearer than ever before. Detection of host in reproductive opportunity. The multi-child blessing function can be activated. Detection of the female's spiritual root aptitude as exceptional. Multiple enhancement options available. Option 1. Consume 1 year of vitality to enhance potential offspring to a low-grade spiritual root. Option 2. Consume 5 years of vitality to enhance potential offspring to a mid-grade spiritual root. Option 3. Consume 10 years of vitality to enhance potential offspring to a high-grade spiritual root. Lin Yuechu was left utterly bewildered. More? And this time, there were options? High-grade spiritual root? Instinctively, he inquired within his mind, why are there different options this time? The spiritual root aptitude of offspring is influenced by both parents' spiritual roots. The more exceptional the female's spiritual root, the higher the enhancement potential and the more options available. The system's explanation was succinct and straightforward. Lin Yuechu finally comprehended that the enhancement of the spiritual root was indeed contingent upon the female partner. This female cultivator appeared to possess an exceptionally high-quality spiritual root. But now was not the time for such thoughts. He was still being forced into this situation, his heart heavy with guilt and panic for Cui'er. Yet, with matters reaching this critical juncture, resistance seemed futile. The system's prompt echoed in his mind like a spell. Could this be considered his child? Although the circumstances were utterly absurd and unexpected, it was, after all, a life. Low grade? Mid grade? High grade? Lin Yuechu gazed at the pained and bewildered face of the female cultivator, and memories of his children, O Tian and Qing Cheng, flooded his mind. Regardless of how unexpected this child's arrival might be, he could not treat it with indifference. A high-grade spiritual root was a coveted aspiration for many cultivators. So be it, 10 years it shall be. Let it serve as the most substantial gift for this child, who had arrived under such extraordinary circumstances. He closed his eyes and silently murmured, Select 3. Command confirmed, vitality has been deducted, root enhancement mark has been applied. In the fleeting moment when the system's voice vanished, Lin Yuechu was overwhelmed by a wave of weakness more intense than before, and the world around him began to fade to black. Time lost its meaning as he succumbed to the darkness, and eventually, the pressure upon him lightened abruptly. Gasping for breath, he opened his eyes to find the female cultivator had regained consciousness, staring at him with a mixture of shock and indignation. Her gaze fell upon her disheveled attire, and her complexion paled dramatically. It was evident that she recalled the events that had transpired. Her eyes brimming with a complex array of emotions, shame, fear, and a hint of bewilderment. She uttered no words, nor did she spare him another glance, hastily adjusting her clothing before struggling to rise. Despite her lingering weakness, her eyes regained the cool detachment characteristic of a cultivator. Thank you for your assistance, she muttered in a voice barely audible. Then, with a swift motion, she propelled herself into the air, becoming a streak of light that vanished into the horizon, leaving behind the remnants of what had transpired as if it were merely an absurd dream. Lin Yuechu slumped to the ground, his body weary and his mind blank. The riverbank bore only the chaotic traces of their encounter, while within him surged an unquenchable tempest of emotions. He glanced at his hands, then turned his gaze toward the direction the female cultivator had departed, releasing a long, heavy sigh. How would he explain this to Cui'er? No, there could be no explanation. He rose to his feet, brushing the dirt from his clothes, and stumbled as he gathered his fishing rod, wandering homeward in a daze. The sun continued to shine brightly, and the river breeze caressed him, yet his heart felt as if it were encased in ice. Chapter 9. The Incompetence of a Disciple Upon Returning Home. The sunset painted the sky in hues of orange and red. Lin Yuechu stood at the entrance, taking several deep breaths to quell the turmoil and guilt within him, forcing an ordinary expression as he pushed the door open. Father! Father! As soon as he entered, 2 small figures dashed toward him. Lin Yuechu clung to his leg, while Lin Qingqing looked up with eager eyes, yearning for a hug. Lin Yuechu knelt down, forcing a smile as he ruffled the hair of both children and lifted Qingqing into his arms. The little one nestled against him, her voice sweet and innocent as she asked, Daddy, did you not go fishing today? The fish weren't biting today, so I came back, Lin Yuechu replied vaguely, his gaze evasive. Li Cui'er emerged from the house upon hearing the commotion, her face lighting up with a gentle smile as she greeted him. You're back? Dinner will be ready soon. Wash your hands. Her eyes rested on him with natural concern, oblivious to any disquiet within him. Lin Yuechu nodded, carrying Qingqing into the house. Yet a heavy weight pressed upon his heart. He dared not meet Cui'er's gaze, fearing that her pure warmth would unravel the secret he concealed within. During dinner, he endeavored to maintain his usual demeanor, serving outyin meat and feeding Qingqing soup, all while listening to Cui'er discuss the trivialities of the town. However, the unease that gnawed at him proved relentless, especially as he contemplated the arbitrary loss of 10 years from his lifespan, which sent a shiver of panic coursing through him. He was uncertain how long he might have lived, perhaps 70 or 80 years, or maybe 50 or 60. Yet, the sudden subtraction of a decade felt as though a fragment of his very life had been excised, instilling within him an inexplicable dread. He still had Cui'er, Aotian, and Qingqing. He yearned to accompany them for an eternity, to witness the children blossom into adulthood and establish their own families and careers. He vowed silently within his heart that he would never again resort to the system, regardless of what unforeseen events the future might hold. Even if he were to have children, he would not expend any more of his lifespan. The price he had paid over the past decade was sufficient to awaken his senses. In the days that followed, Lin Yuechu lived as he always had. Though a subtle heaviness lingered in his brow, he worked even harder, striving to accumulate more wealth, as if that might quell the unease within. He became increasingly considerate towards Cui'er, assisting her with chores, tucking her in at night, and gazing at her serene sleeping visage, guilt quietly spreading in his heart. He guarded this secret with utmost care, ensuring that no one perceived it. Life in Luoxia town remained tranquil, the children's laughter still ringing clear. Yet he understood that something had irrevocably changed. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Luoyun Sect, amidst the mist-laden peaks, a figure clad in simple white knelt within the grand hall. It was the female cultivator, Su Wan, who had once crossed paths with Lin Yuechu. I have failed, master, unable to complete the task, and have even damaged the Sect's artifact. Please punish me, Su Wan said, her head bowed, her voice tinged with exhaustion and shame. Her wounds had healed with medicinal elixirs, yet the memories of that day's chaos still ignited heat upon her cheeks. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged woman clad in a green robe, the sixth elder of the Luoyun sect. She cast a cursory glance at Su Wan. The beast was fierce. The poisoning is not your fault. Rise, recuperate well, and you may atone for your failures in the future. Thank you, master. Su Wan stood and took her place at the side. Among the sixth elder's disciples, she had never been particularly remarkable. With a low-grade spiritual root and an 8th-level qi refining cultivation, she was but a drop in the ocean of talent that was the Luoyun sect. This task had been her opportunity to prove herself, yet it had concluded in such a dismal manner. As for the uncontrollable incident in the mortal realm, she wished to regard it as an unbearable nightmare, hoping that it would remain forever buried in her heart, undisclosed to anyone. Little did she know, that unexpected incident had allowed a seed to quietly take root within her. This seed, originating from the mortal realm but enhanced by the system to possess a superior grade spiritual root through 10 years of lifespan, was now intertwining with her essence, silently absorbing her spiritual energy as it awaited the day it would break through the surface. After Su Wan withdrew and returned to her cave dwelling, she began to meditate and recuperate. She circulated her spiritual power, attempting to thoroughly expunge the residual toxins from her body. Yet she remained oblivious to the faint yet exceptionally pure aura intertwining with her own spiritual energy, gradually growing stronger. She could not foresee that this unexpected child would irrevocably alter her ordinary fate. The significance of a descendant with a superior grade spiritual root for a practitioner with a low-grade spiritual root was entirely beyond her comprehension at that moment. The threads of destiny had already begun to entwine quietly along the banks of the river in Luoxia town. On one side stands an ordinary man burdened with guilt, yearning solely to protect his family. On the other, a naive female cultivator on the brink of a life-altering transformation. The unborn child, much like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, is poised to create ripples that will soon intertwine two previously disparate worlds. Lin Yuechu stands in the courtyard, gazing at the luminous moon above, releasing a soft sigh. He is unaware of the unforeseen circumstances brewing in the distance. He only knows that he must cherish the present and safeguard those around him. As for the lost 10 years of his lifespan, he considers it the price to pay for an absurd twist of fate. Chapter 10. Returning home 4 months slipped by quietly amidst the mundane chores and the laughter of children. Lin Yuechu, with a small cloth bag slung over his shoulder, officially became a pupil of the private school. Initially restless, he often yearned to sneak out and play. Receiving stern reprimands from Lin Yuechu and the old scholar's rattan ruler on his palm, which finally tempered some of his wildness. Though still the most mischievous in class, he began to learn to read and recite. Lin Qingcheng, on the other hand, became her mother Li Cui'er's little shadow, diligently practicing her weaving skills with a small sewing basket. Her slender fingers learned swiftly, and before long, she could craft simple patterns, prompting Cui'er to often smile and praise her. Our Qingcheng is truly a clever girl. Lin Yuechu had long since cast aside the absurd incident by the riverside. Perhaps it was a deliberate act of forgetting, or perhaps the present happiness had dulled the memory. He no longer dwelled on the vanished decade of his lifespan, nor did he ponder the mysterious female cultivator. He continued his daily routine, fishing, occasionally visiting his father-in-law with 2 pounds of meat, listening to Butcher Li boast about his past glory. After dinner, if the mood struck him, he would retrieve a half jar of rice wine hidden away, savoring it under the moonlight, and when inspired, he would recite a few verses from earthly poetry. In a state of tipsy reverie, he would raise his lamp to inspect his sword, reminiscing about the distant camps while feeling a sense of contentment in his current life. Li Cui'er would always smile and hand him a bowl of soup to sober him up, her eyes filled with indulgence. You've had too much again. Be careful not to wake the children. Lin Qingcheng would rest on his lap, her curious eyes wide open, asking in her sweet voice, Daddy, what are you reciting? It sounds so nice. It's poetry. When you grow up, I will teach you. Lin Yuechu replied with a smile, gently tousling his daughter's hair, his heart swelling with warmth. In that moment, he was simply an ordinary man enveloped in the warmth of family, entirely detached from the tumult of the cultivation world. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Falling Cloud Sect, Su Wan's life was about to be shaken by tumultuous waves. On this particular day, she had just concluded her meditation and was preparing to sit in tranquility when an overwhelming wave of nausea surged suddenly in her throat, compelling her to bend over and retch. Initially, she attributed it to recent misalignment during her cultivation or perhaps something she had eaten, dismissing it lightly. However, in the following days, this sensation of nausea persisted, becoming particularly intense at the smell of greasy foods. A growing sense of panic filled her heart. prompting her to concoct an excuse and secretly visit the Sect's pharmacy. The attending physician, an elderly man with white hair, was palpating Su Wan's pulse. His brow gradually furrowed as he inquired further, and finally, stroking his beard, he spoke with certainty. "My dear girl, this is not an ailment. You are with child. Nearly 3 months along." "What?" Su Wan felt as if struck by lightning, springing to her feet, her complexion paling to a ghostly white. "Impossible. Are you sure you've diagnosed correctly? How could she possibly be pregnant?" She was a maiden, untouched, save for that moment of loss of control in the mortal realm. That thought slithered into her mind like a venomous serpent, leaving her chilled to the bone. The physician, observing her intense reaction, remained unperturbed and replied calmly. "In my many years of practice, I would not err. The pulse is steady, and the signs of pregnancy are unmistakable." Dazed and disoriented, Su Wan exited the apothecary. Her mind a blank slate. Pregnant. She was indeed pregnant. If her master were to learn of this, if her fellow disciples were to find out, how could she possibly face them? An unmarried female cultivator, pregnant by an unknown mortal. The rumors would drown her, and she might even be expelled from her sect. Trembling with fear, her only thought was to flee. After much contemplation, she realized there was only one place she could go, the Su family. The Su family was a modest lineage of cultivators in the nearby town, far less powerful than the Falling Cloud sect, yet it was her roots. Within her family, she was regarded as a prodigy, having earned her place in the Falling Cloud sect, and her parents had always doted on her. Perhaps they could provide her with shelter. Resolutely, Su Wan requested a leave of absence from Elder Lu, citing a longing for her family and a desire to return home for a brief visit. Elder Lu, noticing her recent distraction, thought little of it and granted her request. Su Wan nearly fled the Falling Cloud sect, hastening her way back to the city of Qingfeng, where the Su family resided. The Su family estate was quaint and elegant. Upon seeing Su Wan's return, the guards promptly announced her arrival. Su's mother, who was tending to the flowers in the courtyard, rushed out in delight upon hearing her daughter had come home. "Wana, what brings you back? You could have informed me. I would have sent someone to fetch you." She grasped Su Wan's hands, inspecting her with affectionate concern. "You seem a bit thinner. Have you been suffering at the sect?" Gazing into her mother's caring eyes, warmth spread through Su Wan's heart, and the anxiety that had plagued her began to dissipate. She forced a smile. "Mother, I'm fine. I just missed you." As they chatted and entered the house, Su's mother busied herself preparing Su Wan's favorite snacks. Inquiring about life in the sect, Su Wan responded absent-mindedly, attempting to speak several times, yet unsure of how to broach the subject. As night fell and silence enveloped the room, Su's mother sat beside her on the bed, observing her daughter's hesitance. Gently, she asked, "Wanner, is there something you're keeping from me?" Su Wan bit her lip, remaining silent for a long while, before ultimately with tears in her eyes, she whispered, "Mother, I am with child." "With child?" Su's mother was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting from surprise to shock. "What did you say? You are pregnant?" With tears streaming down her cheeks, Su Wan nodded, unable to contain her sorrow. "Yes. Whose child is it?" Su's mother, both startled and anxious, grasped her hands tightly and pressed for answers. "Which disciple from the sect is responsible?" But Su Wan shook her head, her voice trembling. "Mother, please don't ask. I cannot speak of it." She could not reveal the existence of that mortal, for it was not only her disgrace, but could also endanger her family. Su's mother gazed upon her daughter's anguished countenance, her heart a tumult of anger and sorrow, yet she understood that her daughter, ever sensible, must harbor unspoken burdens. With a sigh, she gently patted Su Wan's hand, saying, "Enough, if you choose not to speak, then let it be. Since you have returned, rest peacefully at home. With me by your side, the heavens shall not fall." Although taken aback by her daughter's unexpected pregnancy, she ultimately could not bring herself to chastise her flesh and blood. The moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating two women, each entwined in their own thoughts, one relishing the tranquility of worldly happiness, the other concealing a momentous secret under the family's protective embrace. Chapter 11. Su Hao in the secluded courtyard of the Su family estate in Qingfeng City. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt as though it could precipitate. Su's mother paced restlessly beneath the corridor, her hands tightly clutching a handkerchief, her brow furrowed, occasionally glancing at the closed door, straining to hear the anguished cries emanating from within, her heart clenched in turmoil. Not far away, in the pavilion, the family patriarch, Su Jianan, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his countenance dark and foreboding. Clad in a brocade robe, he maintained an upright posture. Yet his features betrayed a simmering irritation and dissatisfaction. His daughter, Su Wan, had become pregnant before marriage, a thorn embedded in his heart. Though the Su family was modest, they held their reputation in high regard. Su Wan, The family's sole prodigy capable of entering a prestigious sect had brought about such scandal. If word were to spread, it would bring disgrace upon the family. In recent days, he had confined Su Wan to this secluded courtyard, claiming she was in seclusion for training, even keeping it from the core members of the clan, fearing the news would leak. Yet, the child must eventually be born. This could not be a lasting solution. A loud wail of a newborn pierced the heavy silence of the courtyard like a thunderclap. Su's mother jolted, rushing forward as the midwife emerged from the door. Beaming with a smile, "Congratulations, madam. Congratulations, patriarch. It is a healthy baby boy, mother and child are safe." "Excellent, excellent," Su's mother exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement as she attempted to enter. "I must see Wan." "Wait," Su Jianan interjected, his expression still grim, though the anxiety in his eyes had lessened somewhat. He addressed the midwife. "You all may leave now. Secure the courtyard, and allow no one to approach." The midwife, understanding the gravity of the situation, hurriedly retreated with her assistants. Su Jianan entered the room where Su Wan lay weakly against the headboard, her complexion pale as she cradled a swaddled infant, her gaze filled with a tumult of emotions as she regarded the tiny life. Upon seeing her father enter, she instinctively tightened her hold on the child, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Sitting beside the bed, Su's mother tenderly grasped her daughter's hand. "Wan, you have endured much." Su Jianan's gaze fell upon the swaddled infant, whose eyes were closed and breathing even, appearing unremarkable. After a moment of silence, he spoke solemnly. "Since the child has been born, let him remain. We shall claim he is a child fostered by a distant relative." Both Su Wan and Su's mother exhaled in relief. The child needed a name. "Patriarch," Su's mother gently suggested, "please bestow a name upon him." Su Jianan regarded the child, feeling a twinge of discomfort, yet bound by blood. He could not bear to turn his back. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Let him be named Su Hao." Hao signifies vastness and boundlessness, embodying a semblance of hope. Su Wan softly repeated the name, Su Hao, nodding gently in acknowledgement. The name has been decided, yet Su Jianan did not leave. He fixed his gaze upon the swaddled infant and suddenly commanded, "Bring forth the spirit testing stone." Su mother was taken aback. "Patriarch, is it not too early for the child?" "Too early for what?" Su Jianan replied sternly. "If he is to be raised in the Su family, we must ascertain his innate talent. If he proves to be a waste," the unspoken words lingered in the air, "there would be no need to expend excessive resources on him." Soon, a pure white spirit testing stone was presented. This was a treasured relic of the Su family, capable of revealing the quality of a cultivator's spiritual root. However, for many years, the best among the Su descendants had only possessed mid-grade roots, and that was a century ago from an esteemed ancestor. Su Jianan gestured for Su mother to hand him the child. She carefully cradled Su Hao, placing his tiny hand upon the spirit testing stone. Everyone held their breath. Even the weakened Su Wan widened her eyes in anxious anticipation. As someone with a low-grade spiritual root herself, she did not expect much brilliance from this child. In that very moment, as the infant's small hand made contact with the spirit testing stone, the once pristine stone erupted in a dazzling golden light. The radiance was so intense that it nearly blinded onlookers, illuminating the entire room, while a surge of pure, overwhelming spiritual energy spread forth, rendering the air remarkably fresh. Su mother was left speechless, utterly astonished. Su Jianan's pupils constricted, his gaze fixed on the spirit testing stone, his face etched with disbelief. A high-grade spiritual root. Only a high-grade root could provoke such a resplendent glow from the stone. Could it be that the Su family had birthed a genius with a high-grade spiritual root? He rushed forward, seizing the spirit testing stone, and placed Su Hao's tiny hand upon it once more, as if unwilling to trust his own eyes. The golden light erupted again, even more splendid than before. It was undoubtedly true. He possessed a high-grade spiritual root. Su Jianan felt his mind whirl, excitement coursing through him as he trembled with joy. A high-grade spiritual root. Such exceptional talent was the stuff of legends, scarcely found even in the entirety of Qingfeng City or the surrounding counties. With such a genius, how could the Su family not rise to prominence? All previous dissatisfaction, irritation, and discomfort evaporated, leaving only an uncontrollable euphoria. He turned to Su Wan, his gaze transformed entirely, now filled with gratitude and exhilaration. "Waner, wonderful, truly wonderful." Su Wan was equally stunned. She had never imagined that this unexpected child from the mortal realm would turn out to be a genius with a high-grade spiritual root. She gazed at Su Hao in her arms, her expression a mixture of shock, confusion, and a hint of anticipation she herself had not recognized. Su mother was overwhelmed with joy, clutching the child as tears streamed down her face. "Heaven bless. Truly heaven bless." Su Jianan took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, his eyes glinting with determination. This matter must remain strictly confidential. No one must know of his spiritual root talent until Su Hao has matured. From this day forth, the entire clan shall dedicate their resources to nurture him. He envisioned the magnificent future of the Su family. A genius with a high-grade spiritual root was enough to secure their foothold in this region and perhaps even forge connections with grander sects. As for Su Hao's origins, who cared? As long as he bore the Su surname and belonged to the Su family, that was all that mattered. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the residual golden light on the spirit-testing stone and casting a glow upon Su Zhanan's ambitious visage. This child, born in secrecy within the Su family, possessed the rare talent of a superior spiritual root, akin to a seed buried in fertile soil, poised to take root and blossom into a brilliance that would reverberate throughout the entirety of Qingfeng City. Meanwhile, far away in Luoxiazan, Lin Yuechu was blissfully engaged in flying kites with Lin Yuechu in the courtyard, oblivious to the monumental upheaval unfolding at the Su family estate. Chapter 12. The Su family's conspiracy. The revelation of Su Hao's superior spiritual root sent shockwaves through the tranquil waters of the Su family, akin to a boulder cast into a still lake, stirring immense waves among the core elders. The family patriarch, Su Zhanan, convened several senior members and core elders overnight. Upon disclosing the news, the assembly hall erupted into chaos. "Patriarch, are you certain? The young master truly possesses a superior spiritual root?" exclaimed an elder with white hair, his voice trembling with excitement as his cane struck the ground emphatically. "Can our Su family truly give rise to such a genius?" "Absolutely. The spirit-testing stone does not lie," Su Zhanan replied, suppressing his overwhelming joy. "The radiance, the fluctuations of spiritual energy, I witnessed it with my own eyes. It is unequivocally extraordinary. Excellent. Remarkable." Another elder clapped his hands in laughter. "A superior spiritual root. That is a qualification with the potential to ascend to the nascent soul realm. Once he becomes a nascent soul cultivator, our Su family shall have no fear of becoming a top-tier family in Qingfeng City and beyond. Even the Luoyun sect shall have to regard us with some respect. A nascent soul cultivator is a being of extraordinary power, akin to the founding ancestors of mid-sized sects, capable of immense feats and possessing a lifespan that can extend to a millennium. If a family can produce a single nascent soul, it can ensure the family's prosperity for centuries. Patriarch, I believe we must immediately seal this information," interjected an elder, his expression grave. "A superior spiritual root is too conspicuous. Should other families or sects become aware, they may harbor ill intentions. Until the young master has matured, we must ensure his secrets remain hidden." "Indeed." Su Zhanan nodded, his gaze sharp. "From this day forth, we shall mobilize the entire family's resources to support Su Hao. Medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, protectors, whatever he requires. We shall spare no cost. I intend for him to grow in the safest environment within the Su family." The atmosphere in the assembly hall was electric, with all present envisioning a resplendent future for the Su family. The shadows cast by Su Wan's unwed pregnancy had long been washed away by the surprise of a superior spiritual root. In the face of such undeniable talent, notions of face held little significance. Several elders even began to strategize for the future. Once the young master matures a bit more, we shall invite the finest cultivators in the city to guide him. Specifically, we will request the external deacon from the Luoyun sect, and our Su family is willing to pay a premium. After he establishes his foundation, we shall send him to represent the Su family in various secret realm trials. While the upper echelons of the Su family were sketching blueprints for Su Hao's future, Su Wan sat in her room, gazing at her slumbering son in the cradle, her brow furrowed. In recent days, family elders had sought her out frequently, subtly inquiring about the identity of Su Hao's father. They all believed that a child born with superior spiritual roots must have an extraordinary father, perhaps a recluse of great renown. If they could forge a connection, it would significantly benefit the Su family. Yet, how could Su Wan voice such a truth? The child's father was merely an ordinary man devoid of any spiritual roots. She bit her lip and shook her head. It was perhaps for the best to remain silent, allowing Su Hao to wholly embrace his identity as a member of the Su family. That ordinary man was, after all, from a different world. The accident of that day could be dismissed as a fleeting dream. However, gazing at her son's serene sleeping face, new thoughts began to stir within Su Wan. The Su family, while commendable, was ultimately just a small clan in Qingfeng City, limited in both resources and vision. With Su Hao's exceptional talent of superior spiritual roots, would it be a disservice to confine him within the modest boundaries of the Su family? She recalled her own sect, the Falling Cloud sect. As a prominent sect within a radius of 1,000 miles, its teachings and treasures far surpassed anything the Su family could offer. Her master, Elder Lu, was a formidable golden core cultivator, possessing profound skills and vast experience. If only she could have her master personally guide Su Hao. Once this thought took root, it became impossible to suppress. The guidance of a golden core cultivator meant everything for a genius with superior spiritual roots. How many detours could be avoided? How much time could be saved? Yet, how could she explain Su Hao's identity when bringing him back to the Falling Cloud sect? To claim him as her son? Such a revelation of her premarital pregnancy would surely lead to her expulsion from her sect, and Su Hao would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Su Wan found herself in a dilemma. She gazed at Su Hao's tiny fists, her heart brimming with a mother's tenderness and hope. He was her son, a genius with superior spiritual roots. He should not be relegated to the confines of the small Su family. He deserved to explore broader horizons, to pursue loftier realms, and to become a true powerhouse. What should I do, my dear Hao? Su Wan whispered softly as she gently caressed her son's cheek. Perhaps she could seize an opportunity to gauge her master's stance? Although Elder Lu was stern, he was somewhat protective of his disciples. If he were to learn of Su Hao's superior spiritual roots, might he make an exception? Su Wan's gaze gradually solidified with determination. Regardless of the obstacles, she was resolute in securing the brightest future for her son. Even if it meant taking risks or facing repercussions, she was prepared to bear any price. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Su family were meticulously devising strategies to safeguard their precious gem. They believed that by sheltering Su Hao beneath their wings, he would grow in peace, unaware that the brilliance of his superior spiritual roots could never remain concealed. Chapter 13. Return to the Sect. The private academy in Luoxia town traditionally only accepted male students. When Lin Yuechu arrived with Lin Qingcheng, the old scholar, stroking his beard, bore a troubled expression. Yuechu, it is not that I lack understanding, it is simply the custom. Sir, Lin Yuechu interjected, presenting a heavy cloth bag containing a meticulously crafted wooden inkstone and several sheets of exquisite rice paper. Customs are human-made. This child, Qingcheng, is exceptionally bright. Her recognition of characters rivals that of any boy. Why should a girl be denied the right to an education? To be knowledgeable and discerning is essential for both genders. Li Cui'er stood beside them. Though she believed that girls need not be educated, she remained silent, observing her husband's steadfastness and their daughter's sparkling eyes. The elderly scholar gazed at the contents of the cloth bag, then glanced at the dog-eared primer in Lin Qingcheng's hands, a book penned from memory by Lin Yuechu, who had already managed to recognize more than half of it. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded, conceding to make an exception this once. However, he issued a stern warning. Should she fall behind or disrupt the class, he would not hesitate to dismiss her. Thank you, sir, Lin Yuechu exclaimed with joy, quickly prompting Qingcheng to bow in gratitude. The obedient Lin Qingcheng performed a graceful curtsy, cheerfully greeting, "Good day, sir." In order to ensure his daughter's successful enrollment, Lin Yuechu had not only depleted a considerable portion of his savings, but had also toiled relentlessly over the following months to recover the losses. Observing the silhouettes of Outyin and Qingcheng walking to school together with their backpacks, he felt that every sacrifice was worthwhile. Cui'er watched her husband's busy figure, playfully chiding him for his overzealous efforts, yet her eyes sparkled with affection. At the private school, Lin Outyin initially harbored concerns for his sister's well-being, vigilantly protecting her from potential bullies. However, as he soon discovered that Qingcheng approached her studies with greater diligence and that her handwriting was elegant, often earning praise from the old scholar, he relaxed his watchful demeanor. The siblings began to motivate one another in their studies, becoming a heartwarming tale in their own right. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the Falling Cloud Sect, Su Wan finally embarked on her journey home. After more than a year away from the sect, the mountain air remained refreshingly crisp, and the familiar pavilions and towers greeted her with a sense of nostalgia, as if she had stepped into a different world. Encountering familiar senior brothers and sisters, she greeted each with a nod, her expression composed, concealing any signs of her inner turmoil. Rather than returning to her own cave dwelling, she proceeded directly to the secluded abode of the sixth elder, the Flowing Cloud Hall. Disciple Su Wan pays her respects to the master, she announced, kneeling respectfully within the hall. At the head of the hall, a woman clad in a moon-white robe slowly opened her eyes. It was the sixth elder. She appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a striking beauty, yet her gaze bore the weight of worldly wisdom, with an aura of profound spiritual energy subtly emanating from her. "You have finally returned," the sixth elder spoke in a calm tone, devoid of discernible emotion. "Speak. What has delayed your return regarding family matters?" "Master," Su Wan replied, lowering her head, "there have been some unforeseen changes at home that required my personal attention, thus delaying my return. I hope for your forgiveness." The sixth elder remained non-committal, her fingertips lightly tapping the jade table. "Your cultivation has not waned. You have reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of qi refinement, which is commendable. A sense of relief washed over Su Wan, realizing her master was not truly angry. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to voice her premeditated words. Master, in addition to handling family matters, I have also acquired a child. The sixth elder raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised, but that was the extent of her reaction. In the realm of cultivation, it was not uncommon for practitioners to take partners and bear children. However, Su Wan had always been singularly devoted to her cultivation, thus her revelation was unexpected. Well, having a place to belong is good. Which disciple's child is it? The sixth elder inquired casually. Not a disciple of the sect, merely an ordinary person. Su Wan's voice softened. The sixth elder's brow furrowed slightly, evidently displeased. Absurd. As a disciple of the Falling Cloud sect, how can you entangle yourself with a mortal? I acknowledge my mistake. Su Wan quickly bowed her head in apology. But this child is somewhat different. Oh, what makes them different? The sixth elder's interest was piqued. With gritted teeth, Su Wan revealed the secret that would astonish the entire sect. The child is confirmed to possess a superior spiritual root. Boom. As the words fell, the sixth elder, who had been seated steadily behind the jade table, vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared before Su Wan, seizing her wrist with a grip as sharp as a blade, his eyes narrowing with intensity. What did you say? Upper grade spiritual root. The pressure of a golden core cultivator abruptly enveloped the air, causing Su Wan to feel an overwhelming tightness throughout her body, nearly robbing her of breath. Yet, she mustered the strength to nod. Yes, I would not dare deceive my master. The spirit stone test confirms it beyond doubt. The sixth elder fixed his gaze upon her, astonishment and disbelief swirling within his eyes. An upper-grade spiritual root. In the past century, the entire Falling Cloud sect had produced but one, who now held the esteemed title of Grand Elder. He scrutinized Su Wan closely, and a sudden realization dawned upon him, causing his brow to relax. Oh, though you possess a lower-grade spiritual root, your maternal lineage seems to have once birthed a genius of medium-grade spiritual root. Perhaps a latent bloodline has awakened. He dismissed any lingering concerns regarding Su Wan's unwed pregnancy or the child's father being a commoner. In the presence of a genius with an upper-grade spiritual root, such matters paled in significance. Where's the child now? The sixth elder's voice carried a subtle urgency. Currently being raised in the Su family. Su Wan sensed the shift in her master's tone and felt a degree of reassurance. I dare not conceal this matter. Should it spread, it may tarnish my reputation. Reputation? The sixth elder scoffed, releasing her wrist, his tone imbued with unprecedented solemnity. A genius with the potential to ascend to the nascent soul stage is your son. Who would dare speak against you? Who would dare utter a word of reproach? A nascent soul cultivator. Such an existence could determine the rise or fall of a sect. Let it be known, even if Su Wan had committed a greater folly, as long as she safeguarded this child, the sect would unhesitatingly protect her. Master. Su Wan stood in stunned silence, taken aback by her master's reaction. Foolishness. The sixth elder glared at her. How could such a talent be stifled in the meager confines of the Su family? It is a travesty. Immediately. Right now? Bring the child back to the sect. She paced back and forth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. From this day forth, I shall personally instruct the child. I wish to see how far this upper-grade spiritual root can develop. The prospect of nurturing a nascent soul cultivator was, indeed, a monumental opportunity and honor for her. A weight lifted from Su Wan's heart, and she felt a surge of exhilaration. Thank you, master. Thank what? The sixth elder waved her off, her tone softening. You are my disciple. Your son is thus my grand disciple. Such a remarkable talent must not be overlooked by the Falling Cloud sect. She regarded Su Wan, her expression softening considerably. You have handled this matter well. When the child arrives, I will inform the sect leader to provide him with the finest resources. You should focus on your cultivation, striving to establish your foundation early, so you may protect him in the future. Su Wan bowed deeply, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had never imagined that the secret which had once filled her with dread, this unexpected turn from the mundane world, would bring such a significant transformation for herself and her son. Sunlight streamed through the window of the flowing cloud hall, casting a warm glow upon the master and disciple. A genius with an upper-grade spiritual root was poised to enter the horizon of the Falling Cloud sect. Chapter 14. Days in Luoxia town flowed like a bowl of warm, bland porridge, exuding a tranquil sweetness amidst the simplicity. Lin Yuechu and Lin Qingqing gradually adapted to life in the private school. One, a mischievous yet awakening spirit, the other, serene and wise, often praised. The siblings would frequently return home hand in hand after school, sharing the amusing tales of their day with Lin Yuechu and Li Cui'er. Observing his children blossom, Lin Yuechu felt a stirring in his heart. He conferred with Cui'er about having another child to bring more joy into their home. Blushing, Cui'er agreed. Years of companionship had fostered in her a deep reliance on her husband. On their wedding night, the familiar system prompt echoed once more, presenting the same option: expend a year of vitality to enhance to a low-grade spiritual root. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuechu chose, though a high-grade spiritual root was desirable. The cost was too steep. A decade of life was a gamble he could not afford. A low-grade spiritual root would suffice for their child to embark on the path of immortality. How far they could go would depend solely on their own fortune. For him, the safety and happiness of his children were paramount. Confirmation. Command confirmed. Vitality deducted. As the system's voice faded, Lin Yuechu embraced Cui'er, feeling a profound sense of peace. He sought not monumental achievements, but rather a harmonious family, living in tranquility. Soon after, Cui'er found herself expecting again, and laughter filled the Lin family's courtyard even more vibrantly. Lin Yuechu spent his days imagining little clothes and toys for the future child, his smile unwavering. Meanwhile, Su Wan, accompanied by the sixth elder, set out on the journey back to the Su family. Before departing, the sixth elder specifically cautioned Su Wan, though the Su family was her maternal clan. A genius with a high-grade spiritual root could not remain in such a small place. Should they possess wisdom, all would be well. Should they dare to obstruct, her unspoken words, coupled with the cold gleam in her eyes, conveyed everything. At the Su family estate, Su Jianan and several elders were gathered around Su Hao, playfully engaging with the little one. At just over a year old, he could already articulate simple words, his large, lively eyes cherished as the family's precious gem. Upon hearing that Su Wan had returned with a distinguished guest, Su Jianan hastily led the group to greet her. When he beheld the extraordinary woman standing behind Su Wan, a chill ran down his spine. The subtle aura of power surrounding her was unmistakably beyond that of a mere chi refinement stage practitioner. This is my father. And this is my disciple's master, the sixth elder of the Falling Cloud Sect, Su Wan introduced. A golden core stage cultivator. Su Jianan and the elder's expressions shifted dramatically as they quickly bowed in respect. We greet the elder. The sixth elder nodded slightly, yet her gaze transcended the assembly. Landing on Su Hao nestled in the nurse's arms, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. So this is Su Hao? A sense of foreboding gripped Su Jianan as he began to piece together the implications, yet he maintained a smiling facade. Indeed, he is my grandson. I apologize for any inconvenience. I have come to bring Su Hao back to Falling Cloud Sect, the sixth elder stated directly, her tone brooking no argument. He possesses a high-grade spiritual root and would be greatly underutilized remaining in the Su family. He should be taught directly by me. Indeed, Su Jianan's countenance darkened instantly, and the other elders grew anxious. Elder, this cannot be. One elder exclaimed urgently. Cui'er is the very foundation of our Su family. How can he be taken away? We of the Su family will spare no resources to cultivate him. Indeed, elder, the child is still young and cannot be separated from his family. Su Jianan mustered his courage and said, Elder, Cui'er is the eldest grandson of the Su family, according to our clan rules. He should remain with the family to inherit our lineage. I implore you to reconsider your decision. They had devoted a year to nurturing Su Hao, viewing him as the sole hope for the Su family's resurgence. How could they easily let go? Seeing the fervent expressions of her kin, Su Wan felt a pang of sympathy, yet she understood that this was for Su Hao's own good. She stepped forward, saying, Father, esteemed elders, Cui'er possesses a superior spiritual root. The Luoyun sect offers better resources and techniques, which the Su family cannot provide. This is for his future. Future? His future lies within the Su family. Su Jianan interjected, his tone growing firm. He is a child of the Su family and should strive to bring glory to us. Impudent. The sixth elder huffed, suddenly releasing an overwhelming pressure of golden core cultivation. Thud. Su Jianan and several elders were instantly forced to their knees. Their faces pale and breaths labored. The wet nurse collapsed in fear, and Su Hao, startled by the sudden turn of events, burst into tears. A mere small family dares to obstruct my decision? The sixth elder's gaze was icy. A genius with a superior spiritual root cannot be bound by you. Should you dare to speak further, do not blame me for being unkind. The Su family members trembled in fear, no longer daring to utter a word of dissent. They finally understood how laughable their insistence was in the face of absolute power. The sixth elder cast not a glance back at them and instructed Su Wan. Take the child, we are leaving. Su Wan hurriedly stepped forward, taking the sobbing Su Hao from the nurse's arms, gently patting his back to soothe him. The little one seemed to sense his mother's presence and gradually ceased his crying, though he pouted in distress. Watching his granddaughter carry the child away with the golden core elder, Su Jianan felt as if his heart were being torn apart, yet he could only watch helplessly, unable to utter a word of retention. He knew that with the loss of this genius, the hopes of the Su family's rise were likely to fade into obscurity. Once they had distanced themselves from the Su family, the sixth elder finally retracted his oppressive aura. Looking at Su Hao and Su Wan's arms, his tone softened. Do not fear, follow your master, and I shall teach you the ways. Su Hao blinked his big eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar woman before him, then glanced at his mother and reached out his small hand to wrap around Su Wan's neck. Su Wan felt a tumult of emotions within her. She had secured the best future for Su Hao, but had also led him away from his paternal clan. Little did that mortal father in Luoxia town know. He had a son who was being personally guided by a golden core elder towards the grand sect of the immortal realm, destined to embark on an extraordinary path. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechu was squatting in the courtyard, crafting wooden swords for Outyin and Qingqing, listening to Cui'er humming a tune from within the house. As the warm sunlight bathed him in its embrace, he remained blissfully unaware that his other son was striding towards a fate that diverged sharply from his own. Chapter 15. Return to Luoyun's sect. Outside the Luoyun Hall, spiritual energy swirled, and celestial cranes sang in harmony. Su Hao, held in Su Wan's embrace, curiously surveyed the palace shrouded in mist, pointing at the wind chimes hanging from the eaves, babbling with delight. Upon his arrival at the Falling Cloud sect, he was enveloped in a sense of novelty, entirely unaware that he had become the focal point of attention within the entire sect. The other disciples of Elder Lu had already gathered, whispering among themselves outside the hall. Who is that child? Why is junior sister Su continuously holding him? It seems the elder places great importance on this child. Could he be junior sister Su's offspring? Yet, hasn't she been solely devoted to her cultivation? The disciples exchanged murmurs, their gazes flitting between Su Wan and the child in her arms, filled with curiosity and bewilderment. Among them stood a young man clad in blue, exuding a composed demeanor, Zhao Feng, the eldest disciple of Elder Lu, who had attained the initial stage of foundation establishment and held a distinguished position among his peers. At that moment, Elder Lu emerged from the hall, surveying the crowd with a stern gaze. What are you all doing here? Disperse and return to your training. The disciples fell silent, yet none truly departed, clearly eager to uncover the unfolding mystery. Without further ado, Elder Lu pointed at Su Wan's child, announcing gravely, "This is Su Hao. From this day forth, he shall be my personal disciple." What? A personal disciple? How old is he? Still nursing, I presume? Has the elder made an error? The title of personal disciple is immensely precious. How could it be bestowed upon an infant? The disciples erupted in disbelief, their faces reflecting incredulity. The title of personal disciple within the Falling Cloud sect signified the utmost guidance and the finest resources, something for which many would vie desperately. Yet it was now granted to a child barely able to walk. Zhao Feng stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Master, I have a question." "Speak," Elder Lu replied nonchalantly. "Master, the title of personal disciple concerns the prosperity and decline of our lineage. It must be conferred upon the worthy. Su Hao is still too young and ignorant, having yet to sense spiritual energy. How can he bear such a heavy responsibility? I do not question your wisdom, Master, but I fear this decision may invite dissent within the sect and dishearten our fellow disciples." Zhao Feng's tone was earnest, yet his discontent was palpable. He considered his own diligence and aptitude superior to his peers and had long aspired to be a personal disciple. Now, being outpaced by an infant, he could hardly accept it. The other disciples echoed in agreement. "Elder brother speaks wisely. We implore the elder to reconsider." Su Wan stood calmly aside, observing the commotion with a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. She was aware that soon these individuals would no longer be able to smile. Elder Lu cast a discerning glance over the crowd and suddenly inquired, "Do you know what kind of spiritual root Su Hao possesses?" The assembly was momentarily taken aback. Spiritual root? What could a child who had yet to undergo the spiritual root assessment possibly possess? Zhao Feng replied, "I do not know, but even if the spiritual root is decent, his age is too tender. He possesses a superior spiritual root." Elder Lu interjected, his tone unruffled, yet it resonated like thunder in the ears of the spectators. A superior spiritual root. Zhao Feng's head snapped up, his complexion draining of color, eyes wide with astonishment. The other disciples gasped collectively, as though frozen in place. A superior spiritual root. Such a phenomenon was the stuff of legends, something they had only encountered in ancient texts. No wonder the elder regarded him with such gravity. No wonder he was directly appointed as a personal disciple. A genius with a superior spiritual root. Bestowing the title of personal disciple was but a fraction of what would be deemed appropriate. The sect would be justified in dedicating all its resources to nurture such a talent. Zhao Feng opened his mouth, but the words he wished to express were lodged firmly in his throat. In comparison to those with superior spiritual roots, his modest talent and diligence were utterly insignificant. He realized, at last, that his defeat was not unjust. Was there anyone who dared to voice a dissent? The sixth elder cast an encompassing gaze over the assembly, and none were bold enough to speak. With no objections raised, let us disperse. The sixth elder waved his hand and addressed Su Wan, instructing her to escort Su Hao to the side hall for settling in. I will arrange for the delivery of cultivation methods and elixirs. Yes, master. Su Wan gently cradled Su Hao, slightly bowing before turning to leave, casting a deliberate glance at the dazed Zhao Feng, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Observing the astonished expressions of those who had once belittled or doubted her, an indescribable pride surged within Su Wan. It was indeed her hour. The talent of superior spiritual roots provided the most formidable assurance, enough to dispel all skepticism. Su Hao seemed to sense his mother's elation, giggling in her embrace, his tiny hands waving as if responding to the tumultuous shifts within the sect. The side hall was elegant and serene, the spiritual energy 100-fold more potent than that of the Su family. Su Wan gently placed Su Hao upon the soft little bed, gazing at her son's innocent, joyful face. Her heart softened. However, this shall be your home from now on. With your master's guidance and the resources of the sect, your future shall undoubtedly surpass that of your mother 1,000-fold. The arrival of Su Hao not only disrupted the tranquility of the sixth elder's lineage, but also sowed a seed within the entire Falling Cloud sect. The news of his superior spiritual roots spread like ripples upon the surface of a lake, captivating countless gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. Meanwhile, in the distant town of Luoxia, Lin Yuechu was clumsily changing the diaper of his newborn third son. The little fellow furrowed his brows, his cries resounding, while Lin Yuechu fumbled about, eliciting both exasperation and laughter from Cui'er beside him. As he gazed upon this new life before him, a singular thought filled his mind. Let the third one be named Lin Ping'an, for peace and safety shall suffice. Chapter 16. Haotian Sect. The arrival of Lin Ping'an brought a new vibrancy to the Lin family's courtyard. Unlike his mischievous brother Aotian, or his serene sister Qingqing, this child was content to sleep quietly, his cries softer than those of other infants, truly living up to the name Ping'an. Lin Yuechu looked at his wrinkled little son swaddled in cloth, his heart swelling with tenderness. With 3 children now, each one tugged at his heartstrings more than the last. His days grew busier. By day he toiled for income, and by night he was surrounded by his 3 children. Though exhausting, he felt invigorated. Cui'er, while tending to the youngest, reminded Aotian and Qingqing about their studies, and life unfolded with warmth and fulfillment. The bustling atmosphere of Luoxia town enveloped this family, revealing a profound happiness amidst the simplicity of daily life. One day, the tranquil town of Luoxia erupted with excitement. Have you heard? A major sect is recruiting disciples. Is that true? Which sect is it? It seems to be called the Haotian Sect, and I've heard it's quite formidable. The news spread like wildfire, instantly traversing the entire town. Every household sprang into action, and those with children under the age of 15 hurriedly donned clean garments, making their way to the central square of the town. Who does not yearn for their children to be chosen and embark on the path of cultivation, thereby bringing honor to their family? Lin Yuechu found himself contemplating such aspirations. His son, Ao Tian, had just surpassed 5 years of age, while his daughter, Qingqing, was 4, both perfectly within the acceptable age range. He was aware that both children possessed spiritual roots, albeit of inferior quality, yet it still represented an opportunity. Cui'er, shall I take Ao Tian and Qingqing to have a look? Lin Yuechu inquired, seeking his wife's opinion. Cui'er hesitated. If they are indeed selected, they would have to leave home, wouldn't they? The thought of parting with her children weighed heavily on her heart. Let us see how it goes. Whether they will be chosen remains uncertain, Lin Yuechu reassured her. Even if they are selected, it would be beneficial for them to experience the world. Ultimately, Lin Yuechu carried the little one, Ping'an, while Cui'er held the hands of Ao Tian and Qingqing as they joined the throng heading towards the town center. The square was already teeming with people. At its center stood several cultivators clad in uniform robes, led by a stern-looking elder whose presence exuded calm authority. He sat upon a makeshift grand chair, beside which lay a glowing spirit testing stone. Form an orderly line. Those under 15, place your hands upon the testing stone. A young cultivator called out loudly. The children queued up, one by one stepping forward for the test. Most exhibited no reaction, while only a few managed to elicit a faint glow from the stone, indicating inferior spiritual roots. The elder, Wang, a senior member of the Haotian Sect, displayed little emotion, clearly unperturbed by the results. In such a remote town, the emergence of a decent spiritual root was already a rarity. He had harbored no significant expectations and was merely fulfilling procedural obligations. Next, it was Ao Tian's turn. The little fellow was nudged forward by Lin Yuechu, reluctantly mimicking the actions of the preceding children as he placed his small hand upon the testing stone. Buzz! The stone suddenly emitted a faint azure light, though not dazzling. It was distinctly visible. Inferior spiritual root. The recording cultivator was momentarily taken aback before hastily announcing the result. Wang's previously half-closed eyes widened slightly as he cast a glance at Ao Tan and nodded almost imperceptibly. Acceptable. Instantly, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It had been many years since any child from Luoxia town had exhibited a spiritual root, let alone an inferior one. Lin Yuechu exchanged glances with Li Cui'er, both reflecting surprise in their eyes. Next, Lin Qingcheng, the timid girl, approached, casting glances at her brother and parents before cautiously placing her small hand upon the testing stone. Buzz. This time, the stone radiated a gentle pink light, equally clear and stable. Another inferior spiritual root. And a girl. The young cultivator's voice trembled with excitement. Wang straightened in his seat, his gaze lingering on Qingcheng for a moment before shifting to Lin Yuechu and Li Cui'er, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. It was indeed rare for an ordinary couple to give birth to 2 children with spiritual roots. Excellent. These 2 children shall be accepted into our Haotian sect, Wang declared with finality. The onlookers were filled with envy, showering Lin Yuechu with congratulations. Yuechu, you are indeed fortunate. Both children have been chosen. Yes. They will soon be disciples of the Celestial Gate. Yet within Lin Yuechu's heart, a myriad of emotions swirled. Joy was present, but it was overshadowed by a profound sense of reluctance. He crouched down, gently stroking Ao Yan's head and smoothing out the hair of Qingcheng. Once you reach the sect, you must heed your master's words and diligently cultivate. You 2 siblings must look out for one another, understand? Ao Yan nodded, seemingly grasping the meaning, thumping his chest confidently. Father, do not worry, I will protect my sister. However, Qingcheng pouted, clinging to Lin Yuechu's leg, and began to cry. Father, mother, I do not want to go. Li Cui'er also had tears welling up in her eyes, turning her head away to wipe them. Elder Wang glanced at the sky. All right, the chosen children. Bid farewell to your families. We shall depart immediately. Lin Yuechu, suppressing his reluctance, took out 2 safety talismans he had carved from peach wood with his own hands and placed them into the children's palms. Take these. May you be safe and sound. He turned to Elder Wang and solemnly bowed. Elder, I entrust my son and daughter to your kind care. Elder Wang nodded lightly. Once they enter my Haotian sect, they will be my disciples, and I shall look after them. Ao Yan and Qingcheng followed the cultivators, turning back to glance 3 times, as Qingcheng's cries grew fainter, piercing Lin Yuechu and Li Cui'er's hearts like needles. The crowd in the square gradually dispersed, and Lin Yuechu, holding on to Ping An and grasping Li Cui'er's hand, silently made their way home. They will be all right, won't they? Li Cui'er choked on her words. They will. Lin Yuechu firmly squeezed her hand. They were children with spiritual roots, destined for a broader world. Yet, deep down, he understood that from this day forth, Ao Yan and Qingcheng's lives would be irrevocably altered. They would embark on the path he had once longed for, but could not tread, and whether the future held fortune or misfortune, he could only silently cherish them from this humble town. The setting sun elongated their shadows, and unbeknownst to them, little Ping An had awakened, his bright eyes observing the world that had just seen the farewell of his elder siblings. Lin Yuechu looked down at his son, silently murmuring, Ping An, my little Ping An, grow well beside your parents. Chapter 17. Reunion. Within the confines of the Luoyan sect, Su Wan's status had dramatically ascended. Ever since Su Hao was designated as a direct disciple by Elder Lu, Su Wan, as his biological mother, found her own standing within the sect rising in tandem. Once met with disdain by her peers, they now respectfully addressed her as Sister Su, and even the senior brother Zhao Feng, who was in the foundation establishment stage, treated her with politeness, no longer daring to harbor any contempt. All of this stemmed from her exceptionally gifted son. Su Hao, now over 2 years old, not only possessed exquisite features, but also displayed extraordinary wisdom and an acute sensitivity to spiritual energy, far surpassing that of his peers. Elder Lu often praised him as a once-in-a-millennium gem. Watching her son's burgeoning talents, Su Wan felt both pride and contentment, convinced that her decision to bring him back to the sect was undeniably correct. On this day, Su Wan took Su Hao to the sect's spirit-washing spring for a bath. The spring water contained a faint spiritual essence, greatly benefiting the health of children. Su Hao, bare-skinned, splashed around in the water, giggling joyfully, when he suddenly looked up with his round, bright eyes and asked, Mother, all the other children have fathers. Where's my father? Su Wan's hands, which were scrubbing his back, halted abruptly, her smile freezing in place. This question pierced her heart like a delicate needle, unexpectedly reaching the most hidden corners of her soul. She had never anticipated that such a young child would inquire about this matter. In recent days, she had deliberately evaded all discussions concerning the father, believing she could keep it hidden, yet she had forgotten that children inevitably grow and become curious. Your father has gone far away, Su Wan steadied her thoughts and replied vaguely, when Howard grows up, he will return. Su Hao nodded, somewhat understanding, before dashing off to play in the water, but Su Wan's heart was in turmoil. Yes, one day, Howard would uncover the truth. That mortal from Luoxia town was, after all, Howard's biological father. Perhaps she should meet him? At the very least, he should be made aware that he has such an exceptional son. Once this thought took root, it became impossible to suppress. A few days later, Su Wan requested leave from Elder Lu, citing the need to attend to some personal matters in the mundane world, and she returned shortly thereafter. Elder Lu, preoccupied with Su Hao, did not inquire further about her affairs and granted her leave. Su Wan rode her magical artifact, traveling swiftly, and once again arrived near Luoxia town. She did not hastily enter but lingered outside the town, her heart a tangle of emotions. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechu was immersed in feelings of sorrow due to the recent farewells. Ao Tian and Qing Cheng had been selected by the Hao Tian sect and had left over half a month ago. Although aware that this was a good opportunity, the absence of their youthful noise left the home feeling desolate. Feeling restless, he purchased 2 jugs of wine and made his way to the riverside outside the town, the very spot where he had first encountered Su Wan. As the sun set, the river shimmered with golden ripples. Sitting by the bank, Lin Yuechu consumed a jug of wine, his cheeks flushed and his gaze becoming hazy. Ao Tian, Qing Cheng, he murmured, you must behave at the sect. Your father is powerless and cannot accompany you. He recalled the lifespan he had exhausted and the weight of the family's burdens, and the more he thought about it, the more suffocating it felt. Grabbing the other jug, he tilted it back, drinking deeply. The fiery liquor caused him to cough, nearly bringing him to tears. At that moment, a familiar figure silently appeared behind him. Su Wan observed the inebriated man before her, her brow slightly furrowed. He seemed more haggard than before, with an added layer of weariness etched upon his features, and the aura of the mundane world clung to him more heavily. Were it not for the knowledge that he was Howard's father, she might have scarcely recognized him. Lin Yuechu, Su Wan spoke, her voice cool and distant. Lin Yuechu, in a daze, turned to see Su Wan, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a slurred smile. It's you, fairy sister. He was drunk, his mind muddled, mistaking her for a figment of his imagination. Su Wan, feeling somewhat helpless, decided to be forthright. I have come to inform you that our child is named Su Hao. He is healthy and possesses excellent aptitude, being of high-quality spiritual roots, currently under the direct tutelage of my master at the Luoyan sect. Her words rushed forth, as if she were completing a task. Having finished, she retrieved a pouch from her storage bag and tossed it before Lin Yuechu. This contains some silver. A form of compensation for me. Lin Yuechu looked down at the pouch and suddenly laughed, a laugh tinged with sorrow. He abruptly seized the pouch and hurled it away, where it landed in the water with a splash. I don't want your money. He staggered to his feet, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed at Su Wan, his voice hoarse from intoxication. I just need you to talk to me. My heart feels heavy. As he spoke, he lunged towards her, attempting to embrace Su Wan. Instinctively, she considered using her spiritual energy to push him away, but upon witnessing the genuine pain and confusion in his eyes, she was reminded of her son asking where his father had gone. She hesitated, realizing that he was, after all, Howard's biological father. Perhaps this time, it was merely a restitution for past grievances. Su Wan did not resist, as Lin Yuechu, reeking of alcohol, held her tightly. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in Lin Yuechu's mind, detected that the host is in a reproductive opportunity. The multiple offspring blessing feature can be activated. Detected that the female's spiritual root aptitude is exceptional. Multiple enhancement options are available. Option 1. Consume 1 year of life force to enhance potential offspring to inferior spiritual root. Option 2. Consume 5 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to medium spiritual root. Option 3. Consume 10 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to superior spiritual root. Lin Yuechu, heavily intoxicated, could barely think and found the voice to be quite bothersome. He vaguely recalled similar options from before, and it seemed that choosing the third option was the most formidable. He mumbled a vague assent to option 3 before his consciousness succumbed to oblivion. Command confirmed. Life force has been deducted, and spiritual root enhancement mark has been applied. The system's voice faded, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling through the reeds by the riverbank and the intertwined silhouettes of 2 figures. Su Wan gazed at the inebriated man in her arms, her expression complex. She gently pushed him away, adjusted her disheveled clothing, cast one last glance, and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the night. She had fulfilled her purpose, informing him of Su Hao's circumstances, yet had once again accumulated karmic debt. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechu, slumped by the riverside, remained oblivious to it all. He was unaware that he had just expended another decade of his life. Nor did he know that his and Su Wan's second child was quietly being conceived, endowed with the same superior spiritual root aptitude, destined to enter the world in the near future. As night deepened, the river flowed serenely, as if narrating the unresolved entanglements between the realms of mortals and immortals. Chapter 18. The conclusion. Lin Yuechu awoke to the chill of the morning dew. His head felt as if it had been pounded by a hammer, heavy and foggy, and his throat burned with dryness. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met with the familiar sight of the riverbank reeds and the cold, damp earth beneath him. With great effort, he sat up, his entire body aching as if it were falling apart, particularly his lower back, which throbbed with unbearable discomfort. Where am I? He recalled feeling troubled the previous day and coming to the riverbank to drink. What had transpired afterward? His mind was a chaotic fog. He vaguely remembered seeing a beautiful woman clad in white, like a fairy stepping down from a painting, and he thought they had exchanged some words. I just need you. A vague phrase surfaced from the depths of his memory, causing Lin Yuechu's face to flush crimson before paling once more. Did he engage in any indiscreet behavior last night? He glanced down at his attire, which, though wrinkled and soiled, remained relatively intact. As he surveyed his surroundings, the emptiness struck him. Only the river shimmered with ripples in the morning light, devoid of any ethereal presence. It seemed he had indulged too much and was merely lost in a dream. Lin Yuechu sighed in relief, unable to suppress a wry smile. At his age, how foolish to entertain such absurd fantasies. He steadied himself, rising unsteadily to his feet, and ambled toward the direction of Luoxia town. The morning breeze swept by, carrying a hint of coolness that helped awaken his senses. Yet the pervasive ache throughout his body served as a reminder that perhaps last night's escapade was not entirely illusory. Upon reaching his doorstep, he pushed open the courtyard gate and was greeted by the gentle voice of Cui'er from within. Pinyin, dear, your father should be back soon. Let us wait a little longer. Lin Yuechu felt a warmth blossom in his heart, as all his confusion and apprehension dissipated at the sound of father. He stepped inside, where Cui'er sat at the table with little Pinyin in her arms, a few simple dishes, and a bowl of warm porridge laid out before them. Upon seeing him enter, Cui'er paused, then furrowed her brow. You didn't return last night? You reek of alcohol and mud. Where have you been? Her tone bore a hint of reproach, yet was laced with concern. I drank too much and fell asleep by the river, Lin Yuechu admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry to have worried you. How many times have I told you to drink less? Yet you never listen. Cui'er chided gently as she rose to fetch him a clean cloth. Quickly wipe your face and wash your hands. The porridge is still warm. Lin Yuechu took the cloth and hastily wiped his face, then proceeded to wash his hands before sitting beside Cui'er. Little Pinyin, with wide eyes, gazed at him, babbling as if to greet him. Father is back. Do you miss him, Pinyin? Lin Yuechu extended a finger, gently touching his son's soft cheek, eliciting a delightful giggle from the little one. As he beheld his son's innocent smile, inhaled the aroma of the dishes on the table, and felt Cui'er's caring gaze upon him, the shadows cast by his hangover and hazy memories were completely dispelled. Regardless of what transpired the previous night, it was now behind him. He had Cui'er, Pinyin, and far off, Ao Tian and Qing Cheng at Haoyan Sect. These were the treasures he ought to cherish. Eat up. The dishes will grow cold. Cui'er offered him a pair of chopsticks laden with greens. Today I prepared your favorite pickled vegetables with meat. Lin Yuechu took the chopsticks and began to eat heartily. The warmth of the porridge slid down his throat, dispelling the remnants of intoxication and warming his stomach. He served Cui'er a piece of meat and played with little Pinyin, filling the room with warmth and laughter. Life must go on, regardless of its sweetness or bitterness. As long as the family remained together, there was hope. Meanwhile, at the Luyun Hall of the Luoyun sect, Su Wan quietly returned to the sect. Treading softly in the morning light, she did not immediately seek out Su Hao, but instead returned to her own cave dwelling to freshen up. In the bronze mirror, her slightly pale face and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue reflected back at her. Recalling the events by the river last night, her heart raced inexplicably. The fragility of that mortal man after intoxication, his breath laden with alcohol as he uttered, I only want you, and her final, almost indulgent compromise. She gently closed her eyes, shaking her head in an attempt to dispel the chaotic thoughts. It is all over. She had revealed to him the existence of Su Hao, thus settling an inexplicable entanglement of fate. From this moment forth, between them, apart from Su Hao, there would be no further connections. She was a disciple of the Falling Cloud sect, the future mother of a nascent soul powerhouse, while he was merely an ordinary carpenter from a mundane village. They belonged to entirely different worlds. Taking a deep breath, Su Wan steadied her emotions and rose to walk towards Su Hao's residence. The little one was currently playing in the yard, accompanied by his nurse. Upon seeing Su Wan enter, Su Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran over with his short legs, calling out in a sweet voice, Mother, Mother, Hao. Su-won crouched down, opening her arms to embrace her rushing son. And the last remnants of her irritation dissipated. Only in the presence of this child could she experience the most unadulterated peace and joy. Where has mother gone? How are Mrs. Mother? Su-hao clung to her neck, burying his small face in her embrace. Mother went out to attend to some matters. See, I'm back now. Su-won replied with a smile, gently patting his head. Did you practice diligently with your master? Yes. Su-hao nodded vigorously, his small face brimming with pride. Master praised me, saying my sensitivity to spiritual energy is faster than that of my senior brothers. Our Hauer is truly remarkable. Su-won kissed him on the cheek. Her eyes filled with affection. At that moment, Elder Lu entered from outside, and, upon seeing Su-won, nodded, You're back? Yes, master. Su-won quickly rose to pay her respects. Good, it's nice to have you back. Elder Lu's gaze softened as it fell upon Su-hao. Hauer was just saying he wanted to show you the new technique he has learned for drawing in energy. Oh, Hauer has learned to draw in energy? Su-won looked at her son with delight. Su-hao immediately wriggled free from Su-won's embrace, waving his small hand, causing a fallen leaf in the yard to tremble slightly. Though the movement was minimal, it was distinctly observable. Wow, Hauer is amazing. Su-won couldn't help but clap her hands. To be able to manipulate spiritual energy at just over 2 years old, such talent certainly lived up to his superior spiritual root. Elder Lu also stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. This child has limitless potential. As his mother, you must support him diligently and ensure he does not stray from the right path. I understand, master, Su-won replied solemnly. Watching her son joyfully display his achievements in the yard and listening to her master's expectations for him, Su-won felt a profound tranquility within. She thought that her most correct decision was to bring Hauer back to the Falling Cloud sect. Here, he had everything he needed. A platform that would allow him to soar through the heavens. As for that mortal man and the entanglements of last night, let them be but an unexpected dream. Her future, her focus, all lay in this exquisite child before her. For him, she would sacrifice everything, including severing those unwarranted ties. The sunlight filtered through the eaves of the flowing cloud hall, casting a golden halo over Su-won and Su-hao. The figures of mother and child, entwined in the ethereal ambience of the sect, form a serene yet hopeful tableau. However, Su-won remains oblivious to the fact that once the threads of destiny intertwine, they cannot be easily severed. Her entanglement with Lin Yuechu, sparked by Su-hao, has not concluded with this resolution. The nascent life, quietly flourishing within her, endowed with superior spiritual roots, awaits its arrival, poised to intertwine their fates once more. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechu, far away in Luoxia town, cradles little Ping'an, listening to Li Cui'er recount amusing tales from the town, utterly unaware that his life's trajectory is once again subtly altered by that celestial maiden. He knows only that living well and caring for his family is of utmost importance. The mundane and the celestial, seemingly distant, are intricately woven together through bloodlines, composing a poignant melody of joy and sorrow that transcends boundaries. Chapter 19. Collapse. 3 months slip by quietly amidst the trivialities of daily life. The breeze in Luoxia town carries the crispness of early autumn, turning the wild grasses along the roadside a golden hue, and bringing forth the increasingly radiant smile on Lin Yuechu's face. It has been half a year since Ao Tian and Qing Chung departed, though often on his mind. Life must progress, and he channels more energy into Li Cui'er and little Ping'an. The child grows sturdier by the day, now able to support himself and take wobbly steps, calling out to his parents with ever clearer words, the sweet sounds dispelling Lin Yuechu's weariness. Li Cui'er's health gradually improves as she manages the household and entertains the child, nurturing their small home into a warm and harmonious haven. One day, Lin Yuechu is in the yard crafting a small wooden cart for Ping'an, the plane gliding over the wood with a gentle rasp. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon him. Suddenly, the long-absent, cold mechanical voice unexpectedly resonates in his mind. Detecting host's offspring Lin Ao Tan successfully channeling qi into the body, embarking on the immortal path, meeting the conditions for the auspicious reward of the dragon and phoenix, granting the host an extension of life by 10 years. The plane clatters to the ground as Lin Yuechu freezes in shock. What? He doubts his ears. An extension of life by 10 years? The system offers no response, as if the announcement was merely a figment of his imagination. His heart races, a blend of astonishment and joy. Ao Tian. It is Ao Tian. He has succeeded. He has truly embarked on the immortal path. Moreover, the system offers a reward of longevity. Previously, he only knew that the system could consume his lifespan to enhance his offspring's spiritual roots, never considering the existence of a reward mechanism. This sudden gift of 10 years feels like a pie falling from the sky, leaving him dazed. Before he can fully comprehend his joy, the mechanical voice chimes in once more. Detecting host's offspring Lin Yuechu, Chung successfully channeling qi into the body, embarking on the immortal path. Meeting the conditions for the auspicious reward of the dragon and phoenix, granting the host an extension of life by 10 years. Another 10 years. Lin Yuechu leaps to his feet, excitement propelling him to pace in circles within the yard. Qing Chung has succeeded too. Wonderful. Both children have successfully channeled qi. This signifies that they have established their footing in Haoyan Sect and truly set foot on the path of cultivation. More importantly, he has suddenly gained an additional 20 years of life. The lifespan he previously consumed seems to have returned in abundance. Lin Yuechu gazed at his hands, feeling an indescribable lightness within him. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but he sensed an abundance of strength coursing through his body. So it is. He murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As long as the children embark on their celestial path, I shall be rewarded with an extension of life. What if Ping'an also? He abruptly turned his gaze towards the babbling child, Ping'an, and was flooded with boundless aspirations. One child brings 10 years, two bring 20. 3 yield 30. If there were more children in the future, would it not mean a continuous stream of rewards? Might immortality be within reach? This thought sprouted wildly in his mind like rampant weeds. Lin Yuechu stifled his excitement, picked up the hoe from the ground, yet could not suppress the smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth. It seems this system of abundant offspring not only brings fortune to the children, but also to himself. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Falling Cloud Sect, in Su Wan's grotto, she sat cross-legged on a mat, striving to break through to the 9th level of qi refinement. In recent days, she had devoted herself entirely to cultivation and caring for Su Hao, leading a tranquil and fulfilling life, nearly forgetting the tumultuous events of 3 months prior by the riverside in Luoxia town. However, a sudden wave of nausea surged up her throat without warning, abruptly interrupting her meditation as she clutched her mouth and retched violently. What is happening? Su Wan furrowed her brow, her complexion paling. Initially, she believed it was merely a disruption in her cultivation, yet in the following days, the nausea persisted, especially severe upon waking in the morning. A foreboding sense loomed over her heart like a dark cloud. She forced herself to remain calm and discreetly sought out the physician from the apothecary once more. When the physician declared, "Congratulations, you are with child again," Su Wan felt as though the world spun around her, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Another one? How could this be? Memories of that night 3 months ago flooded her mind, the inebriated mortal man and her moment of capitulation. No, it cannot be. Su Wan stumbled out of the apothecary, her steps unsteady. How could she have been so foolish? How could she repeat the same mistake? Su Hao is just over 2 years old. She had yet to fully contemplate how to explain the existence of his father to him. And now she was expecting another child, this time the offspring of that mortal. What would happen if her master found out? Although he valued Su Hao, her repeated entanglements with mortals, culminating in another pregnancy, would surely incite his wrath. If others in the sect learned of this, the gossip, the scornful gazes, could she endure it? Returning to her grotto, she gazed at her slightly altered reflection in the copper mirror and felt a wave of panic. What should she do? Should she return to her family once more? Last time, when she was pregnant with Su Hao, the Su family helped her conceal the truth. Perhaps her mother could devise a plan this time as well. Yet, last time she had used family troubles as an excuse to take leave. What pretext could she employ now? Moreover, bringing 2 children of uncertain lineage, would the Su family truly accept her without reservation? She recalled her father Su Zhanan's grim countenance upon learning of her pregnancy, and the complex gazes of her relatives, leaving her in a state of indecision. Remaining in the sect? That was out of the question. As her belly grew day by day, it became impossible to conceal. Su Wan paced anxiously within her dwelling, her hands tightly clenched, fingers whitening with tension. She gazed out towards the direction of the flowing cloud palace, where her master resided, along with her son Su Hao, in whom she had placed her hopes. She could not afford to lose everything she currently possessed, nor permit Su Hao to suffer any repercussions from her mistakes. Yet, this child was also a life of its own. Furthermore, considering the previous circumstances, should this child also possess a high-grade spiritual root, the implications would be immense. One high-grade spiritual root had already caused a stir within the Su family and garnered the attention of the Falling Cloud Sect. The thought of another was overwhelming. Su Wan found herself beset by turmoil, loathing her own indecisiveness and the moment of weakness from 3 months prior. What was she to do? Cradling her head, she sank to the ground, her voice trembling with a hint of despair. Sunlight streamed through the window, yet it could not dispel the shadows in her heart. This unexpected child felt like a heavy burden, suffocating her. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechu hummed a cheerful tune as he affixed the final wheel to little Ping'an's wooden cart. Observing his son's curious exploration of the cart, he felt a swell of joy, contemplating that once Ping'an grew older, he would send him off to cultivate immortality, potentially gaining an additional 10 years of life. Perhaps, in the future, he could truly rely on his children to defy the passage of time. Chapter 20. The wooden horse in the mountains outside Luoxia town. The essence of autumn was palpable. Lin Yuechu, axe in hand, treaded upon a carpet of fallen leaves as he ventured further into the woods. Little Ping'an was nearly a year and a half old, an age marked by exuberance and mischief. He was contemplating crafting a sturdy wooden horse for the little one to ride. The mountain path was not steep, and Lin Yuechu navigated it with ease. His physique remained robust, though thoughts of the lifespan deducted by the system occasionally cast a shadow of concern over him, swiftly alleviated by his dreams for his children. The recent recovery of 20 years of life thanks to Ao Tian and Qing Cheng was a monumental blessing, enough to momentarily overshadow any discontent. Upon entering a grove of pine trees, he paused to survey the surrounding timber. To construct the wooden horse, he needed a sturdy material, and pine would seem ideal. Selecting a tree of suitable girth, he swung his axe, the sound echoing as he struck. With each chop, wood shavings flew, leaving deep marks on the trunk. Lin Yuechu worked diligently, beads of sweat soon forming on his brow, which he wiped away with his sleeve, revealing arms defined by years of labor. "Brother Lin," a melodious voice called from behind. Turning, Lin Yuechu saw a young girl with twin hair buns standing a short distance away, perhaps 15 or 16 years of age, dressed in coarse fabric and carrying a basket filled with wild vegetables. It was Zhang Chunyan, the butcher's daughter from town. "Ah, Chunyan, what brings you to the mountains so early?" Lin Yuechu smiled, setting down his axe. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes directly. She had passed by and caught sight of him chopping wood from afar. The sunlight, glistening on his sweat-drenched face, had captivated her momentarily. Though Lin Yuechu was merely a carpenter, his handsome demeanor and affection for his family had made him a subject of quiet admiration among many young women in the town. Zhang Chunyan, with her head bowed, softly inquired, "What is Brother Lin planning to do?" "To craft a wooden horse for Ping'an," Lin Yuechu replied, gesturing toward the sturdy pine trees on the ground. "This wood is robust and will certainly endure. Brother Lin is truly remarkable, capable of anything." Zhang Chunyan raised her head, her eyes glimmering with admiration. "Ao Yinggu and Qing Qingjie have gone to the Immortal Gate. They are bound to achieve great success in the future. With Brother Lin caring for him, Ping'an must be very fortunate." Her words resonated with Lin Yuechu, causing him to laugh heartily. "I appreciate your kind words. Now, hurry and gather the vegetables. It will be cool in the mountains soon, and you should return early." "Indeed, Brother Lin, do descend the mountain early as well." Zhang Chunyan nodded, her cheeks flushing, as she turned to pick up her basket and walked away with a light step. After a few paces, she couldn't resist glancing back at Lin Yuechu's figure before running off, her face still aglow. Lin Yuechu paid little heed to the young girl's shyness. His thoughts were solely focused on swiftly chopping the timber to craft the wooden horse for Ping'an. The axe rose again, echoing a dull thud through the forest, each strike infused with a father's love for his child. In Qingfeng City, at the Su family estate, Su Wan stood in the familiar courtyard, gazing at the climbing vines on the wall, her heart a melange of emotions. She had ultimately returned. When she requested leave from Master Lu, the elder, she merely stated that she had received word from the Su family that her mother was unwell and that she needed to return home for a time. Although Elder Lu was somewhat puzzled by her frequent returns, he perceived her earnest demeanor and, considering Su Hao's need for maternal companionship, did not press further and granted her leave. The moment she stepped through the gates of the Su household, her mother was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing her, a radiant smile spread across her face as she rushed forward to take her hand. "Wanner, you have finally returned. Your mother is well. It is simply that I missed you, prompting your return." Su Wan understood that her mother feared causing her worry and smiled in reply. "I am also delighted to see you, mother." As the mother and daughter exchanged words while making their way inside, they encountered several family members. Although the others approached to pay their respects, their eyes betrayed a sense of distance and discomfort. Su Wan was acutely aware that her previous act of forcibly taking Su Hao back to Luoyun's sect, with the elder's assistance, had been perceived by many in the family as a betrayal, given that Su Hao was their highly anticipated prodigy. However, on one hand, Su Hao had indeed received the finest training at Luoyun's sect, and on the other, Su Wan was now the mother of a future nascent soul powerhouse and a disciple of a golden core elder at Luoyun's sect. The Su family still needed to rely on her, and despite any lingering grievances, they dared not express them openly. Seated in the main hall, the family patriarch, Su Zhinan, acknowledged Su Wan with a mere nod, his expression still somewhat darkened, clearly holding a grudge regarding her previous actions. "Father," Su Wan greeted respectfully. Su Zhinan responded with a neutral tone, Now that you are back, stay for a while and keep your mother company. Yes, Su-won replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su-won excused herself on account of her travel fatigue, following her mother to the rear courtyard. Once the door was closed, Su's mother took her hand, scrutinizing her closely. Wonner, this time you returned, but your complexion appears poor. Have you faced any grievances at the sect? Su-won gazed into her mother's concerned eyes, hesitating for a moment before finally clenching her teeth and whispering, Mother, I have something to tell you. What is it? Why so serious? Su's mother noticed the unusual expression on her daughter's face, her heart sinking. Su-won took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for a monumental revelation. Her voice barely audible, Mother, I am pregnant again. What do you mean again? Su's mother was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her daughter's belly. You are pregnant again? With red-rimmed eyes, Su-won nodded, tears streaming down her face. Yes. How could this happen? Su's mother was utterly flustered, gripping Su-won's hands, her voice urgent. Is the father the same man as before? Choking back sobs, Su-won could not articulate her thoughts, merely nodding in affirmation. Seeing her daughter in such a helpless state filled Su's mother with both anger and sorrow. She knew her daughter was typically composed. Such a transgression against their family's principles would not occur without compelling reasons. However, repeated instances of premarital pregnancy would irreparably tarnish Wonner's reputation if it were to become public knowledge. Child, how could you be so foolish? Su's mother exclaimed, stamping her foot, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. We barely managed to suppress the last incident, and now. Mother, I didn't want this either, Su-won cried, unable to contain her anguish. But it has happened, and I truly do not know what to do. That is why I returned to you. Seeing her daughter weep bitterly, Su's mother's heart softened. At this juncture, scolding would serve no purpose. With a sigh, she gently patted Su-won's hand. Enough of the tears. Since you are already with child, let us focus on bringing the baby into this world. But what if Master finds out? What if the family hears of this? Su-won voiced her fears. Fear not with me by your side, Su's mother reassured, taking a deep breath and adopting a resolute demeanor. We shall say that this child was conceived during the last visit to the Su family, and that it is Su Hao's brother. Externally, we will claim it occurred while you were recuperating at home, and we shall withhold this information from the Luoyun sect for the time being. She recognized that this explanation was riddled with inconsistencies, but for now, it was the best means of camouflage. And what about father? I will speak to your father. Su's mother replied, gritting her teeth. No matter how angry he may be, he cannot bear to see you in distress. As Su-won observed her mother laboring on her behalf, her heart swelled with both guilt and gratitude, and she collapsed into her mother's embrace, weeping openly. The pent-up fear and helplessness she had harbored found its release at last. Su's mother held her daughter, gently patting her back, her eyes filled with compassion. She understood that from this moment forward, her daughter's burdens would only grow heavier. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the embrace of mother and daughter. Yet it could not dispel the heaviness and unease that permeated the room. Lin Yuechu carried the chopped pine wood down the mountain, humming a cheerful tune. He thought of Ping and riding joyfully on the wooden horse, and his heart swelled with sweetness. Chapter 21. Ping goes to school. Time flew by, 10 months slipping away like sand through fingers. Outside the private school in Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu held Lin Ping and small hand, patiently advising. Once we arrive at the classroom, be sure to listen to the teacher and learn from your older siblings, understood? Your sister, Qingcheng, was once the teacher's most praised student here. Lin Ping, now over 3 years old, donned a tidy little jacket and carried a small backpack, lovingly sewn by his mother. His cherubic face bore a mixture of curiosity and shyness as he nodded. Yes, father, I understand. The old scholar, standing at the threshold, observed the father-son duo. Stroking his beard with a smile, Yuechu, do not worry. Ping appears to be a well-behaved child, he shall not disappoint. Then I must trouble you, dear sir. Lin Yuechu replied gratefully, affectionately ruffling Ping's hair. Now, off you go. I shall return for you at dusk. With a hesitant glance back, Lin Ping followed the old scholar into the schoolhouse, his small figure vanishing behind the door. Lin Yuechu lingered for a moment before turning away, his heart a blend of reluctance and pride. Among his 3 children, 2 had embarked on their celestial journeys, while one was just beginning his enlightenment. As a father, he felt he had done his utmost. Reflecting on Outyin and Qingcheng, he instinctively touched his chest, where the rewards of 20 years of lifespan from the system had imbued him with a palpable vitality, making even labor feel invigorating. He often pondered whether, once Ping too embarked on his celestial path, he might gain another decade of life. Perhaps he would indeed witness his children flourish, allowing him to enjoy the tranquility of family life and live to a ripe old age. Meanwhile, in the Su family of Qingfeng City, The atmosphere was far from the lightheartedness of Luoxiao town. Outside the delivery room in the back courtyard, Su Jianan paced with his hands clasped behind his back, his countenance dark enough to rain. The sound of his footsteps echoed heavily in the stillness of the yard. 10 months prior, when the news of Su Wan's pregnancy reached him, he nearly choked with rage. Once was unfortunate enough. How could there be a second time? If this were to leak, it would bring disgrace upon the Su family. He had not ceased to question Su Wan about the identity of the child's father, but she stubbornly refused to divulge, insisting it was her own matter and none of his concern. Su's mother attempted to mediate, stating that the child, once born, would carry the bloodline of the Su family, urging him to calm down, which allowed him to suppress his fury, yet the knot in his heart remained unresolved. When Su Hao's superior spiritual root was revealed, he had consoled himself. Perhaps the family's ancestral merits were shining through. But how could luck be so favorable, granting superior spiritual roots every time? This girl was utterly reckless. A sudden, piercing wail of an infant shattered the oppressive silence of the courtyard. Su Jianan halted abruptly, exchanging a glance with Su's mother, both reflecting a whirlwind of complex emotions. The midwife emerged, cradling a swaddled bundle, beaming broadly. "Congratulations, clan leader. Congratulations, madam. It's a girl. Both mother and child are safe." Su's mother hurried forward. "Let me see her." Yet, Su Jianan remained rooted to the spot, his brow still furrowed. Su's mother entered the room, gently regarding the frail Su Wan with deep concern. "Wanner, you have endured much." Su Wan's pale face broke into a faint smile. "Mother, how is the baby?" "She is thriving, plump and fair, just like you were as a child," Su's mother replied, presenting the child before her. Su Wan gazed at the tiny infant nestled in the swaddling, eyes closed, lips slightly puckered. A wave of tenderness surged within her. This was her daughter, her flesh and blood, just like Howard. At that moment, Su Jianan entered, his gaze falling upon the swaddled infant, his tone brusque. "Fetch the spirit testing stone." Both Su Wan and Su Mu were taken aback. "My lord, the child has just been born. Is it not too hasty?" Su Mu hesitated. "Whether early or late, it makes no difference," Su Jianan replied in a deep voice. "I must see what sort of talent this girl possesses." He harbored a tempest of emotions, subconsciously wishing the child to be of mediocre aptitude, for this would allow Su Wan to relinquish her ties to that mysterious man completely. Before long, the spirit testing stone was brought forth. Su Mu carefully cradled the newborn, placing her tiny hand upon the stone. Su Jianan fixed his gaze upon it, holding his breath in anticipation. Su Wan, too, clenched her fists tightly, silently praying. She was unsure why she felt such hope. Perhaps deep down, she wished for her child to be as extraordinary as Cui'er. In the next moment, the originally pristine spirit testing stone suddenly erupted with a resplendent and translucent blue light. The radiance was pure and dazzling, reminiscent of the deep sea's azure waves, exuding a refreshing aura that instantly filled the room. "What is this?" Su Mu gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. Su Jianan's pupils dilated, the gloom on his face replaced by sheer shock. He dashed forward, exclaiming, "A superior spiritual root. A top-tier water attribute spiritual root. How can this be? Another superior spiritual root, and one with such pure water attributes." The best that the Su family had ever produced were only mid-tier spiritual roots. In just a few short years, they had now witnessed the emergence of 2 superior spiritual roots. Su Jianan felt his mind buzzing, staring at the infant in the swaddle with an expression multifaceted to the extreme, stunned, elated, incredulous, and with a hint of reverence he was reluctant to acknowledge. This could no longer be attributed merely to luck. Su Wan gazed at the blue light, momentarily stunned, then felt an indescribable wave of excitement wash over her. A superior spiritual root. Her daughter, too, possesses a superior spiritual root. Su Jianan inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within him. Looking at Su Wan, his tone softened for the first time. "What shall we name this child?" Snapping back to reality, Su Wan pondered briefly and replied softly, "Let us call her Su Shui. Pure as snow, resilient as ice." Su Jianan repeated the name, nodding in approval. A fine name. As he gazed at the fragile life before him, he suddenly felt that all previous dissatisfaction and anger seemed utterly ridiculous. What did it mean to have 2 children with superior spiritual roots? It signified that the Su family was poised to rise to greatness in his generation. The identity of the child's father appeared to matter little now. As long as the child bore the surname Su and was of the Su lineage, that was sufficient. Su Jianan turned to leave, his steps buoyant, murmuring, "Quickly, prepare the finest resources from the clan for the young lady." No, they must surpass what was given to Su Hao. With a top-tier water attribute spiritual root, her future achievements may well rival her brother's. Observing her husband in his state of uncontainable joy, Su Mu shook her head with a smile, then turned to Su Wan, her eyes brimming with warmth. "Wan heir, See, this is all the will of heaven. Cradling her daughter Su Shui, feeling her warm little body. Su Wan's heart was a tumult of emotions. Once again, a remarkable spiritual root has emerged. This unexpected gift from the mortal realm has once more bestowed upon her an immense surprise, leaving her further bewildered by the ordinary carpenter. Who exactly is he? Why is it that whenever they are together, they seem to produce children with superior spiritual roots? This query has quietly taken root in her heart like a seed. Meanwhile, in Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu has just picked up Lin Pinggan from school, holding his little hand as they stroll homeward. The setting sun elongates their shadows, while Lin Pinggan chatters excitedly about the amusing events of the day at school, eliciting hearty laughter from Lin Yuechu. Chapter 22. Su Shui. The news of Su Shui possessing a superior spiritual root reverberated through the core of the Su family like a thunderclap. Even more shocking than the earlier news regarding Su Hao. In the conference hall, the family patriarch, Su Jinan, occupied the main seat, his face betraying a blend of excitement and solemnity. Several elders and core members sat on either side, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some were exhilarated, others anxious. Yet most reflected a complex disbelief. Esteemed members, Su Jinan cleared his throat, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. I trust you are all aware of the exceptional talent possessed by our dear Shui. A water attribute superior spiritual root. Such a gift is a rarity, occurring but once in a century. Patriarch, this is indeed a monumental occasion. One elder exclaimed, stroking his beard with fervor. Our family has produced two geniuses with superior spiritual roots consecutively. This is a divine omen. The rise of the Su family is now within reach. Indeed, with both young Master Hao and Miss Shui among us, what reason do we have to doubt that the Su family cannot ascend to the ranks of the foremost families? Voices of agreement echoed throughout the hall, igniting an atmosphere of fervor. Su Jinan raised his hand, signaling for silence. While the joy is undeniable, potential dangers accompany it. The matter concerning Shui must remain confidential, particularly from the Falling Cloud sect. A hush fell over the crowd. Patriarch, why is that? One member inquired, puzzled. Elder Lu holds young Master Hao in high regard. Should he learn that Miss Shui also possesses a superior spiritual root, he would undoubtedly take a greater interest, thus benefiting our family. Foolishness. Su Jinan shot a glare at the individual. Hao has already been taken by the Falling Cloud sect, becoming Elder Lu's direct disciple. That is a settled matter. However, Shui is different. She is a girl with a water attribute spiritual root, and it is imperative that she remains within the Su family, nurtured by us personally, to truly become the foundation of our clan. He paused, his tone growing more grave. No matter how powerful the Falling Cloud sect may be, they are ultimately outsiders. If they were to discover Shui, they would certainly devise ways to incorporate her into their sect. In such a scenario, how much benefit could our family possibly reap? Furthermore, Wanner's premarital pregnancy is already a significant taboo. If news of another daughter were to reach Elder Lu, it could very well provoke his ire towards Wanner, potentially jeopardizing Hao's position. His words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the fervor of the assembly. Indeed, Wanner's premarital pregnancy is a grave transgression within the sect. Should the Falling Cloud sect learn that she has borne two children, both with superior spiritual roots, the consequences would be dire. Elder Lu might overlook the unprecedented talent once, but it is unlikely he would tolerate a second occurrence. Your words resonate deeply, Patriarch. An elder with a composed demeanor nodded. Miss Shui must remain within the Su family and to the outside world. She should be presented merely as an orphan fostered by a collateral branch, tutored within the clan. Moreover, Wanner, Su Jinan turned to Su's mother and said, you must take good care of her, ensure she remains well-behaved, and above all, do not let a whisper of Shui's affairs reach the ears of the Luoyun sect. Su's mother promptly nodded, assuring, rest assured, clan leader, I will keep a watchful eye on Wanner. Within the council chamber, a consensus was reached. Su Shui's existence had become the most pivotal secret of the Su family. After the meeting, Su's mother sought out Su Wan, relaying the clan's decisions meticulously. Cradling her infant daughter Su Shui, who was peacefully asleep with a healthy rosy hue adorning her delicate face. Su Wan paused at her mother's words, eventually nodding in agreement. Mother, I understand. I shall not reveal this to anyone. Deep down, she recognized the validity of the family's concerns. Although her master held Su Hao in high regard, he might not accept her bearing another child out of wedlock, especially at this critical juncture when Su Hao had yet to fully mature. Yet, gazing at her daughter nestled in her arms, a sharp pang of sorrow pierced her heart. While Hao enjoyed the finest resources at the Luoyun sect, receiving personal tutelage from his master, Shui was to be concealed within the Su family, her true identity forever hidden. Both were her flesh and blood, yet their fates diverged so drastically, causing her, as a mother, profound heartache. However, she found herself devoid of choices. Days later, Su Wan prepared to return to the Luoyun sect. Before her departure, she embraced Su Shui, showering her with affectionate kisses, tears escaping her eyes. "Shuer, I must leave. But you must grow up well. I will come to see you." Her voice trembled, barely above a whisper, lest she awaken her daughter. Standing nearby, Su's mother, eyes glistening, reassured, "Wanner, do not be overly sorrowful. Shui will be cared for by her mother and will not suffer." Su Wan nodded, gently handing her daughter to her mother before resolutely turning away. She dared not glance back, fearing that a single look would anchor her in place, rendering her unable to depart. As she left the Su family, soaring towards the Luoyun sect on her spiritual vessel, a heavy heart weighed upon her. Hao and Shui, her two children, felt like boulders pressing down upon her soul. At the Luoyun sect, in the flowing cloud hall, Elder Lu regarded the weary Su Wan with a furrowed brow, inquiring, "Why were you gone for so long? Is your mother's health any better?" "Master, she has improved significantly," Su Wan replied, lowering her gaze to conceal the turmoil within her. "The household matters were numerous, causing a delay. I beg for your forgiveness." Elder Lu, believing her words without suspicion, waved dismissively. "No matter, it is good that you have returned. Hao has made remarkable progress lately. He can now proficiently gather qi. Go and see him." "Yes, master." Su Wan turned and made her way to Su Hao's quarters. Upon entering, she discovered a small figure meditating in the courtyard, enveloped by spiritual energy, causing the surrounding petals to quiver gently. "Hao." Su Hao opened his eyes, and upon seeing Su Wan, his face lit up with joy. He leaped from his mat and dashed into her embrace, exclaiming, "Mother, you have finally returned." "Indeed, I am back." Su Wan held her son, feeling the vibrant energy radiating from him, and a sense of solace washed over her. She inquired about his training progress, watching as he presented various elixirs and artifacts bestowed by his master, listening intently as he excitedly recounted how he earned his master's praise, and her heart swelled with pride. Even as her thoughts drifted to Shui, far away in the Su family, Hao possesses the finest cultivation techniques, the purest elixirs, and the most esteemed mentors, leading to an immeasurable future of accomplishments. But what of Shui? Despite the Su family's immense investment in her development, it pales in comparison to the resources of the Luoyun sect. Her superior water attributes spiritual root, if nurtured under the guidance of a distinguished master and supplemented with appropriate techniques, could yield potential that rivals even Hao's. Yet, she cannot voice this truth. To reveal Shuiner's existence would not only jeopardize her own situation, but could also implicate Hao. Sitting beside Su Hao, Su Wan gazed at her son's earnest profile as he diligently practiced, her heart a tumult of emotions. Was she being selfish? In her quest for stability and to avoid incurring the master's ire, had she concealed Shui within the Su family, thus denying her the opportunity to access the finest resources? If Shui were to learn the truth in the future, would she harbor resentment towards her mother? "Mother, what troubles you?" Su Hao, sensing his mother's distraction, looked up and inquired. "Nothing," Su Wan replied, shaking off her reverie with a forced smile. "I merely feel that Hao is growing up and becoming increasingly formidable." Su Hao puffed out his chest with pride, exclaiming, "When I grow up, I shall protect you." As she looked upon her son's youthful yet earnest face, Su Wan's heart grew even more tumultuous. Perhaps when Hao matured further, and when her standing within the sect became more secure, she could find a suitable moment to disclose Shui's situation to the master. Given the master's high regard for superior spiritual roots, perhaps an exception could be made for Shui. Once this thought took root, it proliferated like a vine. Her gaze drifted towards the distant, mist-shrouded peaks, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. On one side lay the sect's regulations and her own stability. On the other, her daughter's future and the guilt of a mother. For the first time, Su Wan realized the profound challenges of motherhood. Meanwhile, far away in Laoxia town, Lin Yuechu remained blissfully unaware. He busied himself crafting new wooden toys for Ping'an, contemplating that once the children achieved success, he might indeed amass enough longevity to witness their establishment of families and careers, even to behold them become the legendary immortals. Chapter 23. The Sect Master's senior brother within the flowing cloud hall. The air was fragrant with sandalwood. Su Wan knelt upon the cold floor, her forehead pressed against the azure bricks, her body trembling slightly. The hall was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of her somewhat hurried breaths echoing within. After days of restless contemplation, she had ultimately resolved to take action. No longer could she conceal the truth. Shui was also her daughter, a genius with a superior spiritual root, and she should not be obscured within the Su family, even if it meant facing punishment. Even if it brought trouble to the sect, she must strive for an opportunity for her daughter. "Master, I have sinned. I humbly request your punishment." Su Wan's voice trembled, yet resonated with unwavering determination. The sixth elder, known as Ling Shuang, sat at the head of the hall, her presence commanding yet serene. As she opened her eyes, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. What sin have you committed? Ling Xuang, possessing a striking beauty and an air of cool elegance, appeared no older than 30 despite having reached the golden core stage. However, her eyes bore the weight of time's trials and wisdom. I have, during my time in the Su family, once again become entangled with a mortal man, and I have given birth to a daughter. Su Wan gritted her teeth, unearthing the secrets buried deep within her heart. The infant girl, named Su Shui, was identified as possessing a superior water attribute spiritual root. After speaking, she lowered her head, bracing herself for the impending wrath of her master. The hall fell into an oppressive silence. Su Wan's heart raced, and beads of sweat dampened the back of her garments. She could vividly envision her master's furious demeanor and foresee the grim possibility of losing her cultivation and being expelled from the sect. However, the anticipated reprimand did not materialize. After what felt like an eternity, she heard a sharp intake of breath, swiftly followed by the sound of a chair being violently pushed aside. Instinctively, Su Wan looked up to see Ling Xuang, her master, flash before her, her cold, clear eyes wide with astonishment. Grasping Su Wan's wrist tightly, her voice trembled with excitement. What did you say? A superior water attribute spiritual root. You have given birth to another child with a superior spiritual root. Taken aback by her master's reaction, Su Wan dazedly nodded. Disciple would not dare to deceive. Excellent. Splendid. Ling Xuang, far from being enraged, released her grip and began to pace excitedly within the hall, her face alight with uncontainable joy. A superior spiritual root and water attribute. Wanner, you have truly bestowed upon your master an extraordinary surprise. Su Wan was utterly bewildered. Her master was not angry. Instead, she was elated. All the punishments and rebukes she had envisioned had vanished, replaced by an excitement reminiscent of the moment when they first discovered Su Hao possessed a superior spiritual root. Disciple, what sin have you committed? Ling Xuang halted, gazing at her with bright eyes. Bringing such a prodigy to the sect, you are not only innocent. You have rendered a service. In the face of absolute talent, the so-called impropriety of giving birth before marriage was utterly inconsequential. One superior spiritual root is already a rarity. 2. One male and one female, with differing attributes, is a divine gift bestowed upon the Luoyun sect. But, disciple has violated the sect's regulations by giving birth out of wedlock, Su Wan murmured. Regulations are but lifeless words. People are alive. Ling Xuang waved her hand dismissively, her tone imbued with an unprecedented resolve. The brilliance of 2 superior spiritual roots is sufficient for the sect to make an exception for you. Do not speak of merely having entanglements with a mortal man, even if you committed a far graver mistake, as long as you can safeguard these 2 children. Your master shall protect you. The potential of a nascent soul powerhouse. 2 of them. What does this signify? It implies that within the next century, the Luoyun sect may very well ascend to the pinnacle of sects. Such temptation is enough to make any high-ranking sect official disregard the so-called rules. Observing the unmasked excitement in her master's eyes, Su Wan's anxious heart finally settled, and her eyes grew warm with unshed tears. She felt an overwhelming urge to cry. She had made the right gamble. Thank you, master. Thank for what? Ling Xuang patted her shoulder, her tone urgent. Where is the child now? Still at the Su family? Yes, disciple feared inciting your anger, so I left her with the Su family, claiming she was merely an orphan from a collateral branch. Foolish. Ling Xuang shot her a sharp glance. Such a prodigy should never be left in that small place. If she is discovered and coveted, the consequences would be dire. She paced back and forth, her eyes glimmering with determination. No. We must retrieve her immediately and bring her back to the sect. However, she soon furrowed her brow. This matter must be conducted in secret. Nowadays, the news of Su Hao possessing a superior spiritual root has spread among many within the sect. Should the revelation of Su Shui emerge, it would undoubtedly raise alarms in other sections. While a potential nascent soul cultivator might be tolerated, the existence of 2 would surely provoke a concerted effort to undermine the rise of our falling cloud sect. The cultivation world may appear tranquil, yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents prevail, and scrupulous actions are not uncommon in pursuit of genius. What shall we do? Su Wan felt a surge of anxiety. I shall seek counsel with the sect leader immediately. Ling Xuang decisively declared that she must personally address this matter, taking along several trusted Golden Core elders to discreetly visit the Su family and retrieve the child. Externally, they would claim she was merely a distant relative's child, with acceptable talents, brought into the sect for training. She turned to Su Wan, her gaze solemn. Wanner, this is of utmost importance. You must remain here and not speak of it. Yes, disciple understands. Without further delay, Ling Xuang vanished into the corridor, clearly in haste to find the sect leader. Su Wan knelt upon the ground, watching the direction in which her master had departed, her heart a tumult of emotions, fear, joy, guilt, and a flicker of inexplicable anticipation. At last, dear Cui'er, you can return to the sect. Like your brother, you shall receive the finest cultivation and a bright future. But what of that mundane man in Luoxia town, your and your brother's true father? Where is he now? Does he know he has two such remarkable children? This thought flitted through her mind, only to be swiftly suppressed by Su Wan. Now is not the time for such reflections. The immediate priority is to ensure Cui'er returns safely to Falling Cloud Sect. Within the sect leader's hall, Ling Shuang conveyed the entire situation to the sect leader, a middle-aged man of ancient visage named Mo Chun. Upon hearing her account, he too was taken aback, but soon an astonishing light ignited in his eyes. Two superior spiritual roots? Sister Ling Shuang, are you certain? Absolutely. Su Hao has been tested, and Su Shui has also been confirmed to possess a water attribute superior spiritual root. There is no falsehood in my words. Ling Shuang affirmed with conviction. Mo Chun abruptly rose, pacing within the hall, his face alight with barely contained excitement. Excellent. Excellent. Heaven favors our Falling Cloud Sect. He quickly regained his composure, a glint of seriousness crossing his features. This matter must remain utterly confidential. Sister Ling Shuang, immediately select 3 trusted Golden Core elders to accompany me to the Su family in Qingfeng City. Remember, be discreet and return swiftly. Yes, sect leader. Ling Shuang accepted her orders and departed. Before long, a group of 5, all Golden Core cultivators, quietly left Falling Cloud Sect, hastening towards Qingfeng City. They concealed their spiritual energy and presence, blending into the horizon like 5 ordinary streaks of light. Thus commenced a clandestine operation pivotal to the future of Falling Cloud Sect. At this moment, Lin Yuechu was in the carpenter's workshop of Luoxia town, crafting an intricately carved bed for the affluent Wang family. He hummed a tune, his carving knife deftly gliding over the wood, contemplating the purchase of some candies for Ping'an once this task was completed, his heart brimming with satisfaction for the simplicity of life. Chapter 24. The silent Su family. The Su family residence in Qingfeng City remained as tranquil as ever. Su Jianan was in his study managing family affairs, contemplating how Su Shui was growing and her spiritual root stabilizing. He had intended to invite the finest water element cultivators in the city for her instruction when he suddenly felt a subtle, yet undeniable fluctuation of spiritual energy outside the estate. A chill coursed through him, prompting him to hastily approach the window, where he witnessed 5 figures silently descending into the Su family's courtyard. The 2 leading figures exuded an unfathomable aura, both being Golden Core cultivators. One of them, whom he knew all too well, was Elder Ling Shuang from the Falling Cloud Sect. What brought them here? Su Jianan's expression shifted dramatically, an ominous premonition surging within him. He rushed out of the study and, as anticipated, saw his daughter Su Wan trailing behind Ling Shuang, her expression a complex mix of emotions as she gazed at him. Wanner. Su Jianan's voice trembled, not from fear but from fury. In an instant, he realized that it must have been his daughter who divulged Su Shui's matters to the Falling Cloud Sect. Father. Su Wan lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. A daughter grows up and cannot be retained. Truly, a daughter cannot be retained. Su Jianan was shaking with anger, pointing at Su Wan. What did I tell you? You must never disclose anything about Shui. Do you treat our family's words as mere whispers in the wind? The elders and core members of the Su family soon arrived upon hearing the commotion and were met with the sight of 5 Golden Core cultivators in the courtyard. Their expressions grim. Clan leader, what is happening? An elder inquired, his voice trembling. Su Jianan, in a fit of rage, responded with a bitter laugh. What is happening? Our precious daughter has exposed Shui's affairs to the Falling Cloud Sect. This is tantamount to delivering our last glimmer of hope right to their doorstep. Su Mu hurried in, taken aback by the scene, and tugged at Su Wan's sleeve. Wana, what is going on? Su Wan bit her lip, whispering, Mother. The master and sect leader have come to take Shui away. Shui possesses a superior spiritual root. Remaining in the Su family would be a waste of her talent. The Falling Cloud Sect can provide her with a better future. A better future? Su Jianan roared. Is my Su family incapable of nurturing talent? It was one thing for you to take Hao away, but now you seek to seize Shui as well? Do you think my Su family is so easily bullied? Though he was merely at the foundation establishment stage, he stood tall in defiance of the Golden Core cultivators. The Su family was his foundation, and Su Shui represented the hope for their future. He could not simply watch her being taken away. Sect leader Mo Chen stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Su Jianan. His tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. Clan leader Su Shui possesses a superior spiritual root. Such talent is indeed a loss to remain with the Su family. The Falling Cloud Sect offers superior resources that are more conducive to her growth. Conducive? Is my Su family incapable of providing her with resources? Su Jinan retorted defiantly. She is of the Su bloodline and should rightfully be nurtured by the Su family. Elder Su, Ling Shuang interjected, her tone icy. In the realm of cultivation, talent dictates everything. A genius with a superior spiritual root requires top-tier techniques and abundant spiritual energy, resources that the Su family cannot provide. To forcefully retain her would only hinder her future. Su Jinan was rendered speechless with anger, yet he could not deny the truth in Ling Shuang's words. The Su family indeed could not compare to the Falling Cloud sect. An elder of the Su family could not contain himself. Sect leader, elder, Su Shui is still a member of the Su family. If she is to be nurtured, it should be determined by us. Preposterous. A Jin Dan elder beside Mo Chun let out a cold snort, and the oppressive aura of the Jin Dan stage was suddenly unleashed. Thud. Su Jinan and several elders were instantly forced to their knees. Their faces pale and breaths labored. The Su family's guards collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength to even lift their heads. Master, Ling Shuang called out softly, signaling the elder to temper his pressure. Mo Chun waved his hand, dispersing the oppressive force. He looked at the disheveled Su Jinan and softened his tone slightly. Clan leader Su, our sect has no intention of making things difficult for the Su family. Su Shui is undoubtedly a member of the Su clan. However, her talent cannot be confined to Qingfeng City. He paused, presenting a proposition. How about this? If Su Shui joins my Falling Cloud sect, she will still be considered of the Su lineage. In the future, should she achieve success, she will surely look after the Su family. Moreover, our sect can promise to bestow upon the Su family 3 high-grade magical artifacts and 50 Qi gathering pills to aid in your development. This was already a considerable concession. 3 high-grade artifacts and 50 Qi gathering pills would elevate the Su family's strength significantly. Su Jinan struggled to stand, gazing at Mo Chun. Then at his pleading wife and the silent Su Wan, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that he lacked the standing to refuse. Before absolute power, the Su family's insistence was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Furthermore, Mo Chen's promise was indeed a tremendous temptation for the Su family. Gritting his teeth, Su Jinan appeared to make a monumental sacrifice. I can allow you to take Li Cui'er, but you must guarantee that she will be well cared for, never mistreated. I swear, in the name of the Falling Cloud sect, we will spare no resources in nurturing Su Shui, Mo Chen solemnly assured. Su Mu watched her husband concede, and though her heart was heavy, she also sighed in relief. At the very least, Li Cui'er would receive the best training, which was beneficial for the child. She turned and entered the inner courtyard, soon emerging with a sleeping Su Shui cradled gently in her arms, carefully handing the child to Su Wan. Wan heir, take good care of your sister. Mother, you need not worry, Su Wan replied, taking her daughter with reddened eyes. Su Shui seemed to sense something, stirring slightly in her swaddling, her little mouth pouting, completely unaware that her fate was being altered once more. Su Jinan turned his head away, unwilling to watch. The members of the Su family bore complex expressions, filled with reluctance and helplessness, yet none dared to speak further. Mo Chen glanced at the child in Su Wan's arms, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes, addressing Su Jinan, clan leader Su, until we meet again. With that, he no longer lingered, and, accompanied by his companions, transformed into 5 streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon. It was not until those 5 silhouettes completely disappeared that Su Jinan struck his fist against a nearby pillar. Producing a dull thud, Su Mu stepped forward, seeking to comfort him. Enough. Su Jinan inhaled deeply, his face ashen. It is my Su family's inadequacy that we cannot retain such a talent. From this day forth, no one in the Su family is to mention Su Shui again. He turned and entered the study, his figure forlorn. The Su family members watched the clan leader's retreating silhouette, then glanced at the sky, silently dispersing. In the courtyard, only Su Mu remained, gazing at the departing figures of the Falling Cloud sect, letting out a gentle sigh. Aboard the flying vessel of the Falling Cloud sect, Su Wan held Su Shui, gazing at her daughter's serene sleeping visage, her heart filled with warmth. Ling Shuang approached, her eyes twinkling with joy as she gazed at the child. This girl, like Cui'er, is a remarkable talent. With them as siblings, our Lanyan sect is bound to ascend to greater heights. Su Wan nodded gently, murmuring her gratitude to both the master and the sect leader. You are their mother, and also a benefactor of our Lanyan sect. Mo Chen spoke, nurture them well. In the future, they will be your pride, and the pride of Lanyan sect. Holding her daughter close and watching the clouds rush by outside, Su Wan's heart brimmed with anticipation. Cui'er swear, soon you will be together. I shall accompany you, witnessing your growth into true powerhouses. Yet, the thought of that man, far away in the mortal realm, lingered. When will he realize he has 2 such exceptional children? This notion surfaced once more, only to be suppressed by Su Wan. Perhaps, remaining unaware is for the best. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechu had just delivered a beautifully crafted bed to the Wang family and collected his payment. He was contemplating purchasing new fabric for Ping An's clothes as he hummed a cheerful tune along the cobblestone streets of Luoxia town, warmed by the sun's gentle embrace. Little did he know, another child of his had already captured the attention of the elite in a prestigious sect, poised to embark on an extraordinary journey. Chapter 25. A century in the evening of Luoxia town, wisps of smoke curled into the air. Lin Yuechu was in the kitchen, kindling a fire for dinner while little Ping An played with wooden blocks on a small stool, humming a tune that was entirely out of tune. Cui'er had gone to the town for needles and thread, leaving only the father and son in the yard. Lin Yuechu added more firewood to the stove, the crackling flames casting a warm glow on his face as he contemplated preparing braised pork to enhance Ping An's meal. Suddenly, an icy system notification echoed in his mind. Startling him, detected that the host's offspring has stepped onto the path of immortality, possessing exceptional talent, meeting the conditions for the supreme reward of Dragon and Phoenix. Special reward, 100 years of lifespan granted to the host. Boom. The fire tongs clattered to the ground as Lin Yuechu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. 100 years. He doubted his own hearing, shaking his head vigorously to confirm that the voice was unmistakably clear and that he had indeed been awarded a century of life. Previously, when Aoyan and Qingcheng had absorbed energy, each received a mere 10 years. 20 in total had brought him immense joy. But now 100 years. What was happening? His heart raced wildly, breaths coming in quick succession. He rushed into the yard, scooping up the startled Lin Ping An, inspecting him thoroughly. The little one blinked up at him with wide eyes, confused. Ping An, you haven't changed at all, Lin Yuechu murmured, pinching his son's cheek and feeling his arms. Sensing no fluctuations of energy, no sign of stepping onto the path of immortality. It wasn't Ping An. Who could it be? Furrowing his brow, Lin Yuechu paced the yard, his mind racing. Aoyan and Qingcheng had already absorbed energy, and their rewards had long been granted. In the household, there are only these 3 children. Aside from Ping An, there lingers a vague silhouette in his mind of the ethereal woman he encountered by the riverside. Indeed, it must be her. Lin Yuechu abruptly smacked his thigh, realization dawning upon him. The enchanting figure by the river, he seemed to have shared something with her. And at that moment, the system had presented an option, which he selected, the third one, superior spiritual root. That child. He is the offspring of that celestial maiden. To think that this child, whom he had never laid eyes upon, has embarked on the path of immortality, moreover, with exceptional talent. He was rewarded with 100 years of lifespan right away. Lin Yuechu was both astonished and elated, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Astonished, for this child was remarkably gifted. Upon stepping onto the immortal path, he was granted a century of life, 5 times more than what Aoyan and Qingcheng received combined. Elated, as he had unexpectedly gained 100 years of life. This was indeed a tremendous fortune, signifying that he could accompany Cui'er for a longer time, witness Ping An grow up, and perhaps even wait for Aoyan and Qingcheng to return from the celestial realm. Yet, a sense of melancholy soon followed. That child, his flesh and blood, had never met him, and he did not even know whether it was a son or a daughter, nor where they were cultivating in the immortal sect. As a father, he found himself utterly helpless, only able to passively enjoy the benefits brought by the child through the system's rewards. Sighing, Lin Yuechu cradled Ping An and sat on the threshold, gazing at the evening glow on the horizon, his heart swirling with a cacophony of emotions. Nonetheless, it was a good fortune. That child was truly exceptional. As a father, all he could do was silently wish for their well-being. In the main hall of the Falling Cloud sect, the sect master, Emo Chun, sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the core elders below, a smile of barely concealed delight upon his face. Have you all had the chance to meet that child, Su Shui? Indeed, replied an elder with white hair, stroking his beard with a smile, though still a mere child. She has already displayed remarkable spiritual sensitivity, particularly in her affinity for water elemental energy, far surpassing her peers. Sister Ling Shuang is truly fortunate, remarked another elder. Looking at Ling Shuang, first with Su Hao's superior spiritual root, and now with the addition of the water attribute genius Su Shui to your lineage. It seems you shall eventually overshadow us all. Ling Shuang offered a gentle smile. They are all children of the sect. It suffices that they can serve the Falling Cloud sect in the future. Emo Chun waved his hand, his expression turning serious. Everyone is well aware of Su Shui's qualifications. But this matter must remain strictly confidential. Externally, we shall only claim she is a side disciple with acceptable spiritual roots. He gestured towards a woman clad in a blue Taoist robe. Sister Qingyue, you shall personally instruct her. Elder Qingyue, a golden core practitioner adept in water techniques, was known for her steadiness and reliability. Yes, Sect Master, Elder Qingyuan nodded in agreement. I will ensure to guide her with utmost care, and that no one learns of her true potential. Excellent. Mo Chen nodded in satisfaction. As for Su Hao, he will also be looked after by Sister Ling Xuan, and must similarly remain low-key. These two children are the future hope of our falling cloud sect. We must ensure their safety before they mature. The sect master is wise. The elders chimed in unison. After the meeting adjourned, Mo Chen retained Su Wan for a private conversation. Su Wan, Mo Chen regarded her. Do you truly not know who Su Shue's father is? Su Wan's heart tightened as she lowered her head and replied, Respected sect master, I am not entirely sure. It was merely an unforeseen incident, and the other party's identity remains unknown. We have not crossed paths since. She dared not speak the truth and could only continue to conceal it. Mo Chen gazed deeply at her, noticing her resolute expression, which did not suggest deceit, and thus refrained from further inquiries. Very well, ignorance is bliss. The most pressing matter now is to nurture these two children. We need not dwell excessively on other concerns. Yes, I understand, Master, Su Wan exhaled in relief. You have performed admirably. Mo Chen's tone softened. Focus on your cultivation, so that you may protect them in the future. The sect will reward those who have contributed. Thank you, Sect Master. Su Wan exited the Sect Master's hall, her heart still racing. Fortunately, the Sect Master did not delve deeper. She lifted her gaze towards the direction where Su Hao and Su Shue were located, silently vowing to protect these two children at all costs, ensuring that no harm would befall them and that their lineage remained concealed from unnecessary troubles. Under Ling Shuang's guidance, Su Hao diligently advanced in his cultivation, mastering the fire element with increasing proficiency. At such a tender age, he had already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, far surpassing his peers. Meanwhile, under the attentive mentorship of Elder Qingyuan, Su Shue began to explore water-based techniques. Her affinity for the water element was remarkable, often grasping concepts with ease, prompting Elder Qingyuan to frequently express her delight at having discovered such a gem. However, for safety reasons, the two seldom met within the sect, and even when they did, they referred to each other as senior brother and sister, concealing their true relationship. These two prodigies, endowed with superior spiritual roots, were like two pearls covered in dust, quietly flourishing under the protection of the falling cloud sect, awaiting the day they would shine brightly. Meanwhile, far away in Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu sat at a table with Cui'er and Pingyan, enjoying fragrant braised pork. What brings you such joy today? Cui'er inquired, observing her husband's exuberant demeanor. Nothing much, Lin Yuechu replied, serving her a piece of meat and feeding Pingyan a bite, his smile wide as he expressed. It is truly wonderful that our family can live in such peace. With over 100 years of lifespan, he felt reassured. He was unaware of the specifics regarding the child from the immortal sect, but he believed that the child must be exceptional. Perhaps, in the future, there would be an opportunity to meet. Lin Yuechu took a sip of wine, feeling content. Indeed, the saying more children, more blessings held true. Chapter 26. Braised fish. The mountain winds caressed the eaves of the Luyun Hall, where Su Wan stood by the railing, gazing at the distant mountains shrouded in mist, her heart heavy with concerns. Su Hao had reached the 5th level of qi refinement, while Su Shue had entered the 4th, their cultivation progress soaring like a rocket, outpacing all their peers in the sect, even surpassing some inner disciples who had been initiated for many years. While their exceptional spiritual roots were undoubtedly the primary reason, Su Wan could not shake the feeling that the circumstances seemed overly coincidental. Two children, both of superior spiritual roots, originating from the same source. Was this merely luck? Was that mortal man in Luoxia town truly just an inconsequential passerby? This thought lingered in her mind for quite some time, and she could no longer suppress her curiosity. She felt compelled to investigate what made that man so remarkable. When Su Wan requested leave from Ling Xuang, she merely expressed her desire to descend the mountain for some practical training to solidify her cultivation. Observing Su Wan's diligent efforts in her recent practice, and recalling the two prodigies she had brought to the sect, Ling Xuang readily consented. Mounting her magical artifact, Su Wan once again arrived at the outskirts of Luoxia town. She concealed her aura, blending in as an ordinary passerby, and quietly approached Lin Yuechu's home. It was an unremarkable rural courtyard, its walls made of compacted earth, with a few sun-bleached garments hanging by the entrance and the sounds of children's laughter echoing from within. Hiding behind a nearby tree, Su Wan's gaze fell upon the busy figure in the yard. It was Lin Yuechu. Dressed in a coarse cloth short jacket, sleeves rolled up, he was watering the vegetable beds. Sunlight streamed down upon him, illuminating the sheen of sweat on his brow, his movements both skilled yet somewhat clumsy, exuding a down-to-earth essence starkly contrasting the cold solitude of the cultivation realm. Before long, A woman emerged from the house, cradling a child in her arms. It was Cui'er. She playfully scolded Lin Yuechu, handing him a towel. Their eyes met in a shared smile, the warmth in their gaze genuine and natural. Lin Yuechu took the towel to wipe his sweat and lifted the child high, eliciting peals of laughter from the little one. The scene was heartwarming and ordinary, yet it radiated a tranquility that Su Wan had never experienced before. Watching quietly, Su Wan furrowed her brow. This was the life of that man, working at dawn and resting at dusk, revolving around his wife and children, embodying the essence of earthly life. Entirely different from the ethereal isolation of the cultivation world. He appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any fluctuations of spiritual energy, just an ordinary mortal. How could such a person possibly father two prodigies with superior spiritual roots? Shaking her head, Su Wan pondered that perhaps she had overthought the matter. Surely, it was the ancestral bloodline of the Su family that had awakened in the two children, granting them such extraordinary talent. After all, although she herself possessed a low-grade spiritual root, her maternal lineage had indeed produced ancestors with mid-grade spiritual roots. Perhaps this bloodline lay dormant, only to manifest in Su Hao and Su Shui. As for Lin Yuechu, he was merely a mortal who happened to be present at the right moment, unrelated to the children's gifts. Realizing this, the clouds of doubt within Su Wan's heart dissipated, and she found herself amused at the notion that she had unconsciously associated a mortal with the talents of the two children. With one last glance at the cheerful little courtyard filled with laughter, she turned and departed silently. It was time to return to the sect. Cui'er and Cui'er were still waiting for her. While Lin Yuechu was watering the vegetables, he suddenly felt an inexplicable gaze upon him from behind. He turned abruptly, only to find the distant woods empty and desolate. How peculiar. Scratching his head, he wondered if it was merely an illusion. Lately, he had been sensing someone watching him. Yet each time he turned around, there was no one there. "Father, what are you looking at?" Lin Ping'an, with his short little legs, scampered over and tugged at his father's sleeve. "Nothing," Lin Yuechu replied with a smile, lifting his son into his arms. "Come on. Let us go fishing by the river. I'll make you braised fish for dinner today." "Fish? I want to eat fish." Lin Ping'an clapped his little hands, excitedly exclaiming. Cui'er emerged from the house and, seeing the father and son preparing to leave, cautioned, "Come back early. Don't stay out too late." "Got it." Lin Yuechu, carrying a fishing rod and cradling his child Ping'an, cheerfully made his way to the riverbank. Recently, their family had been blessed with good fortune, filling him with a sense of security and vigor for work. In his leisure time, he enjoyed taking his child fishing to savor these rare moments of tranquility. The riverside was adorned with a gentle breeze and bright sunshine, the water shimmering in waves. Lin Yuechu found a shaded spot beneath a tree, skillfully baited his hook, and cast his line into the water with fluid grace. Ping'an, perched on a small stool beside him, brandished a twig, mimicking the motions of paddling in the water. "Ping'an, remember, fishing requires patience. One must not be hasty," Lin Yuechu advised with a smile. Ping'an, though somewhat perplexed, nodded earnestly while his eyes remained fixed on the bobbing float on the water's surface. Before long, the float suddenly dipped. "Got one," Lin Yuechu exclaimed, swiftly pulling the rod. With a splash, a sizable fish, nearly 2 feet long, was yanked from the water, thrashing desperately at the shore and sending droplets flying. "Wow, a big fish," Ping'an cheered, clapping his hands and jumping with excitement. "Haha, luck is on our side today." Lin Yuechu chuckled as he deftly removed the fish and placed it into the bucket he had brought along. "This catch will be enough for our family of 3 to enjoy 2 meals." He beamed at the lively fish in the bucket, filled with delight. Such a fish was a rarity in the town's river, and its flesh was sure to be tender. That evening, he planned to prepare braised fish for Cui'er and Ping'an, employing techniques he had brought from the modern world, ensuring it would be delectable enough to make them salivate. After a while, having caught a few smaller fish, Lin Yuechu began to pack up, carrying Ping'an as they headed home. The large fish in the bucket occasionally flopped about, eliciting peals of laughter from Ping'an all the way back. Upon their arrival, Cui'er was taken aback by the size of the fish. "This is quite a catch. We are in for a treat today." "Of course, just wait and see what your husband can do," Lin Yuechu replied proudly, raising his chin. "I'll whip up a braised fish dish that will surely delight both you and Ping'an." With nimble hands, he prepared the fish, cutting it into pieces, marinating it, heating oil in the pan, and sautéing ginger, garlic, and scallions until fragrant. He then added the fish pieces, stir-frying them until golden brown, followed by soy sauce, cooking wine, sugar, and a splash of water to simmer. Soon, a rich aroma enveloped the courtyard, infused with the unique scent of the sauce and the savory essence of the fish. Igniting appetites, Ping'an, leaning at the kitchen door, inhaled deeply. "It smells so good." Cui'er joined him, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the bubbling braised fish in the pot. Your culinary skills are truly improving. Indeed, Lin Yuechu said, tasting a spoonful of the sauce and nodding in satisfaction. It's ready to serve. He ladled the braised fish into a large porcelain dish. Its vibrant red hue and enticing aroma captivating. The family gathered around the table, with Lin Yuechu serving Cui'er a piece of fish, selecting a boneless portion for Ping'an, and indulging himself with a generous helping. The fish was tender and flavorful, rich in sauce with a hint of sweetness, offering an exquisite taste. Delicious. The fish Dad made is wonderful, Ping'an exclaimed, his mouth full. Cui'er, smiling broadly, agreed. It's truly delicious, even better than what is served at the tavern in town. Observing the joy on their faces, Lin Yuechu felt warmth spread within him. This was the life he desired, a loving wife and child, a cozy hearth, a cherished craft, and the ability to create delightful meals for his family, all in peace and simplicity. As for those tales of the celestial sects and the children he had never met, they seemed distant and far removed. He was unaware that his humble craftsmanship and simple happiness were precisely what the woman struggling within the celestial gates might occasionally envy. The path of immortality is long and arduous, while the mundane world drifts on. These two parallel lines appear destined to remain forever apart. Yet, the marvel of fate lies in its uncanny ability to intertwine seemingly unrelated people and events in the most unexpected ways. Chapter 27. Working away from home life in Luoxia town, though stable, was not without its struggles for livelihood. One day, the town's shopkeeper, Wang, approached Lin Yuechu, informing him that the largest tavern in the city, the Gathering of Immortals, was undergoing expansion and urgently required skilled carpenters, offering exceedingly generous wages. Completing this job would provide enough sustenance for an ordinary family for an entire year. Lin Yuechu felt a stir of excitement upon hearing this and discussed it with Cui'er. Go ahead, I will manage things at home, Cui'er said as she packed his belongings, reminding him to be cautious in the city and to avoid conflicts. Rest assured, I am well aware, Lin Yuechu replied, gently patting Ping'an's head. Father will return soon and bring you some sweets. Waving his small hand, Ping'an chimed, Goodbye, father. After bidding farewell to his family, Lin Yuechu followed shopkeeper Wang and several other villagers onto the carriage bound for Qingfeng City. This was his first journey to a major city since arriving in this world, and he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Qingfeng City was indeed magnificent. With towering walls and broad streets, bustling with pedestrians, 100 times more lively than Luoxia town. The Gathering of Immortals was situated in the heart of the city, sprawling in size, with the construction site buzzing with activity as craftsmen diligently carried out their tasks. Lin Yuechu's skills, already renowned in Luoxia town, shone brightly here as well. The intricately carved windows, tables, and benches of the tavern required meticulous woodworking, and he executed his tasks swiftly and expertly, quickly earning the foreman's admiration. Days passed in a whirlwind of labor, and before long, it was time for the mid-project wage settlement. The owner of the Gathering of Immortals, a rotund middle-aged man, proved to be quite generous, not only providing ample wages, but also arranging a lavish feast in the tavern to reward the craftsmen. The tables were laden with sumptuous fish and meat, along with fine wines, and after such hard work, the craftsmen indulged heartily in their feast. Lin Yuechu joined in, drinking deeply and feasting on hearty portions, his mind occupied with thoughts of what to buy for Cui'er and Ping'an once he received his wages. Unbeknownst to him, in a private room on the second floor of the tavern, a pair of alluring eyes watched him with keen interest. The woman, clad in form-fitting black attire that accentuated her alluring curves, possessed an enchanting allure that was utterly captivating. She was Mayer, a disciple of the Huan sect. Feeling stifled within her sect, she had ventured out under the pretense of seeking opportunities, but in truth, she sought to find promising men to enhance her own capabilities. Having passed by the construction site earlier, she had immediately taken a liking to Lin Yuechu, though he was merely a mortal. His robust appearance and vibrant aura made him an ideal candidate. Mayer licked her crimson lips, a glimmer of calculation flashing in her eyes. She resolved to meet him that very night. As night fell, the craftsmen settled into temporary shelters in the tavern's backyard. Lin Yuechu, having enjoyed a few drinks, fell into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the shed, akin to a specter gliding to the bedside of Lin Yuechu. It was Mayer. Observing the slumbering Lin Yuechu, a beguiling smile graced her lips as she summoned a wisp of delicate pink mist with her fingertips, which silently permeated Lin Yuechu's nostrils and mouth. This was the soul-entrancing powder of the Huan sect, capable of rendering one in a state of euphoric confusion, willingly submitting to manipulation. Indeed, Lin Yuechu's brows gradually unfurled, his face betraying an expression of intoxication, while his gaze dulled into a haze. Mayer smiled with satisfaction, leaning closer. Her breath perfumed like orchids. Young master, I have come to keep you company. Instinctively, Lin Yuechu reached out, drawing her into his embrace. From that moment onward, everything unfolded under Meyer's deft control. She expertly employed her enchanting arts, guiding Lin Yuechu while her heart brimmed with anticipation for the harvest. She believed that by absorbing this man's abundant yang energy, her cultivation would surely advance. However, just as she activated her technique, preparing to siphon the yang energy, nothing transpired. The anticipated surge of energy sank into oblivion, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier, rendering her unable to extract any vitality from Lin Yuechu's being. Meyer was taken aback. What could this mean? This man evidently radiated yang energy. Why could she not draw forth even a trace of it? Could he have been afflicted by some mysterious poison or practiced a technique that concealed his aura? Yet, he was clearly an ordinary mortal devoid of even spiritual roots. Unyielding, she attempted again, intensifying her efforts, but the outcome remained unchanged. The yang energy within Lin Yuechu seemed ensconced behind an impenetrable shield, unwavering. What a worthless specimen. Meyer felt both anger and frustration. She had thought she had stumbled upon a treasure, only to find a worthless stone masquerading as a gem. Casting one last glance at the still entranced Lin Yuechu, her interest waned. With a disdainful huff, she adjusted her garments and, as silently as she had arrived, departed from the shed, just like being pecked by an ungrateful chick. How vexing. Once Meyer left, Lin Yuechu turned over, continuing his deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Yet, at the very moment of her departure, a system notification resonated in Lin Yuechu's mind. Detected that the host is in a reproductive opportunity. The multiple offspring blessing function can be activated. Detected that the female possesses special spiritual root qualifications. Multiple enhancement options are available. Option 1. Consume 1 year of life force to enhance potential offspring to low-grade spiritual roots. Option 2. Consume 5 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to mid-grade spiritual roots. Option 3. Consume 10 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to high-grade spiritual roots. Option 4. Consume 50 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to top-grade spiritual roots. If the host does not select within the stipulated time, the system will automatically match the optimal option. Option 4 selected. Consuming 50 years of life force, spiritual root enhancement mark has been applied. As the cold system voice faded, Lin Yuechu smacked his lips, turned over, and resumed his deep slumber, entirely unaware that his lifespan had diminished by 50 years. Nor did he know that the Hahuan Sect woman had quietly nurtured a life within her, a life endowed with top-grade spiritual roots. The following morning, Lin Yuechu awoke to a slight dizziness and a sense of bodily discomfort, attributing it to the excesses of the previous night's revelry. He tidied his belongings and joined his fellow craftsmen, immersing himself once more in the bustling labor. Meanwhile, Meyer, having departed, sat in a carriage en route to the next city, rubbing her swollen temples, cursing Lin Yuechu for his ineptitude. Unbeknownst to her, her body had begun to undergo subtle changes, and she was entirely unaware that a genius capable of overturning the Hahuan Sect was quietly blossoming within her womb. The sun shone brightly upon Qingfeng City, and the construction site of the Gathering Immortals Pavilion remained abuzz with activity. Lin Yuechu hummed a cheerful tune, his hands deftly maneuvering the planer, blissfully ignorant of the previous night's turmoil and the changes within the system. He yearned for the completion of his work, anticipating the moment he could return home to Cui'er and Pinyin, and continue his simple yet blissful life. Chapter 28. The generous boss life in Qingfeng City was busy yet pleasant. Lin Yuechu toiled alongside the craftsmen, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. The boss of the Gathering Immortals Pavilion was generous, providing meals that included meat at every sitting and occasionally treating them to a little wine. For Lin Yuechu, this existence was far more rewarding than his days in Luoxia town. During leisure moments, he would gather with other craftsmen to boast and share tales. Qingfeng City is far more prosperous than our town, remarked an old carpenter, smacking his lips at the sight of the young women in the tavern. Come now, your aged wife awaits at home, jested a younger craftsman. Lin Yuechu listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting, no matter how lively it is here, it cannot compare to home. The dishes Cui'er prepares are far more delectable than anything in this tavern. Oh, are you missing your wife? Teased one of the men. Indeed. And I wonder if my son Pinyin misses his father, Lin Yuechu replied, patting the coin pouch at his waist, which had accumulated a respectable amount of silver. Once this job was completed, he intended to buy fine fabric for Cui'er and some delightful trinkets for Pinyin from the city. The thought of his family filled him with warmth, invigorating his work. His planer danced smoothly over the wood, crafting a small spinning top for Pinyin. Days passed in a rhythm of labor and anticipation. With the main structure of the Gathering Immortals Pavilion nearing completion, leaving only minor finishing touches. Lin Yuechu calculated that within a fortnight, he would receive his wages and return home. In stark contrast to Lin Yuechu's contentment, Mayer's journey back was fraught with frustration. After leaving Qingfeng City, she traveled swiftly, her anger simmering with each passing moment. She had hoped to acquire a promising furnace cauldron, yet not only had she failed to absorb any vital energy, but she also felt humiliated by her futile efforts. On one occasion, she paused in a small town to rest and purchase provisions, only to unexpectedly encounter her rival, another female disciple of the Hahuan sect, Yue. Yue possessed a certain allure, though her features were marred by a sharpness that hinted at her cruel nature. At that moment, she was surrounded by 3 young men. Their gazes dazed, clearly ensnared by her beguiling charm. "Ah, if it isn't Mayer, my dear junior sister," Yue remarked upon spotting her. A glimmer of mockery in her eyes. "What brings you here all alone? Had she not found a suitable furnace?" Mayer, already brimming with frustration, erupted at the taunt. "What business is it of yours? Oh, rather audacious, are we?" Yu chuckled lightly, deliberately puffing out her chest, prompting a nearby man to promptly present her with a water pouch. "Do not take offense, junior sister. It's only natural not to find anything. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to encounter several fine materials at the mere step outside like I do." She emphasized the phrase fine materials, her gaze laced with provocation. Witnessing Yao Yu's self-satisfied demeanor and recalling her own experience in Qingfeng City, Mayer trembled with rage. "Do not be so smug. Is it merely deceiving a few commoners? What is so remarkable about that? Commoners?" Yao Yu raised an eyebrow. "Anything that can provide me with vitality to aid my cultivation is indeed a valuable asset. Unlike you, junior sister, who seems to disdain even the common folk. Yet what has it resulted in? An empty-handed return, I presume?" Mayer felt the sting of her words, nearly unable to restrain herself from retaliating. Yet, she understood that both she and Yao Yu were at the initial stage of foundation establishment. A true confrontation might not favor her, and word of it would surely draw the elder's ire. "Too lazy to engage with you," Mayer scoffed, turning on her heel. Though her steps faltered slightly in her fury, Yao Yu watched her retreating figure, snickering. A waste is simply a waste. With that, she strode away, her demeanor haughty and accompanied by the man beside her. Suppressing her indignation, Mayer returned to the Hahuan sect, which resided in a valley known as the Valley of Soul Stealing, shrouded in mist, where the faint sound of women's laughter could be heard, embodying an alluring atmosphere. She made her way directly to the residence of her master, the third elder, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan appeared to be in her 30s, with an enchanting visage. Yet her aura was far more profound than Mayer's, as she was already a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core. "Master," Mayer bowed respectfully, her tone tinged with grievance. Lu Ruyan, engaged in her grooming, cast a glance at her through the bronze mirror. "Back already? How were your gains this time?" At the mention of it, Mayer's eyes reddened. The disciple, unfortunately, could not find a suitable furnace. Lu Ruyan set down her comb and turned to scrutinize her. "Oh? With your abilities, how could you return empty-handed?" Mayer bit her lip and recounted her encounter with Lin Yuechu in Qingfeng City, omitting the details of her enchantment and merely stating that the man appeared vigorous yet could not extract a trace of vitality, as if he were a complete waste. Such a situation? Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow. Ordinary mortals, even with unique constitutions, should not be entirely devoid of vitality. Could it be a descendant of a reclusive family, deliberately masquerading as a commoner? Mayer shook her head. He seemed like an ordinary carpenter, devoid of any fluctuations of spiritual energy. Lu Ruyan pondered for a moment. "Very well. It is a minor issue. There is no need to dwell on it. If you cannot find anything, then so be it. You are now at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Your focus should be on solidifying your cultivation rather than seeking shortcuts." "Yes, I understand, master. Your spiritual root is of medium quality, neither exceptional nor poor within the sect," Lu Ruyan remarked calmly. "Devote yourself to your practice and strive to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage to secure your position in the sect. I shall heed your teachings, master." As Mayer exited her master's quarters, some of her anger subsided, yet she still felt a lingering sense of discontent. She gently caressed her abdomen, sensing an inexplicable discomfort that lingered there, yet she dismissed it, attributing it to fatigue from her journey. Upon returning to her secluded abode, she commenced her meditation and cultivation. The techniques of the Hahuan sect required the absorption of male essence to aid in her progress, though it was not an absolute necessity. Her advancement would merely be slower. Observing the lively scene outside her cave in the enchanting Xianghuan Valley, Mayer silently vowed to diligently cultivate, surpass that wretched Yao Yu, and ensure she would never again dare to mock her. Little did she know that the subtle unease she felt was not merely due to exhaustion. Rather, It heralded the quiet emergence of a new life. The seed from a mortal carpenter, endowed with exceptional spiritual roots, had taken root within her. This unforeseen development, which she scarcely acknowledged, would soon irrevocably alter her fate and, to some extent, influence the trajectory of the entire Hehuan sect. In Qingfeng City, at the gathering of Immortals Pavilion, Lin Yuechu had finally completed all his tasks and received his substantial wages. Countless times he counted the coins, his face radiant with joy. "Yuechu, why not stay in the city a few more days?" one of the craftsmen inquired. "I cannot. My family awaits," Lin Yuechu replied, carefully tucking the silver into his bosom. "I must hasten to purchase some items and catch the earliest carriage home." He wandered through the city, procuring 2 exquisite silks for Cui'er, a singing rattledrum for Ping'an, and a selection of local delicacies, filling a large bag to the brim. As he settled into the carriage for his journey home, Lin Yuechu gazed out at the swiftly passing landscape, his heart filled with longing. "Cui'er, Ping'an, I am coming home." Burdened with abundant treasures and affection, he headed towards Luoxia town, blissfully unaware of the tempest brewing within the Hehuan sect and the impending arrival of his unborn child. Chapter 29. Mayor. The cobblestone path of Luoxia town remained as familiar as ever. Lin Yuechu, laden with bags, walked briskly towards home. Having been away for more than a month, he had eagerly awaited this day. From a distance, he spotted the gate of his small courtyard and quickened his pace. Calling out, "Cui'er, Ping'an, I'm back." A flurry of activity erupted in the yard as Cui'er emerged, cradling Ping'an in her arms. Upon seeing Lin Yuechu, her eyes brightened instantly. "You've returned." Ping'an wriggled free from Cui'er's embrace and stumbled over, clinging to Lin Yuechu's leg. "Father, father, oh my dear son." Lin Yuechu set down his belongings and lifted Ping'an into his arms, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Did you miss your father?" "Yes," Ping'an replied, wrapping his little arms around Lin Yuechu's neck, nuzzling his head against him. Cui'er approached, brushing off the dust from Lin Yuechu's clothes, her eyes filled with delight. "You must be exhausted from your journey. Come inside and rest. I will prepare a meal for you." "Not at all," Lin Yuechu chuckled, opening his bundle. "Look what I've brought for you." He produced the 2 silks, declaring, "This is the finest fabric in the city, to make you 2 new garments." Then he presented the singing rattledrum to Ping'an, saying, "Look, I sent this fun." Ping'an took the drum, shook it, and upon hearing the delightful sound, burst into laughter. Cui'er, stroking the smooth silk, exclaimed with joy, "Why purchase such fine fabric? It must have cost a fortune. What a luxury. Once your husband earns money, he should spend it on you," Lin Yuechu declared proudly, lifting her chin. She then produced several packages of pastries, adding, "And here are some local delicacies from the city for you and Ping'an to savor." The family of 3 entered their home, with Ping'an joyfully playing with a rattledrum, while Cui'er busily poured him water. Lin Yuechu sat nearby, animatedly sharing stories from the city, filling the room with laughter and joy. The fatigue from their travels dissipated in that moment, leaving only warmth and contentment. Observing his virtuous wife and filial child, Lin Yuechu contemplated finding a job soon to earn more money, ensuring a better life for the 2 of them. In the enchanting valley of Xianhan, within the Hehuan sect, Mayor found her days increasingly arduous. Ever since returning from Qingfeng City, she felt an inexplicable dissonance within her body, particularly during her cultivation. Although she absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, it seemed to leak away as soon as it entered her, almost as if a hole had been opened, allowing most of it to escape, leaving her with barely a fraction. In a mere half-month, rather than advancing in her cultivation, she instead faced signs of regression due to the rapid loss of spiritual energy. What could be the cause? Mayor sat cross-legged on a mat. Sensing the emptiness of her spiritual power, her brows knitted tightly. She had attempted various methods, meditation, reflection, and even exchanged contribution points within her sect for a few energy-replenishing pills. Yet, as soon as the pills dissolved, the energy rushed to her lower abdomen, eluding her grasp, just as before. There was a persistent sensation of heaviness and pressure in her lower abdomen, as if something were lodged within. Could it be that she had fallen victim to some malevolent sorcery? Feeling anxious, Mayor meticulously examined her body, but found no abnormalities, no signs of poisoning or curses. One day, having redeemed her last energy-replenishing pill, she ingested it and began to absorb its power when she heard mocking laughter from outside her cave. "Oh, isn't this Mayor? The junior sister? Still gnawing on pills, I see. It seems your recent outing truly was a disaster, nearly losing all your cultivation." Mayor opened her eyes to see Yao Yu standing at the entrance, arms crossed and a smirk of schadenfreude on her face. "Are you here to mock me?" Mayor's expression darkened, suppressing her rising fury. "Mock you?" Yao Yu stepped inside, scrutinizing her. "Your complexion is far more pitiful than any joke. Look at you, with dark circles under your eyes. Have you been exhausting yourself, trying to find a furnace to refine your power?" She leaned closer, sniffing the air. TSK, TSK. Even your spiritual aura has thinned considerably. At this rate, you might regress to the chi refinement stage. Shut your mouth. Mei shot up, her chest heaving with agitation. She detested having her cultivation discussed, especially when ridiculed by someone like Yao Yu. Shut my mouth. Yao Yu raised an eyebrow. Am I wrong? Who in the sect doesn't know you returned empty-handed from your expedition, having gained not even a spark of vitality? Now look at you. On the verge of losing all your cultivation. Truly a disgrace to our Hahuan sect. You're asking for trouble. Unable to contain herself, Mei raised her hand to strike Yao Yu. Yao Yu, already prepared, deftly dodged her attack and laughed. What's this? Are you enraged out of shame? With your current level of cultivation, do you really think you can contend with me? She deliberately released her spiritual energy. Although she was merely at the initial stage of foundation building, her aura was considerably more profound than Mei's. Upon sensing the opponent's spiritual force, Mei's heart sank. Realizing that she was indeed no match for her, she glared intensely at Yao Yu, her eyes almost aflame with fury. Why have you stopped fighting? Yao Yu scoffed. I advise you to quickly find a furnace to supplement yourself, or in a few days, you might not even be worthy of carrying my shoes. With that, she disregarded Mei's distressed expression, swaying her hips triumphantly as she departed. Mei, unable to contain herself any longer, slammed her palm onto the nearby stone table, shattering it into pieces. Clutching her chest, she trembled with rage, tears welling in her eyes. Why? Why is this happening? What is going wrong? The sensation of heaviness in her lower abdomen became increasingly pronounced, accompanied by a faint warmth that filled her with confusion and unease. Little did she know, the force causing her spiritual energy to drain was neither a malevolent spell nor an ailment, but rather the rapidly growing life within her, a fetus endowed with exceptional spiritual roots, voraciously absorbing her internal energy to nourish itself. This child, of which she was unaware, was asserting its existence in a domineering manner, complicating her predicament further. Mei collapsed to the ground, gazing at the swirling mist outside the cave, for the first time feeling a profound sense of helplessness and panic. The night in Luoxia town was tranquil and serene. Lin Yuechu and his family sat around the table, enjoying a delicious meal prepared by Cui'er. Ping had learned to speak quite a bit and chattered excitedly with Lin Yuechu about the amusing events during his absence from home. Father, today at school, the teacher praised my handwriting. Oh, our Ping and is quite remarkable. Lin Yuechu chuckled, serving his son a piece of meat. Here, eat more, grow tall. Cui'er watched the harmonious interaction between father and son, a smile perpetually gracing her lips. Lin Yuechu sipped his wine, feeling a warm glow in his heart. Home was indeed the best place, with warm meals and the company of his wife and child, far more comfortable than dining on lavish feasts in the city. Chapter 30. The bane, the mist in the valley of soul devouring seemed denser than usual. Mei sat cross-legged on a mat, attempting to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy through the methods of the Hahuan sect. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The energy entering her body flowed like a stream into the sea, instantly vanishing into her lower abdomen. 3 months had passed. For a full 3 months, her cultivation had not progressed, but instead, she had plummeted from the initial stage of foundation building to the 9th level of chi refinement, her internal spiritual power alarmingly thin. Even more distressing was the fact that her belly had grown visibly larger each day, now displaying a noticeable curvature. This was undoubtedly a bad omen. Unable to remain seated any longer, Mei mustered her frail body and made her way to her master, Lu Rian's cave dwelling. Master. Her voice trembled, laced with a fear she herself had not fully recognized. Lu Rian, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, opened them upon hearing Mei's voice. Her brow furrowed instantly at the sight of Mei. What has happened to you? Your spiritual energy is so chaotic, and your aura has weakened significantly. Disciple is unaware of the cause. I implore Master to investigate on my behalf. Mei bit her lip and lowered her head. Lu Ruoyan ceased her verbal reprimand, allowing a gentle surge of spiritual energy to coalesce at her fingertips, penetrating within Mei's being. Moments later, she withdrew her hand abruptly, her countenance darkening with dismay as she exclaimed, "You are pregnant?" Mei trembled involuntarily. Though she had anticipated this revelation, hearing it spoken aloud rendered her complexion ashen. I do not know how this happened," she stammered. Such recklessness. Lu Ruoyan slammed her palm upon the table, causing the atmosphere within the chamber to grow palpably tense. As a disciple of the Hahuan sect, how can you act so indiscriminately? Are you not aware that pregnancy can hinder your cultivation? Moreover, your spiritual energy is severely depleted, and your progress has regressed. This is undoubtedly the fault of this wretched child. Mei, chastened, lowered her gaze, torn between fear and anger. How could she have imagined that a mere mortal she encountered one fateful night in Qingfeng City could lead to such a predicament? Furthermore, the implications of this child were dire, casting her into such a situation. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Mayer suddenly fell to her knees, her eyes filled with determination. This child must not be allowed to persist. I shall terminate this pregnancy immediately, ensuring it does not further burden me. With those words, she prepared to channel her energy to her abdomen, her expression resolute. This child not only jeopardized her cultivation, but also invited her master's ire. Allowing it to remain was akin to inviting disaster. Stop! Li Cui'er's voice rang out sharply, her hand swiftly gripping Mayer's shoulder to halt her intentions. Mayer was taken aback. Master? Li Cui'er averted her gaze from Mayer, focusing intently on her abdomen, her thoughts swirling. During her earlier examination, she had distinctly sensed the spiritual energy within Mayer being voraciously consumed by the fetus, which emanated an aura of remarkable purity. Is it true that your regression in cultivation and loss of energy are solely due to this child? Li Cui'er inquired, her tone laced with an undercurrent of gravity. Yes. Mayer gritted her teeth. Ever since I became pregnant, all my cultivated energy has been siphoned away. I can hardly retain any. If this continues, I fear I may not even sustain my chi refining stage. A glimmer of insight flashed in Li Cui'er's eyes as she murmured. To absorb maternal spiritual energy with such dominance is not the capability of an ordinary fetus. She extended her spiritual energy once more, meticulously examining Mayer's abdomen. This time, she perceived with heightened clarity. Within the fetus lay an insatiable void, greedily devouring the surrounding spiritual essence, its root exhibiting a purity that astonished her. Could it be? Li Cui'er's breath quickened. A typical spiritual root would merely absorb a minimal amount of energy from the mother, never with such ferocity. Only those of exceptional roots would display a fervent desire for energy during gestation, even going so far as to usurp the mother's spiritual power. Mayer, observing the fluctuating emotions on her master's face, felt a surge of anxiety. Master, what is it? Is there something wrong with this child? Li Cui'er withdrew her hand, regarding Mayer with a complex gaze. This child must not be harmed. What? Mayer looked up in disbelief. Master, what do you mean? This child has brought me such suffering. Why must it be spared? Do you understand nothing? Li Cui'er replied sternly. You think this child is merely an ordinary fetus? Its ability to absorb your energy indicates that its root is indeed extraordinary. If I were to give birth to him, he might just be the prodigy that our Hahuan sect has not encountered in a century. Although the Hahuan sect is renowned for its techniques of nourishment and enhancement, it places immense value on innate talent. A disciple with a top-tier spiritual root could significantly bolster the sect's strength. Mayer was utterly bewildered. A prodigy? But he is merely a child of a mortal. She could hardly believe that the ordinary man who had caused her so much trouble could actually leave behind a genius offspring. Instances of prodigies born from the union of mortals and cultivators are not unheard of. Li Cui'er waved her hand. The matter was indeed peculiar. Yet this child must not be easily discarded. You should return and take good care of yourself. I will find you some elixirs to replenish your spiritual energy. However, Master. Mayer wanted to argue. There is no however. Li Cui'er interrupted her, her tone leaving no room for dissent. This is an order. If this child truly possesses a top-tier spiritual root, you will have accomplished a great feat. If not, we can deal with it later. Mayer gazed into her master's resolute eyes, realizing that further argument would be futile, and could only grit her teeth in reluctant compliance. Yes, disciple obeys. Yet her heart brimmed with resentment and anger. Why? Why should this wretched child, who had caused her to regress in cultivation and be ridiculed by others, receive her master's attention? But she dared not defy her master's command, and could only leave the cave dwelling with a heavy heart. Watching Mayer depart, Li Cui'er's gaze flickered uncertainly. She walked to the window, gazing at the swirling mist in the valley, murmuring, I hope the top-tier spiritual root does not disappoint me. She had a vague feeling that this child might bring unexpected changes to the Hahuan sect. Upon returning to her own cave, Mayer looked at her burgeoning belly, trembling with rage. A genius? She did not believe it. This was merely a bane that denied her peace. Yet the master's command loomed over her. She dared not resist, and could only watch helplessly as this wretched child grew day by day within her, continuing to siphon her spiritual energy. She could only hope that this child was not a prodigy at all, and once born, would be left to fend for itself. In the afternoon sunlight of Luoxia town, everything was just right. Lin Yuechu was in the courtyard crafting a small cart for Ping'an, while Cui'er sat nearby stitching shoes, occasionally glancing up at him with a gentle smile. Ping'an, look at the little cart your father made for you. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Yuechu proudly raised the freshly constructed cart frame, inquiring gleefully. Ping'an leaned in to take a look, clapping his small hands. It's beautiful. Thank you, father. Once I attach the wheels, you will be able to push it around and play. The family's life was simple, yet filled with happiness. Lin Yuechu had long forgotten the brief interlude in Qingfeng City and was now entirely focused on how to provide a better life for Cui'er and Ping'an. Chapter 31. Demon Moon. Outside the alchemy chamber of the soul-consuming valley, disciples queued in droves to receive their elixirs. Mayer stood among the crowd. Her complexion pale and her figure slightly more emaciated than usual. Ever since being informed by her master that she could not terminate the pregnancy, she had been relying on the elixirs provided by Li Cui'er to barely sustain her spiritual energy, and her days grew increasingly stifling. Finally, when her turn arrived, just as she was about to step forward to register, a piercing voice rang out from beside her. "Oh, isn't this Mayer, junior sister? How have you fallen so low? Still needing to collect such basic gathering chi pills?" Mayer lifted her head and saw Yayue fanning herself with a folding fan. A smirk dancing on her lips as her gaze lingered momentarily on Mayer's slightly protruding abdomen, laden with mockery. "What does it have to do with you?" Mayer gritted her teeth, struggling to suppress her fury. "How can it not concern me?" Yayue stepped closer, deliberately raising her voice so that the surrounding disciples could hear. "Come quickly, everyone. Our dear Mayer has unknowingly conceived with some wild man. Not only has her cultivation regressed from foundation establishment to chi refinement, but her belly has also grown. What a disgrace to our Hahuan sect." A wave of whispers erupted around them, with many disciples casting curious or scornful glances her way. Mayer's face flushed crimson, a mix of shame and anger boiling within her. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Nonsense?" Yayue raised an eyebrow. "Is your belly a fabrication? Is your decline in cultivation merely an illusion? TSK, who would have thought that you, Mayer, would end up like this? I used to consider you my rival. But now it appears you lack even the qualification to be my opponent." She paused, her tone becoming even more scathing. "Indeed. Bearing a child of unknown paternity and having your spiritual energy drained completely, it's a miracle you can still cling to your life, let alone discuss cultivation." "Shut your mouth." Mayer trembled with rage, tears welling in her eyes. Were it not for the crowd, she would have long since lunged at Yayue to silence her. "I shall not be silenced," Yayue retorted triumphantly. "If you have the guts, come at me." "Oh, I forgot, you can barely maintain your chi refinement stage now. How could you possibly have the strength to fight me?" The jeers from the crowd grew louder, and Mayer felt her face burning, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Clenching her fists, her nails dug into her palms, yet she could muster no retort. At that moment, an elder in charge of distributing elixirs, a white-haired man with murky eyes, suddenly lifted his head. His previously drowsy demeanor sharpened as he scanned Mayer's abdomen. Elder Wu, an outer sect elder of Hahuan sect, typically engaged in menial tasks within the alchemy chamber, appeared unassuming yet possessed decades of experience. He had just heard Yayue's remarks regarding her swollen belly, the regression of her cultivation from foundation establishment to chi refinement, and the draining of her spiritual energy. A typical fetus would hardly cause such a rapid decline in the mother's cultivation. Elder Wu's heart raced as he recalled a rare phenomenon documented in the sect's ancient texts. During the gestation of a top-tier spiritual root, the fetus might demand a substantial amount of spiritual energy, leading to the siphoning of the mother's power. The higher the spiritual root grade, the more pronounced this phenomenon. Could it be Elder Wu's gaze intensified, fixating on Mayer's abdomen, as if he could peer through her garments to glimpse the unborn child within? Uncomfortable under his scrutiny, coupled with Yayue's taunts, Mayer could no longer endure the scene. She hastily collected her elixirs and fled, not daring to look back. Yayue watched her retreating figure with a derisive laugh, collecting her own elixirs before striding away. As the surrounding disciples dispersed, the atmosphere gradually quieted. Yet, Elder Wu remained fixed in his gaze for a long while, murmuring, "A spiritual root capable of causing a foundation establishment cultivator to regress to chi refinement is surely extraordinary." After a moment of contemplation, his eyes hardened with determination, and he swiftly made his way toward the inner hall. "This matter is of utmost significance. It must be reported immediately to the core elders of the sect. If this fetus indeed possesses a top-tier spiritual root, it could profoundly impact the future of the Hahuan sect." Mayer hurriedly made her way back to her cave abode, closed the door, and could no longer contain herself. Collapsing onto the ground in a flood of tears, a torrent of emotions, aggrievement, anger, and resentment, overwhelmed her heart. Why must she endure such humiliation? Why should that wretched child ruin everything for her? She harbored deep-seated hatred for Yayue's cruelty, for her master's stubbornness, and most of all, for the mortal who had caused her pregnancy. If it weren't for him, how could she have fallen into such a predicament? After weeping for an extended time, she gradually calmed down, her gaze turning increasingly frigid. Regardless of whether this child is a prodigy or not, she would ensure he faced hardship. Once he is born, she would make him experience the bitterness of being despised and ridiculed. She touched her belly, feeling the faint movements within, her heart brimming with resentment. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechu was playing with Pingyan in the small square of the town. Pingyan rode on the wooden horse he had crafted himself, laughing joyfully. Lin Yuechu sat on a nearby stone bench, watching his son's happiness, his heart filled with warmth. He had just taken on a new job, crafting several medicine cabinets for the local apothecary. Though the pay was modest, it was close to home, allowing him to be with his family. "Father, look at me," Pingyan called, waving from atop his wooden steed. "You are truly wonderful." Lin Yuechu applauded with a smile. The sunlight bathed the father and son in warmth and comfort. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuechu, a storm was quietly brewing in the distant Shaohan Valley, where a child, resented by his mother, yet held in high hopes by the sect's elders, awaited his arrival. Chapter 32. Title unknown in the Hahuan sect. Within the Hahuan hall where the vice sect leader resides, incense wafted through the air. Yet the atmosphere bore solemnity. The vice sect leader, an elderly woman nearing her 60s with a head full of silver hair and a face marked by wrinkles, possessed a gaze as sharp as that of an eagle. She was the second elder of the Hahuan sect, one of the highest-ranking individuals aside from the sect leader and a few primordial infant ancestors, known as Silver Ant. Elder Wu stood below, recounting in detail what he had witnessed outside the alchemy chamber that day, particularly emphasizing Mayor's cultivation level plummeting from foundation establishment back to chi refining, and the fetus suspected of siphoning spiritual energy. In my humble opinion, this fetus is anything but ordinary. It is highly likely to possess a top-tier spiritual root, which is why such anomalies have occurred. Elder Wu spoke earnestly, his eyes betraying his excitement. Upon hearing this, Silver Ant fell silent for a moment, her withered fingers lightly tapping the armrest of her chair, producing a soft sound. Top-tier spiritual root, she began slowly, her voice hoarse yet commanding. The ancient texts do record that when top-tier spiritual roots are being gestated, manifestations of spiritual energy, siphoning may occur, although it is exceedingly rare. She lifted her head, a glint of intelligence flashing in her eyes. Whose disciple is Mayor? Reporting to the vice sect leader, she is the disciple of Elder Lu Rian. Lu Rian? Silver Ant furrowed her brow, incredulous at her own oversight. Knowing that her disciple bore such extraordinary signs, she only allowed her to take ordinary pills for survival, permitting her to be bullied. If it were an ordinary disciple, it could be excused, but once a top-tier spiritual root prodigy is involved, they become a matter of utmost importance for the sect. How could she be so negligent? Calm yourself, Vice Sect Master, Elder Wu hastily interjected. Perhaps Elder Lu is uncertain and therefore has not made it public. Uncertain? Silver Maiden scoffed, her voice laced with disdain. If that were the case, it should have been reported to the sect. Such negligence is utterly unacceptable. She rose abruptly, declaring, "Take me to see Lu Rian." Within Lu Rian's abode, she was meditating with her eyes closed. Upon learning of the Vice Sect Master's arrival, she quickly stood to greet her, her face adorned with respect. "I am unprepared for your esteemed visit, Vice Sect Master." Silver Maiden did not even glance at her, striding directly into the chamber and addressing the matter head-on. "Your disciple Mayor is with child, yet her cultivation has regressed. Are you aware of this?" Lu Rian's heart sank. She realized that the matter could no longer be concealed. She nodded hastily. "I am aware, Vice Sect Master. This was due to my oversight. I had not confirmed the condition of the fetus, hence I refrained from reporting it." "An oversight?" Silver Maiden interrupted sharply. "Do you not understand that this fetus may possess top-tier spiritual roots? You allowed her to be publicly humiliated in the alchemy chamber, providing her only with low-grade elixirs to survive? Lu Rian, how can you call yourself an elder?" Lu Rian's complexion drained of color. Although she suspected the fetus was extraordinary, she never imagined the Vice Sect Master would place such significance on it, nor that Elder Wu would bring this issue to her attention. "I acknowledge my fault." She quickly knelt. "I shall increase my care for Mayor and ensure she suffers no further indignities." "That will not be necessary." Silver Maiden waved her hand dismissively, her tone leaving no room for argument. "From today forth, I shall personally oversee Mayor. She will move to reside in my Silver Moon Palace. Mind your conduct. Should there be any further negligence, do not expect me to show leniency due to our past camaraderie." Though Lu Rian felt a pang of resentment, she dared not defy her, responding with utmost respect. "Yes, I shall obey." Meanwhile, within Mayor's chamber, she had just begun to recover from her tears of humiliation, silently cursing her abdomen when she suddenly heard commotion outside. Assuming it was Yao Yue come to provoke her again, she prepared to retaliate, only to be taken aback as Vice Sect Master Silver Maiden entered, accompanied by several elders, with Lu Rian following behind, her expression one of anxiety. Mayor was utterly bewildered, quickly rising to pay her respects, trembling as she asked, "Vice Sect Master, what brings you here?" Silver Maiden regarded the pale, spiritually depleted disciple before her, a flicker of sympathy crossing her eyes, though her tone softened slightly. Mayor, gather your things. You will accompany me to the Silver Moon Palace. To the Silver Moon Palace? Mayor was astounded. That was the Vice Sect Master's residence, a place beyond the reach of an ordinary disciple like herself. There is no need for further discussion. Silver Maiden interjected. I am already aware of your situation. From this day forth, I shall personally attend to you. The sect will provide you with the finest resources to ensure your safety in delivering the child. Mayor stood there, her mind blank with disbelief. The finest resources? Personal care from the Vice Sect Master? What on earth was happening? At that moment, outside the chamber, Yao Yue, having heard the commotion, cautiously peered in. Witnessing Mayor being escorted away by the Vice Sect Master, flanked by several elders who displayed utmost respect, Yao Yue's eyes widened in shock, her smug expression freezing in place, replaced by disbelief and astonishment. How is this possible? How could that Mayor, whom I mocked for her regression, be so highly esteemed by the Vice Sect Master? And now she is to reside in the Silver Moon Palace? Could it be that the child within her womb truly has a remarkable lineage? A chill surged from the soles of Yao Yue's feet. The earlier mockery in the alchemy chamber now felt like a slap across her face. As she gazed at Mayor, who was being surrounded and escorted away, a profound sense of fear enveloped her for the first time. Mayor, in a daze, followed Silver Ant to the Silver Moon Palace, a place abundant in spiritual energy with opulent furnishings, far superior to her previous dwelling. Silver Ant arranged for her to have the finest chamber, delivered a plethora of high-grade elixirs and nourishing supplements, and even assigned 2 maidservants to attend to her every need. Rest assured and nurture your child here, Silver Ant said, her tone solemn. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Your only task is to ensure your safety and that of your child. Should you require any resources, do not hesitate to voice your needs. As Mayor surveyed her surroundings, she finally regained her composure, her heart a tumult of emotions, shock, confusion, and an indescribable anticipation. Could it be that what Master and the deputy sect leader said was indeed true? Was this illegitimate child truly a prodigy with an exceptional spiritual root? If that were the case, then perhaps the humiliation and suffering she endured earlier would have been worth it. Gently, Mayor caressed her belly, feeling the faint movements within, and for the first time, her resentment dissipated, giving rise to a complex mix of emotions. In the evening of Luoxia Town, Lin Yuechu was recounting amusing anecdotes about his day spent crafting a medicine cabinet to Cui'er. The shopkeeper insisted on engraving patterns on the cabinet doors, claiming it would appear more upscale. Lin Yuechu believed he merely wished to spend more silver. Cui'er chuckled as she poured him a cup of tea. You should refrain from mocking him. Just focus on your work, she advised. Ping'an had already fallen asleep, his cherubic face flushed, a smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Lin Yuechu sipped his tea, observing his dutiful wife and clever son, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. Little did he know, within the Huan sect, a monumental transformation sparked by him was unfolding. The child, once scorned by his mother and burdened with the hopes of the sect, was rapidly flourishing under the nourishment of top-tier resources, eagerly awaiting its arrival into the world to unveil its enigmatic existence. The tumultuous tides of the immortal path and the tranquil passage of mundane time continued on their respective courses, yet they were inexorably linked by an invisible bloodline, heralding more ripples and legends in the future. Chapter 33. A century of lifespan time slipped by quietly, and several months had passed. Life in Luoxia Town remained as tranquil as ever. Lin Yuechu's carpentry skills had become increasingly refined, earning him some renown in the town. Cui'er managed the household with meticulous care, and Ping'an grew into a sprightly young boy, learning to read and write at school, displaying remarkable intelligence. One day, Lin Yuechu was engrossed in crafting a bed for the affluently family at the eastern end of the town, the intricate carving process demanding his full attention. Suddenly, the familiar system notification chimed in his mind once more, detected that the host's offspring has successfully embarked on the high-tier immortal path, possessing extraordinary talent, meeting the conditions for the supreme reward of auspicious dragon and phoenix, granting the host an additional 100 years of lifespan. Clang! The carving knife slipped from Lin Yuechu's hand, landing on the wooden plank with a crisp sound. Yet again, Lin Yuechu's eyes widened in bewilderment. A century of lifespan. This was the second time he had received such a substantial reward. The last time he speculated, it was the child born of the fairy by the lake. But this time, who could it be? He counted on his fingers. Outyin, Qingcheng, Ping'an, just these 3. Could it be that the system truly malfunctioned? Or was there another child of whom he remained unaware? Lin Yuechu scratched his head, utterly perplexed. In his life, apart from Cui'er, he had only entangled with that fairy by the lake, most likely making her child his own. Well, never mind. If he could not comprehend it, he would not dwell on it. Lin Yuechu picked up his carving knife, shaking his head. After all, an extended lifespan was a boon. allowing him to accompany Cui'er and Ping'an for a few more years, a blessing indeed. He quickly cast aside the matter from his mind and focused on his work, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. With an additional 100 years of life, he felt his posture straighten. Meanwhile, in the soul-devouring valley, at the Hahuan Sect, the atmosphere in the Silver Moon Palace was tense. Mayor lay on the bed, her complexion pale, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, enduring the excruciating pains of labor. Despite the countless high-grade elixirs and tonics provided by the deputy sect master, Silver Ant, over the past few months to sustain her chi refining stage, the fetus's incessant drain on her spiritual energy had left her utterly weakened, especially now that she was about to give birth. Push, just a little more. The midwife urged anxiously from the side. Silver Ant stood outside the palace, her brow furrowed, casting anxious glances towards the sky. At some point, ominous clouds had gathered above the Hahuan Sect, accompanied by flashes of lightning and howling winds, as if a great calamity were approaching. Deputy Sect Master, this weather. An elder voiced with concern. Could it be that one of our senior brothers has failed in transcending the tribulation? Silver Ant shook her head, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. This does not resemble a tribulation. Rather, it seems to herald the arrival of a uniquely gifted being. She was increasingly convinced that the child within Mayor was anything but ordinary, perhaps even possessing superior spiritual roots. At that moment, a resounding cry of a newborn pierced the tense atmosphere of the palace, followed by an intensifying thunderstorm. A purple lightning bolt, akin to a colossal dragon, rent the dark clouds and illuminated the entire soul-devouring valley. She has given birth. It's a girl. The midwife emerged, cradling the swaddled infant, her face aglow with joy. Silver Ant hurried forward, eager to behold the child. The girl's tiny face scrunched up, her cries resounding with vibrant vitality. Quick, bring forth the spirit-testing stone. Silver Ant's voice trembled with anticipation. Before a maid could retrieve the stone, the sect master, a middle-aged woman clad in red, her beauty strikingly otherworldly, arrived hastily. Accompanied by several core elders, she had evidently been drawn by the celestial phenomena above. Silver Ant, what has transpired? As the sect master's words trailed off, her gaze fell upon the midwife's arms, and a flicker of realization illuminated her eyes. Is it this child? Indeed, Silver Ant exclaimed, her excitement palpable. You have arrived just in time. We are about to test her spiritual roots. The maid had already procured the spirit-testing stone, and Silver Ant gently placed the infant's tiny hand upon it. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixated on the stone. In the next moment, it erupted with a dazzling crimson light. The brilliance was fierce and commanding, akin to a roaring flame, instantly filling the entire Silver Moon Palace and soaring skyward. Intertwining with the lightning above, the entire Hahuan Sect was enveloped in a crimson radiance, the air thick with a fervent heat. Silver Ant's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed in disbelief, a supreme fire attribute spiritual root? The sect leader and all the elders present were equally astonished, their faces etched with incredulity. A supreme spiritual root, such a rarity in the realm of cultivation. It is said to possess the potential to reach the transformation stage and even higher realms, a pinnacle of talent. In the history of the Hahuan Sect, only 2 individuals with superior spiritual roots had emerged, both from centuries past. Currently, the mightiest within the sect has only attained the nascent soul stage. If this young girl can grow and ultimately achieve transformation, could it not propel the Hahuan Sect into the ranks of the top sects? Truly, a supreme spiritual root. Our Hahuan Sect is finally on the verge of rising. Heaven bless our Hahuan. After a brief moment of shock, the hall erupted into ecstatic cheers. The sect leader trembled with excitement, hastening forward to gaze at the swaddled infant, his eyes brimming with reverence and fervor. Excellent, 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 the leader repeated thrice, his voice quaking with emotion. This child shall be our Hahuan Sect's holy maiden, to be personally tutored by myself and the deputy sect leader. Silver Ant could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, the sect leader is wise. With this girl, our Hahuan Sect shall shine throughout the ages. Mayor, lying on the bed, heard the jubilant cheers from outside, a complex smile gracing her frail face. Her child possessed a supreme spiritual root. Indeed, she was a prodigy. The suffering endured over the past months and the regression in her own cultivation suddenly seemed to bear meaning in this moment. She gazed at her daughter, surrounded by enthusiastic admirers, and for the first time felt a profound sense of motherhood. This was her daughter, the hope of the Hahuan Sect, and also the flesh and blood of that mortal. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder how that mortal would react upon discovering he had a daughter with a supreme spiritual root. This fleeting thought was quickly suppressed by Mayor. From this day forth, her daughter would be the holy maiden of the Hahuan Sect, forever severed from the mundane world. In Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu stretched lazily, surveying the nearly completed bed, nodding in satisfaction. If Li Dahu were to see this bed, he would surely be pleased. He tidied his tools and hummed a tune as he made his way home. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. He patted the coin pouch at his waist, contemplating preparing his favorite braised pork for Ping in that evening. Chapter 34. The Heavenly Demon Sect. Although the extraordinary phenomenon above the Hahuan Sect had dissipated, the fervent aura ignited by the emergence of a supreme spiritual root seemed to linger in the air of the soul-devouring valley, refusing to fade. The sect leader, along with Silver Ant and other core elders, gathered in the Silver Moon Hall, their gazes fixed intently on the delicate infant in swaddling. The little one appeared to sense the eager attention surrounding her, blinking her large, glistening eyes, waving her tiny hands, her cries resonating with vigor. This girl, endowed with a supreme fire's spiritual root, holds the promise of reaching the transformation stage, a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for our Hahuan sect, the sect leader declared with fervor, his eyes sparkling with visions of the future. From this day forth, she shall be known as Hahuan Meiyan, signifying her inheritance of our Hahuan sect's lineage, destined to burn through all with the intensity of a blazing flame, illuminating our sect. The title of Holy Maiden is truly well-deserved. The elders responded in unison, their faces radiating pride and honor. Mayor lay in bed, her heart awash with a multitude of emotions upon hearing her daughter's name. From this moment on, Mei Yin would be inextricably linked to the Hahuan sect, becoming a beacon of hope for the future of the sect. As she gazed at Mei Yin, her eyes brimmed for the first time with maternal tenderness and anticipation. The sect leader turned to Mayor, his tone considerably softened. Mayor, although you are the mother of the saintess, your talents are limited. Henceforth, you shall rest in the Silver Moon Palace to nurture your health. The saintess will be under my and the vice sect leader's direct tutelage, so there is no need for you to worry. While his words were courteous, they effectively stripped Mayor of her right to raise her daughter. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart, yet she understood that this was the best arrangement. Her own modest cultivation rendered her incapable of guiding a prodigious talent with an exceptional spiritual root. She could only nod in acquiescence. Disciple obeys. The extraordinary phenomenon of the Hahuan sect was not confined merely to the soul-devouring valley. Among the 7 major sects of the demonic path, the Heavenly Demon Sect stood as the most formidable, regarded as the leader of the demonic factions. Within its ranks, there were several nascent soul cultivators, and it boasted a divine transformation ancestor, its power far exceeding that of the Hahuan sect. The headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect was located in the frigid expanse of the Black Wind Abyss. At this moment, the sect leader, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, emanating a chilling aura, was listening to a report from his subordinates. Sect leader, at noon today, a rare thunder tribulation phenomenon appeared above the Hahuan sect, causing a violent fluctuation in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is suspected that a high-level cultivator is undergoing tribulation, or perhaps a precious treasure is about to emerge. The black-robed man, known as Mo Tianqing, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, raised an eyebrow at the news, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. The Hahuan sect? Do they truly have anyone capable of undergoing tribulation with only those 2 nascent soul elders? The strength of the Hahuan sect was merely average within the demonic path. With 2 nascent soul cultivators, one in the mid-stage and the other in the early stage, hardly impressive. His subordinate found the situation puzzling and reported. Although the phenomenon was powerful, it did not appear to be perilous like a typical tribulation. It seemed more akin to the descent of a being with extraordinary talents. The descent of a being? Mo Tianqing lightly tapped his fingers on the table, pondering what kind of genius the Hahuan sect could possess that would warrant such a celestial disturbance. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, send someone to inquire, claiming that I have heard of a joyous event at the Hahuan sect and wish to convey my congratulations, as well as to offer any assistance they may require. While this statement seemed polite, it was laced with a strong undercurrent of probing. As the leader of the demonic path, the Heavenly Demon Sect always kept a keen eye on the movements of other sects, and any changes that could potentially influence the dynamics of the demonic realm would not escape their notice. Soon, a representative from the Heavenly Demon Sect arrived at the Hahuan sect. The visitor was a golden core elder, his demeanor haughty. Upon encountering the leader of the Hahuan sect, he merely offered a casual salute and stated, Hahuan sect leader, my sect leader has heard of an unusual phenomenon today within your esteemed sect and has sent me to investigate. Is there someone undergoing tribulation? Or perhaps has a precious treasure been acquired? The leader of the Hahuan sect felt a tightening in his chest, yet maintained an impassive facade, responding with a smile. Elder, you jest. What great tribulation could our Hahuan sect possibly have? It is merely an unusual weather pattern, with occasional thunderstorms that have caused some concern for your sect leader. Oh, just unusual weather? The elder of the heavenly demon sect was evidently skeptical, his gaze scanning the faces of those present at the Hahuan sect. Yet I have heard that a child has been born in your sect today, causing quite a stir. Yinggu stepped forward, her voice frosty. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over the birth of an ordinary disciple's child? The heavenly demon sect is being rather excessive, isn't it? The elder of the heavenly demon sect cast a penetrating glance at them, noting the serene expressions of the Hahuan sect members, which seemed genuine, devoid of any deceit. And he detected no formidable fluctuations of spiritual power. This left him somewhat perplexed. If that is the case, perhaps we have been overly suspicious. He chose not to inquire further. After all, the Hahuan sect's strength was limited, and even if there were an issue, it would hardly create substantial turmoil. With that, he took his leave. As they watched the elder of the heavenly demon sect depart, the leader of the Hahuan sect and Yinggu breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had managed to conceal the truth. Yinggu whispered, the heavenly demon sect has many spies. We must keep the news of the saintess strictly confidential and not allow even a whisper to escape. Rest assured, the sect leader replied, a glint of severity in his eyes. All who are privy to the saintess's true nature have signed a heart demon pact. Anyone who dares to disclose it shall face dire consequences. To protect this future powerhouse of transformation, the Hahuan sect resorted to employing the most stringent forbidden techniques. In the days that followed, the Hahuan sect appeared to regain its tranquility on the surface while secretly enhancing its vigilance. The Silver Moon Palace was fortified with layers of protection. Apart from the sect leader and Yinggu, no one was permitted to approach. Mei Yin was personally instructed by two nascent soul cultivators, with an abundance of cultivation resources flowing in. Her innate talent as a top-tier fire spirit root gradually emerged, and her comprehension of fire-based techniques was astonishing, far surpassing that of her peers, often leaving the sect leader and Yinggu in awe. Cui'er, meanwhile, rested in a side hall of the Silver Moon Palace, occasionally catching a distant glimpse of her daughter, feeling both a sense of comfort and an indescribable pang of loss. She understood that her daughter no longer belonged solely to her, but to the Hahuan sect as a whole, though the heavenly demon sect had temporarily ceased its inquiries. Mo Tianqing's suspicions remained unallayed. He sensed that the Hahuan sect was surely concealing something, yet lacked concrete evidence for the time being. The undercurrents of the demonic path began to stir quietly with the arrival of a newborn. In Loxia town, Lin Yuechu was fishing by the river with Ping and father. Look, this fish is enormous, Ping exclaimed, raising his rod, a half-foot-long Crucian carp thrashing on the hook. You truly are remarkable. Lin Yuechu chuckled as he assisted his son in removing the fish and placing it into the bucket. Tonight, I'll make you some crispy fried fish. The sunlight glimmered upon the water's surface. As Lin Yuechu gazed at his son's joyful countenance, his heart swelled with contentment. He had grown accustomed to the occasional lifespan rewards bestowed by the system. Although he still had no knowledge of those children, he found himself reluctant to ponder it deeply. As long as his family was safe and their days were stable, that was sufficient. Chapter 35. A Mother's Blessing in the Silver Moon Palace of the Hahuan sect. Cui'er sat cross-legged on a mat, channeling her cultivation method and feeling the spiritual energy within her rejuvenate, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Ever since Mei Yin had been designated as the saintess, her status as a mother had risen correspondingly. The sect leader had not only bestowed upon her a wealth of high-grade elixirs and a defensive artifact, but had also personally assisted her in refining her spiritual power, allowing her cultivation to not only recover to the early stages of foundation establishment, but also to show faint signs of a breakthrough. Oof, Yao Yu. Let's see how you mock me now. Cui'er clenched her fist, her heart alight with exhilaration. Not long ago, in the sect, upon encountering Yao Yue, the latter's countenance darkened to an extreme upon observing her resplendent attire and solid cultivation, yet not a single sarcastic remark dared to escape her lips. She could only retreat, tail between her legs. The exhilarating sensation of triumph dispelled the years of pent-up frustration within Cui'er. However, casting her gaze toward the distance, where Mei Huan was being instructed by the sect leader and Silver Ant, a vague sense of concern tugged at her heart. That was her daughter, the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect, yet she, the biological mother, could only watch from afar. The identity of the holy maiden's father lingered in Cui'er's mind, and the visage of the mortal carpenter she encountered in Qingfeng City involuntarily surfaced. Regardless of circumstances, he was Mei Huan's true father. Now that Mei Huan had ascended to the status of the sect's holy maiden, it was only natural and reasonable for her to pay a visit to that man and ascertain how he was faring, even if it were just a distant glance. It would ease a burden upon her heart. After all, mortals have but a century of life. In a few years, she might never see him again. In Qingfeng City, in Luoxia town, after more than a year, Cui'er once again set foot upon this land. The quaint little town remained unchanged, as did the cobblestone path. Yet her state of mind had transformed profoundly. She concealed her aura, resembling an ordinary woman from afar, inquiring about the carpenter with the surname Lin. You mean Lin the carpenter? An ant selling vegetables gestured toward a nearby courtyard. He's right over there? His craftsmanship is exceptional. Many families in town have furniture made by him. Following the direction indicated by the ant, Meyer beheld the familiar courtyard. The earthen walls stood firm. Clothes were drying at the entrance, and faint sounds of laughter drifted from within. Taking a deep breath, she stealthily approached, concealing herself behind a large tree outside the wall. Dinner time had just passed, and Lin Yuechu was tidying up the dishes alongside Cui'er, while Ping'an sat on a small stool nearby, playing with a wooden top. Today, Ping'an received praise from the teacher at school. I bought some meat to make braised pork for you tomorrow, Lin Yuechu said with a smile, his tone filled with affection. I know you dote on the child, Cui'er teased, casting him a gentle glance. Hurry and finish tidying up so you can rest. You've worked all day and must be tired. All right, he replied. Observing the warm and harmonious scene within the courtyard, a sense of inexplicable irritation welled up within Meyer. Particularly, seeing Lin Yuechu's obsequious demeanor toward Cui'er, coupled with the thought of her daughter being nurtured as a treasured asset of the sect. While he languished in this leisurely life, oblivious to her existence, ignited a surge of unnameable anger. Why? Why should he enjoy such untroubled freedom? Later that evening, the lights in the courtyard dimmed. A glint of coldness flashed in Meyer's eyes as she silently infiltrated the yard. From her fingertips, 2 wisps of pale pink mist emerged. Slipping through the window's crevice, it was the Hahuan Sect's intoxicating powder, albeit in a heavier dosage than before, sufficient to render the two into a deep slumber until dawn. Confirming that both within the room had succumbed to sleep, Meyer pushed the door open. In the dim light, she gazed upon the slumbering Lin Yuechu and then glanced at Cui'er beside him, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes, soon replaced by resolute determination. She waved her hand, and a gentle stream of spiritual energy moved Cui'er to the adjacent couch. Then, she lay down beside Lin Yuechu and unfastened his clothing. In his slumber, Lin Yuechu seemed to sense something, drowsily opening his eyes to behold a blurred, enchanting face. A feeling of intense heat enveloped him, and his consciousness slipped back into chaos. Everything that followed was under Meyer's control. It felt like an act of vengeance, yet also akin to performing a certain ritual. Her movements tinged with an intentional coldness. In the instant their breaths intertwined, a system prompt echoed in Lin Yuechu's mind. Detected that the host is in a reproductive opportunity. The multiple offspring blessing feature can be activated. Detected that the female's spiritual root aptitude meets the criteria. Multiple enhancement options are available. Option 1. Consume 1 year of life force to enhance potential offspring to low-grade spiritual root. Option 2. Consume 5 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to mid-grade spiritual root. Option 3. Consume 10 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to high-grade spiritual root. Option 4. Consume 50 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to top-grade spiritual root. If the host fails to make a selection within the stipulated time, the system will automatically match the optimal option. Option 4 has been selected. Consuming 50 years of life force, spiritual root enhancement mark has been applied. The cold prompt faded away, and Lin Yuechu turned over, continuing his deep slumber. Meyer gazed at his peaceful face, and the thrill of revenge gradually ebbed, replaced by an inexplicable emptiness. She quickly adjusted her attire, glanced at the slumbering Cui'er with a complex expression, then turned and silently departed the small courtyard. It was as if a mere mosquito had bitten. The following morning, when Lin Yuechu awoke, he was beset by a throbbing headache and a sense of profound fatigue. Cui'er was already up preparing breakfast. He rubbed his temples as he sat up, observing the vacant space beside him, faintly sensing that something had transpired the previous night, yet unable to recall the details. Awake? Did you sleep well last night? You seem to be in a deep slumber, Cui'er inquired as she brought him breakfast. It was all right, Lin Yuechu replied, scratching his head, feeling that something was amiss. Cui'er seemed more affectionate last night, and her scent was subtly different from usual. What's wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? Cui'er blushed under his gaze. Oh, it's nothing, Lin Yuechu laughed lightly, suppressing his doubts, attributing them to a strange dream he must have had. He rose from the bed to wash up, completely unaware that he had lost another 50 years of life, and more oblivious to the fact that the woman from the Hahuan Sect had once again left him with a child, one possessing the same top-grade spiritual root. Meyer had left Luoxia town, embarking on her journey back to the Hahuan Sect. She glanced back at the direction of the town, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes, before turning away and quickening her pace. From that moment on, she and that mortal would likely never cross paths again. Chapter 36. Celestial and mortal. The morning in Luoxia town always carries a hint of earthy fragrance. Lin Yuechu was chopping wood in the yard, while Cui'er busied herself in the kitchen, and Ping'an squatted nearby observing ants move their homes, a scene of tranquility and harmony. Suddenly, two figures descended from the sky, landing gracefully in the courtyard and stirring a gentle breeze. Father, mother, a melodious voice, tinged with youthful exuberance, resonated through the air, causing Lin Yuechu and Cui'er to tremble with surprise. Lin Yuechu turned abruptly, his axe clattering to the ground. At the entrance stood two young children, a tall boy with bright eyes and a girl, elegant and spirited, none other than Lin Yuechu and Lin Qingqing, who had been apart for many years. Yuechu, Qingqing. Lin Yuechu's voice quivered, almost unable to believe his own eyes. Cui'er rushed out from the kitchen, and upon seeing the two children, her eyes instantly welled with tears. She hurried forward, enveloping them in a warm embrace. My children, you have returned. Mother, Lin Qingqing cried, unable to hold back her tears as she clung to Cui'er. Though Lin Yuechu fought to remain composed, his eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at Lin Yuechu. Choking out, Father, just coming back is enough. Just coming back is enough. Lin Yuechu stepped forward, patting the shoulders of the two children, his hands trembling. After years apart, they had grown so much and had become true cultivators, capable of soaring through the skies. Ping'an timidly hid behind Lin Yuechu, observing these unfamiliar siblings, and whispered, Father, who are they? Ping'an, this is your brother Yuechu and your sister Qingqing, Cui'er said, wiping her tears and smiling. Quickly greet your brother and sister. Brother, sister, Ping'an called softly. Lin Yuechu and Lin Qingqing exchanged tender smiles as they looked at their delicate little brother. The family settled inside, and Cui'er busily poured water for the two children and prepared snacks, her mouth not ceasing to inquire. How have you fared at Yuechu's Sect? Has anyone bullied you? Are you accustomed to the food? Mother, we are doing splendidly. Our master and senior brothers and sisters are all very kind to us, Lin Qingqing replied with a smile. Though the food at the Sect may not compare to your cooking, it is still quite satisfactory. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Cui'er nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with unbroken delight. Lin Yuechu sat beside them, increasingly satisfied as he observed the two children. Yuechu exuded the vigor of youth, while Qingqing possessed the grace befitting a disciple of the celestial realm, both radiating a subtle aura of spiritual energy, indicating their budding cultivation. What is your current level of cultivation? Lin Yuechu inquired with curiosity. I have reached the second level of qi refinement. Lin Yuechu puffed out his chest proudly. Qingqing is even more impressive. She has attained the third level. Truly remarkable. Lin Yuechu exclaimed in admiration, unable to suppress his astonishment. The qi refinement stage, while perhaps insignificant within the realm of cultivation, was akin to celestial existence in his eyes. It was a decision well made. He had enhanced the children's spiritual roots through the system, granting them the opportunity to enter Yuechu's Sect. Looking back, that choice had proven to be extraordinarily wise. Can you fly in the Sect? Can you use spells? Ping'an asked curiously, his wide eyes filled with longing. Of course, Lin Yuechu replied with a smile, conjuring a flickering flame at his fingertips, its warmth dancing in his palm. Behold, this is the fireball technique. Ping'an watched in awe, clapping his hands. Wow, how amazing. Lin Qingqing, smiling as well, waved her hand, and an empty teacup floated from the table, spinning gracefully in the air before gently landing back down. Wow, sister is amazing too. Lin Yuechu and Cui'er gazed at the scene before them, their faces adorned with contentment. Though they themselves could not tread the path of immortality, they found immense satisfaction in the accomplishments of their children. Have you encountered any amusing incidents within the Sect? Lin Yuechu inquired. Indeed, Lin Yuechu eagerly opened up. Our Sect possesses a scripture pavilion, filled with tomes that reach the heavens. Furthermore, there is a spiritual spring on the back mountain whose waters accelerate cultivation. Though one must contend for a spot each day, Lin Qingqing added, and there's the Sect competition, where victors can claim numerous prizes. I won a healing jade pendant last time. The two children animatedly shared tales of Yuechu's Sect, recounting talking spirit pets and fruit-bearing spiritual trees, leaving Lin Yuechu and Cui'er astonished, while Ping'an listened with rapt attention. Observing the children's animated expressions warmed Lin Yuechu's heart. He had never harbored grand ambitions. His greatest wish was for the safety and happiness of his family. Now, with his children finding success in the realm of immortals and returning to visit, what more could he desire? By the way, father, mother, during this visit, we can stay for a few days. And we've brought some spiritual fruits from the Sect to nourish your health. Lin Qingqing produced several vividly colored fruits from her storage pouch, emanating a potent spiritual aura. Isn't this too precious? Cui'er hastily waved her hand. Mother, please accept them. They are not considered significant in the Sect, Lin Yuechu chuckled. They are beneficial for your health and can enhance vitality. Lin Yuechu accepted the spiritual fruits, feeling their warmth and inhaling their refreshing fragrance, instantly invigorated. Your return is worth more than anything, he remarked with a smile. Tonight, I shall prepare braised pork for you, so you can savor the flavors of home. Hooray! I want to eat the braised pork made by father. Lin Yuechu cheered. The courtyard once again resonated with laughter and joy, the years of estrangement having vanished, leaving only a profound familial bond. Lin Yuechu reflected on the scene before him, his heart brimming with emotion. Although he was merely an ordinary carpenter and could not embark on the path of immortality like his children, witnessing their growth and success, and possessing such a blissful family was his greatest fortune. As for those children he had yet to meet and the lifespan rewards from the system, they seemed merely as embellishments. In this moment, he wished time would slow, allowing the warmth of their reunion to linger a little longer. Chapter 37. Very well. In the depths of the Silver Moon Palace of the Hahuan Sect, Cui'er stood at a distance. Observing the small Meiyan cradled in the embrace of the sect leader, her eyes filled with a complex warmth. The child, barely over a year old, had blossomed into a delicate beauty, with large, sparkling eyes brimming with vitality. She could almost name every elder and disciple in the sect with just a glance. Her cleverness was remarkable. Upon seeing Cui'er, the small Meiyan stretched out her tiny hands, calling out in a sweet, melodious voice. The sect leader's face instantly brightened with a smile as he carefully handed her to Cui'er. Look how this child has grown more attached to you. Cui'er took her daughter into her arms, planting a kiss on her rosy cheek, her heart swelling with tenderness. She truly has a sweet tongue. Although she had yet to formally embark on her cultivation journey, the young Meiyan's sensitivity to the surrounding spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Occasionally extending her delicate hand would cause the nearby candle flames to flicker vigorously, a testament to the innate talent bestowed upon her by her exceptional fire spirit root. This remarkable gift was cherished not only by the sect leader and Silver Ant, but also drew the attention of two venerable elders who had long remained in seclusion. They ventured forth to witness her potential and, upon departing, left behind two treasures imbued with pure fire elemental energy, advising that she be nurtured with utmost care. With the elders' esteemed regard, this child was destined to lead our Harmony sect to unparalleled heights, Silver Ant remarked with a smile, her eyes brimming with hope. May, feeling a mix of pride and relief, nodded in agreement. With so many guardians watching over Meiyan, she, as a mother, felt a sense of security. Exiting the Silver Moon Palace, May's spirits were notably high. Now the mother of the Holy Maiden, her status within the sect had ascended dramatically, wherever she went. She was met with respectful greetings, no longer subjected to the disdainful glares of Yaoyu. Seizing this opportunity, she resolved to devote herself to rigorous cultivation, striving for an early breakthrough into the mid-foundation stage. With the experience of her previous trials etched in her mind, she understood the paramount importance of strength. Leveraging her privileges as the Holy Maiden's mother, she smoothly gained entry into the sect's spiritual pool for training. The pool was rich in spiritual energy, immensely beneficial for breakthroughs, a privilege unattainable for ordinary disciples. Upon entering the cave where the spiritual pool resided, she encountered Yaoyu standing outside, her gaze a complex mixture of jealousy and resentment. Yet she dared not approach to impede May's progress. A sense of satisfaction surged within May as she deliberately straightened her posture, walking in with unwavering focus, and used her spiritual energy to seal the cave door, shutting out Yaoyu's venomous stare. Now you know what envy feels like. It's too late. A cold smile graced May's lips before she composed herself, sitting cross-legged by the pool's edge to commence her cultivation. The spiritual energy within the pool flowed like a gentle stream, continuously entering her body and nourishing her meridians. May could distinctly feel the spiritual power within her dantian gradually increasing, seemingly just a step away from the mid-foundation stage. Elated, she intensified her absorption of the spiritual energy. However, as 2 weeks elapsed, the anticipated breakthrough eluded her, replaced instead by a shocking predicament. The amount of spiritual energy she absorbed continued to rise. Yet the power within her dantian not only failed to grow but was, at a slow but steady pace, dissipating. The sensation mirrored that of her previous pregnancy with Meiyan. The energy coursed through her meridians, eventually flowing silently towards her lower abdomen, vanishing without a trace. May's eyes flew open, her complexion paling in an instant. No, it can't be. Trembling, she reached out to touch her abdomen, which, while still flat, faintly hinted at a subtle fluttering. Once this thought emerged, it could not be suppressed any longer. She was pregnant once more. May nearly choked on her own breath, inwardly cursing vehemently. That same mortal. In a moment of impulsiveness in Luoxia town, she had inadvertently sown the seeds of calamity again. Clenching her fists tightly, her knuckles turned white. The last time she had been pregnant, Her cultivation had plummeted, and she had endured endless humiliation. Now, just as she had finally regained her strength and was poised to challenge the mid-foundation stage, was she destined to tread the same path of misfortune? Damn it, May muttered under her breath, her heart swelling with frustration and urgency. Why is she so unfortunate? What kind of mortal possesses such a constitution, allowing her to conceive so effortlessly? Moreover, the children she bears are so domineering, ravenously siphoning her spiritual energy. Mayer gritted her teeth, her gaze flickering uncertainly. Should she take action? Yet, the previous example of Mei Yin loomed large. A child capable of depleting the maternal spiritual essence at such a rapid pace is likely to be extraordinarily gifted. What if it turns out to be a child with exceptional spiritual roots? Conversely, should she refrain from acting? What then becomes of her cultivation? Must she endure the agonizing descent from foundation establishment back to chi refinement once more? In that moment, Mayer found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Her heart a tumult of confusion. The spiritual energy within the spirit pool remained rich and abundant, yet she could no longer focus on her cultivation. Her mind consumed with the question of whether to keep this child. Outside the cave, Yao Yu had yet to depart. She sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the pool remained stable, devoid of any signs of breakthrough, and could not help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. Humph. Even if one enters the spirit pool, what of it? Poor aptitude is poor aptitude. No amount of supplementation can change that. Yao Yu muttered under her breath, a glimmer of malicious glee flickering in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, within the cave, Mayer was not incapable of breaking through. Rather, she was grappling with an exceedingly vexing surprise. At that very moment, Lin Yuechu of Luoxia town was leisurely strolling through the town with Ao Tian and Qing Cheng. Father, look at this wooden sword. It's truly well crafted. Lin Ao Tian exclaimed, enamored with a wooden sword freshly made by Lin Yuechu. If you like it, then keep it. It will prove useful during your sword practice, Lin Yuechu replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Lin Qingcheng watched over Ping and as he played with a group of children, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Chapter 38. Reunion with the sect master at the dock of Luoxia town. Lin Yuechu, Cui'er, and Ping stood at the water's edge, bidding farewell to Lin Ao Tian and Lin Qingcheng as they boarded the flying vessel bound for Haoyan Sect. Father, Mother, we will visit you often, Lin Ao Tian called out, vigorously waving from the edge of the vessel. Take good care of yourselves, Cui'er admonished, wiping away her tears. Lin Yuechu watched as the vessel transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, a greater sense of solace filled his heart. The children had found their place within the immortal gate, and that was enough. Upon returning home, Lin Yuechu began to organize the belongings left behind by Ao Tian and Qing Cheng, several bottles of healing elixirs, a jade pendant for calming the mind, and a fundamental breathing technique manual, albeit one he could not comprehend. While these items may not hold significant value for cultivators, to him, a mere mortal, they represented the heartfelt intentions of his children. Just feel this jade pendant. It's truly different, Cui'er remarked, holding it with great affection. Indeed, the children have shown their thoughtfulness, Lin Yuechu replied with a smile as he carefully stored the items away. When they return next time, I shall craft them a proper wooden sword sheath. Though he could not utilize these celestial artifacts, their mere presence brought him joy, as if he could sense the lives his children were leading within the immortal realm. Outside the spirit pool cave of Haoyan Sect, Mayer emerged with a pale complexion. Just as she was about to leave, an oddly mocking voice called out to her. Oh, is that not Mayer Jr.? Why do you emerge from the spirit pool, looking even worse? Yao Yu, having materialized from nowhere, wore a smile of malicious delight. It seems this spirit pool could not salvage your dismal aptitude. You have failed to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage again, haven't you? Mayer was already in a state of emotional turmoil, and upon being mocked, her anger flared even more. Yet she could not be bothered to engage in a debate. She merely cast a cold glance over her shoulder before turning to leave. What? Did I hit a nerve? Speechless now, Yaiwa called out from behind her. Indeed. How could one who could not even control their own desires hope to advance in cultivation? A mere dream. Mayer paused in her steps, clenched her fists, but ultimately suppressed her fury and quickened her pace to depart. Engaging in a squabble with such a person would only diminish her own dignity. She made her way directly to Lu Rian's cave residence and recounted her predicament in detail, including the loss of spiritual energy and the suspicion of being pregnant again. What? You are pregnant again? Lu Rian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you be so careless? The Harmony sect does not place much value on propriety and shame. The interactions among disciples are quite commonplace. However, it is rare for someone like Mayer to become pregnant consecutively, especially when it adversely affects her cultivation. Mayer lowered her head, feeling utterly aggrieved. But it seems this child is also absorbing my spiritual energy, just like when I was pregnant with Mei Yan. Lu Rian's expression grew serious at these words. Are you suggesting that this child might also possess a top-tier spiritual root? I cannot be certain, but this matter is of great significance. Lu Rian interrupted. Wait here. I shall report this to the sect leader immediately. Within the leader's hall, the sect leader listened to Lu Rian's report, her own expression one of astonishment. Another one. She furrowed her brow, her tone laced with disbelief. Top-tier spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. Having one such as Mei Yan is already a tremendous fortune for our Harmony sect. How could there be another? Yet, the symptoms described by Mayer were indeed identical to those experienced during her pregnancy with Mei Yan. Lu Rian hesitated. After pondering for a moment, the sect leader's gaze fell upon Mayer. Are you certain the father of this child is still that same mortal? Mayer felt her face flush and nodded. Yes, a mortal. Who could consecutively father children with top-tier spiritual roots? A flicker of doubt crossed the sect leader's eyes, yet she chose not to inquire further. Regardless of the circumstances, this child must not be treated lightly. After all, the case of Mei Yan is a present reminder. What if this one is also a top-tier spiritual root? You should return and focus on nurturing the child, the sect leader instructed. The sect will continue to provide the necessary resources. Consider it another gamble. Though she felt the odds were exceedingly low, she was unwilling to forfeit any potential genius. Upon hearing this, Mayer felt a slight sense of reassurance, albeit with a bittersweet amusement. A gamble? Her womb had become the sect's wager? I shall obey, she replied, as she left the leader's hall. Mayer was engulfed in a myriad of emotions. She too believed that the occurrence of a top-tier spiritual root was unlikely to happen again. This child was most likely an ordinary fetus. Yet, the thought of the child within her absorbing spiritual energy with such ferocity left her feeling uncertain. Never mind, she sighed. What is meant to be will be. After all, with the sect providing resources, her sole duty was to nurture the fetus in peace. As for the child's future potential, that would be left to fate. In the days that followed, Mayer resumed her life of nurturing her pregnancy, though her mindset was entirely different from the last time. There was less anxiety and more acceptance. The enchanting you still occasionally taunted her, yet witnessing her continued acquisition of abundant resources, even more than before, only intensified the jealousy that brewed within her. However, she dared not be overly brazen, for Mayer was the Holy Maiden's mother, backed by both the sect master and the deputy sect master. Within the Harmony sect, apart from a select few, no one was privy to the fact that Mayer was once again with child, nor did anyone know that this unborn child might be yet another prodigious talent. Meanwhile, far away in Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu remained blissfully unaware of these developments. He was preoccupied with crafting a new set of desks and chairs for the local academy. And during his leisure, he would take Ping in fishing and frolicking, living a life that was both serene and fulfilling. Little did he know that another child of his was quietly gestating within the Harmony sect, poised to arrive in the world and drop yet another bombshell upon this already tumultuous realm of cultivation. The unknown path of immortality and the stability of mortal life continued to progress along their respective courses, yet due to the invisible bond of bloodline, they were destined to collide and ignite a more dazzling spark on some future day. Chapter 39. The competition amidst the swirling mists at the entrance of the Luoyun sect. A group of cultivators clad in the garments of the Haotian sect ascended the steps. At the forefront stood a middle-aged elder with an imposing demeanor, followed closely by a dozen disciples, including Lin Yuechu and Lin Yuechu, who were both curiously surveying this celestial gate, markedly different in style from their own sect, their eyes alight with excitement. The Luoyun sect is an esteemed and venerable establishment in the south, rich in heritage. During this competition, you are to exercise caution and decorum, lest you tarnish the dignity of our Haotian sect, Elder Wu admonished, casting a stern gaze over the disciples behind him. Yes, Elder, they replied in unison. The sect master of Luoyun, Mo Chun, had long awaited their arrival with the core elders at the mountain gate. Upon seeing the Haotian sect members, a warm smile graced his face. Elder Wu, it is a long journey you have undertaken. I hope your travels have not been too arduous. You are too kind. Sect master Mo, Elder Wu replied, returning the gesture. Having heard of the recent influx of talent within the Luoyun sect, I have brought my disciples to engage in scholarly exchange, and I hope you will not hesitate to impart your wisdom. Your praise is unwarranted. Please, come inside. The two parties engaged in cordial pleasantries as they proceeded into the martial arena of the Luoyun sect. The arena was vast and well-maintained, already filled with Luoyun sect disciples who cast curious glances at the Haotian sect delegation. Lin Yuechu and Lin Yuechu stood at the back of the line, feeling a mixture of nervousness and exhilaration. This was their first participation in an inter-sect competitive exchange. Brother, look at the disciples of Luoyun sect. Their auras seem quite formidable. Lin Yuechu whispered. Indeed, Let us observe closely and learn as much as we can. Lin Yuechu nodded, a glimmer of competitiveness in his eyes. After the customary niceties, the competition commenced in earnest. Disciples from both sides took turns to showcase their skills, spells illuminating the arena as cheers erupted from the spectators. The strengths of the Haoyan and Luoyun disciples appeared evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a clear victor. Elder Wu sat in the observation area, maintaining an impassive expression while contemplating the situation. Though the current generation of Haoyan disciples was diligent, they lacked truly exceptional talents. If this continued, they risked being surpassed by other sections. At that moment, Elder Ling Shuang of the Luoyun sect stood up and proclaimed, "Next, I would like to invite 2 of our younger disciples to step forward for some practical training, and I hope the friends from Haoyan sect can offer their guidance." As soon as her words fell, 2 small figures emerged from the ranks of the Luoyun disciples. A boy, approximately 7 years of age, donned in a silver short coat, with a handsome visage and tranquil gaze, was none other than Su Hao. Beside him stood a slightly younger girl, around 6, clad in a water blue dress. Her skin as fair as snow, and her inquisitive eyes darting around the surroundings, identified as Su Shui. These children are far too young, aren't they? A disciple from Haoyan sect could not help but exclaim. Lin Yuechu and Lin Qingqing exchanged surprised glances, taken aback. Could such young children truly participate in the competition? Elder Wu raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Su Hao and Su Shui. At first, he paid little attention, dismissing it as the Falling Cloud sect's attempt to expose their juniors to the world. Su Hao and Su Shui shall engage in a friendly spar with the senior disciples of Haoyan sect. Keeping it light, Elder Ling Shuang gently suggested. Understood, master. Su Hao replied solemnly, while Su Shui nodded obediently. From the Haoyan sect, a disciple at the 7th level of Qi refinement stepped forward bravely. Observing the 2 children, who were a head shorter than him, he wore a gentle smile. Junior brother and sister, do take it easy on me. Su Hao remained silent, quietly producing a small golden short blade, a faint golden aura of spiritual energy emanating from him, indicative of his 7th level of Qi refinement. What? The disciples of Haoyan sect erupted in disbelief, their faces a canvas of astonishment. A 7-year-old at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Elder Wu's previously calm demeanor abruptly stiffened. He straightened in his seat, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. As he focused, he confirmed that the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding the child were indeed solid and refined, unmistakably genuine. This is impossible. A middle-aged cultivator beside Elder Wu exclaimed in shock. Lin Yuechu and Lin Qingqing were equally dumbfounded. After years of diligent practice, they had only reached the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi refinement. How could a 7-year-old child have attained the 7th level? The Haoyan sect disciple was now bewildered, the warmth in his expression swiftly replaced by seriousness. No longer daring to underestimate, he swiftly summoned his long sword, channeling his energy to its peak. Junior brother, please enlighten me. Certainly. Before Su Hao's words could fully escape his lips, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. The short blade creating a fierce arc of golden light, aimed directly at his opponent's face. His movements were swift, and his strikes were concise and ruthless, demonstrating prowess far beyond that of an ordinary 7-year-old. The short blade, imbued with golden energy, was exceptionally sharp, forcing the 7th level disciple to retreat repeatedly in a state of disarray. In a mere 10 exchanges, Su Hao identified an opening. With a deft flick of his blade, a concentrated stream of golden spiritual energy shot forth, striking the opponent's long sword and sending it flying. I concede. The disciple's face turned crimson as he cupped his hands in defeat. The training ground fell into an awestruck silence, only to erupt into thunderous applause. Well done, Brother Su Hao. Elder Wu fixated on Su Hao, his fingers trembling slightly. 7th level of Qi refinement. At just 7 years old, such talent was a rarity, even within the annals of Haoyan sect history. Before he could compose himself, Su Shui timidly stepped forward, bowing to the remaining disciples of Haoyan sect. I wish to give it a try. A female disciple from Haoyan sect at the 6th level of Qi refinement gritted her teeth and stepped into the arena. She could not fathom how she could lose to a mere 6-year-old girl. Yet, the ensuing events would once again redefine the limits of everyone's understanding. Although Su Shui appeared delicate, she possessed an astonishing command over water-based spells. With a mere flick of her jade-like fingers, a thin layer of ice swiftly formed upon the martial arts arena, momentarily halting her opponent's movements. Almost instantaneously, several water arrows materialized, accurately targeting her adversary's vital points, compelling them to struggle under the onslaught. Even more astonishing was the fact that her spiritual energy fluctuations had reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, far surpassing her peers. Another prodigy. The disciples of the Haoyan sect found themselves utterly speechless. The female disciple, despite exerting all her strength, was ultimately ensnared by Su Shue's water wall, reluctantly conceding defeat. In the martial arena, the disciples of the Luoyun sect erupted in cheers, while elders such as Mo Chun and Ling Shuang wore expressions of profound satisfaction. Elder Wu, seated at the observation platform, displayed a myriad of emotions, his heart tumultuous with waves of astonishment. Two children, one at 7 years old, reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement, and another at 6, attaining the 6th layer. Moreover, one possessed a gold attribute, while the other wielded a water attribute, both embodying pure and formidable spiritual energy. Superior spiritual roots. Undoubtedly, they possessed superior spiritual roots. When did the Luoyun sect produce such exceptional talents? Why had he never heard of them before? Elder Wu's gaze intensified with fervor, as a thought burgeoned within him. If only he could recruit these two children into the Haotian sect. Yet, he was acutely aware of the improbability. For the Luoyun sect would undoubtedly cherish these children as treasures. Master Mo, Elder Wu exhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. His tone tinged with a barely discernible envy. These young friends from your esteemed sect truly possess extraordinary talent, evoking admiration. Mo Chen smiled lightly, his voice calm, yet barely concealing pride. They are merely two mischievous children. I hope Elder Wu finds them amusing. Elder Wu chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent, though he had already resolved in his heart. Upon returning, he would certainly report this matter to the sect leader. With such twin prodigies in the Luoyun sect, their future was boundless, and the Haotian sect must prepare accordingly. Lin Yuechu and Lin Qingsheng observed Su Hao and Su Shui, surrounded by admirers. Their eyes filled with awe and longing. Brother, they are incredible, Lin Qingsheng murmured. Indeed, Lin Yuechu clenched his fists. We must strive to improve. The competition in the martial arena continued, yet all gazes seemed fixated on those two diminutive figures. Unbeknownst to Su Hao and Su Shui, their debut had already planted a thorn in the hearts of the Haotian sect, subtly altering the dynamics between the two major sections. Chapter 40 would attribute the sky over the soul-devouring valley was once again shrouded in ink-like dark clouds. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, the tempest more astonishing than the previous phenomena during the descent of the charming flame. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth surged violently, causing the entire protective array of the Haotian sect to tremble faintly. Within the Silver Moon Palace, Mei'er lay upon her bed, her forehead beaded with cold sweat as she endured yet another excruciating labor. This time, the depletion of spiritual energy was even more rapid than before. She could distinctly feel her recently regained early-stage foundation establishment cultivation ebbing away like retreating tides, plummeting back to the qi refinement stage. Push. It's almost over. The midwife's voice was taut with tension. Outside the hall, the sect leader of Haotian, Silver Ant, and two reclusive nascent soul ancestors awaited with grave expressions. In a fiery crimson dress, little Mei Yin was cradled in the embrace of Silver Ant, her large, glistening eyes gazing at the extraordinary phenomena in the sky. In a sweet, childlike voice, she inquired, "Is it a brother or sister coming out?" Silver Ant gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "Soon, the saintess will have a companion." The sect leader's gaze frequently wandered towards the valley's edge, his brow furrowed in concern. Such a remarkable spectacle could hardly evade the attention of other demonic sects, especially the Heavenly Demon sect. Indeed, before long, a disciple hurriedly reported, "Sect leader, members of the Heavenly Demon sect are lingering outside the valley, seemingly spying." Humph. They are quite well informed. An elder of the nascent soul realm snorted, exuding an overwhelming aura of power, declaring, "As long as I am here, they would not dare to act recklessly." Another elder spoke gravely, "Let us stabilize the situation first. We shall address them once the child is born." At that moment, a resounding infant's wail pierced the heavens, akin to the song of dragons and phoenixes, instantly overshadowing the thunderous roars above. Following this, a magnificent green beam of light erupted from the Silver Moon Palace, intertwining with the stormy clouds, radiating an exuberant vitality. "He is born. It's a boy." The midwife emerged, cradling the swaddled infant, her face alight with excitement. "Quick, the spirit stone," the sect leader exclaimed impatiently, his voice trembling with anticipation. The maid had already presented the spirit stone, and the sect leader cautiously placed the baby's tiny hand upon it. In the next moment, the spirit stone erupted with a dazzling green brilliance. The glow was warm and profound, imbued with boundless life, as if it could revitalize withered trees, instantly saturating the entire Silver Moon Palace with a lush hue. The air was filled with a refreshing scent of flora, and even the storm clouds above seemed to disperse slightly. Top tier would attribute spirit root. The sect leader gasped in astonishment, nearly dropping the spirit stone. "What? Another top-tier spirit root?" a wood attribute spirit root. Heaven above. How could our Huan sect be so fortunate as to possess such dual treasures? The two nascent soul elders trembled with excitement, hastening forward to gaze intently at the infant in the swaddle. The little one furrowed his brow, his cries resonant. Tiny fists flailing, surrounded by a faint green aura. A wood attribute spirit root. It complements Mei Yan's fire attribute spirit root perfectly. One consumes all, while the other brings forth life. Excellent, 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 the elder exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. With these two children, our Huan sect shall surely rise. Within a century, we will cultivate two formidable beings of the transformation stage. At that time, not only the heavenly demon sect, but the entire realm of cultivation will have to show our Huan sect due respect. The other elder echoed, indeed. Fire can burn cities, while wood can foster lineage. If these two can mature, our sect's strength will multiply manifold. What is the heavenly demon sect in comparison? They shall be made to bow before us. Silver Ant, holding Mei Yan, gazed at the infant radiating green energy, her face adorned with an unprecedented smile. Saintess, you have a brother, and he is as formidable as you. Little Mei Yan blinked, extending her tiny hand towards her brother, cheerfully exclaiming, Brother, let's play. Outside the hall, the spies of the heavenly demon sect sensed the overwhelming aura of wood attribute spiritual energy, as well as the euphoric atmosphere emanating from the harmony sect. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, they turned to report back to the heavenly demon sect. Within the harmony sect, jubilation reigned supreme. The birth of two exceptional spiritual roots was an unprecedented event in the annals of demonic history. All disciples privy to the news were overwhelmed with excitement, as if they could already envision the harmony sect rising to dominance in the demonic realm. Mayor lay weakly on her bed, gazing at her son surrounded by adoring onlookers, her heart a tumult of emotions. Once again, he possessed an exceptional spiritual root, and he was the child of that mortal. She had plummeted back to the chi refining stage, yet this time, there was not a trace of resentment. Rather, an extraordinary feeling blossomed within her. This man, who had caused her regression and endured much suffering, had gifted her with two extraordinarily gifted children. Perhaps this was fate. The sect leader personally bestowed the name Mei Sun upon the infant boy, signifying the myriad of life and the perpetual cycle of existence. Resonating with the blazing flames of Mei Yan. Mayor, you have toiled greatly, the sect leader said, approaching her bedside with an unprecedented gentleness. This time, the sect will provide you with the finest resources, not only to restore your cultivation, but also to aid you in breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. You are the mother of dual prodigies. Your future standing will be second only to mine and the two venerable ancestors. The two nascent soul ancestors nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Mayor filled with gratitude and respect. Without this woman, the harmony sect would not have the opportunities it enjoyed today. Mayor offered a weak smile and nodded in acknowledgement. She understood that from this moment forth, her fate was irrevocably intertwined with those two children and the entire harmony sect. In the black wind abyss of the heavenly demon sect, Mo Tianxing, upon hearing his subordinate's report, crushed the teacup in his hand with a sharp crack. 2. Another pair of exceptional spiritual roots, and of the wood attribute. A glimmer of incredulous shock flickered in his eyes, quickly morphing into deep apprehension and a hint of murderous intent. The harmony sect had indeed concealed such profound resources. Fire attribute exceptional spiritual roots, and would attribute exceptional spiritual roots. Should these two children mature, they would pose a significant threat to the standing of the heavenly demon sect. Master, should we take care of the elder nearby? One of the elders made a gesture across his throat. Mo Tianxing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The harmony sect is under the protection of two nascent soul ancestors. They are undoubtedly on high alert, and we cannot act recklessly. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. However, we must not allow them to grow unhindered. Issue orders to closely monitor the movements of the harmony sect, especially those two children. We must create some trouble for them at the first opportunity. Understood. The tides of the demonic realm surged once more with the birth of Mei Senator. Meanwhile, far away in Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu remained blissfully unaware. He was engrossed in the foundational breathing technique left by Ao Tian and Qing Cheng, utterly perplexed. What is this? It's all crooked, he muttered, scratching his head. Abandoning the technique, he decided that working with wood was far more practical. He picked up a plane and began to carve a piece of wood, preparing to craft a new toy for Ping and sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his focused face. As time flowed peacefully by, two children have become the focal point of the conflict between the two major sects of the demonic path, and a storm that spans both the celestial and demonic realms is quietly brewing due to their bloodline. Chapter 41. My satisfaction in the hall of the Huan sect. The atmosphere was laden with tension. A disciple knelt on one knee, his face etched with urgency as he reported, "Esteemed sect leader, ancestor. The heavenly demon sect has been unusually active outside the soul-consuming valley, with the number of spies multiplying several-fold compared to usual. Especially after the birth of our second young master yesterday, their movements have become increasingly blatant, as if they have confirmed the emergence of a significant treasure from our sect." The sect leader furrowed his brow, glancing at the two Yuan-ing ancestors present. The elder on the left, with hair as white as snow, was the most senior mid-Yuan-ing cultivator of the Hahuan sect. He scoffed dismissively, his eyes glinting with disdain. "The heavenly demon sect is well-informed indeed. But do two mere children warrant such a grand mobilization?" The elder on the right spoke solemnly. "They must have sensed the anomalies surrounding the birth of our celestial prodigies. Humph, if they wish to challenge the foundation of the Hahuan sect, they ought to consider their own weight." Indeed, the sect leader concurred. "Our sect's protective formation, the soul-consuming lock, is a masterpiece forged by the collective efforts of our ancestors, boasting formidable defenses. Even if the heavenly demon sect were to unleash their full might, breaching it would not be an easy feat. Furthermore, while there have been frictions with other demonic sects, we maintain a delicate balance. Should the heavenly demon sect attack us without provocation, it would undoubtedly provoke the vigilance and dissatisfaction of other sects, possibly uniting against them, a scenario that Mo Tianxing would dread. Moreover, the heavenly demon sect's transformation ancestor has long since withdrawn from worldly affairs and is advanced in age, his peak cultivation days behind him." The elder with white hair remarked nonchalantly, "Should he dare to emerge recklessly, the righteous sects will surely move at once. At that point, not only would they find it difficult to contend with our Hahuan sect, but their own survival would also be uncertain." After this thorough analysis, the somber atmosphere in the hall lightened considerably. In light of this, there is no need for excessive concern. The sect leader sighed in relief. "The immediate priority is to ensure that Mei Yin and Mei Sun grow steadily, and that the heavenly demon sect's petty maneuvers do not disrupt their development." The two elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the elder with white hair affirmed, "These two children represent the future of our Hahuan sect, and we must ensure that nothing goes awry. Dispatch orders to bolster the sect's defenses, especially around the Silver Moon Palace. Establishing triple-layered prohibitions to keep all unauthorized individuals at bay. Furthermore, from this day forth, we shall personally instruct them in their cultivation," added the other elder. "I shall guide Mei Yin in fire attribute techniques, while my senior brother will oversee Mei Sin's wood attribute practices, ensuring they establish the most solid foundation. As for resources," the sect leader interjected, "the heavenly materials in the storeroom, such as the burning heaven fruit and azure wood liquid, should be prioritized for the two young masters and the holy maiden, sparing no expense to assist in their cultivation. The burning heaven fruit and azure wood liquid are exquisite spiritual items that greatly aid the cultivation of fire and wood attribute practitioners, valued beyond measure. Previously reserved solely for core elders. Such is excellent." The two elders nodded in satisfaction. Swiftly, a series of commands reverberated throughout the Hahuan sect. Bolster defenses, seal information, allocate resources, as the ancestral master instructed the entire sect to revolve around two young children. Xiao Meiyin and Xiao Meisin were ensconced in the innermost chamber of the Silver Moon Palace, where the spiritual energy was so dense that it nearly materialized. And two nascent soul ancestors took turns guarding them, although Meyer could not be by the children's side at all times. Witnessing the sect's emphasis on their well-being and her increasingly generous treatment brought her a sense of tranquility. She began to devote herself to cultivation, supported by the sect. And after two childbirths, her body appeared to absorb spiritual energy with heightened sensitivity, allowing her cultivation to recover remarkably fast, hinting at a potential breakthrough into the mid-foundation stage. Meanwhile, Yaiwei and her companions looked upon Meyer's flourishing state with envy, their hearts consumed by jealousy, yet they dared not voice a single complaint. The current Meyer was no longer an entity they could provoke. Outside the soul-devouring valley, the spies of the heavenly demon sect lingered for days, yet they could not find a single point of entry. The defenses of the Hahuan sect were as impenetrable as a fortress. Not even a fly could infiltrate. "Elder, the Hahuan sect's defenses are too stringent. We cannot ascertain any specific details," a spy reported to the leading Golden Core elder. The elder gazed at the Hahuan sect's mountain gate, shrouded in formations and swirling mist, a flicker of frustration passing through his eyes. Yet he understood that prolonging the endeavor would yield no results. "Withdraw," he commanded coldly. "Return and report to the sect leader that the Hahuan sect is heavily fortified, and we cannot currently discern the specifics, but it is certain they possess treasures or prodigies within, requiring long-term surveillance." The members of the heavenly demon sect retreated quietly, but all within the Hahuan sect knew that this was merely a temporary calm. The heavenly demon sect would not relent easily, and future troubles were inevitable. In the secret chamber, Xiao Meiyin and Xiao Mason sat upon cushions, attempting to absorb spiritual energy under the guidance of the ancestors. Xiao Meiyin closed her eyes, her small face etched with seriousness, surrounded by a faint red aura, her control over fire beginning to manifest. Xiao Mason, curious, extended his small hand, and to his astonishment, a tender green leaf sprouted from his fingertip, causing him to giggle with delight as the surrounding green energy surged into his body at a pace several times faster than his peers. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The white-haired ancestor observed the two children, a rare smile gracing his face. Indeed, they possess exceptional spiritual roots. Such progress at this tender age foretells limitless potential. Another ancestor nodded in agreement, smiling. Once they mature and impart our sect's ultimate teachings, within a decade, they shall surely surpass us. The eyes of both ancestors gleamed with anticipation. As long as these two children could grow smoothly, the Hehuan sect's dominance over the demonic path, and even a prominent position within the entire cultivation realm, would no longer be a mere dream. On a sunny afternoon in Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu was in the courtyard crafting a wooden sword for Ping and brandished the wooden sword with great flair, chanting the sword technique of immortals. Slow down. Don't hurt yourself, Cui'er admonished with a smile as she stitched a shoe sole nearby. Lin Yuechu, observing his son's joyous demeanor, smiled in return. He had recently felt an increasing vigor, likely due to the system rewarding him with additional lifespan. Though he remained puzzled about the origins of those children, he found himself reluctant to delve further into the matter. Chapter 42 Su won. The days in Luoxia town flowed gently like the stream before the door. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Cui'er was nearing 30, her eyes now adorned with a few delicate lines, which added a touch of graceful charm. Lin Yuechu observed Cui'er's busy figure, and a lingering sense of unease settled in his heart, relying on the rewards from the system. His lifespan had long surpassed that of an ordinary person, yet Cui'er was mortal and would inevitably age after a century. Cui'er, let us have another child. Lin Yuechu suddenly proposed during dinner. Cui'er paused momentarily, her cheeks flushing slightly. What's the need for another, when we already have Ping'an? More children, more blessings. Lin Yuechu replied with a smile, taking her hand. Besides, having a companion for Ping'an will ensure that he is not lonely when we grow old. Cui'er contemplated his words and nodded, her eyes filled with tenderness. Not long after, she indeed became pregnant once more. Lin Yuechu silently communicated with the system, spending a year of his lifespan to strengthen the spiritual roots of the unborn child, which still remained of inferior quality, yet he was indifferent. For him, the child's health was paramount. A year of lifespan was a small price to pay. Lin Yuechu gently caressed Cui'er's abdomen, feeling a sense of reassurance. His greatest concern was living too long, ultimately finding himself alone. Life at home flourished. Lin Yuechu used his savings to purchase a yellow cow. Every day after school, Lin Ping'an delighted in leading the cow to graze on the meadows beyond the village, his small figure trailing behind the bovine, laughter echoing across the fields. One afternoon, as the sun shone brightly, Cui'er was in the yard airing out bedding when she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Who is it? Upon opening the door, she found a woman clad in a simple dress, exuding a serene elegance and breathtaking beauty, standing at the entrance with an ethereal presence. I happened to pass by and felt a bit parched. May I trouble you for a glass of water? The woman's voice was soft, her calm gaze sweeping over the yard. Please, come in, Cui'er warmly invited her, turning to fetch some water. The woman stood in the yard, her attention drawn to the wooden crafts Lin Yuechu had made in the corner, deep in thought. As Lin Yuechu emerged from the inner room, he was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the woman. Isn't this the celestial being from the lakeside all those years ago? What brings you here? Is it you? Lin Yuechu's tone was complex. The woman turned to face him and nodded. It is I. At that moment, Cui'er stepped out with the water, smiling as she handed the cup to the woman. Please have some water. Thank you. The woman accepted the cup but did not drink. Instead, gazing at Lin Yuechu and slowly speaking, your son and daughter are both well. Cui'er was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. You know my children, Outyin and Qingcheng? You must be a senior sister from Outyin sect. They are doing well in the sect. They even returned home recently. She assumed the woman was referring to Lin Outyin and Lin Qingcheng. However, Lin Yuechu felt a jolt of realization. He understood that the woman was not speaking of Outyin and Qingcheng. After parting at the lakeside, she had been pregnant, and the system had previously indicated rewards, clearly implying she had given birth to a pair of twins, Su Hao and Su Shui. Had she come specifically to inform him of this? Lin Yuechu cast a glance at the puzzled Cui'er, gesturing for her to return inside before addressing the woman. You sought me out specifically to convey this? The woman took a sip of water, her gaze falling upon Ping and playing in the yard, then glancing over the clothes drying in the sun. Her tone was indifferent. I merely passed by to inform you. They are thriving at the Falling Cloud Sect, exhibiting remarkable talents, which the elders highly regard. Lin Yuechu fell silent for a moment before inquiring, Are you well? The woman hesitated, seemingly taken aback by his question, then replied coolly, Quite well. She refrained from elaborating on her situation or mentioning past events, as if she were merely an ordinary passerby. You sought me out for more than just this. Did you not? Lin Yuechu observed her, sensing that her presence was not so simple. The woman set down her cup, her eyes deepening. I merely wished to see what kind of life their father leads. She witnessed the warmth of the yard, perceived the everyday essence surrounding Lin Yuechu, and glimpsed this unremarkable yet stable home. It seems you are doing well, she remarked, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Not bad, Lin Yuechu nodded, acknowledging the simplicity of life that was indeed quite good. The woman said nothing further and turned toward the entrance. Wait, Lin Yuechu called out to her. Do they know of my existence? The woman paused, not turning back, her voice drifting lightly to him. Not yet. Perhaps they will know in the future. With that, her figure flickered and, like a whisper, vanished into thin air. Lin Yuechu stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought. Li Cui'er emerged from the house. Curiosity etched on her face. Has that young lady left? Who is she? She doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Yes, she's gone, Lin Yuechu replied with a smile, concealing the turmoil within. She was an old friend, just came to see us. He chose not to reveal the truth to Li Cui'er, believing that some matters were best kept hidden. Gazing in the direction where the woman had disappeared, Lin Yuechu felt a tumult of emotions. He found solace in knowing that Su Hao and Su Shui, his children, were thriving at the Falling Cloud Sect. However, the woman's appearance was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a sense of foreboding within him that this calm life might not last long. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin pinged and returned home, leading a yellow cow. Upon seeing his father lost in thought at the door, he cheerfully called out, Father. Lin Yuechu snapped back to reality, smiling as he approached. You're back, Ping'an. Did you enjoy your time with the cattle today? Yes. The laughter of the father and son echoed in the yard, dissipating the earlier unease. Lin Yuechu affectionately ruffled his son's hair, silently vowing that no matter what storms the future held, preserving this family was paramount. Unbeknownst to him, after Su Wan departed from Luoxia town, she did not head straight back to the Falling Cloud Sect, but instead stood on a distant hillside, gazing at the quaint little courtyard filled with the essence of daily life, her expression intricate. She beheld Lin Yuechu's ordinariness and happiness, and recognized within him a tranquility she could never possess. Perhaps it was wise to keep the children unaware of his existence for now. The paths of immortality and the mundane world should remain unentwined for the time being. Yet, once the wheels of fate began to turn, how could mere mortals easily halt their course? Chapter 43. Demon Moon 2. In a corner of the Hahuan sect, the Demon Moon gazed toward the Silver Moon Palace, her eyes aflame with jealousy. Mayer has consecutively given birth to 2 children with extraordinary spiritual roots, elevating her status significantly and transforming her into a prominent figure within the sect, replete with abundant resources. All of this stems from the serendipitous encounters Mayer experienced during her several departures from the sect. The notion that one could conceive children with such exceptional spiritual roots after merely venturing outside seems too fortuitous to be true. Yao Yu, gritting her teeth, felt a relentless bitterness growing within her, akin to wild grass. She refused to believe that Mayer possessed such extraordinary luck. It must be that the man held some exceptional quality. In recent days, she has endeavored tirelessly to uncover information and, at last, learned from an outer disciple who had accompanied Mayer to Qingfeng City about her whereabouts there, particularly regarding the construction of the Juxian building. A glimmer of calculation flickered in Yao Yu's eyes as she hastily set off for Qingfeng City, armed with fragmentary clues. She spent several days gathering information near the Juxian building and eventually discovered from an elderly craftsman that there indeed was a carpenter named Lin Yuechu, renowned for his exceptional skills, hailing from Luoxia town. With a cold smirk, Yao Yu's figure flashed as she flew towards Luoxia town. By the riverside outside Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu sat leisurely on a stool, fishing. His fishing rod rested on a stand while he squinted in the sun, embodying an air of tranquility and contentment. In recent days, Cui'er's belly had grown considerably, and the family's ox was obedient, allowing Ping'an to tend to it daily while studying. Their lives were peaceful and fulfilling. However, he occasionally felt a pang of regret, remembering that the system had deducted another 50 years from his lifespan, though he remained unaware of which fateful twist had brought this upon him. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept through, carrying an otherworldly aura. Lin Yuechu abruptly opened his eyes, only to witness a crimson figure descending from the sky, startling the fish below. The newcomer was none other than Yao Yu, clad in a fiery red dress. Her enchanting gaze scanning Lin Yuechu, filled with scrutiny and disdain. "Are you Lin Yuechu?" Yao Yu inquired, her tone dripping with arrogance. Lin Yuechu furrowed his brow, sensing that this woman, with her revealing attire and sinister aura, could not be well-intentioned. "Who are you? Do you seek me for something?" Without responding, Yao Yu circled him, clicking her tongue in disdain. Mediocre looks and utterly lacking in cultivation, merely an ordinary mortal. "Mayor, that vixen certainly has poor taste." She found it hard to discern any remarkable quality in this mortal, yet the thought of Mayor rising to prominence due to him filled her with frustration. Since she had come this far, she felt compelled to test him. A malicious smile flickered in Yao Yu's eyes. Even if this mortal lacked distinction, it would be delightful to vex Mayor. Before Lin Yuechu could react, an unusual fragrance penetrated his nostrils, rendering his mind foggy and his body weak. "What are you doing?" He attempted to struggle, yet lacked the strength to even raise his arm. Yao Yu, observing his limp form on the ground, wore a triumphant smile as she leaned closer, her voice sultry yet laced with icy malice. "Do not struggle, allow your sister to take care of you. And let Mayor know that her man is also within my reach." The ensuing events blurred into a haze for Lin Yuechu, leaving him powerless to resist. He cursed the woman in his heart 1,000 times. Why are the women in the realm of cultivation so wild? The last celestial maiden in white was like this. And this time, the woman in red is even worse. At the moment their energies intertwined, Lin Yuechu heard once more the familiar sound of the system prompt echoing in his mind. Detected that the host is at a reproductive opportunity. The multiple offspring blessing function can be activated. Detected that the female has a medium-grade spiritual root. Multiple enhancement options are available. Option 1. Consume 1 year of life force to enhance the potential offspring to a low-grade spiritual root. Option 2. Consume 5 years of life force to enhance the potential offspring to a medium-grade spiritual root. Option 3. Consume 10 years of life force to enhance the potential offspring to a high-grade spiritual root. Option 4. Consume 50 years of life force to enhance the potential offspring to a supreme-grade spiritual root. If the host does not make a choice within the stipulated time, the system will automatically match the optimal option. Option 4 has been selected. 50 years of life force consumed. Spiritual root enhancement mark has been applied. Another 50 years gone. Lin Yuechu lamented inwardly. This had become almost routine. He now harbored serious doubts about whether his lifespan was being treated by the system as if it were freely blowing in the wind. Yao Yu, however, paid no heed to his thoughts. After her escapade, she adjusted her clothing and, gazing down at Lin Yuechu, who lay sprawled on the ground with a dazed expression, a sense of vindictive pleasure crossed her face. "Humph, even if you are of no use, it's worth it just to make Mayor unhappy." She chuckled with satisfaction, her figure flickering before vanishing as if she had never been there. After a considerable time, Lin Yuechu finally regained his composure, his head pounding and his body aching. Struggling to sit up, he surveyed his surroundings, which were desolate, save for the trampled grass on the ground, confirming that the recent events were not a mere dream. "How unlucky," Lin Yuechu muttered under his breath, feeling immensely frustrated. He still had no idea who Mayor was, and yet he had been bullied by this nameless demoness. And his lifespan had been deducted by 50 years. He picked up his fishing rod only to find that the fish had long since fled, resigning himself to pack up and head home. On the way, the more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Were the people in the realm of cultivation so unreasonable? They resorted to violence at the drop of a hat, with no semblance of decorum. Yao Yu, having left Luoxia town, soared back to Hehuan's sect, reveling in her delight. The thought of Mayor finding out that her man had been dealt with by her made her unable to suppress a smile. So what if no supreme-grade spiritual root was produced? "I just want to annoy you." Ye Yu hummed a little tune, feeling a long-awaited release of pent-up frustration. She remained blissfully unaware that within her, a new life was quietly taking form. Nor did she know that due to the system's enforced choice, this child would also possess a supreme-grade spiritual root, and it would be an exceedingly rare wind attribute. This child, born out of revenge, would one day disrupt the dynamics of Hehuan's sect in ways no one could foresee, further entangling Lin Yuechu's connection with the sect. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechu, limping home, resolved never to fish by the river again, lest he encounter another celestial maiden or demoness. He merely yearned for a tranquil existence. Yet fate seemed perpetually inclined to play tricks on him, repeatedly ensnaring him in a series of bizarre events. As the smoke curled gently from the chimneys of Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu gazed in the direction of home and let out a sigh. Life must continue, yet he ought to be frugal with his remaining days. Chapter 44. Hesitation on the flower-laden path of the Hehuan sect. Yu walked with an air of arrogance, a smile of undeniable satisfaction gracing her face. when she fortuitously collided with Cui'er, who was now in a different station of life, accompanied by two maidservants. Upon seeing Cui'er, Cui'er merely cast a fleeting glance and prepared to circumvent her. "Oh, is that not Cui'er, my junior sister?" Cui'er deliberately obstructed her path, laughing exuberantly. "It seems that after a few days, my junior sister's complexion has improved significantly. It appears the Sect's resources have been quite generous." Cui'er frowned slightly. Disinterested in engaging with her, "Step aside. What's the rush?" Cui'er sidestepped, yet her gaze held a glimmer of cunning. "Are you hurrying back to check on those two precious little ones? Indeed, it's different when you have children with exceptional spiritual roots by your side." She said this while deliberately puffing out her chest, her smile widening as she watched Cui'er retreat. "Humph. Even if you have children with remarkable spiritual roots. What of it? Your man was still taken by me." The thought of Cui'er's expression upon discovering the truth filled Cui'er with a sweetness akin to honey. Relishing in her secret delight, she had no intention of revealing anything to Cui'er. This insidious pleasure of tormenting her rival was far more gratifying. Yuechu had always been well connected within the Hehuan sect, familiar with a multitude of individuals from various backgrounds, particularly bonding with several female disciples adept in the art of seduction. After parting ways with Cui'er, she promptly sought out her companions, gathering them together for a lively chat. "I must tell you, not long ago, I encountered a young master from a prominent family in Qingfeng City. His aura was abundant, and after I indulged a bit, my cultivation advanced by half a realm. Boasted a female disciple clad in green." "Is that all?" Another disciple in purple scoffed. "Last time, I charmed a wandering cultivator who possessed a fine magical artifact, and I managed to win him over." Holding a cup of spiritual tea, Cui'er listened with amusement as they boasted, occasionally interjecting, "You all have yet to witness anything. When I venture out next, I shall bring back an even greater surprise." She refrained from divulging what this surprise was, smiling mysteriously, which piqued her friend's curiosity. However, she remained reticent, savoring the memories of her exploits in Luoxia town. 3 months swiftly passed. On this particular day, feeling a sense of restlessness, Cui'er gathered a few close friends and went to the Zui Xianlu, a place where disciples of the Hehuan sect often sought merriment and indulgence. The establishment was renowned for its rich spiritual wine and potent aura, making it a favorite among the disciples. They secured a table by the window, ordering an array of spiritual fruits and wine, soon succumbing to a state of merriment. "Raise your glasses. Here's to our swift advancement to the later stages of foundation establishment," Cui'er declared with exuberance. "Cheers." After several cups of spiritual wine, Cui'er felt a flush rise to her cheeks and, in the midst of her spirited revelry, suddenly caught the scent of the wine, causing her stomach to churn violently. And she could not suppress a sudden retch. With a splatter, the table was left in disarray, covered in spilled fruits and wine. "Hey, Cui'er, what is wrong with you?" the green-clad disciple exclaimed, startled. The young woman in the purple attire stifled a laugh, remarking, "I say, Cui'er, aren't you usually quite the drinker? Is it just a few cups today that you find yourself unable to continue? How pathetic." Another female disciple teased, "Perhaps you've overindulged recently and are feeling weak?" Cui'er's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and pale, as the wave of nausea surged upon her unexpectedly. She fought to suppress her discomfort and shot a glare at her companions, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm simply out of sorts today." In an effort to prove herself, she seized an unopened bottle of spirit liquor from the table, uncapped it, and began to gulp it down. With just 2 swigs, the queasiness in her stomach returned with greater intensity, overwhelming her resolve, and she could no longer hold back, retching violently, almost to the point of tears. "Oh dear. Still trying to put on a brave face. It seems you truly cannot handle it. Let us escort her home to rest." Her friends observed her genuine discomfort and ceased their teasing, supporting the dazed Cui'er as they departed from the drunken immortal pavilion. Along the way, Cui'er remained somewhat disoriented, mumbling, "I am not drunk. I can still drink." Yet the relentless waves of nausea gradually sharpened her awareness. Something was amiss. She had always prided herself on her robust tolerance for alcohol. Even when overindulging, she merely experienced dizziness, never this sense of nausea. Moreover, in recent days, she felt an unusual fatigue coursing through her, her spiritual energy sluggish, as if burdened by some unseen force. A ludicrous thought suddenly invaded her mind. Could it be? She recalled the events of 3 months prior in Luoxia town, when she had acted impulsively against Lin Yuechu, and her heart sank. The Zhonghe sect's absorption techniques traditionally drew directly from the yang energy of the opposite sex, with few disciples engaging in such intimate encounters. Her actions had been a momentary impulse to annoy Cui'er, but could it be that? Cui'er shivered violently. She glanced down at her abdomen, which remained flat and unremarkable, yet the 2 bouts of intense nausea, coupled with her recent malaise, ignited a growing unease within her. It cannot be. This must be a coincidence, she murmured to herself, though the panic in her heart intensified. Unlike Cui'er, who had the backing of a child with exceptional spiritual roots, if she were truly to be pregnant, her own middling spiritual roots would render her a pariah within the sect. She would be stripped of resources and perhaps even her place within the community. Furthermore, the father was a mere mortal. If word got out that she was bearing a child of a commoner, she would surely become the subject of ridicule. The mere thought chilled Yaoyu to her core, snapping her out of her intoxication. Quickly, take me back to my cave dwelling, she urged, her voice trembling. Upon returning to her abode, she hastily closed the door, seated herself in a meditative posture, and began to channel her spiritual energy to scrutinize her body. Moments later, her eyes flew open, her face as pale as a sheet. Deep within her abdomen, she detected a faint yet undeniable life force. Surrounding this presence was an enigmatic energy, slowly yet resolutely siphoning her spiritual essence. No, it cannot be. Yaoyu shrieked in terror, her eyes wide with fear and despair. She never imagined that her moment of vengeance would lead to her bearing the child of that mortal. What filled her with dread even more was the realization that the child was absorbing spiritual energy in a manner that, while not as domineering as the two children of Cui'er, exceeded that of an ordinary fetus. Could it be that this child possessed an extraordinary spiritual root? The thought barely surfaced before she forcefully suppressed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mere mortal give birth to children of such exceptional talent in succession? It must be an illusion. Yaoyu collapsed onto the ground, trembling all over. What was she to do? Terminate the pregnancy? Yet her current cultivation was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Attempting an abortion could very well harm her own being, even leading to the complete loss of her cultivation. Allow the child to be born. That would spell her utter ruin within the Harmony sect. In that moment, Yaoyu sank into an unprecedented state of panic and despair, completely devoid of her previous arrogance. As she gazed at the bustling scene outside the cave, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness for the first time. Meanwhile, far away in Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu was taking a stroll in the courtyard with Cui'er, whose belly had grown quite large, indicating that she would soon give birth. Take it slow, don't overexert yourself. Lin Yuechu carefully supported Cui'er, his eyes filled with concern. I'm fine, my health is good, Cui'er replied with a smile. It's just that this child is rather unruly, always kicking me. Lin Yuechu chuckled as he pressed his ear against Cui'er's belly to listen, a look of pure happiness gracing his face. Chapter 45. Sisters in the drunken immortal pavilion of the Harmony sect. The atmosphere remained lively. Yaoyu sat in a corner, her spiritual wine nearly untouched, merely nibbling on the spiritual fruits on her plate, her gaze somewhat vacant. Yaoyu, what has been troubling you these past few days? You seem absent-minded. A female disciple in green approached and nudged her arm. Since you were ill after drinking last time, you've been looking quite downcast. Have you truly worn yourself out? A female disciple in purple chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, you used to revel in wine. Now you resemble a delicate young lady, avoiding any rich fare. Yaoyu forced a smile, raising her cup for a small sip. Her stomach, however, had not churned in recent days as she had deliberately avoided strong spirits, opting instead for milder spiritual dew, which provided some comfort. Yet the restlessness within her grew more intense with each passing day. The child within her had nearly reached 4 months. Yet there was still no notable movement, neither the wild consumption of spiritual energy like Cui'er's children, nor any signs of extraordinary talent. What if it truly was just an ordinary child? Yaoyu thought to herself, a wave of indescribable panic washing over her. Unlike Cui'er, who had 2 children with exceptional spiritual roots and the backing of the sect leader and elders, her own master was the 4th elder, who had numerous disciples and adhered strictly to the belief that strength was paramount, showing little regard for those of mediocre talent. If her master were to discover that she bore a mortal child, she feared he would expel her from the sect without hesitation. At that time, those friends who usually surrounded her would surely mock her mercilessly. Sighing deeply, Yaoyu picked up a spiritual peach but found she had little appetite. What is truly troubling you? The green-clad disciple observed her distress, setting aside her playful demeanor. We are sisters. Is there anything you cannot share? Perhaps we can help you come up with a solution. The purple-clad disciple nodded in agreement. Yes, don't keep it all to yourself. Yaoyu glanced at her companions. Though these sisters often indulged in jest, they were reliable, having reaped numerous benefits from their association with her, thus earning her trust. After a moment's hesitation, she lowered her voice and confessed, I am with child. What? The disciples clad in green and purple were taken aback, instinctively casting their eyes toward her abdomen, yet perceiving no discernible change. You are pregnant? Who is the father? The disciple in green stammered. Yaoyu bit her lip, a fleeting look of humiliation crossing her face. He is a mere mortal. A mortal. The shock on their faces intensified. their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. It was customary for disciples of the Hahuan sect to seek out cultivators or specially endowed mortals for such matters, who would bear the child of an ordinary man. Have you lost your mind? The disciple in purple urged. You must find a remedy to terminate this pregnancy. If the elders learn of this, you will be finished. I have tried, Yao Yu replied bitterly, shaking her head. This child feels different. I cannot bring myself to act forcefully, fearing it may jeopardize my foundation. In truth, she had yet to find a suitable elixir and was wary of potential complications during the procedure, which had led her to procrastinate until now. Moreover, Yao Yu paused, lowering her voice further. Regardless of whether he is a mortal, he is my child. I want to protect him. At her declaration, both the green and purple-clad disciples fell silent, astonished. The Yao Yu they knew was ruthless, someone who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. They had never anticipated her uttering such words. You cannot be serious? The disciple in green questioned, disbelief etched on her features. Yao Yu shook her head, a glimmer of unexpected softness in her eyes. I know this seems absurd, yet I simply cannot bear to give up. Perhaps the continuous anxiety had softened her edges. Or perhaps the faint stirring within her womb had awakened a flicker of maternal instinct. She genuinely wished to safeguard this child. But he is immortal. What will you do once he is born? The disciple in purple pressed, her concern palpable. If your master discovers this, you will surely face dire consequences. That is why I have come to you for assistance, Yao Yu implored, her gaze pleading. I ask you to keep this a secret. If the child turns out to be truly mediocre, I will discreetly send him away, ensuring that you are not implicated. In her heart, she clung to a glimmer of hope. What if this child were not an ordinary mortal? The green and purple-clad disciples exchanged glances, recognizing the hesitation mirrored in each other's eyes. Assisting Yao Yu in concealing this matter bore significant risk, yet to refuse her could lead to resentment from Yao Yu, given her temperament. Very well, after all. We are sisters, the disciple in green sighed. We will help you keep this hidden, but you must also exercise caution. Do not let anyone discover this. Indeed. The disciple in purple nodded. For the time being, you should venture out less. If you require any resources, we will find a way to procure them for you. Yao Yu was taken aback by their willingness to assist her, warmth flooding her heart as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you. What is there to thank us for? Just remember us when you reap the benefits, the disciple in green said, patting her shoulder. In the days that followed, Yao Yu indeed reduced her outings, spending the majority of her time within her cave dwelling. Meanwhile, her green and purple-clad companions provided her with cover, frequently delivering spiritual sustenance and elixirs. As the belly of Yao Yu gradually swelled, the depletion of her spiritual energy remained remarkably minimal, even more stable than that of an ordinary pregnant woman. She became increasingly convinced that this child was likely immortal, and the weight of disappointment grew heavier in her heart. Yet, her resolve to protect the child intensified. Unbeknownst to her, the fetus within her was not of ordinary stock, but rather an exceptionally rare variant, with supreme wind attribute spiritual roots. This type of spiritual root was inherently reserved in the early stages, absorbing spiritual energy in a gentle and inconspicuous manner, indistinguishable from ordinary roots, only revealing its remarkable talents gradually after birth. Such is the uniqueness of mutated spiritual roots. They remain low profile, yet possess boundless potential. In another part of the Hahuan sect, Meier was diligently cultivating under the guidance of Silver Ant. Her cultivation had already returned to the mid-foundation establishment stage, with subtle signs of a potential breakthrough. Indeed, your progress is swift, Silver Ant remarked with satisfaction. Mei Yin and Mei Sun have also reached the age of enlightenment. Once your cultivation stabilizes, you may spend more time with them. Yes, thank you, Vice Sect Master, Meier replied respectfully, her heart filled with tranquility. She had never imagined that the mortal she once considered a nuisance would bless her with two such exceptional children, allowing her to firmly establish her position within the Hahuan sect. Yet occasionally, she would recall the face of that mortal, a complex emotion flickering in her heart, only to be swiftly replaced by her focus on cultivation. In Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu welcomed the birth of her fourth child, a daughter, delicately chiseled and utterly adorable. As Lin Yuechu gazed at her swaddled daughter, her face radiated with maternal affection. Let us name her Lin Cui'er, Cui'er suggested with a smile. Very well. She shall be called Cui'er, Lin Yuechu replied, cradling her daughter with utmost care, already pondering the creation of a beautiful wooden hairpin for her when she grew older. Chapter 46. Ordinary people in a secluded cave within the back mountains of the Hahuan sect. Though the spiritual energy was not as rich as that of the Silver Moon Palace, it was favored for its concealment. Yao Yu sat upon a couch, gently caressing her prominently rounded belly, her face adorned with a tenderness she herself had not yet recognized. With less than a month remaining until her due date, her movements had become somewhat cumbersome, relying entirely on her two sisters, Green Garment and Purple Garment, for care. Yaiwa, look at these spiritual berries. Freshly picked from the back mountains. They are delightful. Do try them, the Green Garment disciple exclaimed, presenting a plate of vividly red fruits with a smile. The Purple Garment disciple followed suit, carrying a small, delicate infant swaddle made from soft spiritual silkworm silk. I obtained this from the sisters at Weaving Girl Peak. The material is gentle, perfect for a newborn. Yaiwa looked at them, warmth swelling in her heart. During these days, had it not been for the tireless efforts of these two sisters, helping her to conceal and providing various spiritual items for her to maintain her pregnancy, she truly did not know how she would have managed. Thank you both, Yaiwa said, taking a spiritual berry and savoring it. The sweet juice slid down her throat, bringing her comfort as she squinted her eyes in pleasure. There's no need for such formality with us, the Green Garment disciple said, sitting beside her, curiously observing her belly. Your belly is growing quite large. I reckon you will give birth in just a few days. Have you thought of a name for the child? Yaiwa paused, realizing she had not considered this question at all. She had always believed the child to be immortal, uncertain even of its safe delivery, let alone contemplating a name. She pondered for a moment, gently patting her abdomen, contemplating that if it were a boy, he might be named Fengying, a name that resonates with vigor. If a girl, perhaps Fengling, which also rolls off the tongue quite nicely. Instinctively, she employed the character Feng, perhaps sensing an innate connection to the wind attribute that lay dormant within her child. Fengying, Fengling, chuckled the purple-clad disciple. These names hardly sound mundane. They possess a certain aura of a cultivator. Yao Yu laughed self-deprecatingly. It's merely for good fortune. If the child turns out to be an ordinary mortal, any name would suffice. Who says being a mortal is a disadvantage? Countered the green-clad disciple. Look at those mortals down the mountain. They lead vibrant lives. She continued. And even if the child is mortal, they are still your flesh and blood, remaining close by as a little maid or a young scholar. What could be better? Indeed. The purple-clad disciple agreed. We will keep a watchful eye, ensuring no one dares to bully them, guaranteeing a safe and sound upbringing. A stir of emotion coursed through Yao Yu. Yes, even if the child were mortal, they would still be her kin. Lately, she had felt the little one moving within her, sometimes kicking, other times lying still. That profound bond made it increasingly difficult for her to let go. Could she truly keep the child? Doubts flickered in her mind. The sect's regulations were stringent, and discovery would be perilous. The rules may be unyielding, but we are alive, the green-clad disciple reassured, thumping her chest. With us around, we can certainly help you keep this under wraps. Worst case, we can say the child was an orphan you rescued out of pity. Who could contest that? The purple-clad disciple nodded in agreement, rest assured. Though we may not be the most formidable, we have our connections within the sect. Protecting a child should pose no issue. Yao Yu gazed into their earnest eyes, a lump forming in her throat, warmth gathering in her eyes. Throughout her life, she had been competitive and had made many enemies. She had not expected that the one she could ultimately rely on would be these two playful sisters. She inhaled deeply, her voice catching. If he manages to be born safely, I entrust him to you. Why be so formal with us? In the days that followed, Yao Yu's heart gradually found tranquility. No longer gripped by anxiety, she began to embrace the role of an ordinary mother, eagerly anticipating the arrival of her child. She would stroke her belly, speaking to the little one, though unsure of what to say. She shared tales of the sect's amusing anecdotes or the legends of mortals she had heard from below the mountain. The green and purple-clad disciples visited her daily, bringing various nourishing spiritual foods for her well-being, occasionally sharing news from outside, bringing joy to her heart. Today, I saw Sister Mayor. I heard her cultivation has advanced, and the sect leader even rewarded her with a defensive artifact, the purple-clad disciple remarked with a hint of jealousy. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu felt little stir within her heart. In the past, she had been preoccupied with competing against Mayor, yet now, her sole desire was for her child to arrive safely. She has her blessings. I have my own path, Yao Yu stated calmly. The green-clad disciple looked at her in surprise. Your mindset seems far more serene than before. Yao Yu smiled softly, choosing not to respond. Perhaps it was the experience of pregnancy that had transformed her. That evening, as Yao Yu lay in bed, she suddenly felt a wave of excruciating abdominal pain. Cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. With gritted teeth, she shouted towards the entrance of the cave, "Come, hurry." The disciples clad in green and purple, stationed outside, swiftly rushed in. What's the matter? Is it time? Quickly. I have already summoned the midwife. She is waiting in the adjacent cave. Instantly, the atmosphere within the cave became bustling. The midwife was invited in, while the green and purple-clad disciples remained outside, anxiously listening to the sounds emanating from within. The moonlight filtered through the crevices, casting a serene and chilly glow upon the ground. Inside, Yao Yu endured excruciating pain. Her mind fixated on a singular thought. She must ensure the safe birth of her child, regardless of whether it be a boy or girl, or even a mortal. She would protect him. Chapter 47. The howling winds within the secluded cave of Hahuan's sect's rear mountain. The midwife was drenched in sweat, diligently attending to the labor. Yao Yu lay upon the bed, her complexion as pale as parchment, her spiritual energy draining like a torrent unleashed, her essence visibly waning at an alarming rate. Push harder. The child's head is almost out. The midwife urged anxiously. The green and purple-clad disciples stood by. Witnessing Yao Yu's agony and the rapid dissipation of her spiritual energy, their faces turning ashen. How could this be? The disciple in green stammered. Her spiritual energy is depleting far too swiftly. The disciple in purple clenched her fists, her eyes filled with concern. I don't understand. This situation is too bizarre. They had initially presumed it was merely an ordinary mortal child. Yet witnessing Yao Yu's energy loss was more alarming than when Mei Er gave birth to Mei Yin and Mei Sun. At that moment, a sudden gale swept through the cave, its howling akin to the wails of restless spirits, whipping up sand and stones from the ground, which violently struck the cave walls, producing a cacophony of sounds. Almost immediately, the sky above Hahuan's sect once again darkened with ominous clouds, thunder, and lightning crackling. Reminiscent of the extraordinary phenomena witnessed during the births of Mei Yin and Mei Sun, yet this time, an unprecedented ferocity in the winds bent the trees and shook the buildings. Not again. The sect master stood before the Silver Moon Palace, bewildered as he gazed at the unsettling spectacle in the sky. He was all too familiar with this scene. During the previous births of Mei Yin and Mei Sun, the heavens had similarly transformed. Yet, Mei Er stood beside him, her belly flat. She was certainly not pregnant. What is happening? The sect master turned sharply to Mei Er, his eyes brimming with confusion. Mei Er too wore a perplexed expression, shaking her head. I do not know. Disciple is unaware. Before she could finish, two formidable auras surged from the rear mountain, belonging to the two elder ancestors of the Hahuan sect. What powerful spiritual root energy! And this wind is of the wind attribute, exclaimed the elder with white hair, his voice tinged with astonishment as he scanned the sect with keen eyes. Quickly, investigate where this energy is emanating from. The other elder intoned gravely. Such an anomaly must signify the birth of a supreme spiritual root. Is Hahuan's sect to welcome another prodigy? The sect master and Silver Ant, along with others, quickly mobilized their forces, following the faint trace of spiritual energy. Inside the cave, with a resounding cry of a newborn, the tempest ceased, and the ominous clouds above seemed to part, revealing a glimmer of light. She has given birth. It is a girl. The midwife cradled the swaddled infant, her face etched with exhaustion, yet unable to conceal her astonishment. The child's wail resonated with remarkable intensity. Yao Yu lay feebly on the bed, her spirit as fragile as a whisper. She could distinctly sense that her cultivation had plummeted from mid-foundation establishment to the 7th layer of qi refining, her internal spiritual energy utterly depleted, rendering her weaker than when she first entered the sect. With great effort, Yao Yu extended her hand towards her daughter. The female disciple in green promptly accepted the child, carefully presenting her before Yao Yu. The newborn girl, swathed in fabric, furrowed her tiny brow, her eyes tightly shut, yet her cries emanated with vigor, her diminutive fists flailing, surrounded by barely perceptible currents of energy. It is a daughter. Gazing at her baby's delicate face, a fleeting yet frail smile flickered in Yao Yu's eyes, soon overshadowed by profound panic. What kind of spiritual root does she possess? The green and purple-clad disciples exchanged glances, terror reflected in their eyes. This phenomenon surpassed even that of Meyer's two children. How could it possibly belong to a mere mortal? Should we test her? The purple-clad disciple's voice trembled. Yao Yu shook her head weakly, saying, We cannot test her. The sect is surely searching. We must hide her. Although she was unaware of her daughter's spiritual root, the extraordinary manifestation indicated that it was anything but ordinary. If the sect were to discover her, it would strip her of any say, and her daughter would undoubtedly be seized. Yes, we must hide her. The green-clad disciple regained her composure and hurriedly retrieved an inconspicuous wooden box she had prepared, lining it with soft silkworm silk. With utmost care, she placed the infant inside and covered it with some miscellaneous items for concealment. The midwife, also taken aback by the commotion, collected her payment and hastily departed. Before long, sect disciples arrived, searching the vicinity of the back mountain. Is there anything unusual here? No, just an abandoned cave dwelling. Let us search elsewhere. The voices of the searchers gradually faded, and the three within the cave sighed in relief. Yao Yu gazed at the box concealing her daughter, her eyes brimming with determination. No matter her spiritual root, she is my daughter. From this day forth, she shall be named Fengling. The green-clad disciple nodded. We will assist you in keeping this secret. Once the storm passes, we will devise a way to raise her close by. The purple-clad disciple added, rest assured, we will not allow anyone to discover her. They refrained from assessing Fengling's spiritual root, not daring to fathom its potential magnitude. They only knew that this child was Yao Yue's lifeline, and they would protect her at all costs. The search by the Hehuan sect persisted throughout the day, yet the source of the anomaly remained elusive. The ominous clouds in the sky had long since dispersed, and the overwhelming aura of spiritual energy vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. The sect leader and the two elders convened in the main hall, their expressions grim. How can it be that we found nothing? One elder voiced, his tone grave. Such a powerful anomaly could not simply dissipate. The sect leader furrowed his brow, speculating. Could it be that a disciple secretly gave birth and concealed the child? That is a possibility. Silver Ant nodded, acknowledging the potentiality of such a brazen act, given the domineering nature of the spiritual energy. Investigate. I want a thorough search. The elder with white hair exclaimed angrily, whoever is responsible for hiding this must be found. This opportunity could grant the Huanhe sect another formidable being of transformation. The entire sect became agitated, initiating a thorough investigation into the recent pregnancies among its disciples. However, after an exhaustive search, apart from the already delivered mayor, no other disciple exhibited signs of pregnancy. Yao Yue, having suffered a decline in her cultivation and maintaining only a mediocre rapport with her fellow disciples, attracted little attention and was merely regarded as someone who had encountered a mishap in her training. As the days slipped by, Fengling was discreetly cared for by her green and purple-clad sisters, hidden within a secret compartment of the cave dwelling, with very few aware of her existence. Meanwhile, with the assistance of her sisters, Yao Yue gradually began to restore her cultivation using scarce resources. Although progress was slow, it steadily stabilized. The most joyful moments for her were those rare instances when she could embrace Fengling in solitude and watch her daughter grow day by day. Fengling was remarkably well-behaved, seldom crying, and occasionally a gentle breeze would swirl around her, further confirming to Yao Yue that her daughter's spiritual roots were anything but ordinary. Yet, instead of joy, she was engulfed by profound anxiety. She was uncertain how long this existence could be sustained or whether her daughter's extraordinary talent would herald catastrophic consequences. The search conducted by the Huanhe sect persisted intermittently. The vanished essence of the wind attribute spiritual root had become a thorn in the hearts of the sect leader and the elders, rendering them restless. Chapter 48. Fengling, the cave dwelling on the back mountain of the Huanhe sect, remained concealed and tranquil. Over the course of 6 months, time had slipped by quietly, transforming the once wrinkled infant into a delicate girl, sculpted like jade. Unlike ordinary infants, Fengling possessed an awareness that sparkled in her large, expressive eyes, as if she could perceive the depths of human hearts. She rarely cried, preferring instead to survey her surroundings with curious eyes. With a mere wave of her tiny hand, the fallen leaves and strands of hair within the cave would dance gently in the breeze, a sight to behold. Yao Yue sat on the bed, tenderly engaging with Fengling in her arms. As she witnessed her daughter's joyous laughter, her eyes brimmed with maternal affection, having shed the sharpness and flamboyance of her former self. Over the past 6 months, she had almost severed all ties with the outside world, devoting herself entirely to Fengling. She fed her spiritual milk, lulled her to sleep, and taught her to babble. Although their lives were humble, they brought her an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Look, my dear Lingling, at the little trinket mother made for you. Yao Yue held up a small windmill carved from spiritual wood, gently spinning it before Fengling. The child, filled with curiosity, reached out her tiny hand to grasp it. As her fingertips brushed against the windmill, a gentle breeze emerged spontaneously, causing the windmill to spin even faster, eliciting peals of delighted laughter from her. Observing this scene filled Yao Yue with both pride and trepidation. Her daughter's talent was becoming increasingly apparent. This was no ordinary spiritual root. Yet, the more remarkable her abilities became, the more reluctant she felt to allow others to discover them. She is becoming quite clever, remarked the green-clad disciple, entering with a bowl of warm spiritual porridge. When I visited her yesterday, she managed to use the wind to blow a fallen spiritual fruit right to her hand. If the sect were to learn of this, they would surely be in an uproar. The purple-clad disciple followed closely behind, holding a piece of soft fabric. I had the sisters from Weaving Maiden Peak make a little outfit for her. What do you think? Does it fit well? Yao Yue accepted the small garment, running her fingers over the delicate stitching, and expressed her gratitude, saying, I am ever so grateful for your kindness. Why are we being so formal? The disciple in green waved her hand dismissively. On a serious note, the sect is still investigating the recent anomaly, so you must exercise caution and ensure no one approaches this place. Yao Yu nodded, acknowledging, I understand. Over the past 6 months, aside from you two, I have seen no one. She had resolutely decided that regardless of her daughter's spiritual root, she would keep her close. Although handing Mayor over to the sect had secured status and resources, the pain of separation was unbearable for Yao Yu. She would rather endure low cultivation and a modest life than be apart from her daughter. The disciples in green and purple understood her sentiments completely. They had never suggested that she relinquish her child. They had witnessed Yao Yu's affection for Feng Ling and admired her tenacity, thus wholeheartedly aiding her in maintaining secrecy. Typically, the two of them alternated in retrieving resources while discreetly gathering news from the outside world, surreptitiously delivering spiritual food and elixirs to the cave. When other sisters invited them to drink, they would always find an excuse to decline. If they could not avoid it, they would provide a hasty response before returning. By the way, yesterday, Yao Hong and the others asked about you, the purple-clad disciple remarked as she sat down. They said you seemed to have vanished over the past 6 months and wondered if something had gone awry in your cultivation. I told them you were in seclusion, striving to enhance your cultivation, and asked them not to disturb you. Yao Yu forced a smile, replying, "That's the only explanation I can give. Once Ling Ling is a bit older and can walk on her own, I will take her to a more secluded place to spare you from any trouble." "Don't say such foolish things," the green-clad disciple shot her a look. "There's no question of burdening us. We are sisters. Besides, watching Ling Ling grow up is quite delightful. She is far more endearing than those scheming individuals in the sect." The purple-clad disciple nodded in agreement. "Exactly. When she gets a bit older, she might even help us run errands." Feng Ling seemed to comprehend their words, reaching out her tiny hand to grasp Yao Yu's garment, calling out sweetly, "Mama." Though her pronunciation was still unclear, it melted Yao Yu's heart instantly. She held her daughter tightly in her embrace and kissed her forehead, whispering, "Mama is here." Observing this tender scene, the green and purple-clad disciples exchanged smiles, feeling reassured. They were uncertain how long such a life could be sustained or how much turmoil Feng Ling's gifted nature would eventually incite, but for now, they wished only to assist Yao Yu in safeguarding this secret and nurturing the small life that blossomed quietly in the hidden cave. Outside the cave, the search by the Hahuan sect continued unabated, though with the passage of time, the initial urgency had faded. The sect leader and the elders, though reluctant, had no choice but to temporarily set the matter aside, merely instructing their disciples to remain vigilant for any unusual activity. Little did they know that the coveted wind attribute spiritual root they yearned for was concealed in the most secluded part of the sect's rear mountains, being protected in the simplest of ways by 3 inconspicuous female disciples. Feng Ling slept peacefully in Yao Yu's arms, her cherubic face adorned with a sweet smile. Enveloped in a gentle breeze, like a sprite guarded by the wind, Yao Yu gazed down at her daughter's slumbering visage, tenderly stroking her hair, a flicker of determination glimmering in her eyes. Regardless of the storms that the future may bring, she will always stand in front of her daughter. This child is both her weakness and her armor. Their story has only just begun. Chapter 49. Sisters, I have returned. Time flies. And half a year has passed once more. In the cave dwelling on the back mountain, Feng Ling has turned 1 year old. She not only walks, but also calls out mother and aunt with clarity. Her lively nature, especially her fondness for chasing the wind, allows her small figure to dart through the cave, stirring up a playful breeze that brings laughter to Yao Yue and her 2 sisters. Yao Yue's cultivation, nourished by spiritual food and elixirs, has gradually restored her to the 9th level of qi refinement. Although she still has a distance to cover before reaching the foundation establishment stage, she has at least stabilized her footing. I must step out for a while. On this day, Yao Yue gazed at her somewhat pale reflection in the mirror and said to the female disciple in green, "If I continue to hide, it will only arouse more suspicion." Over the past year, she had rarely shown herself at the sect, and various rumors had already emerged, claiming she had gone mad in her cultivation or even that she had perished. The female disciple in green nodded. "It would be wise to show yourself, so everyone knows you are well," thus quelling the baseless speculation. "I will look after Feng Ling, so you can go without worry." The female disciple in purple also cautioned, "Be careful, don't drink too much, and return early." Yao Yue gently patted Feng Ling's head and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Be good, Ling Ling, mother will be back shortly." Feng Ling blinked her big eyes and reached out to grasp the hem of her clothing, saying in a sweet voice, "Mother, come back soon." With warmth in her heart, Yao Yue turned and left the cave. The Zuaxian building of the Hahuan sect was still bustling with activity. As soon as Yao Yue stepped inside, she drew numerous gazes. "Isn't this Yao Yue? I thought you had secluded yourself completely." A familiar voice rang out. It was the female disciple in yellow who often drank with them. The surrounding eyes instantly converged, filled with surprise, curiosity, and a hint of scrutiny. Yao Yue forced a calm facade, approaching their usual corner with a smile. "I encountered some issues during my seclusion, which delayed my return. I apologize for worrying my sisters. I suspect it's more than just an issue. The female disciple in yellow leaned closer, sensing her aura, and exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment, "How did your cultivation drop to the 9th level of Qi refinement? You were once a master at the early foundation establishment stage. This disparity is quite remarkable." At her words, the surrounding sisters gathered, chattering in a flurry. "Is it true? Yue, you were far stronger than us before. Did you fail some forbidden technique? Goodness, such a drop. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it." Yue's heart tightened, yet her smile remained. "Let us not dwell on it. My greed led me to attempt to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. But I nearly lost my way. I'm fortunate to have retained my cultivation." At that moment, the female disciple in purple arrived and quickly stepped in to mediate. "Indeed. We were all quite alarmed at the time. Thankfully, Yue's fate was favorable. She has only just recovered after a year of rest. Let us not mock her. It's a miracle she is alive." "Exactly," Yue chimed in with a smile. "It's better to tread steadily. Aspiring for too high a realm is beyond our reach." She spoke with a self-deprecating tone, inadvertently diminishing the teasing voices around her. Indeed, the path of cultivation is seldom smooth. The disciple clad in yellow gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her that all was well, suggesting that she refrain from unnecessary turmoil and instead join them for a drink and a chat, which could prove delightful. "Yes, let's drink." Yu sighed in relief, swiftly raising her cup to clink glasses with her sisters. The spirituous liquor slid down her throat, its familiar sharpness providing her with a modicum of relaxation. While she navigated her sister's inquiries, she discreetly observed her surroundings, finding no one suspecting the child, which gradually calmed her heart. The conversation flowed with tales of the sect, who had entangled with which handsome male cultivator, who had acquired a remarkable magical artifact, and amusing incidents during herb gathering. Yu listened with half an ear, occasionally interjecting, striving to maintain an appearance reminiscent of her former self. Yet, her heart was far removed from such trivialities, consumed with thoughts of the wind spirit in her cave, wondering if the little one had cried, or if she had eaten her meals obediently. "What troubles you? You seem distracted," inquired the disciple in purple, noticing her unusual demeanor. "Nothing. Just a bit unaccustomed after being away for so long," Yu replied with a smile. She hastily drank a few more cups and then offered an excuse. "My body has just recovered. I cannot indulge too much. I shall return and join you for a proper drink another day." "Leaving so soon? Won't you stay a little longer?" "No, my constitution is rather uncooperative. I must return to rest." With a cheerful wave, Yu departed swiftly from the drunken immortal pavilion, shielded by the purple-clad disciple. Upon her return to the cave, she found the wind spirit cradled in the arms of the disciple in green, joyfully playing with a small windmill. Upon seeing Yu, the little one immediately extended her tiny hands, exclaiming, "Mother! Mother!" Yu's heart swelled with warmth as she hurried over to embrace her daughter, showering her with kisses. "Lingling, my dear mother is back. How have you been? Everything is all right outside, isn't it?" "All is well. We merely chatted a bit, and no one suspected anything." Yu sighed in relief, gazing down at the wind spirit, confessing, "I just missed you a little." The purple-clad disciple returned as well, smiling. "I told you there was nothing to worry about. Who would have guessed you were secretly nurturing a treasure in your cave, cradling the wind spirit?" Yu gazed into her lively eyes, and a thought flickered in her mind. Should she assess the child as spiritual root? However, this notion was swiftly quashed. No, it was far too perilous. The more extraordinary the wind spirit's talent, the more discreetly it must be kept. She would rather her daughter remain an ordinary cultivator than be shaped into a tool by the sect, like Mei Yin and Mei Senator perhaps later, Yu silently resolved. "When I find a place of absolute safety, I shall see just how remarkable my Lingling truly is." The wind spirit seemed to sense her mother's sentiments, wrapping her tiny hands around Yu's neck and planting a kiss on her cheek, leaving a wet imprint. Yu laughed, wiping away the drool, her eyes filled with tenderness. Regardless of the storms that may rage outside or the unknowns that lay ahead, as long as she could protect her daughter, that was all that mattered. Chapter 50. Departure. On a serene morning in Luoxia town, sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating Lin Yuechu's sleeping visage. He turned over, mumbled a few words, and fell back into a deep slumber. Over the past year, his youngest daughter, Lin Yuechu, had gradually grown, exquisitely beautiful and particularly endearing. Life at home remained calm and joyful, yet the system notifications echoing in his mind left him somewhat perplexed. Ding. Host's offspring has embarked on the path of immortality, rewarding an additional 500 years of lifespan. Ding. Host's offspring has embarked on the path of immortality, rewarding an additional 500 years of lifespan. The sudden notifications, amounting to a total of 1,000 years, left Lin Yuechu utterly bewildered. When did I have another child? He scratched his head, A look of confusion etched on his face. In his understanding, he and Cui'er had 4 children: Ping'an, Ao Tian, Qing Cheng, and the newly born Wan'er. As for Su Wan's pair of dragon and phoenix twins, he considered them as such, although they were born separately. Even though he had never met them, the system had mentioned them, so if counted, that made a total of 6. Yet, over the past year, apart from living a normal life with Cui'er, he had only been bullied once by that eccentric red-clad female cultivator. How could a child grow up in such a short time and trigger a system reward? The system must be malfunctioning, Lin Yuechu thought resolutely. Perhaps it was all a ruse, and no lifespan had truly been added. It was merely a jest. He was too lazy to delve deeper into it. After all, life went on. Instead of pondering the longevity rewards, he might as well think about what kind of little wooden cart to make for Wan'er, as long as his family was safe. The truth of the lifespan reward mattered little. In the back mountain of the Hahuan Sect, within a cave dwelling, Yao Yu was braiding the hair of her little one, Feng Ling, who was over a year old, with a considerable amount of soft, lovely hair. Yao Yu, a voice from outside the cave called. A green-clad female disciple saying that several sisters had come looking for them, mentioning a task from the sect that they wished to undertake together. Yao Yu paused for a moment. What task? It seemed they were to gather some wind grass from the Black Wind Valley, reputed to be useful for concocting a love potion with a decent reward. The green-clad female disciple entered, her face bearing a hint of hesitation, explaining that the more people there were, the merrier it would be, allowing them to look out for one another. She noticed Yao Yu had been cooped up in the cave for quite some time and suggested, how about Yao Yu furrowed her brow? Did she really have the heart to undertake a task now? Feng Ling could not be left alone in the cave. She felt uneasy about it. Yet, if she declined, she feared it might raise suspicion. Yao Yu found herself in a dilemma, glancing down at Feng Ling, who was gazing up at her with wide, shiny eyes, calling out, Mother. An idea suddenly surged in Yao Yu's mind. What if I took Ling Ling with me? What? Take the child along? The green-clad female disciple was taken aback. Although Black Wind Valley wasn't particularly dangerous, bringing along a toddler over a year old would certainly be inconvenient. It's fine. I can carry her on my back. Yao Yu was resolute. I will say this is the child left behind by my deceased sister, of low aptitude, unable to be left alone. Hence I must bring her along. The green-clad disciple pondered for a moment, finding this reasoning somewhat plausible. Yao Yu had always been forthright and loyal, so claiming to care for her late sister's child fit her character. Very well, I'll inform them. Before long, several familiar female disciples arrived outside the cave, surprised to see Yao Yu carrying a little girl on her back. Yao Yu, this is the yellow-clad female disciple, inquired curiously. With a sigh, Yao Yu revealed a hint of sorrow on her face. This is my sister's child. She passed away not long ago, leaving behind this little one. Her aptitude is lacking, and caring for her is quite a challenge. She cannot be left alone, so I must take her wherever I go. Her heartfelt words, imbued with genuine melancholy, resonated deeply. Oh, how pitiful, exclaimed a round-faced female disciple. You should take her with you. We'll help look after her on the way. Another disciple chimed in. It's just a child. After all, it's not a big deal. What is her name? They inquired. Her name is Feng Ling, Yao Yu replied with a smile, gently patting Feng Ling on the back. Feng Ling, say hello to the aunties. The little one blinked her eyes and sweetly called out, Aunt. Oh, how adorable. The group of women instantly melted at her charm, pulling out spirit fruits they had on hand to entertain her. Feng Ling, unbothered by shyness, grasped the spirit fruit with her tiny hands, relishing her treat. Occasionally, she waved her little hands, sending a gentle breeze that carried the fruit peels away, causing everyone to laugh. This child is rather clever, remarked a female disciple in yellow attire, though it's a pity her aptitude is somewhat lacking. Yao Yu felt a secret sigh of relief in her heart and echoed, indeed. As long as she grows up safely, that is enough. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way toward the Black Wind Valley. Yao Yu, carrying Feng Ling, walked in the middle of the procession, occasionally glancing back at her daughter, her face adorned with a tender smile. Feng Ling nestled against her mother's back, her little head tilted in curiosity as she observed the scenery around her. Her tiny hands would sometimes tug at Yao Yu's hair or reach out to grasp the drifting leaves, inviting a gentle breeze to swirl around them. The sisters, seeing her sweet disposition and hearing of her unfortunate background, took extra care of Yao Yu, willingly sharing the burden of gathering wind grass so she could focus on watching over her child. As Yao Yu observed her sisters bustling about, a warmth spread through her heart. She recognized that bringing Feng Ling along was the right decision. It not only raised no suspicion but also garnered a deeper understanding from her companions. However, she had not noticed the flash of excitement in Feng Ling's eyes upon witnessing the howling winds within Black Wind Valley. With a gentle wave of her small hand, the ferocious winds instinctively veered away from their group, becoming remarkably subdued. This subtle change went unnoticed by the others, who merely attributed their good fortune to avoiding the harshest gusts. Yue, with Fengling on her back, walked amidst her companions, feeling the reassuring weight of her child and experiencing a sense of fulfillment. Perhaps, taking care of her child and engaging in small tasks with her sisters was indeed a pleasant endeavor. Meanwhile, far away in Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu was basking in the sun alongside Cui'er and Wan'er, contemplating crafting a small toy from a piece of wood for Fengling, unbeknownst to him of her existence, as a preparatory gesture for potential future rewards from the system. Chapter 51. Amusing within Black Wind Valley, the ominous winds howled, causing garments to flutter wildly. Yue and her companions dispersed, cautiously searching among the rocky crevices for their task target, the wind grass. Finding a sheltered rock, Yue sat down with Fengling on her back, watching her sisters diligently at work while occasionally smiling down at her daughter. Mother. Fengling pointed with her tiny hand at a plant glowing faintly not far away, her voice sweet and innocent. That is feng grass. The sisters are gathering it. Yue gently pinched the little girl's face, her eyes filled with affection. A disciple clad in yellow brought over a handful of feng grass, and, upon seeing the adorable wind spirit, couldn't resist teasing her. Lingling, don't you think this grass is interesting? Want to touch it? Wind spirit shook her head, retracting her little hand, clearly uninterested in the frigid plant. The child is quite discerning. The yellow-clad disciple chuckled and set the grass aside, producing a delicate windmill from her storage pouch. How about this little toy? This windmill, a wind-attributed magical artifact, could create swift currents with a gentle shake, producing a melodious sound. Wind Spirit's eyes sparkled as she reached out her tiny hand. This was a charming trinket crafted by Wind Spirit's hairpin, designed to play with the wind. The yellow-clad disciple smiled and infused it with her spiritual energy, causing the windmill to whirl rapidly, conjuring a gentle breeze that encircled Wind Spirit. Wind Spirit giggled, her little hands flailing as she tried to catch the windmill. At that moment, a strange occurrence transpired. The windmill, previously under the yellow-clad disciple's control, suddenly broke free and soared straight towards Wind Spirit's tiny hand, spiraling above her palm with even greater exuberance. The surrounding air currents became unusually gentle, as if drawn by an invisible force. The smile on the yellow-clad disciple's face froze. Her control over the artifact severed in an instant. She gazed at Wind Spirit, then at her own hands, disbelief etched on her features. What is happening? She exclaimed. Nearby, the disciples in green and purple, along with other sisters, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. What is going on? The green-clad disciple inquired. The yellow-clad disciple pointed at the windmill swirling in Wind Spirit's palm, her voice trembling. My artifact, it flew over by itself and obeys this child. The crowd leaned in, astonished to see the windmill behaving so obediently before Wind Spirit. When she raised her hand, it ascended, and when she lowered it, it descended, bringing her immense joy. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend the phenomenon. The yellow-clad disciple, a wind-attributed cultivator, though at the early stage of foundation establishment, should have had no trouble controlling her artifact. Yet now, it was being manipulated by a mere child of just over a year old. She looked at Yue, suspicion filling her gaze. Yue, didn't you say Lingling's aptitude was lacking? This doesn't seem to align. Yue felt a pang of anxiety but masked it with a facade of calm. I don't know. Perhaps it's just a case of serendipity, a lucky coincidence? Coincidence? The yellow-clad disciple clearly did not believe it. Such a remarkable event could not be mere chance. It was evident that Wind Spirit possessed an innate affinity for the wind element. As skeptical glances multiplied, the green-clad disciple hastily intervened. Oh, maybe it's just the exquisite craftsmanship of the windmill, and the child is simply adept at catching the mechanism? Look, Lingling is just playing around. The purple-clad disciple chimed in. Exactly. A child knows nothing of controlling artifacts. She probably just finds it amusing. It's merely coincidental. Why don't you try again? The disciple clad in yellow, filled with skepticism, endeavored once more to channel her spiritual energy, attempting to summon the windmill. This time, the windmill indeed floated back to her hand, albeit with an air of reluctance. See, I told you it was merely a coincidence, chuckled the disciple in green. Lingling, be sure to thank Auntie for letting you play with the windmill. The little wind spirit blinked her eyes and, in a sweet, childish voice, replied, Thank you, Auntie. Observing the innocent demeanor of the wind spirit, the doubts within the yellow-clad disciple began to dissipate significantly. Perhaps it was truly a mere coincidence. A child just over a year old could hardly wield a magical artifact. After all, perhaps she had overthought the matter. With a smile, she handed the windmill to the wind spirit, saying, If you like it, feel free to play with it. Thank you, Auntie, the wind spirit exclaimed, eagerly grasping the windmill and shaking it joyfully. Yao Yu, secretly relieved, felt a cold sweat trickling down her back. That child nearly revealed everything. All right, enough watching the child play. Let us hasten and finish gathering the wind grass before returning, the disciple in green suggested with a laugh. Urging everyone to resume their tasks, the group dispersed, though the glances cast towards the wind spirit were tinged with newfound curiosity. The subsequent gathering went smoothly, perhaps due to the presence of the wind spirit, as the winds in the valley seemed to have softened considerably, with no troubles encountered. By evening, the group, laden with wind grass, began their journey back to the sect. Along the way, the yellow-clad disciple playfully teased the wind spirit several times, and upon noticing her sole interest in the windmill without further peculiar behavior, she felt entirely at ease. Yet, Yao Yu, carrying the wind spirit on her back, bore a heavy heart. She understood that the child's talent could not remain concealed for long. Today had been a stroke of luck, but what of tomorrow? Mama, I'm tired. The wind spirit yawned while resting on Yao Yu's back. Sleep for a while, Lingling. Mama will take you home soon, Yao Yu gently replied, stroking her head. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, she vowed to protect her daughter and prevent her from being viewed as a mere tool by the sect. Upon returning to the Hehuan sect, they reported their tasks and received their rewards, after which the sisters dispersed. The disciples in green and purple escorted Yao Yu back to her cave abode, their hearts still racing from the earlier fright. I was scared to death just now, the disciple in green exclaimed, patting her chest. Thank goodness we managed to fool them. That child is becoming increasingly difficult to hide, the disciple in purple lamented. What shall we do in the future? Yao Yu gazed at the sleeping wind spirit in her arms, her resolve unwavering. We will take it one step at a time. As long as we remain cautious, we will surely protect her. The door to the cave was gently closed, shutting out the world beyond. Yao Yu placed the wind spirit on the couch, gazing at her daughter's serene sleeping face, and let out a soft sigh. She knew that tranquil days may be numbered, but as long as she could behold her daughter for even one more day, she would never give up. The little windmill, once played with by the wind spirit, was carefully tucked away by Yao Yu. This small artifact seemed to symbolize a portent, heralding the day when this hidden genius would ultimately shine forth with resplendent brilliance in the future. Chapter 52. The flames of war erupt. The tranquility of Luoxia town was inevitably shattered by the distant sounds of war. On this particular morning, a troop of armored soldiers burst into the town, the thunderous clatter of hooves disrupting its peacefulness. The commanding officer, his voice booming like a bell, proclaimed, "The Great Xia Kingdom is at war with the Great Ming Kingdom. The front lines urgently require soldiers. All men aged 16 to 50 are to enlist for battle. Those who resist will be treated as traitors." The news erupted like thunder, shaking the town. Lin Yuechu was in the courtyard crafting a wooden rattle for Wanner when he heard the clamor outside. As he stepped out, two soldiers seized him by the shoulders. "You, come with us." The soldier's voice was frigid. I cannot go. I have a wife and children at home." Lin Yuechu struggled, casting a glance at Cui'er, who rushed over with Wanner in her arms, her face pale with fear. "Father!" Ping'an cried, leaping towards him, only to be intercepted by a soldier. Cui'er wept profusely, clutching Lin Yuechu's sleeve tightly. "Sir, I beseech you, spare him. Our family cannot survive without him. In times of war, conscription is inevitable." The lieutenant waved dismissively. "Take him away." Lin Yuechu was dragged away by the soldiers, turning back to see Cui'er in tears and the terrified children, his heart torn asunder. "Cui'er, take care of yourself and the children. Wait for my return." "Yuechu." Cui'er's heart-wrenching cries echoed in his ears. Ultimately, he was forcibly taken from his family, herded like livestock alongside other men from the town, embarking on the grim road to the front lines. Among the group were familiar faces, their eyes brimming with despair and terror. "Brother Yuechu, what shall we do? I hear that death at the front is as common as cutting grass," a trembling voice lamented. Lin Yuechu remained silent, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had never imagined that a humble carpenter, merely seeking a peaceful existence, would be swept into the tumult of war between nations. He had tried to resist, attempted to flee, but the soldiers were vigilant, and any sign of dissent was met with brutal punishment. After days of this torment, his body bore numerous scars, and like the other conscripts, he was worn and haggard. The journey was long and excruciating, with only coarse grains mixed with sand to eat and murky river water to drink. At night, they slept on the open ground, the biting cold seeping into their bones. "Why don't the immortals intervene?" a bewildered villager asked. "Surely, they could annihilate our foes with a wave of their hands?" An older man sighed. "Foolish lad, do you think immortals care about the lives of mortals? Those sect masters only concern themselves with cultivation, and the royal cultivators act only in critical moments. We, mere mortals, are but cannon fodder on the battlefield." Lin Yuechu's heart sank. Indeed, the cultivators he had encountered, Whether the offspring of Haotian sect or those mysterious women, all exuded an air of detachment, as if the lives and deaths of mortals were of no consequence to them. Was this the fate of mortals? In the face of war, they were reduced to mere ants. He longed for Cui'er, for Ping'an, for Outyin, for Qingcheng, and especially for Wan'er, who was still nursing. He had promised Cui'er he would return, and he must live to keep that promise. Clinging to this belief, Lin Yuechu gritted his teeth and persevered. He was assigned to an infantry battalion, enduring monotonous and rigorous training, wielding a heavy spear as he trudged through the muck. The frontline camp was a sight of utter despair, strewn with wounded soldiers and filled with wails of agony. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, enough to induce nausea. Tomorrow we attack the city. Everyone, heed my command and charge with me. The lieutenant barked from the front of the tent, his tone devoid of emotion. Lin Yuechu gripped the icy spear, his palms slick with cold sweat. He was merely a carpenter, one who had never taken a life, not even that of a chicken. At night, he lay upon the cold ground, gazing at the waning moon above, silently praying. He sought not glory in battle, but merely the chance to witness the rise of tomorrow's sun, to return to the town of Luoxia, to be reunited with his family. Unbeknownst to him, this mortal conflict, seemingly detached from the realm of cultivation, held a subtle and secret connection to his scattered children, each possessing innate celestial roots. Within the Haotian sect, Yeyu was carrying Fengling on her back, while counting the resources acquired from their completed tasks alongside her sisters. Fengling played joyfully with a small windmill in her hands, the gentle breezes it stirred causing a flutter in Yayue's heart. At Lin's sect, Su Hao and Su Shui were diligently practicing sword techniques in the training grounds, the sharpness of metal intertwining with the fluidity of water, garnering frequent nods of approval from the elders. Meanwhile, at Haotian sect, Lin Outyin and Lin Qingcheng perused ancient texts in the library, preparing for their ascent to a higher realm. None of them were aware that their father was embroiled in a struggle for survival on a battlefield where fate hung in the balance. The war of mortals and the world of cultivators appeared as two parallel lines, yet they were quietly intertwined by Lin Yuechu, a mere mortal. On the following morning, the sound of the horn pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the siege. Lin Yuechu was swept along with the throng, surging toward the city walls alongside the assaulting forces. Arrows rained down like a storm, and one by one, his fellow villagers fell, their cries echoing in the chaos. Instinctively, he raised his spear to defend himself, only to feel a stray arrow graze his cheek, leaving a crimson trail. I must survive, I must survive, Lin Yuechu screamed, not for the sake of vanquishing foes, but to return home. His figure, amidst the tumultuous battlefield, resembled a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, ever on the brink of capsizing. Far away in Luoxia town, Cui'er held Wan'er close, standing beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, gazing longingly down the road to the distance, day after day, waiting for that familiar silhouette to return. In the midst of the raging flames of war, the lives of mortals were as fragile as grass. At that moment, Lin Yuechu's fate was being thrust into an abyss of the unknown. Chapter 53. The chasm between mortals and cultivators. The frontline had long since transformed into a hell on earth. Corpses littered the ground, rivers of blood flowed freely, and the air was thick with the nauseating sense of blood and gunpowder. Each day of siege and defense was accompanied by the deaths of thousands, even tens of thousands, their anguished cries mingling with the clashing of weapons and the thunderous booms of battering rams striking the walls, composing a cruel symphony of death. Lin Yuechu huddled behind a broken wall, his body smeared with mud and the blood of unknown origins. He clutched a dull blade, his arms aching to the point of exhaustion. This marked the fifth battle in which he had participated, and the faces of his fellow villagers had changed time and again, with only a scarce few surviving. "Brother Yuechu, look at the sky," exclaimed a surviving young villager, his voice trembling as he pointed upwards. Lin Yuechu raised his gaze, his pupils narrowing in shock. There, in the heavens, streaks of light intertwined and collided, waves of spiritual energy sweeping down like a tempest, causing the mortal warriors below to struggle to maintain their footing. Those were cultivators engaged in battle. A resplendently dressed woman hovered gracefully in the air, emanating a brilliant golden aura of spiritual energy. Clutched in her hand was a long sword, and she was none other than the crown princess of the great Xia kingdom, possessing the cultivation of the early golden core stage. Opposite her stood an elderly man clad in black robes, exuding a chilling presence, equally at the early golden core stage. Evidently a royal cultivator from the great Ming kingdom. "Old Zhao, do you dare to obstruct this princess with your meager skills?" The crown princess's voice was frigid, imbued with an undeniable authority. With a flourish of her sword, several streams of golden sword energy sliced through the air, hurtling towards the black-robed elder. "Humph, Xiao Yan. Do not be so arrogant. Today, You shall taste the might of this old man. The elder scoffed coldly, forming hand seals. A mass of inky black mist coalesced into several venomous serpents, charging toward the golden sword energy. Boom. The clash between the sword energy and the poisonous mist erupted with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves rippling outward like surging tides. The walls below trembled, and numerous mortal soldiers were flung away by the residual force, spewing blood. Quick, take cover. Lin Yuechu urgently pulled a young villager behind a crumbling wall, shielding her head with all her might. The ferocity of the battle above escalated, with myriad spells illuminating the sky. Colossal fireballs rained down, incinerating the ground, while blocks of ice formed, freezing vast areas. Each encounter between the cultivators reverberated with violent tremors and mortal casualties below. Is this the power of cultivators? Lin Yuechu murmured, her heart filled with shock and helplessness. In the face of such might, the struggles of mortals seemed akin to children playing house, fragile and utterly vulnerable. In addition to the crown princess and the black-robed elder, several other cultivators at the golden core and foundation establishment stages clashed in the sky, their battle's residual energy further exacerbating the already dire situation on the ground. Kill. For the great Xia. Charge. Annihilate the Ming dogs. The fierce combat on the ground did not wane due to the aerial confrontation. Rather, it intensified. Soldiers from both sides surged toward one another like a relentless tide, filling the chasms of death with their flesh and blood. Caught in the throng, Lin Yuechu could only mechanically swing her blade, oblivious to whom she struck or whether she might be struck in return. Her sole thought was to survive. In the heavens, the battle between the crown princess and the black-robed elder reached a fever pitch. Being youthful, the crown princess, with her pure spiritual energy, gradually gained the upper hand, tearing through the elder's defenses with a single stroke of her sword, golden energy grazing his shoulder and drawing forth a spurt of blood. Damn it! The black-robed elder bellowed, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he suddenly produced a black talisman, infusing it with his spiritual energy. Not good. He intends to self-destruct the talisman. The crown princess's expression shifted, and she hastily retreated. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yan, let us perish together. The black-robed elder laughed maniacally, hurling the talisman towards the crown princess. Boom. The talisman exploded mid-air, forming a vast swirling vortex of black energy that devoured everything in its vicinity, warping even the fabric of space. The crown princess was rocked by the shockwave, her blood surging, and a trickle escaped from the corner of her mouth as she staggered backward. The black-robed elder seized the cover of the explosion to transform into a shadow, fleeing in disarray. Thinking of escaping? The princess let out a cold snort, poised to pursue. It was intercepted by other cultivators from the Ming dynasty. The battle in the sky raged on, but discerning eyes could see that the cultivators of the Great Xia Kingdom were gradually gaining the upper hand. On the ground, as the situation in the heavens shifted, the morale of the Great Xia soldiers surged, fiercely assaulting the defenses of the Ming dynasty. It's breached. The city walls have fallen. A cry rang out, and like a tidal wave, the soldiers of the Great Xia poured into the city. Lin Yuechu was thrust forward by the throng, and the scene before him grew ever more harrowing. Ruined walls and corpses piled high. Numbly, he wielded his blade, dodging lethal strikes, inching forward step by step. The battle raged for an entire day, until the sun dipped below the horizon, and the conflict among the cultivators in the sky gradually subsided. The Great Xia had emerged victorious in this siege. Exhausted and battered, Lin Yuechu collapsed onto the ground, feeling utterly drained. He had survived, yet he questioned the meaning of such existence. The air was filled with the agonized cries of the wounded and the triumphant cheers of the victors, a dissonant symphony. Brother Yuechu, did we win? A young compatriot asked hoarsely. Lin Yuechu nodded, but a smile would not grace his lips. What did victory signify? The deceased could never return. And the war, it was evident, was far from over. He gazed at the vanishing figure of the princess in the sky, his heart a tumult of emotions. The power of the cultivators was formidable, yet they only intervened at such dire moments. Their battles determined the fate of nations, while mortals were but insignificant pawns on the scales of victory. Cui'er, Ping-er, Lin Yuechu whispered the names of his family, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. No matter what, he must survive, he must return. This war, where the realms of mortals and immortals intertwined, continued unabated. Lin Yuechu's fate, like a candle flickering in the wind, teetered precariously amidst the flames of conflict, yet it bore an indomitable resilience, awaiting the faintest glimmer of hope. Chapter 54. The Great Xia Kingdom. The chaos following the breach of the city had yet to subside. Lin Yuechu dragged his weary body through the ruins, scavenging for usable supplies, the wounds on his body burning with pain. This victory brought little joy. Instead, it deepened his longing for home. Suddenly, A faint ripple of spiritual energy caught his attention. Following its trace, he spotted a disheveled figure lying beneath a crumbled wall. It was none other than Princess Xia Lian of the Great Xia Kingdom. In that moment, Xia Lian had lost all the grandeur she once held in the sky. Her opulent garments lay in tatters, blood trickled from her lips, and her complexion was as pale as parchment, clearly gravely injured, even the mere act of moving a finger proving to be a challenge. Lin Yuechu hesitated briefly, but ultimately approached her. Regardless of the circumstances, she was a princess of the Great Xia Kingdom. Her demise here might spell trouble for them mere mortals. Who are you? Xia Lian, sensing someone near, struggled to open her eyes. Upon seeing a soldier covered in mud, his face obscured, a flicker of disdain and arrogance flashed in her eyes. I am Lin Yuechu, he began, only to be cut off sharply by Xia Lian's commanding voice. Less chatter. I am gravely injured. Fetch someone quickly. Summon the cultivators of the Great Xia to rescue me. If my life is endangered because of your delay, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Yuechu was already seething with rage when he was unceremoniously berated by the princess. His fury ignited like wildfire. He had fought valiantly on the battlefield, facing death countless times. Yet this woman, having merely fallen and sustained an injury, dared to command him as if he were her servant. Did she truly believe herself to be a celestial being, deserving of subservience from mere mortals? The long-suppressed resentment and despair within him erupted in an instant. His gaze fixed on Xia Lian with a glimmer of madness. Aren't you so formidable? Don't you look down upon us mortals? Now that you're incapacitated, how are you any different from a lifeless dog? Xia Lian trembled with indignation at his words, retorting, You, a lowly mortal, dare to lay hands upon me, the princess? And what if I do? Lin Yuechu was utterly incensed by her arrogance. He understood that his chances of survival in this war were slim, and that he might perish in a forgotten corner by dawn. Thus, he resolved to abandon all restraint. You are now nothing but meat on the chopping block. I shall do as I please. Xia Lian's eyes widened in terror, unable to fathom that a mere mortal would harbor such audacity against her. She attempted to resist, to summon her spiritual energy, yet her reserves were utterly depleted, her grievously injured body unable to muster even a modicum of strength. How dare you? I am the Grand Princess of the Great Xia. Should you lay a finger on me, you shall face divine retribution, she threatened, her voice trembling with a facade of authority. Lin Yuechu, however, seemed impervious to her threats, tearing apart her tattered royal garments. Her cries of despair and curses echoed in his ears, fading into mere futile struggles. Beneath the remnants of crumbling walls, amidst the carnage of the battlefield, a noble princess of the Golden Core was forcibly claimed by a desperate mortal soldier. In that charged moment, as their breaths intertwined, Lin Yuechu's mind once again resonated with the system's prompt. Detected that the host is in a reproductive opportunity, the blessing of progeny function can be activated. Detected that the female party possesses a superior spiritual root with immense future potential. Multiple enhancement options available. Option 1. Consume 1 year of life force to enhance potential offspring to inferior spiritual root. Option 2. Consume 5 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to medium spiritual root. Option 3. Consume 10 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to superior spiritual root. Option 4. Consume 50 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to exceptional spiritual root. Option 5. Consume 100 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to heavenly spiritual root, rare, with boundless potential. Lin Yuechu scrutinized these options, a wry self-mockery flickering in his eyes. 100 years of life? He was uncertain if he would even survive until tomorrow. What use was there in preserving such time? Option 5. The thought echoed in his mind. Option 5 selected. 100 years of life force consumed. Spiritual root enhancement mark has been applied. As the system's notification faded, Lin Yuechu felt no pang of regret. He adjusted Xia Lian's clothing, covering her adequately, and then turned to depart, continuing deeper into the battlefield. He was unaware of his destination or what the future held. He merely marched forward mechanically, as if that were the only way to temporarily escape the madness and emptiness that gnawed at his soul. Before long, several streaks of light zipped toward him. Landing beside the shattered wall, royal cultivators from the Great Xia had arrived to render assistance. Princess, at the forefront. The leading Golden Core cultivator was taken aback upon seeing Xia Lian, his expression shifting drastically as he hurriedly approached to investigate. Xia Lian had already succumbed to unconsciousness, her breath faint. The cultivators, believing her to be gravely injured, were unaware of any other anomalies. They quickly and cautiously lifted her, transforming into a streak of light as they departed, returning to the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom for healing. Little did they know that this princess, endowed with immense potential and poised to challenge the Yuaning stage, had inadvertently left a seed of fate on an unknown mortal. A seed that would later be enhanced by the system into an unparalleled celestial root, destined to stir unprecedented upheaval. Lin Yuechu wandered aimlessly across the battlefield as dusk fell. He found a relatively secure corner, curling up his body and gazing at the stars above. A century of life had vanished, yet he felt no particular sorrow. Perhaps, as he had surmised, that lifespan had never truly belonged to him. Cui'er, can I ever return? He murmured, his eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 55. Rescue. In the depths of the healing chamber within the imperial palace of the Great Xia Kingdom, the air was thick with rich spiritual energy, almost tangible. A venerable elder clad in purple robes, exuding an aura of authority, sat cross-legged, his hands forming intricate seals as waves of gentle yet potent spiritual power flowed into Xia Lian, who lay upon a jade bed. This elder was the Grand Elder of the Great Xia Kingdom, the sole cultivator at the Yuaning stage, and Xia Lian's grandfather. Outside the chamber, the Emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom bowed his head, refraining from even a whisper, followed by a group of anxious royal members. Suddenly, the Grand Elder withdrew his hands, and Xia Lian coughed up a mouthful of black blood, yet her complexion regained a touch of color. Grandfather, Xia Lian weakly opened her eyes, her gaze meeting the elder's, a flicker of grievance passing through her eyes. It is good that you have awakened, the Grand Elder's tone softened, only to shift his gaze toward the Emperor outside the door, his expression darkening instantly. Incompetent fool, his thunderous rebuke echoed like a clap of thunder, causing the Emperor to tremble in fear. Father, please, quell your anger. The Emperor hastily knelt. I am guilty. Guilty? Do you even comprehend the nature of your transgressions? The Grand Elder rose, the oppressive aura of his Yuaning stage radiating outward, constricting the breath of all present. I have long advised that Li'er should engage in peripheral training, avoiding perilous depths. Yet you, in your folly, allowed her to partake in the siege, only to fall into ambush. If anything were to happen to Li'er, could you bear the responsibility? It was my oversight. I implore Father to mete out punishment. The Emperor repeatedly bowed his head. Xia Lian was the Grand Elder's most cherished granddaughter, the chosen heir destined to inherit his legacy and safeguard the foundation of the Great Xia Kingdom. Had it not been for Xia Lian's desperate escape, the consequences would have been dire. Punishment? What good is that? The Grand Elder scoffed. Li'er possesses a superior spiritual root, with potential to reach the Yuaning stage. She is a once-in-a-century genius for our Great Xia Kingdom. As Emperor, not only do you fail to protect her, but you also thrust her into danger, displaying sheer incompetence. At that moment, a regal woman hurried in, none other than Xia Lian's mother. Upon seeing her frail daughter on the jade bed, tears streamed down her face. Li'er, my dear Li'er. Mother, Xia Lian, upon seeing her mother, felt her eyes well up. But just as she was about to speak, she succumbed to a fit of coughing. Li'er, how do you feel? Who has harmed you? Mother will have your father deal with him. The queen, filled with compassion, grasped her daughter's hand, her eyes brimming with animosity. Xia Lian recalled the humiliation she endured on the battlefield, the visage of that despicable mortal flashing before her, causing her complexion to darken and her body to tremble. I shall kill him. I must avenge myself upon that scoundrel. Xia Lian ground her teeth, her gaze igniting with a chilling intent to kill. If not for her grievous injuries at that moment, she would have longed to return to the battlefield and reduce that mortal to ashes. The Grand Elder and the Queen were momentarily taken aback. Li'er, what did you say? Aside from the old ghost Zhao of the Ming Kingdom, who else has harmed you? The Grand Elder keenly sensed something amiss. Xia Lian's lips quivered as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, finding it difficult to speak. To be sullied by a mere mortal was an unspeakable disgrace for one as proud as she. It is nothing, she bit her lip, forcibly suppressing the anger and humiliation within her. I was merely injured by Zhao's self-detonation talisman. It was a momentary lapse. The Grand Elder, astute as ever, could not be fooled by her concealment. However, seeing her reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further and stated, let us set this matter aside for now. Focus on your recovery. As for the Ming Kingdom, I shall personally seek justice for you. He turned to the Emperor. Issue my decree to seal off information regarding the injury of the princess. No one shall discuss it. Additionally, mobilize the resources of the nation to ensure Li'er recovers swiftly. Acquire any necessary medicinal herbs, even if it means exhausting the national treasury. Yes, your son obeys. The Emperor, as if granted a reprieve, hastily accepted the command. The Queen remained in the healing chamber to care for Xia Lian, watching her daughter's pale face with deep concern. Li'er, focus on your recovery. Do not dwell on anything else. With your mother and grandfather here, no one dares to bully you. Xia Lian nodded, closing her eyes. Yet the image of that mortal and his eyes filled with madness and despair, continued to flicker in her mind. Just wait. Once I am healed, I shall ensure your body is torn to pieces. Xia Lian vowed fiercely in her heart, her murderous intent nearly spilling over. Unbeknownst to her, within her being, a new life was quietly gestating. This child, conceived from humiliation and rage, possessed an extraordinary spiritual root and was absorbing her spiritual energy at an astonishing rate, flourishing in growth. Neither the Grand Elder nor the Queen noticed this development. They assumed Xia Lian's injuries had caused a disturbance in her spiritual energy and were devising ways to replenish it, unaware that a portion of that energy was being secretly consumed by the unborn child. On the battlefield, Lin Yuechu continued to struggle at the precipice of life and death. He had long since forgotten the madness of that day, fighting numbly for survival. He remained oblivious to the fact that his moment of impulsiveness had not only planted the seeds of hatred in a princess's heart, but had also birthed a descendant with the potential to upend the balance between mortals and immortals. The royal family of the Great Xia was shaken by Xia Lian's grievous injuries. The Grand Elder's fury rendered the entire court silent as a plan for revenge against the Ming kingdom was stealthily brewing. Meanwhile, the source of all this turmoil, the ordinary carpenter, continued to struggle on the battlefield, clinging to a faint dream of returning home. Chapter 56. To reduce to ashes a month later. In the healing chamber of the Great Xia's capital, Xia Lian slowly opened her eyes. The flow of spiritual energy enveloped her. Though she had not yet fully regained her peak condition, she could move without hindrance. For the past month, she has been incessantly consumed by thoughts of the mortal who has sullied her, a hatred that grows within her heart like a rampant poison vine. Each time she channels her spiritual energy to heal, every time she closes her eyes, the image of that filthy figure, eyes wild with madness, resurfaces, igniting her fury. I can no longer wait. Xia Lian abruptly sat up, disregarding the Queen's admonitions. Today, I shall venture to the front lines and personally slay that scoundrel. Though her injuries had barely healed, a surge of wrath propelled her as she transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the battlefield. By the time the Queen and the Emperor were informed, she was already out of reach, leaving them in a state of frantic disarray. What has happened to this child? The Emperor furrowed his brow, wondering how a mere ambush could provoke such obsession. The Queen felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that her daughter was concealing something. Yet, when pressed, Xia Lian remained tight-lipped and, in her reckless determination, rushed back to the battlefield, filling her mother with unease. At the front-line encampment, dust billowed as weary soldiers, recently withdrawn from battle, slumped exhaustedly to the ground, their faces grimy and their garments tattered. Xia Lian's figure descended from the heavens, landing in the center of the encampment, her golden attire glaringly bright amidst the desolation. The soldiers and commanders were taken aback, stammering in confusion at the sudden appearance of the esteemed princess in such a grimy setting. Yet, Xia Lian paid them no heed, her gaze sharp as lightning. Scanning each soldier's face, she recalled the approximate height of that mortal, remembered the mud that obscured his features, but she was certain that upon seeing him again, she would recognize him without fail. The madness and despair reflected in his eyes would be etched in her memory until her dying breath. All of you raise your heads, Xia Lian commanded, her voice imbued with spiritual power, causing several soldiers' eardrums to throb painfully. The soldiers, compelled by her authority, lifted their heads, revealing faces weathered by hardship and cloaked in dust. Xia Lian's gaze was akin to a spotlight, meticulously scrutinizing each individual, searching for any trace of evidence in their expressions, postures, and even the minutest of movements. Her eyes, cold and piercing, radiated an unrestrained murderous intent, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread in those who met her gaze. The commanders exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the princess's intentions, yet dared not inquire further, standing by in silent anticipation. At that moment, Lin Yuechu sat in a corner of the encampment, cradling a bowl of watery cabbage porridge, sipping it in half-hearted intervals. He had sustained a minor wound to his arm from a stray arrow during a recent skirmish, enough to warrant a temporary withdrawal from the front lines for recuperation. His comrades around him bore various injuries, some with severed arms or limping legs, all appearing woefully disheveled, their original appearances obscured by dirt. Upon hearing Xia Lian's voice, Lin Yuechu instinctively glanced up, and upon recognizing that familiar golden figure, his heart sank. It's that princess. What brings her here? He instinctively lowered his head, burying his face deeper, striving to remain hidden behind his comrades, avoiding her gaze. He was unaware of whom the princess sought, yet an instinctual warning urged him not to be recognized by her. Xia Lian paced back and forth within the barracks, her gaze sweeping over every soldier, even those lying on stretchers. However, all she encountered were faces dulled by exhaustion, devoid of any resemblance to that mortal. She recalled that mortal, though disheveled. Possessed an intense fierceness in his eyes, in stark contrast to the numbed and fearful expressions of the soldiers before her. Had he perished? The thought flickered through her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. It was inconceivable. How could such a lowly person meet his end so easily? Unwilling to accept this possibility, she lingered in the barracks for 2 more days. During this time, she remained ever vigilant, eagerly approaching any new soldiers returning from the front lines. Her eyes wide with fear of missing any suspicious figure. Her relentless presence unsettled the entire camp, and several times, the commanders attempted to inquire after her, only to be deterred by her frigid gaze. Envoys dispatched by the queen and emperor also arrived, urging her to return and recuperate, but Xia Lian stubbornly refused. Resolutely stationed at the barracks, on the 3rd day, after scrutinizing the last batch of soldiers returning from the front, she still found no trace of the familiar figure. Standing at the center of the barracks, she surveyed the soldiers who avoided her gaze, and her initial fury gradually gave way to a sense of helplessness. Perhaps that mortal truly had died, perished in a charge, lost amidst the chaos, with even his bones rendered untraceable. Useless, even in death, he failed to make an impression. Xia Lian ground her teeth, stamping her foot in frustration, her eyes ablaze with resentment and bitterness. With no one left to find, she recognized that remaining any longer would be futile. With a disdainful huff, she transformed into a streak of light, furiously departing the barracks and returning to the capital. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment she turned to leave, Lin Yuechu in the corner cautiously lifted his head, watching her retreating silhouette, exhaling a long sigh of relief as cold sweat drenched his back. Several times, her gaze had nearly swept over him, and he was fortunate to have shielded himself behind an injured soldier. This woman is truly mad, Lin Yuechu murmured to himself, raising a bowl to drink the remaining cabbage porridge in one gulp. He had no inkling that Xia Lian was specifically searching for him, but the murderous intent that nearly tore through him made it clear that being targeted by this princess would not bode well. Having narrowly escaped the calamity, Lin Yuechu adopted an even lower profile. He silently tended to his wounds, quietly moving with the main troop, striving to blend in with the other soldiers, becoming just another shadow in the gray, inconspicuous. His only desire was to survive and return home. Meanwhile, Xia Lian's anger intensified as she pondered the situation, feeling increasingly aggrieved. She locked herself within the palace, shattering numerous items, yet her inner fury and humiliation remained unquenched. Just wait. Even if you are dead, I shall extract your soul and scatter your bones. Xia Lian screamed at the air, her eyes filled with a palpable hatred. Chapter 57. The Way of Heaven. In the imperial palace of the Great Xia, the atmosphere within the council hall was tense. The esteemed elder sat in the main seat, flanked by the emperor, the empress, and several core members of the royal family, as they deliberated the forthcoming offensive against the Great Ming. Xia Lian stood to the side, her expression still bearing a hint of aloofness, yet she exhibited a subtle, imperceptible change compared to 2 months prior. An elder suggested deploying an elite squad to launch a surprise attack on the Ming's granaries, thus severing their supply lines, which would inevitably sow chaos at the front. As the elder analyzed the battlefield, Xia Lian suddenly felt a wave of intense nausea rise in her throat, her stomach churning violently. She instinctively covered her mouth, her complexion paling in an instant. "Lian, what ails you?" The empress was the first to notice her daughter's distress, quickly rising to approach her with a concerned countenance. "Is your injury not yet healed?" Xia Lian shook her head, suppressing the urge to retch, her voice weak. "It's nothing. Perhaps I have been overly zealous in my training, causing some disturbance in my spirit energy." The elder and the emperor furrowed their brows, casting worried glances her way. However, it was not long before the wave of nausea surged forth again, more potent than before. Unable to endure it any longer, Xia Lian turned and hurriedly exited the hall, clutching a pillar as she dry heaved, yet nothing emerged. Observing her daughter's distress, the empress felt a sudden pang in her heart, an unsettling thought surfacing in her mind. Having experienced similar reactions before, she turned to the elder, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Your Majesty, perhaps you should examine Li'er. I sense something amiss." The elder, having sensed the anomaly himself, nodded in agreement and approached Xia Lian, a gentle stream of spiritual energy probing into her being. Moments later, the elder's countenance changed dramatically, retracting his hand with an expression of shock, anger, and disbelief. How could this be? His voice trembled ever so slightly. The emperor immediately inquired, "Father, what is wrong with Li'er?" Drawing a deep breath, the elder fixed a piercing gaze upon Xia Lian, his tone icy. "You are with child." "What?" The proclamation sent shockwaves through the hall. The emperor leapt to his feet, his face etched with astonishment and fury. "Li'er, when did you become pregnant? Whose child is it?" The other royal members exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. The eldest princess, yet unmarried, was with child, a scandal of monumental proportions in a royal family that prized pure bloodlines above all. With her secret laid bare, Xia Lian's face shifted through hues of green and white, a tumult of humiliation, anger, and shame causing her to tremble. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately succumbed to the scrutiny of the elder and her parents, recounting the incident in which a mortal had sullied her on the battlefield, omitting certain details, merely stating it was an act of violation by a lowly commoner. Unbelievable. The emperor trembled with rage, his countenance darkening. A mere mortal dared to tarnish the royal bloodline. Leonor, why did you not speak of this sooner? The empress covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, torn between pity for her daughter and overwhelming fury. That scoundrel! I shall have him torn to pieces. The elder's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could weep with rage, emanating an oppressive aura. Wretched spawn! The bloodline of our great Xia is of the highest nobility. How dare a mere mortal defile it? This child cannot be allowed to live. As he spoke, he prepared to channel his spiritual power once more, intending to forcibly eradicate the fetus within Xia Lian's womb. How could the offspring of a mere mortal dare to be born into the royal family? It was an utter disgrace. The emperor and empress, though filled with fury, could not suppress their cries of alarm upon witnessing the grand elder's intentions. Xia Lian closed her eyes, a complex emotion flickering within. She loathed the mortal, and harbored disdain for the child born of humiliation. If it could be extinguished, she would find a sense of relief. However, just as the grand elder's spiritual energy was about to make contact with the fetus, a thunderous roar erupted from above the palace. The previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, lightning flashing as purple bolts surged through the heavens like mighty dragons. Their terrifying presence, suggesting a divine wrath, had descended. The entire Xia palace trembled, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the hall, causing all present to feel an acute sense of dread. The grand elder's spiritual power was halted by this force, preventing him from advancing further. His expression shifted drastically as he gazed skyward, eyes wide with astonishment. Was this a warning from the heavenly Tao? In his centuries of life, he had never witnessed such an eerie phenomenon. It seemed as though an unparalleled will was incensed, thwarting his actions. What was happening? Such formidable celestial might. Why had the sky transformed so abruptly? The guards and palace servants, both inside and outside the palace, were terrified by this unexpected spectacle, dropping to their knees in prayer. In the council hall, everyone was awestruck by this celestial anomaly, silenced into submission. The grand elder attempted to summon his spiritual power again, but as he did so, a bolt of purple lightning descended, striking the roof of the council hall, sending dust swirling, yet miraculously causing minimal damage. Clearly a warning. The grand elder gasped in realization, understanding that this celestial disturbance was directed specifically at him, in response to his intent to destroy the fetus within Xia Lian. What on earth was happening? The emperor stammered in confusion, having never witnessed his father exhibit such trepidation. The grand elder furrowed his brow, eyes filled with perplexity and gravity. This fetus is extraordinary. Just moments ago, I distinctly sensed an aura within it, connected to the heavens, as if it were inherently protected by the heavenly Tao. The celestial root, also known as the Tao root, is a rare and supreme spiritual root, harmonizing with the heavenly Tao and receiving its protection even before birth. To forcibly extinguish it would surely invoke divine retribution. However, having lived so long, the grand elder had never encountered a celestial root, and thus could not discern the source of this phenomenon, knowing only that this child must not be harmed, lest calamity befall them. Xia Lian was equally stunned, gazing at the roiling thunder above while sensing the faint yet resilient life force within her. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. This child, whom she wished to rid herself of, had unexpectedly summoned a warning from the heavenly Tao? Could it be that this mortal's progeny possessed some unique quality? Xia Lian murmured to herself, disbelief flickering in her eyes. The grand elder took a deep breath and declared solemnly, "Very well. This child must not be touched for the time being." The emperor, puzzled, inquired, "Why?" "This child is under the protection of the heavenly Tao. To forcibly eradicate it would risk divine retribution, endangering the very fate of our Xia." The grand elder's tone was grave. "We shall observe for now." The queen promptly exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. Let us first take a look. Leonor, you have endured much." The thunder in the sky gradually subsided, and the dark clouds dispersed, as if everything that had just transpired were merely an illusion. However, all within the palace were acutely aware that it was no mere figment of imagination. Xia Lian gently caressed her still flat abdomen, for the first time feeling a flicker of curiosity and inexplicable reverence for the child within her. A child born of humiliation. A fetus that had provoked the heavens' warning. Its existence was destined to stir greater upheaval within the imperial family of the Great Xia. Meanwhile, far on the front lines, Lin Yuechu was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding within the palace, gnawing on hard rations that could chip a tooth alongside his fellow soldiers. Chapter 58. Old friends in the Great Xia royal family's scripture repository, dusty tomes piled high, exuding the essence of time. The Grand Elder presided personally, dismissing all attendants, and immersed himself in the ancient texts. The warning thunder that had resonated in the sky lingered in his heart, compelling him to reassess the fetus within Xiaolian. The blessings of the heavens and the aura of the earth are intertwined, the Grand Elder murmured, his fingers gliding over the yellowed pages. What kind of spiritual root could elicit such an extraordinary phenomenon? Having lived for centuries, he had encountered numerous prodigies and had heard whispers of superior and supreme spiritual roots. Yet he had never known of any fetus capable of invoking a warning from the heavens. After poring over dozens of ancient tomes without finding relevant records, the Grand Elder's brows knitted together in deeper concern. Could it be some long-lost special constitution? He pondered, redirecting his focus to even more archaic texts. These tomes were mostly inscribed in ancient characters, obscure and difficult to comprehend, decipherable only by those like him, who had traversed many years as a nascent soul cultivator. 3 days passed, and just as the Grand Elder was on the verge of despair, a tattered volume titled Records of the Primordial Spiritual Roots caught his eye. The pages were tattered and the writing blurred, but one passage made his pupils constrict in shock. The celestial spiritual root, also known as the heavenly Tao spiritual root, is the supreme among all spirits, 1 in a billion. From its inception, it is connected to the heavenly Tao, blessed by the fortune of heaven and earth. Should one forcibly extinguish it, divine retribution shall ensue, the lighter consequence being the loss of cultivation, while the severest could lead to death and the obliteration of the soul, even bringing calamity to the region. The celestial spiritual root. The Grand Elder gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had encountered this name in fragmented legends, dismissing it as mere myth fabricated by ancient peoples, never imagining it to be real. The connection to the heavenly Tao, the blessings of heaven and earth, the repercussions of forcible extinguishment. He compared these ancient records with the celestial phenomenon of that day, leaving no room for doubt. The being within Li Cui'er was, in fact, the fabled celestial spiritual root. This revelation stunned him even more than the news of Xiaolian's pregnancy. The celestial spiritual root. According to legend, once it matured, it could traverse the realms, potentially even reaching the legendary state beyond transformation. Such an existence was, astonishingly, gestating within the imperial family of the Great Xia. The Grand Elder's emotions became a tangled web of anger, shock, ecstasy, and reverence. It is infuriating that such a supreme spiritual root has a father who is a mere commoner. Yet, it is exhilarating that this child, after all, carries the blood of the imperial lineage of the Great Xia, and if nurtured properly, could elevate our nation above all others. There is an air of reverence surrounding this celestial spiritual root, which is under the protection of the heavenly way, and thus must not be treated with any negligence. This matter is of great importance and requires further confirmation. The Grand Elder stored the ancient texts, his figure flickering before vanishing from the scripture pavilion. At the border of the Great Xia, within a secluded valley, resides an elderly man with hair as white as snow. He is a close friend of the Grand Elder. Once a wandering cultivator who traveled the world and amassed vast knowledge, but now has retreated due to injuries. The Grand Elder's presence manifested in the valley, where the old man had been awaiting him at the entrance of a stone dwelling. "My old friend, what brings you here in such haste?" The elder inquired with a welcoming smile. "Enough with the pleasantries. I ask you, are you aware of the celestial spiritual root?" The Grand Elder spoke directly, his tone grave. The smile on the elder's face froze, quickly replaced by astonishment. "The celestial spiritual root? Are you referring to the legendary supreme spiritual root that is favored by the heavenly way?" "Indeed." The Grand Elder nodded and succinctly recounted the circumstances of Xiaolian's pregnancy, the alarming signs from the heavenly way, and the details from the ancient texts, omitting the fact that the child's father is a commoner. Upon hearing this, the elder gasped. Disbelief etched across his features. "Such a thing exists. If what you say is true, then the child is most likely the celestial spiritual root. Are you certain?" The Grand Elder pressed. "Absolutely," the elder affirmed. "In my travels across the northern desolate, I once encountered a stone tablet inscribed with ancient secrets, which mentioned that during the gestation of a celestial spiritual root, if danger arises, the heavenly way will issue a warning. This kind of spiritual root is innately aligned with the Tao, a favored child of the cosmos. Not only is it impossible to extinguish, but even the slightest disrespect could invite calamity." He paused, then continued, "My old friend, do you grasp the significance of this celestial spiritual root? Once it comes into the world and is nurtured with care, its potential is boundless. Not merely Yuanying, but even Huashan or Lin Yuechu could be within reach. At that point, your great Xia the Grand Elder comprehended the gravity of the situation, his last shred of doubt dissipating. Yet, the child's origins were somewhat complicated. The background is indeed intricate, he hesitated. No matter how complicated, it cannot obscure the brilliance of the celestial spiritual root. The elder waved his hand dismissively. This is a tremendous opportunity. We must protect this child at all costs and harbor no thoughts of extinguishing it. Otherwise, not only you, but the entire Great Xia shall face catastrophic disaster. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply, nodding in understanding. He had arrived at a resolution, regardless of the child's father. As long as he bore royal blood and was a celestial spiritual root, he must be safeguarded. In fact, he should be groomed to become a pillar for the future of the Great Xia. As for the common father, that could be addressed after the child's birth. On his return to the palace, the Grand Elder's mood had transformed entirely. The anger of that day had long since dissipated, replaced by anticipation for the future and a sense of urgency. Although the celestial spiritual root is a blessing, it will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of various factions. And thus, meticulous preparations must be made to ensure the child's safe birth and smooth growth. He proceeded directly to the emperor's study, dismissing all attendants before solemnly declaring, I have ascertained that the fetus within Lin Yuechu's womb is highly likely to be the legendary celestial spiritual root. The celestial spiritual root? The emperor appeared bewildered, evidently having never heard of this name before. The Grand Elder expounded upon the uniqueness and significance of the heavenly spirit root, leaving the emperor in a state of astonishment, soon followed by an expression of unrestrained joy. Does my father imply that our Great Xia will soon give rise to an extraordinarily rare genius? Indeed, the Grand Elder nodded. Thus, from this day forth, we must fortify our protection of Lin Yuechu, deploying all available resources to ensure her safe delivery. Moreover, this matter must remain confidential, otherwise, calamity shall surely ensue. I understand. The emperor, trembling with excitement, hastily replied. Upon hearing the news, the empress was equally astonished and overjoyed, gazing at Xia Lian with a mix of hope and trepidation. When Xia Lian learned that the fetus within her was, in fact, the fabled heavenly spirit root, she was momentarily stunned. She looked down at her abdomen, her heart a tumult of emotions. Hatred still lingered, yet it was overshadowed by an inexplicable complexity of feelings. This child, born of humiliation, is destined to be favored by the heavenly Tao? Regardless of your spirit root, I shall never forgive your father. Xia Lian scoffed inwardly. Yet her attitude towards the unborn child softened unconsciously. The royal family's stance underwent a dramatic transformation due to the mere mention of the heavenly spirit root. From initial outrage to a cautious reverence, they now regarded her as a treasured gem. Chapter 59. Nurturing the fetus within the imperial palace of the Great Xia. The atmosphere in Xia Lian's chamber was somewhat oppressive. Xia Lian was lost in thought, staring at a set of exquisite armor, her fingers gliding over the cold metallic surface. Her eyes filled with a yearning for the battlefield. Recently, the royal family had devised a comprehensive assault plan against the Great Ming. She had intended to lead the charge personally, but was thwarted by her grandfather. Lin Yuechu, this matter must not be mentioned again. The Grand Elder's voice resonated from outside the hall, imbued with an undeniable authority. From today onward, you must remain in the palace to nurture the fetus. Not setting foot outside these gates. Xia Lian abruptly turned around, her face aflame with defiance. Grandfather, I am the eldest princess of Great Xia. How can I shrink back into the palace over such a trivial matter? The front lines are ablaze with conflict, and you consider this insignificant? The Grand Elder entered, his gaze penetrating as he regarded her. You carry the heavenly spirit root within you. You are the hope of our Great Xia, more vital than a war, more precious than a city. Should you dare to jeopardize its safety, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. His tone was grave, exuding the oppressive aura of a nascent soul cultivator, causing Xia Lian to momentarily falter in her breath. Xia Lian recognized her grandfather's seriousness. Yet her naturally combative spirit made the prospect of being confined within the palace to nurture the fetus unbearable, a fate worse than death. But there can be no buts. The Grand Elder interrupted. I have commanded that the security level of your chamber be elevated to the highest. Aside from your mother and your royal brother, no one shall approach you without permission. All your needs will be delivered to you. You need only focus on nurturing the fetus. With that, the Grand Elder turned away, leaving Xia Lian alone in the hall, fuming with indignation. How infuriating. On what grounds? Xia Lian slammed her fist onto the table, shattering the teacup into fragments. She would rather engage in battle than be confined like a useless bird in this confined space. Before long, the Empress entered, observing her daughter's furious demeanor and letting out a resigned sigh. Do not be upset, Lin. Your grandfather only wishes the best for you and the child, the Empress said as she gently patted her shoulder. This celestial root is extraordinarily precious. If anything were to happen, your grandfather would bear the burden of guilt for a lifetime. I understand he is concerned for the child, Xiao Lian pouted in frustration. But I cannot endure this feeling of confinement. Your mother knows your wild nature and your inability to withstand solitude, the Empress chuckled. But consider this. Once the child is safely born, you may unleash your desires as you please. Neither your grandfather nor I shall hinder you. For now, however, you must endure. Xiao Lian fell silent. Although her mother's words held wisdom, the suffocating feeling within her was impossible to swallow. At that moment, the palace door swung open once more, revealing a young man clad in a brocade robe, handsome in appearance, Xiao Lian's royal brother, the first Prince Xiaoyu, who was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Sister, I hear you are in a bit of a temper again? Xiaoyu entered with a smile, holding a delicate wooden box. Brother. Upon seeing him, Xiao Lian's expression softened. Xiaoyu handed her the box. This is a tranquilizing incense I had brought from the western regions. It will soothe your spirit and is perfect for nurturing the child. As Xiao Lian opened the box, a refreshing fragrance wafted around her, easing her troubled heart considerably. Thank you, brother. There's no need for such formality, Xiaoyu replied with a grin. I've heard that grandfather has forbidden you from leaving the palace. Do not take it to heart. He is merely worried about you. Xiao Lian huffed, I know. Xiaoyu gazed at her with gentle eyes. Speaking of which, I must thank you, dear sister. Thank me for what? Xiao Lian asked, puzzled. Thank you for carrying this child, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. You are aware that father has always favored me to inherit the throne. Yet some of my brothers are not entirely compliant. Now, with the child you bear being a celestial root, destined to be a guardian of our great Xia, who would dare to oppose me with such a protector in place? His words held truth. Xiao Lian, being a woman, had no claim to the throne according to royal customs, and her brothers, lacking exceptional qualities, were no match for him. With the child she carried, once grown, they would surely stand by the royal family, thus solidifying his position. So, Xiaoyu genuinely cared for this unborn nephew or niece, wishing for a safe delivery more than anyone else. He is not even born yet, and you already count on him? Xiao Lian rolled her eyes, though her lips involuntarily curled upward. Of course, this is a celestial root, a future powerhouse. Xiaoyu laughed. I am quite curious to see what the child will be like upon birth. Mentioning the child stirred a complex swirl of emotions within Xiao Lian. Subconsciously, she caressed her abdomen, where she could already feel faint movements. Who knows? She murmured softly. The Empress watched the harmonious interaction between the siblings, her heart swelling with contentment. As long as her children were well, she felt at ease. In the days that followed, although Xiao Lian still felt stifled, she resigned herself to the necessity of remaining in the palace to nurture the child. The queen visited her daily, engaging her in conversation to alleviate her boredom. Xiaoyu often brought intriguing novelties or shared amusing tales from the outside world. The Grand Elder would come every few days to check her pulse and assess the well-being of the unborn child, and with each examination, his smile grew more pronounced. As the aura of this celestial spirit root intensified, Xiao Lian's life became regular and unremarkable. Her days were filled with cultivation, restricted to the mildest of methods, leisurely strolls, listening to stories, and resting. She gradually acclimated to this rhythm, occasionally speaking to her belly, addressing the child within. Little one, you must grow well. Once you emerge, your aunt will take you to the battlefield. No, wait, your uncle will take you to the battlefield. Xiaoyu would always correct her from the side. The atmosphere within the palace became particularly warm and anticipatory, owing to the presence of this unborn celestial spirit root. Yet, only Xiao Lian knew that deep within her heart, a fierce determination simmered. Once the child was born and she regained her powers, she was resolute in her intention to find that mortal and personally bring an end to him. This thought had never vanished. It merely lay dormant at the bottom of her heart. On the front lines, Lin Yuechu continued to struggle on the precipice of life and death. The unit he was part of had suffered tremendous losses and had been scattered. He and a few surviving compatriots formed a small team, engaging in arduous guerrilla tactics behind enemy lines. The war raged on, and beneath the serene surface of the palace, turbulent currents surged. The celestial spirit root within Xiao Lian's womb resembled a ticking time bomb, embodying the hope of the great Xia nation while concealing a hatred potent enough to annihilate a mortal. Chapter 60. Birth. The climactic battle between the great Xia nation and the great Ming nation finally commenced on the plains at the border. The two armies stood in fierce opposition, banners fluttering, the air thick with the scent of impending slaughter. At the forefront, the Grand Elder of the great Xia faced the ancestral patriarch of the great Ming from a distance, their surrounding spiritual energy churning, causing the very currents of the heavens to become chaotic. Old Xia, today marks the end of your great Xia nation, the patriarch of the great Ming declared, his voice booming like thunder. Old Zhao, do not be so arrogant. The outcome of this contest remains uncertain, the grand elder of the great Xia retorted sharply, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. The emperors of both nations stood at the vanguard, flanked by their elite royal guards and top cultivators, the atmosphere charged to the brink, ready to erupt. Just then, an unexpected phenomenon transpired. A resonating hum. A tremendous wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the direction of the great Xia capital, sweeping forth like a tsunami. Almost immediately, the spiritual essence of the surrounding heavens and earth, as if under an invisible pull, began to converge frantically towards the imperial city of Great Xia, forming visible torrents of spiritual energy that were awe-inspiring. In the sky, the previously clear daylight was instantly shrouded in darkness. A colossal rainbow-hued auspicious cloud materialized out of thin air, enveloping the entirety of the Great Xia imperial city. Within this auspicious cloud, a slowly rotating vortex of spiritual energy emanated a disquieting pressure. Radiant light and auspicious energy flooded the scene, and within the clouds, faint images of dragons and phoenixes twisted and turned, emitting melodious cries. This extraordinary celestial phenomenon far surpassed the initial spectacle of the arrival of the supreme spirit root of the Hahuan sect, leaving all present in utter astonishment. What in the world was happening? The venerable ancestor of the great Ming nation was so astonished that his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His countenance suffused with disbelief. Such a terrifying convergence of spiritual energy, accompanied by auspicious omens. What on earth had transpired in the great Xia kingdom? Not only him, but the emperor and cultivators of the great Ming were equally bewildered, each gazing towards the direction of the great Xia imperial city, their eyes brimming with astonishment and trepidation. The grand elder of the great Xia initially stood in shock, but then his eyes ignited with euphoric brilliance. It has arrived. At last it has come. He trembled with excitement, fixated on the imperial city, fully aware that this was an extraordinary phenomenon heralding the emergence of a heavenly spiritual root. Little did he expect that the commotion surrounding the heavenly spiritual root's descent would be so grandiose. It could summon spiritual energy from 1,000 miles away and invoke the auspicious presence of dragons and phoenixes. Old Xia, what kind of trickery is the great Xia kingdom up to? The ancestor of the great Ming demanded sternly, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The grand elder of the great Xia took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his excitement, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he cryptically replied. It is merely the flourishing fortune of our great Xia kingdom, a divine omen descending. There is no need for panic, old Zhao. He would never be foolish enough to divulge the secret of the heavenly spiritual root. Such a treasure, before it matured, must remain concealed from the outside world, lest it attract calamities. Flourishing fortune? The ancestor of the great Ming clearly did not believe him, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. I suspect you are engaged in some underhanded dealings. Though doubts swirled within him, the decisive battle was at hand. How could he retreat in the face of such an unexpected phenomenon? Gritting his teeth, the ancestor declared, regardless of your schemes, today's battle must yield a victor. The grand elder of the great Xia's thoughts had already soared towards the imperial city, hardly concerned with the confrontation any longer. Yet on the surface, he remained impassive. That suits me perfectly. However, deep within, his will to fight had diminished considerably, his mind consumed by thoughts of the newly born descendant of the heavenly spiritual root. With such talent, he would surely sweep across the nations. What was a mere great Ming to him? Meanwhile, within the imperial city of the great Xia, in the chamber of the grand princess, accompanied by the resounding wail of a newborn, Xia Lian lay exhausted on the birthing bed. Her face pale, yet her eyes reflecting a complex weariness. It's here. It's here. It's a prince. The midwife, cradling the swaddled infant, spoke with a quivering voice filled with excitement. The queen hurried forward, gazing at the exquisitely crafted baby in the swaddling, whose cries rang out robustly. A faint golden light shimmering on his forehead, and a thin aura of spiritual energy enveloping him. Overcome with joy, she wept, "Wonderful, wonderful, my beloved grandson." At the very moment of the infant's birth, the celestial phenomena outside the chamber reached their zenith. The vortex of spiritual energy spun faster. Radiant clouds of 7 colors illuminated the sky, and the ethereal images of dragons and phoenixes seemed to come alive, swirling and dancing among the clouds. Their cries akin to divine music echoing throughout the entire imperial city. The commoners fell to their knees, bowing towards the palace, believing that a deity had descended. Indeed, this omen heralded the heavenly spiritual root. The first prince, Xia Yu, who had rushed from afar upon hearing the news, stood outside the palace. Feeling the vast waves of spiritual energy, his face alight with shock and elation. He understood that from this moment forth, the destiny of the great Xia kingdom might undergo a profound transformation. Inside the chamber, Xia Lian regarded the infant cradled in the queen's arms. Her expression filled with complexity. Is this the celestial root that stirs the spirits across the vast expanse, summoning the auspicious dragon and phoenix? Is this the child who has endured endless humiliation, yet bears the weighty expectations of the entire royal family? The little one seems to sense his mother's gaze. Ceasing his cries, his curious, glistening eyes turning towards Xia Lian, his tiny lips moving as if to greet her. Xia Lian's heart inexplicably softened. This child, after all, is her own flesh and blood. Let us bestow a name upon him, the empress said with a smile, cradling the infant. Xia Lian paused momentarily, a myriad of thoughts flashing through her mind, before softly declaring, let him be named Xia Hao. The name Hao signifies the vastness of the heavens, resonating with his celestial root identity while also embodying a hint of her reverence for the way of heaven. Xia Hao is a splendid name. The empress nodded in satisfaction, carefully holding the infant who bears the hopes of the entire great Xia kingdom, her eyes brimming with affection. On the battlefield at the borders, the Grand Elder of Great Xia appeared distracted as he engaged with the ancestral figure of the great Ming kingdom, each move calculated yet restrained. He frequently glanced towards the royal city, sensing the gradually calming yet still formidable waves of spiritual energy, the smile upon his lips growing ever wider. Old Zhao, today I am in good spirits, so I shall not entangle with you further. We shall battle again another day. The Grand Elder feigned an attack before retreating, proclaiming loudly. The ancestral figure of Great Ming was momentarily taken aback before erupting in anger. Xiao, old ghost, do you intend to flee? Not at all, the Grand Elder chuckled. The arrival of auspicious signs is a favorable omen. It is unwise to engage in conflict. I shall indulge you another day. With that, he disregarded the ancestral figure's willingness and directly commanded the troops to withdraw, leading the great Xia army back to the capital in grand procession. The ancestral figure of Great Ming watched their departing figures, then glanced at the lingering auspicious clouds over the royal city, his expression shifting between worry and determination, ultimately gritting his teeth and ordering a retreat. This sudden celestial phenomenon was too peculiar. He felt uncertain and did not dare to pursue recklessly. Thus, a decisive battle that seemed destined for victory concluded abruptly due to the birth of an infant. Upon returning to the royal city, the Grand Elder of Great Xia hurried to the residence of the princess. Upon seeing the swaddled Xia Hao and sensing the profound aura within the infant, subtly connected to the heavens, he trembled with excitement. Excellent, excellent, truly a celestial root. Truly the Qilin child of our great Xia. The Grand Elder carefully extended a finger to touch the infant's small face, his eyes filled with love and anticipation. Grandfather, shall we test the child's spiritual root? Xia Yu suggested from the side. The Grand Elder shook his head. No need. This celestial root cannot be measured by ordinary spiritual testing instruments. Let him grow naturally. And when the time is right, his brilliance will reveal itself. He gazed at Xia Hao, as if envisioning a future where under this child's leadership, the great Xia kingdom would rise above all nations, commanding respect across the seas and lands. Chapter 61. The return to the capital in the forest at the borders. Lin Yuechu and a few surviving villagers huddled together in a concealed cave, the flickering campfire casting light on their weary faces. Lin Yuechu held a dry, hard bun, nibbling at it alongside a bowl of bland vegetable porridge, taking small bites. This was the finest sustenance they could procure after a relentless fortnight of guerrilla warfare, leaving them ravenously hungry. Brother Yu, do you think we will survive to return? One villager gazed up at the pitch-black night sky, his voice laden with despair. Lin Yu bit into a bun and mumbled, we will find a way. Despite his words, uncertainty gnawed at his heart. The duration of this war remained an enigma, and they felt like rootless reeds, poised to perish in some unknown corner. At that moment, a brilliant radiance suddenly illuminated the darkness outside the cave. Even though obscured by the mountains and forests, the resplendent hues in the sky were unmistakable. What is that? The villager exclaimed, hastening out of the cave. Lin Yu set aside his bun and bowl of porridge, following suit. In the distance, the sky was adorned with swirling auspicious clouds, and ethereal energies churned, with faint silhouettes of dragons and phoenixes spiraling. The overwhelming aura, palpable even from afar, instilled a sense of reverence in their hearts. What on earth is this? A young soldier stood in astonishment. Lin Yu too was left bewildered. He had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. The kaleidoscopic glow and the swirling vortex of spiritual energy felt as though a mythical paradise had descended upon them. Could it be that an ancient immortal at the nascent soul stage had intervened? Lin Yu murmured to himself. He had only heard tales of the powers of cultivators. And the nascent soul stage was a legendary existence. Perhaps only such a formidable being could evoke such celestial phenomena. The surrounding soldiers were equally awestruck. Emerging from their hiding places, gazing upwards, and engaging in animated discussions. How extraordinary! What immense power must this be? It seems to be emanating from our great Xia. Could it be a victory? It's hard to say. Something significant may have transpired. The spectacle lasted a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. Yet the profound impact lingered in the hearts of the onlookers. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Yu picked up the remaining bun, but found himself devoid of appetite. His gaze drifted towards the direction of the imperial city, and an inexplicable feeling washed over him, as though something of great importance was unfolding. What are you pondering, brother Yu? The villager gently patted his shoulder. Nothing, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head, and hastily stuffed the bun into his mouth, thinking they might need to move again by morning. The following dawn, just as Lin Yu and his companions prepared to relocate, a series of urgent horn blasts echoed. Assemble! All personnel, assemble! Lin Yu exchanged glances with the villagers, uncertain of the cause, yet they followed the throng to the open ground. There stood the captain on a platform, a rare smile gracing his face, as he proclaimed, I bring good news. The frontline hostilities have paused. Our forces have successfully repelled the main forces of the Ming dynasty, and we shall return to the capital. A roar erupted from the crowd, soldiers jubilantly embracing one another, many shedding tears of joy. They could finally depart this hellish battlefield. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then a wave of elation surged within him. They could return home. He could see Li Cui'er and the children once more. Before the crowd's exuberance could subside, the captain continued, Furthermore, from the palace comes joyous tidings. Auspicious signs have descended, and the Grand Princess has given birth to a prince. His Majesty, in great delight, decreed a special feast for the entire army. Today, each soldier shall partake in meat and wine. Long live the Emperor! The cheers erupted once more, even more fervent than before. For these soldiers, teetering on the edge of life and death, nothing could bring greater joy than this unexpected banquet. Having subsisted on coarse grains mixed with sand and murky water, they had long forgotten the taste of meat. Soon, the cooks busied themselves, and the long mist aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone. Lin Yuechu and his fellow villagers received a generous portion of braised pork, 2 fluffy steamed buns, and a bowl of cloudy rice wine. Sitting on the ground, he devoured the meal ravenously, the rich and sweet flavors exploding in his mouth, nearly bringing him to tears. This was the most satisfying and flavorful meal he had enjoyed in months. Who could have imagined he would live to see this day? His companions sighed in astonishment, taking hearty swigs of wine. Indeed, the prospect of returning home was within reach. Lin Yuechu smiled, his heart brimming with hopes for the future. He was unaware that the joyous news from the palace pertained to him, nor did he know that the elated prince was his own son. To him, it merely felt like a fortunate twist of fate, a chance for survival and a pathway home. After feasting to their heart's content, the soldiers began to pack their belongings, preparing to embark on the journey back to the capital. Although the uncertainty of future battles loomed ahead, at least for now, they could depart from this battlefield that had claimed countless lives. Lin Yuechu, with a simple satchel slung over his shoulder, followed the main troop toward home. He gazed up at the sky, the sun shining brightly, reminiscent of a clear day in Luoxia town. Li Cui'er, Pinyin, Wanner, I am returning. At this moment, Lin Yuechu's heart held only one thought, to return home. Chapter 62. The baby in the warm chambers of the Grand Princess in the imperial palace of the Great Xia. The Supreme Elder, clad in a purple robe, now bore no semblance of his usual authority. He cradled the swaddled Xia Hao with utmost care, his face radiating affection, his gaze so tender it could almost weep. The little one seemed unperturbed, gazing up with his round, sparkling eyes, occasionally smacking his tiny lips, eliciting hearty laughter from the Supreme Elder. Good, good, good. Truly, he is the Qilin child of our great Xia. Such spirit in his gaze. The Supreme Elder gently touched Xia Hao's small face with his rough finger, fearful of causing him any discomfort. Grandfather shall retrieve the treasured Hunyuan Tianjing for you, the pinnacle of ancient inheritance, ensuring your future cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds. The Emperor, standing nearby, quickly interjected, Father, isn't it a tad premature to discuss cultivation for a newborn? Premature? Nonsense. The Supreme Elder shot him a glare. The celestial spirit root is exceedingly rare. It must be nurtured from infancy. Moreover, all the millennium-old spirit milk and condensing spirit gems stored in the treasury must be brought to Xia Hao without fail. Though he had previously favored Xia Lian as his successor, the celestial talent of Xia Hao overshadowed that preference in an instant. This child possessed the potential to ascend to the realm of transformation and beyond, He was the hope for the resurgence of the great Xia, and all resources must be devoted to his cultivation. Xia Lian sat by the bedside, watching her grandfather's adoration for her grandson with a resigned eye roll. Grandfather, you are rather biased, aren't you? Xiaolian could not help but speak. I certainly did not enjoy such treatment back in my day. How can you compare yourself to Heir? The Grand Elder replied with conviction. You possess a superior spiritual root, while Heir possesses a heavenly spiritual root. There is a significant disparity in our realms. Moreover, you are now Heir's mother. Once he achieves greatness in the future, will you not also reap your share of rewards? Xiaolian was momentarily taken aback, both amused and exasperated. Well then, considering how endearing this little one truly is, she decided to let it go. The Empress, smiling, interjected to smooth things over. All right. Lin Yuechu has just given birth and needs to rest. Father, let us allow Heir to bond with his mother for now. As for the resources, I shall arrange for them. The Grand Elder reluctantly handed Heir to the Empress, offering a few parting cautions to keep him warm before he turned to leave. Clearly eager to search for cultivation methods and resources, the Emperor watched his father's retreating figure, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement. Father, truly, even grandfather, is overjoyed. Xiaolian gazed at the baby Heir cradled in the Empress's arms. The little one was wide-eyed, looking at her, and her heart melted. Could he truly become as formidable as grandfather claimed? Surely he will. The Emperor affirmed with unwavering confidence. He is a heavenly spiritual root, blessed by the heavens. His future achievements are bound to be limitless. Within the palace, laughter and joy filled the air, as everyone reveled in the delight of new life and dreams of the future. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Ming Kingdom, the atmosphere in the Imperial Council chamber was stifling. The ancient ancestor of the Great Ming sat in the foremost seat, his expression dark, while the Emperor and ministers below remained silent and apprehensive. Have we ascertained the facts? What exactly transpired in the Great Xia Kingdom? The ancestor inquired in a low voice, tinged with a barely perceptible sense of trepidation. The celestial phenomena witnessed that day were astonishing, summoning spiritual energy from miles around and heralding the arrival of dragons and phoenixes, a matter of no trivial consequence. In recent days, he had dispatched numerous individuals to investigate, but had been thwarted by the Great Xia's formidable defenses. Reporting to the ancestor, we have determined that the celestial phenomena coincided with the birth of the Great Xia's eldest princess, a chief spy reported, bowing respectfully. The eldest princess gave birth. The ancestor's brow furrowed. How could the arrival of a mere infant provoke such extraordinary phenomena? My subordinate has also discovered that the Emperor of the Great Xia has issued a decree of amnesty, declaring a nationwide celebration, claiming that the eldest princess has given birth to a child of auspicious portent, with endless rewards being bestowed and the entire kingdom rejoicing. A child of auspicious portent? A flicker of doubt crossed the Emperor's eyes. Could that infant possess some extraordinary constitution? The ancestor fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. To evoke such phenomena, it must either be the emergence of a rare treasure or the birth of a prodigious talent. In either case, it bodes ill for our Great Ming Kingdom. Should a treasure fall into the hands of the Great Xia, it would bolster their strength. Should a genius arise and mature, it could spell disaster for our realm. Ancestor, what shall we do? The Emperor asked anxiously. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the ancestor's eyes. Send people to continue the investigation. We must uncover the truth behind that child. If there is indeed a threat, we must eliminate it at all costs, even if it means snuffing it out in the cradle. I cannot allow the Great Xia to harbor an existence that could overshadow the Great Ming. Yes, the chief spy responded, accepting the order and departing. Once again, silence enveloped the council chamber, and everyone could sense that a new storm was quietly brewing. The extraordinary phenomenon from the Great Xia Kingdom pierced the heart of the Great Ming Kingdom like a thorn. Within the imperial palace of the Great Xia, the nursery designated for Xia Hao had been meticulously arranged, its aura so rich it seemed almost tangible. Countless rare spiritual materials were piled high, surpassing even the opulence of the emperor's quarters. The elder statesman personally oversaw the area, frequently casting glances as if he wished to guard it around the clock. Xiao Yin and the queen took turns watching over the newborn, unknowingly shifting the entire royal family's focus onto this infant of extraordinary favor. Xiao Hao seemed aware of his cherished status, behaving exceptionally well. Aside from nursing and sleeping, he would gaze curiously at the world around him, occasionally flailing his tiny hands, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to ripple gently, eliciting further exclamations of genius from the elder statesman. Unbeknownst to anyone, the favored child of the Great Xia, his father was currently journeying back to the capital with the retreating troops, contemplating what gifts to procure for Cui'er and the children after receiving his military stipend. Lin Yuechu remained the humble carpenter yearning for home, blissfully ignorant of the palace's commotion and the neighboring kingdom's apprehensions. Chapter 63. The Shu Kingdom. The retreating troops marched forth in a grand procession, Lin Yuechu blending among them, his heart racing with anticipation akin to a small rabbit. As he drew closer to home, the longing intensified. He felt the weight of several copper coins in his pocket, military pay from the court. Modest in amount, but sufficient to purchase sweets and treats for Cui'er and the children. Brother Yuechu, do you think sister-in-law will shed tears upon your return? Teased a fellow villager, Wang Erju, his face bearing scars from the battlefield, yet radiating dreams of the future. Lin Yuechu grinned. Oh, I reckon she'll scold me first, then embrace me in tears. The remaining villagers chuckled, their laughter filled with the relief of survival. To return home alive was the greatest fortune of all. As the convoy traversed a secluded mountain path, they approached a fork leading to Luoxia town when a commotion erupted ahead. What is happening? Lin Yuechu frowned, leaning forward for a better view. To his astonishment, several ornate carriages had become ensnared in a muddy pit at the roadside. The coachmen and guards sweating profusely in their futile attempts to free them. Brothers, lend us a hand. One guard shouted upon spotting them. There will be generous rewards. Lin Yuechu, possessing a kind heart and wishing to avoid complications for an early return home, urged Wang Erju and the others to assist. Come on, let us help. The villagers, without a second thought, joined in, pushing alongside the guards. Just as they were on the verge of liberating the carriage, a thunderous command resonated, attack. From the surrounding woods emerged a dozen masked men wielding knives and clubs, surrounding them with menacing ferocity. This is bad. Bandits! Someone cried out. A chill ran down Lin Yuechu's spine. He realized the gravity of the situation. As he attempted to retreat, a burly man seized him. The cold blade pressed against his neck. Though these men had survived the battlefield, they bore no weapons. The bandits, clearly seasoned in violence, wore fierce expressions, suggesting they had taken many lives. Don't move. Behave yourselves. The leader of the bandits bellowed sharply, his gaze fierce. The guards, witnessing this, attempted to resist, but were swiftly subdued by a flurry of punches and kicks from the bandits. Soon, they lay defeated. The occupants of the carriage, trembling in fear, dared not utter a sound. Hand over all your money. If anyone dares to hide anything, don't blame me for being merciless. The bandits began to search them. The wages, provisions, and even a half-piece of silver concealed in Wang Erju's shoe were discovered. Is this all you've got? The bandit leader spat, clearly dissatisfied. His eyes scanned Lin Yuechu and the others, a glimmer of greed flickering within them. These robust individuals could fetch a handsome price as laborers. Lin Yuechu's heart sank. We've given you our money. Just let us go. Let you go? Such a bargain does not exist. The bandit leader sneered. Since you have fallen into my hands, you must obey me. Bind them all. The brutes produced ropes, binding Lin Yuechu and the guards together, leaving no one from the carriage unrestrained. What do you intend to do? Lin Yuechu struggled, feeling a mix of anger and urgency. Having just survived the battlefield, he had never anticipated falling into the hands of bandits. What kind of fate was this? Be quiet. Keep it up, and I'll slit your throat. One bandit kicked him harshly. Lin Yuechu grunted in pain, swallowing his indignation. He understood that resistance would only lead to more suffering. The bandits seized the valuables from the carriage and then drove Lin Yuechu and the others like cattle in the opposite direction. The days that followed proved even more arduous than those on the battlefield. The bandits showed them no mercy, providing only a single dry bun per day. And if thirst struck, they were forced to drink from filthy roadside water. Those who lagged behind received lashings. Wang Erju, injured in the leg, struggled to keep pace, suffering brutal beatings while gritting his teeth in silence. Lin Yuechu observed his fellow villagers growing increasingly haggard, his heart filled with anxiety and rage, yet he felt utterly powerless. He was merely an ordinary man, unarmed and unable to contend with these ruthless bandits. Days turned into an unknowable stretch of time as they were eventually sold to a human trafficker. This trafficker, even more callous, rationed their food so severely that sometimes they received only a bun every 2 days, causing many to fall ill. When they were sold again, Lin Yuechu realized they had left the borders of the Great Xia Empire and entered the unfamiliar territory of Shu. Shu was unlike Great Xia. It was more prosperous yet colder in demeanor. The trafficker brought them to a bustling market, chaining them together, each wearing a wooden tag around their necks displaying their price. Lin Yuechu's tag read 5 taels of silver. He stood there, treated like merchandise, subjected to the scrutiny of passers-by, listening to their haggling, his heart heavy with humiliation and despair. These two looked decent, capable of work. A burly man, his face marked by excess, pointed at Lin Yuechu and Wang Erju, negotiating with the trafficker. They've just come from the battlefield of Great Xia, quite sturdy. The trafficker, seizing the opportunity, exclaimed, 8 taels each. Lin Yuechu felt a chill wash over him as he beheld the man's avaricious gaze. He was uncertain of where he would be sold next or the purpose for which he would be used, but he knew for certain it would not be anything good. At the beginning of the month, Lin Yuechu was gripped by fear, noticing the tremor in Wang Erju's voice and the terror in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuechu patted his shoulder, though the chains binding him made the gesture awkward. Do not fear. There will always be a way. If we can survive the battlefield, we can escape from here. Despite his reassuring words, uncertainty gnawed at his heart. He longed for home, for Cui'er, for his children. He wondered how they were faring and if they were still waiting for his return. The clamor of the marketplace, the pointing fingers of passers-by, and the shouts of human traffickers pierced Lin Yuechu's heart like needles. He cast his gaze down to the wooden tag around his neck. The glaring inscription of 5 tails of silver, painfully evident. Just as he had escaped the wolf's den, he had fallen into the tiger's mouth. His journey home had become unexpectedly distant and arduous. Meanwhile, in the palace of the great Xia kingdom, Xiahao was cradled in the arms of the Grand Elder, sipping the elixir of longevity, basking in the affection of the entire royal family. In Luoxia town, Cui'er waited day after day beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, yearning for her husband's return. Chapter 64. The Wang residence. The echoes of the trafficker's shouts still reverberated in his ears as Lin Yuechu felt like livestock being led away by the burly man with a brutish face. A chill settling in his heart. It was only upon entering an extraordinarily grand residence and seeing the gilded characters Wang Fu emblazoned above the entrance that he realized he had been sold into the household of a noble in the Shu kingdom. From now on, you shall serve as the servants of the Wang residence. Obey the rules, barked a middle-aged man who resembled a steward with a stern countenance. Be quick with your hands and feet, speak less, and work more, otherwise you shall endure hardship. Lin Yuechu and several other men purchased alongside him donned the drab attire of servants and commenced their monotonous lives of menial labor. Fetching water, chopping wood, cleaning the courtyard, transporting goods. These tasks were both exhausting and menial, and a moment's carelessness could invite the steward's wrath. Lin Yuechu bore his burdens in silence, understanding that now was not the time for bravado. Survival was paramount. Fortunately, the meals provided in the Wang residence were far superior to those in the hands of the traffickers, ensuring he could at least fill his stomach, which granted him some strength. He worked diligently, avoiding laziness and competition with the other servants, and gradually, the steward's demeanor towards him softened. After about 7 or 8 days, a sudden flurry of activity erupted within the Wang residence. Servants scurried about, hanging lanterns, laying out red carpets, and tidying the gardens, infusing the estate with a festive atmosphere. Lin Yuechu, while polishing the railings, quietly inquired of an elderly servant beside him, "What grand event is afoot?" The old servant sighed. "What else could it be? It's the annual poetry contest. Our young lady will be hosting the talented men and women of the capital. We will have our hands full." A poetry contest? Lin Yuechu paused, then let out a bitter smile. As a mere servant, such affairs were beyond his concern. It seemed he would soon be burdened with even more labor. Indeed, in the following days, the assignments grew increasingly demanding. Lin Yuechu was tasked with cleaning the gazebo in the garden, ensuring it was spotless and arranging the tables and tea sets with precision. No room for error. What a wretched fate, he mused, wiping the sweat from his brow as the sun gradually dipped in the west, sighing inwardly. From the battlefield to the den of robbers, and now to servitude in the Wang residence, his life had never known ease. As he diligently wiped the stone table, a crisp yet haughty female voice pierced the air. "What are you cleaning? There are still water stains on this table. Have your eyes grown to the top of your head?" Lin Yuechu looked up to see a young girl, adorned in a splendid dress, her beauty marred by an expression of impatience, standing nearby with her hands on her hips, flanked by several timid maidservants. The girl appeared to be around 18, her brows and eyes exuding a hint of arrogance. As her gaze swept over the servants, they all lowered their heads in fear. "Why, yes, miss." The old servant beside Lin Yuechu turned pale, hastily tugging at Lin Yuechu's sleeve, signaling him to bow his head. A jolt of apprehension surged through Lin Yuechu's heart. Was this the spoiled young lady the old servant had spoken of? He quickly lowered his gaze, too intimidated to meet her eyes. "You. I'm talking to you." The girl's gaze fixed on Lin Yuechu. "Lift your head." After a moment of hesitation, he slowly raised his eyes. The young lady scrutinized him from head to toe, frowning slightly. "A newcomer? You seem relatively clean, but your expression is as wooden as a block of timber." She approached the stone table, brushed her fingers across its surface, and indeed, a trace of moisture clung to her fingertips. Instantly, her fury erupted. "Useless. You can't even manage such a trivial task." Someone slap him. 2 guards stepped forward, ready to strike. "Please, miss. He is new and unfamiliar with the rules. He will never dare to do so again." The old servant pleaded, trembling in fear. Lin Yuechu had not anticipated that the girl would act so swiftly. A blend of anger and fear churned within him. But he knew that resistance would only lead to greater suffering. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for the blow. Just as the guard's hand was about to land on Lin Yuechu's face, the girl abruptly waved her hand. Never mind, I will spare him this time. As he appears somewhat agreeable, she stepped in front of Lin Yuechu, gave his leg a light kick with her toe, and commanded, "You shall wipe this table 10 times anew. If it remains unclean, beware of your skin." "Yes," Lin Yuechu responded in a low voice, humiliation swelling within him. Yet he could only endure. Satisfied, the girl let out a huff and turned to leave, her maidservants trailing behind her. As she departed, she did not forget to kick a nearby servant who had inadvertently blocked her path. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yuechu finally exhaled, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Yuechu, you must be cautious," the old servant said, patting his chest, still shaken. "This young lady is the cherished jewel of Lord Situ. Her mother is the sister of the current emperor, making her lineage exceedingly noble. Her disposition is quite arrogant. She punishes servants at the slightest inconvenience. So we must tread carefully." Lin Yuechu nodded, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Having such a master would surely make his days ahead more arduous. He picked up the cloth and silently resumed wiping the stone table, again and again, until it shone so brightly that it reflected his silhouette before he dared to stop. As the sun set, lanterns within the royal residence gradually illuminated the surroundings, casting a festive glow throughout the garden, yet failing to penetrate the gloom in Lin Yuechu's heart. The spoiled young lady of Situ's residence, a scion of the Shu royal bloodline, was haughty and domineering, treating her servants as mere weeds. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechu, a fallen mortal from the great Xia kingdom, harbored the secret of his noble bloodline, biding his time in quiet endurance, yearning for the day when he might return to his homeland. Chapter 65. The poetry conference within the halls of the Situ Wangfu. Vibrant lanterns illuminated the space, and guests gathered in abundance. The poetry conference commenced in earnest, with tables and chairs arranged throughout the garden, adorned with an array of fruits and delicacies. Young talents and esteemed young ladies from the capital of Shu Kingdom convened, each eager to showcase their abilities before the princes and the esteemed Miss Situ. Seated at the head of the gathering were the second prince and the third princess, with Miss Situ, Situ Yen, languidly positioned beside the princess. Her expression one of mild indifference. "Esteemed guests, on this splendid occasion, why not compose a poem to elevate our spirits?" the second prince suggested, his voice warm and inviting. Dressed in a brocade robe, clearly intrigued by poetry. No sooner had he spoken than a scholar in white stood up, declaring with a clear voice, "I am but a humble student, and I shall present my modest attempt." Moonlit banquet. As the bright lanterns illuminate the fragrant courtyard, fine wine fills the cups, and guests abound. A melodious song invites the moon to join in, ensuring that the pleasures of this moment are not lost. Applause erupted around him, and the second prince nodded in approval, exclaiming, "The sentiment is commendable, with a touch of elegance." However, Situ Yen merely curled her lip, evidently unimpressed. Subsequently, several other talented individuals stepped forth to recite their verses, some celebrating flowers, others extolling the moon or praising friendship. While their compositions were certainly well-structured, they lacked originality. The third princess, Shu Yunxi, held a teacup in her hands, her gaze indifferent as she observed the proceedings, her brows slightly furrowed. Though she was not fond of cultivation, she had become accustomed to those endowed with extraordinary talent and found little interest in these superficial verses. "Royal brother, do you not find these poems somewhat tedious?" Shu Yunxi remarked softly to the second prince, her voice melodious yet tinged with languor. The second prince responded with a wry smile, "Sister, your standards are exceedingly high. These are already among the most distinguished of the young talents in the capital." Shu Yunxi merely acknowledged him with a gentle "oh," her attention drifting deeper into the garden, seemingly more captivated by the scenery beyond. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechu had finally completed his tasks, assigned to the periphery of the garden. He listened to the poetry and applause echoing from within, yet felt an emptiness within himself, particularly as he gazed upon the resplendent moon overhead. A wave of homesickness washed over him. Is the moon over Luoxia town equally round? Are Cui'er and the children gazing at the moon, thinking of me? He sought refuge by a secluded pond, where the moon's reflection danced gently upon the water's surface. I raised my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my homeland. Lin Yuechu unconsciously murmured. These words, once recited by his teacher in childhood, now resonated deeply within him, revealing a poignant truth as he found himself in a foreign land, reduced to servitude. His voice, though soft and slightly hoarse, rang out distinctly in the tranquil corner. The moonlight before my bed, I suspected is frost upon the ground. I raised my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my homeland. He recited it again, his tone imbued with profound longing and a subtle hint of sorrow. This simple poem, in this moment, most accurately conveyed his innermost feelings. Coincidentally, Xu Yunxi, disenchanted with the poetry gathering, wandered into the depths of the garden. Just in time to catch the echo of his verses. She paused, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her eyes. The ornate phrases of the earlier poets, despite their grandiloquence and symmetry, paled in comparison to the heartfelt simplicity of these lines, which resonated more profoundly with the soul. Raising her gaze to behold the luminous moon, lowering her head to ponder her homeland, Xu Yunxi murmured softly, savoring the profound essence within. A gentle wave of nostalgia surged within her heart. Although she had never departed from the capital, she could almost sense the solitude and longing of the poet in the verses. Following the sound, she beheld a youth clad in servant attire, seated by the pond, gazing at the moon above, his silhouette steeped in melancholy. Could he be a servant of the royal household? Xu Yunxi found herself somewhat astonished that a mere servant could compose such eloquent lines. She refrained from approaching, choosing instead to stand quietly at a distance, observing Lin Yuechu's figure and listening to his occasional soft sighs. This servant seemed markedly different from the others. There was an unexplainable tranquility about him that even coarse cloth could not conceal, a depth born of worldly experience. The poetry gathering in the garden continued to flourish, applause resonating in waves. Yet Xu Yunxi's thoughts had already been captivated by those few simple verses and that desolate figure. She had entirely lost interest in the ornate verses that surrounded her, her mind echoing with the lines, raising my head to gaze at the bright moon, lowering my head to think of my hometown. Your Highness, I feel rather fatigued. I shall take my leave, Xu Yunxi said to the second prince. He looked surprised but nodded in agreement. Very well, let a maid escort you back. Xu Yunxi shook her head. There's no need. I shall walk by myself. She turned to depart, not returning to her residence, but instead making her way back toward the small pond. However, upon her arrival, Lin Yuechu had vanished without a trace, leaving only the moon's reflection upon the pond, as if everything that had transpired was but a fleeting illusion. Xu Yunxi stood for a moment, a thoughtful smile gracing her lips. The Sita Wangfu did not seem quite so dull after all. Lin Yuechu remained unaware that the poetry he had recited casually had captured the attention of a princess. He returned to his quarters, lying on the humble bed, gazing out at the moon, silently invoking the names of Cui'er and the children. Wait for me. I shall return. He clenched his fist, transforming his homesickness into the impetus to survive. Chapter 66. Taboo. As the clamor of the poetry gathering gradually subsided, the night deepened. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Xu Yunxi revisited the vicinity of the small pond. She withdrew a simple, elegant azure dress from her storage pouch, shedding the opulence of a princess, resembling instead a graceful maid of the royal household. From a distance, she spotted Lin Yuechu still seated there, now holding a small twig, idly tracing patterns on the ground. Xu Yunxi approached quietly, deliberately roughening her voice to inquire, Good sir, are you still awake? Lin Yuechu looked up to see an unfamiliar maid. Though clad simply, her beauty was undeniable, causing him to pause momentarily. I cannot seem to sleep, he replied. It appears you have something on your mind? Xu Yunxi settled beside him, feigning casualness as she asked, I was quite moved by the poem you recited earlier. May I inquire to whom it belongs? Lin Yuechu chuckled softly, somewhat embarrassed. It is not a work of any renowned poet, merely a spontaneous utterance. Such spontaneity can convey such depth? Xu Yunxi expressed disbelief. Might you recite a few more lines for me to hear? Lin Yuechu did not give it much thought, merely assuming that he had encountered a maid fond of poetry. Drawing from memory, he recited a few lines from Li Bai. When the wind breaks the waves, there will be a time, hoisting my sails to cross the vast sea. I am born with talent that must be of use. Even if I scatter a fortune, it will return again. These verses, filled with grandeur and fervor, stood in stark contrast to the earlier sentiment of homesickness, causing Xu Yunxi's eyes to sparkle with delight. What a marvelous line. I am born with talent that must be of use. You possess remarkable literary talent, elder brother, far superior to those earlier scholars. Lin Yuechu felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise. You flatter me, miss. These are merely old sayings. I am called a Qing, a maidservant in the household. And you, elder brother? I am Lin Yuechu. The two engaged in a lively conversation, with Lin Yuechu sharing amusing tales from his hometown, while Xu Yunxi recounted her observations of the capital, discreetly concealing her true identity. As their rapport deepened, Xu Yunxi proposed. It feels stifling here. I know of a splendid place with fine wine. Would you care to join me, elder brother Lin? Initially inclined to decline, Lin Yuechu glanced at the anticipation in Xu Yunxi's eyes and considered his own constrained circumstances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Xu Yunxi led Lin Yuechu to a secluded lakeside, where the moonlight danced upon the water's surface, shimmering like jewels. From her storage pouch, she produced an exquisite wine flask and 2 cups, an elixir she had secretly brought along for solitary indulgence, now serendipitously useful. What kind of wine is this? It smells divine. Lin Yuechu marveled at the rich aroma, having never encountered such a full-bodied fragrance before. This is homemade rice wine. Would you care to taste? Xu Yunqi smiled as she poured him a cup, omitting the fact that it was a spirit of extraordinary potency, fearing it might startle him. Lin Yuechu raised the cup and drank it in one go. The spirit flowed down his throat, transforming into a warm current that enveloped his entire being. Its richness and sweetness imbued with a peculiar vitality, alleviating much of his lingering fatigue. What splendid wine! Lin Yuechu's eyes sparkled as he poured himself another cup. Xu Yunqi also lifted her cup and gently clinked it against his. She had not anticipated that an ordinary servant would not only possess poetic knowledge, but could also drink such potent spirits without succumbing to inebriation, at least not at first. The two continued to drink and converse, transitioning from poetry to life itself, discovering an increasing affinity. The spirit's aftereffects were profound, and soon Lin Yuechu felt a dizzying sensation. The image of a Qing gradually merging with that of Cui'er. Cui'er, I miss you so, Lin Yuechu murmured, his gaze becoming hazy. Xu Yunqi, having indulged as well, felt the warmth of the spirit flush her cheeks. Gazing upon this remarkable man, whose words flowed with grace and whose eyes bore the weight of experience, she began to perceive him as the kindred spirit she had envisioned in her dreams, someone capable of sharing in her poetic musings and understanding her heart. Yuechu, Xu Yunqi softly called, her voice tinged with enchantment. Under the moonlight, their eyes met, seemingly drawn together by an invisible force, inching closer. Lin Yuechu mistook her for the cherished Cui'er he longed for, while Xu Yunqi saw in him the soulful companion of her dreams. In that fleeting moment when their lips touched, it was as though an electric current surged through them, igniting the flames of passion within their hearts. The gentle breeze by the lakeside caressed the air, imbued with the fragrant essence of flowers and the rich aroma of spirit. Under the hazy moonlight, 2 figures nestled together, shedding all identities and barriers, lost in this unexpected realm of tenderness. System detected host at a reproductive opportunity. The multi-child blessing feature can be activated. Detected that the female possesses an exceptional spiritual root with outstanding potential. Multiple enhancement options are available. Option 1. Consume 1 year of vitality. Option 5. Consume 100 years of vitality to enhance the potential offspring to a celestial spiritual root. Host did not make a selection. Defaulting to optimal option 5. Consuming 100 years of vitality, spiritual root enhancement mark has been applied. The system's prompt echoed in Lin Yuechu's mind. Yet he was already lost in a haze of consciousness, oblivious to it all. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the grass by the lake. Xu Yunqi awoke first, her head pounding. Upon seeing her disheveled attire and the slumbering Lin Yuechu beside her, she jolted awake, her complexion paling instantly. What have I done? She sprang to her feet, surveying her surroundings, filled with both embarrassment and urgency. As a princess of the Shu kingdom, how could she have been with a mere servant of the royal household? In her panic, she dared not look back. Hastily adjusting her clothing and employing her lightness skill to flee the lakeside, as though pursued by a monstrous flood. One thought dominated her mind. She must not let anyone discover this incident. After a considerable time, Lin Yuechu finally stirred from his slumber. The remnants of a hangover throbbed painfully in his head, and last night's memories swirled like fragmented pieces. He recalled drinking by the lake with a maid named Qing, sharing pleasant conversation, but what transpired afterward eluded him entirely. Puzzled, Lin Yuechu rubbed the back of his head, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. How did I end up here? He rose, brushing off the grass from his clothes, reasoning that he had simply drunk too much and fallen asleep by the lake. The maid, Qing, had likely departed before him. Shaking his head, he attributed this confusion to the potency of the spirit and hurried back to his quarters, anxious not to incur the housekeeper's wrath for tardiness. Unbeknownst to him, his reckless escapade from the previous night had not only left a princess in a state of alarm, but had also planted a new celestial spiritual root seed within her. Upon returning to her palace, Xu Yunqi locked herself in her chamber, her pallor reflecting her tumultuous heart. She was terrified of the truth coming to light. Ashamed of last night's events, yet images of Lin Yuechu and those enchanting verses lingered in her mind. No, I must not dwell on this. Xu Yunqi vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts. Little did she know, fate possesses a peculiar magic. The more one tries to forget, the more inevitable it becomes. The ordinary servant with whom she had shared the spirit by the lake, the one she had cast from her mind, may soon re-enter her life in a manner she could never anticipate. Lin Yuechu continued his cautious existence as a servant, entirely unaware of the truth of last night and the celestial root seed quietly taking root within him. He merely occasionally mused that the rice wine from that maid, a Qing, was indeed extraordinarily potent. Chapter 67. Return within the imperial palace of Shu. In the chamber of the third princess, Shu Yunqi sat before her vanity, gazing at her slightly haggard reflection and the unmistakable panic in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself that everything would be fine. No one knew of her turmoil. It was merely a fleeting moment of confusion, a result of excessive drinking. That servant did not even know her name. As long as she remained silent, this incident would fade into oblivion. She attempted to banish the memories of the previous night from her mind. Yet the image of Lin Yuechu reciting poetry with intense focus, the burning sensation of the spirit entering her throat, and the uncontrollable kiss under the moonlight lingered like an indelible mark. He was merely an ordinary servant, of lowly status, utterly different from her. There could be no intersection of their lives. Shu Yunqi slapped her cheeks firmly, forcing herself to regain composure. Forget it. Consider it an absurd dream. At that moment, a palace maid entered to announce, "Princess, the Empress requests your presence in the side hall for refreshments. Several other princesses are already there." Regaining her composure, Shu Yunqi adjusted her attire and managed a natural smile. "Understood. I shall go at once." Upon arriving at the side hall, the Empress was engaged in light-hearted conversation with several princesses, the table laden with exquisite pastries and fruits. "Yunqi has arrived. Come and sit," the Empress beckoned with a smile. "We were just speaking of you. You left the poetry gathering early yesterday. Did you find it uninteresting?" "Indeed, the poems were rather similar, and I found them somewhat tedious," Shu Yunqi replied as she took a seat at the vacant spot, picking up a pastry without much appetite. The fourth princess giggled. "Oh, my elder sister has discerning taste. Ordinary poetry cannot captivate you." She continued, "However, I heard that a servant from the Situ Manor showcased an impressive talent for poetry at the gathering." Shu Yunqi's heart skipped a beat, feigning curiosity as she asked, "Oh, is that so?" "I heard it from a maid of the Situ family," the fourth princess explained. "It is said that a servant recited a few lines of poetry, and the sentiment was quite remarkable." Before she could finish, the Empress interrupted, "Enough of this chatter. He is merely a servant. How could he possibly compare to the renowned talents of noble families? Yunqi, have you been neglecting your cultivation of late? With your superior spiritual root, you must not remain stagnant in the foundational stage." Mention of cultivation did little to pique Shu Yunqi's interest. She responded vaguely, "I've been somewhat distracted lately. Perhaps I shall resume it in due course." The Empress shook her head in resignation, ceasing her attempts to encourage her. As Shu Yunqi absent-mindedly nibbled on the pastries, her ears remained attuned to the surrounding conversation, anxious that someone might bring up the servant from the Situ Manor again. Fortunately, the topic soon shifted to other amusing anecdotes. She quietly exhaled in relief, her resolve to forget the events of the previous night growing ever stronger. Situ Manor, servant quarters. Lin Yuechu, along with other servants, was busy tidying up the aftermath of the poetry gathering. Lanterns, red carpets, and scattered fruit peels created a chaotic scene that left him little time to contemplate anything else. "Yuechu, where were you last night? The steward has been looking for you." Wang Erju leaned in, lowering his voice to inquire. Lin Yuechu paused, struggling to recall. I think I drank too much and fell asleep by the lake." "You still had the leisure to drink?" Wang Erzu couldn't help but click his tongue. "Yesterday, the young lady nearly berated the steward to death over a missing wine cup. You must be cautious and avoid causing trouble." "Understood." Lin Yuechu nodded, yet a sense of confusion lingered in his heart. He could only recall drinking with the maid named Qing. How could a wine cup have gone missing? Had he perhaps lost it himself? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. After all, there was no point in dwelling on it. It was best to finish his work first. He picked up the broom and diligently swept the scattered debris, sweat soon soaking his back. The sunlight warmed his skin, yet it could not dispel the inexplicable emptiness within him. Occasionally, he would think of the maid Qing, whose smile was pure and whose gaze was clear, and the delightful rice wine she brought, which was exquisite but too potent. Would she come again today? A fleeting thought crossed Lin Yuechu's mind, followed by a self-mocking smile. After all, she was a maid in the manor, while he was merely a lowly servant. Their encounter was a mere chance meeting. And how could he expect to see her again? He lowered his head and continued with his tasks, suppressing those whimsical thoughts. Life must go on. Survival and finding a chance to return home were of utmost importance. Shu Yunqi had spent several days in the palace, striving to restore her normalcy, laughing and chatting with her sisters, engaging the queen in conversation, as if the previous night's debauchery had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Yet, only she knew that some things had irrevocably changed. She would instinctively avoid discussions regarding the Situ Wangfu, and would recall that indistinct figure and the poignant verses in the stillness of the night. She had even secretly inquired of a maid whether there was a servant named Lin Yuechu at the Situ Wangfu. The maid reported that indeed, such a person existed. He was new, relatively diligent, though somewhat reserved in demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xu Yunqi felt a complex mix of emotions, relief or perhaps a tinge of disappointment. Very well. So be it, she told herself. Lin Yuechu continued his mundane and busy life as a servant, cleaning, transporting, and running errands, carefully avoiding the capricious young lady of the Situ family, striving to stir no trouble. He still occasionally thought of the maid A Qing and the delightful rice wine, but it remained merely a passing thought. Little did he know that A Qing was the third princess of the Shu kingdom. Even more oblivious was he to the fact that, unknowingly, he had once again sown a seed with a celestial root. The deliberate amnesia within the palace and the naive ignorance in the manor temporarily hushed the unexpected encounter by the lake. Yet silence does not equate to an end. When Xu Yunqi becomes aware of her bodily changes, and when Lin Yuechu unexpectedly encounters her again due to some twist of fate, the new seed with its celestial roots will begin to reveal its extraordinary nature. This fate, purposefully buried, shall eventually break through the soil and stir new waves. At this moment, both the princess, feigning composure, and the oblivious commoner, immersed in their daily lives, remain unaware of the intertwining paths that lie ahead. Chapter 68. Situ Yin. The mornings at the Situ Wangfu were always heralded by the steward's sharp reprimands. As Lin Yuechu entered Situ Yan's courtyard, burdened by a heavy water bucket, he was abruptly halted by a piercing female voice. How dare you, servant? Where are your eyes? You have sullied my ground. Standing in the corridor clad in an opulent nightgown, Situ Yin pointed disdainfully at the trivial water stain by Lin Yuechu's feet. A tightening sensation gripped Lin Yuechu's heart as he instinctively took a step back. I apologize, miss, he replied. It was not my intention. Not your intention? I see you deliberately seeking trouble. Situ Yan's brows furrowed in indignation as she seized a nearby rattan whip and struck it down. Kneel. The whip lashed against his back, igniting a searing pain. Lin Yuechu gritted his teeth, refusing to kneel. He could endure exhaustion and reprimands, yet he could not tolerate such baseless humiliation. Do you dare glare at me? Situ Yan's fury intensified at his defiance, and the whip fell upon him like a torrential downpour. A lowly servant dares to challenge me. The surrounding attendants were too frightened to speak, none daring to intervene on his behalf. Lin Yuechu bore the agony resolutely, his back already bloodied and raw, until Situ Yan, having exhausted her wrath, spat curses and dismissed him. He staggered away, dragging his wounded body. Upon returning to the servants' quarters, Wang Erju hurried to tend to his injuries, concern etched upon his face. Brother Yuechu, why endure this? Why confront her directly? Lin Yuechu remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. This indignation was intolerable. In the afternoon, the steward appeared again, offering no explanation before unleashing a tirade, accusing him of offending the young lady, docking half a month's wages, and assigning him the task of cleaning the young lady's hot spring villa that night. Lin Yuechu trembled with rage, yet he could only suppress it. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. As night fell, the hot spring villa was shrouded in mist. Situ Yin was in high spirits, having stolen the limelight at the poetry gathering, garnering praise from the second prince and the third princess. With the compliments of talented scholars leaving her elated, she dismissed all her maidservants, luxuriating alone in the hot spring, a wine goblet in hand. Sipping and humming verses she had heard the previous day, lost in her reverie. Indulging in the finest drunken immortal brew, the effects soon overwhelmed her. Her face flushed, and her gaze hazy as she gradually succumbed to inebriation. At that moment, Lin Yuechu, as instructed by the steward, arrived to clean the villa. He bore the pain in his back, moving cautiously as he wiped down the railing of the corridor, striving to make no sound. Who is out there? Get in here. Situ Yin called out, her intoxicated eyes barely focused, mistaking him for an inattentive maid. Lin Yuechu's heart sank. There was no time to hide. He steeled himself and stepped inside. Miss, it is I, here to clean. Oh, it's you. Situ Yin squinted at him, her drunkenness preventing her from recognizing the servant she had beaten earlier, mistaking him for a nimble maid. Come here and scrub my back. Lin Yuechu was taken aback. Miss, I am a male servant. Stop your prattling. Come here at once. Situ Yin snapped, impatience seeping through her tone. Do you wish to be punished? The humiliation and pain from earlier surged within Lin Yuechu, igniting a fierce anger. This willful young lady was entirely intolerable. Fine, I shall come, he seethed, stepping towards the hot spring's edge. As he reached out to scrub her back, perhaps fueled by his indignation, his grip unconsciously tightened. Are you trying to murder me? Such force. As Situ Yin cried out in pain, she raised her hand in an instinctive attempt to strike him. Lin Yuechu reflexively dodged. causing the already unsteady Si-Tu Yin, intoxicated as she was, to lose her balance and tumble towards the edge of the hot spring. In a swift motion, Lin Yuechu reached out to steady her, but the sudden shift in weight compromised his own balance, resulting in both of them plunging into the warm waters with a splash. The hot water splattered, instantly soaking Lin Yuechu's clothes, which clung tightly to his body. Si-Tu Yin, lacking any garments, found herself entwined with him in the water, the mingling effects of alcohol and steam rendering her gaze even more dazed. Just as Si-Tu Yin was about to express her anger, she was enveloped by Lin Yuechu's masculine scent, distinctly different from the fragrance of cosmetics, and the effects of the intoxicating brew rendered her limbs weak, causing her to forget her struggle. Lin Yuechu was equally bewildered, his senses overwhelmed by the alluring fragrance of the woman and the scent of alcohol. As he beheld her exquisite form and the enchanting allure of her dreamy eyes, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. The humiliation he had endured during the day, the pent-up fury, the catalyzing effects of the alcohol, and an inexplicable impulse collided, shattering his reason in an instant. Si-Tu Yin murmured incoherently, her words oscillating between acquiescence and resistance. In the mist-laden hot spring, under the influence of the alcohol, the two of them became utterly lost. Detection of host in a reproductive opportunity, multi-child blessing function can be activated. Detection of female party possessing superior spiritual roots, hidden, exceptional potential. Multiple enhancement options available. Option 1. Consume 1 year of vitality. Option 5. Consume 100 years of vitality to enhance potential offspring to celestial spiritual roots, automatically activating the optimal option 5. Consuming 100 years of vitality, spiritual root enhancement mark has been applied. As the system's notification resonated, Lin Yuechu found himself in a haze, sensing an inexplicable surge of anxiety, as if his very life was slipping away rapidly. After an indeterminate period, Lin Yuechu jolted awake, the effects of the alcohol receding significantly. Upon seeing Si-Tu Yin, unconscious and unclothed in the water, his heart raced in terror. It's over. It's over, he thought frantically, scrambling onto the shore and hastily donning his drenched clothes. Casting a glance at the still unconscious Si-Tu Yin, he steeled himself and fled. If this were to be discovered, even 10 lives would not suffice to atone for his transgression. Lin Yuechu ran wildly back to his quarters, slamming the door shut, only then realizing that his entire body trembled uncontrollably. The pain in his back was severe, and the terror within him made it hard to breathe. Another 100 years of life consumed, he muttered to himself, feeling a wave of dizziness. What have I done? He had no idea how much longer he might live, only that the trouble he had stirred was monumental. Meanwhile, in the hot spring, Si-Tu Yin turned over, sinking into a deep slumber, entirely unaware of the events that had transpired. The water gradually cooled, leaving only a lingering hint of ambiguity in the air. She had never revealed to anyone that she possessed superior spiritual roots. She simply disliked cultivation and pretended to be of mediocre talent. This secret, along with the absurdity of the night, would be temporarily concealed by her deep slumber. Curled up in the corner of his bed, Lin Yuechu spent a sleepless night. He understood that he could no longer remain in the Si-Tu residence. He had to escape swiftly. Chapter 69. The escape on the following morning. The steam rising from the hot spring gradually dissipated. Si-Tu Yin shivered in the cool water, groggily opening her eyes to realize that she had spent the entire night asleep in the pool. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, her head pounding and her body feeling achingly weak. The memories of the previous night were hazy. She only recalled consuming an excessive amount of alcohol and perhaps having a quarrel with someone. However, the specifics of whom she had clashed with or what had transpired eluded her memory entirely. Where on earth is everyone? Si-Tu Yin called out, her tone still imperious. The maidservants stationed outside rushed in, their faces paling at the sight before them, and hurried to attend to her. What are you dawdling for? Quickly assist this young lady with her change of clothes. Si-Tu Yin snapped irritably, allowing the maids to wipe her down while she strained to recollect the events of the previous night. Yet, her mind was a jumbled mess of fragmented thoughts, ultimately attributing it all to her inebriation. After donning a splendid gown, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror, finding nothing amiss, and promptly dismissed her lingering doubts. She then erupted in anger at a maid for mistakenly handing her the wrong hairpin. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechu spent the entire day on edge, straining to catch any sounds from outside, fearful of news that someone might come to apprehend him. However, by noon, the Wang residence remained eerily quiet, with no signs of disturbance from Si-Tu Yin, as if the events of the previous night had been nothing more than a ridiculous dream. Could it be that she truly remembered nothing? Lin Yuechu murmured to himself, feeling a slight sense of relief, yet a greater wave of anxiety engulfed him. He understood the nature of this young lady all too well. If she were to uncover the truth, he would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. No, I cannot wait any longer. I must leave this place at once. Lin Yuechu resolved, knowing that even the dangers outside were preferable to remaining in the Wang residence, where his head could roll at any moment. Seizing an opportunity, he stealthily approached the vicinity of the steward's quarters. When the steward emerged, Lin Yuechu respectfully inquired, "Steward, might there be any errands that require someone to venture out for purchases? I wish to take on more work to earn some wages." The steward appraised him with a keen eye. Recognizing his earnest demeanor and recalling his diligence, he pondered for a moment and replied, "As it happens, we are running low on cosmetics. You may accompany old Zhang to the market this afternoon. Be meticulous and ensure you do not purchase the wrong brand." "Thank you, steward." "Thank you," Lin Yuechu exclaimed, elated by the opportunity. As long as he could step beyond the gates of the Wang residence, he would have the chance to slip away. In the afternoon, Lin Yuechu followed an elderly servant named Old Zhang, pushing a small cart as they exited the grand gates of the C2 Wang residence. Gazing at the bustling streets beyond and inhaling the scent of freedom, Lin Yuechu was nearly moved to tears. This was the first time he had stepped outside the confines of the Wang residence since being sold to the kingdom of Shu. "Ah, it's your first time out, is it?" Old Zhang, noticing his excitement, chuckled, "Don't get too distracted, stay close. The city is crowded, and you mustn't get lost." "Understood," Lin Yuechu promptly replied, following Old Zhang while discreetly observing his surroundings, committing the route to memory. The procurement process proceeded smoothly. Zhang, evidently an experienced hand, navigated with ease to his familiar shops, selecting items and bargaining in a seamless manner. In contrast, Lin Yuechu was preoccupied, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. Running away outright was out of the question. Zhang recognized him, and the guards of the Wang residence were no fools, making it all too easy for him to be apprehended. He needed a plausible excuse. After the two completed their shopping, pushing their cart back, Lin Yuechu's eyes sparkled as they passed a bustling marketplace, and an idea struck him. "Brother Zhang, I urgently need to relieve myself. Please wait for me here. I shall return swiftly." He feigned urgency, clutching his stomach. Zhang glanced around and pointed to a nearby alley. "Hurry back, don't waste time." "Of course." Lin Yuechu dashed towards the alley, and as soon as he turned the corner, he quickened his pace, bolting in the opposite direction of the Wang residence. He dared not look back, running with all his might through narrow lanes until the cacophony of the market faded from earshot, finally allowing himself to pause and catch his breath. He understood that with this departure, he had irrevocably become a fugitive from the Wang residence. If caught, the repercussions would be dire. Yet, he had no alternative. Back at the Wang residence, Zhang waited in vain for Lin Yuechu's return, gradually realizing he had been duped, and in frustration, he stomped his feet, ultimately pushing the cart back alone. The steward, upon learning of Lin Yuechu's escape, merely frowned and muttered a curse, dismissing the matter with indifference. After all, he was merely a servant. If he fled, another could easily be procured. As for Situyen, she remained blissfully unaware, consumed by fury over a piece of jewelry that did not meet her expectations, entirely neglecting any thoughts of the servant she had only seen a few times. She continued her haughty existence as a young lady, oblivious to the new life quietly blossoming within her and to the man who had already made his escape. Lin Yuechu ran relentlessly until he had exited the capital, only then daring to slow his pace. Penniless, he was forced to survive by begging and taking odd jobs, making his way in the direction away from the capital. He had no notion of where to go or what the future held, only a profound sense of newfound freedom. Yet, occasionally, he would recall the absurdity of the hot spring, shivering at the thought of the 100 years of life deducted by the system. He hoped for no further troubles. Gazing into the distance, Lin Yuechu murmured to himself. Deep within Situyen, the seed of the celestial root was quietly growing. Meanwhile, Shu Yunxi would eventually discover her own transformation, and in the Daxia kingdom, Xia Hao was beginning to reveal astonishing talents. Chapter 70. Toxic. The cold wind swept through the barren official road, rustling the withered leaves. Lin Yuechu hunched his neck and stumbled forward. His clothing was tattered beyond recognition. His face weathered and gaunt, reduced to little more than bones, yet his eyes shone with an unwavering determination. It had been 3 months since he escaped the capital of Shu, enduring a life of begging and sleeping outdoors, laboriously trudging towards the Daxia kingdom. When hunger struck, he gnawed on tree bark and grass roots. When thirst plagued him, he drank from the filthy water by the roadside. Several times, he nearly succumbed to illness by the wayside, but thoughts of Cui'er and the children urged him to endure. Almost there, Lin Yuechu murmured, his voice so hoarse it was barely audible. He could sense his body deteriorating, perhaps due to the system's deduction of his lifespan. He often felt dizzy and lacked strength. Yet, he could not afford to stop. Home was just ahead, and Cui'er was still waiting for him. Meanwhile, In the imperial garden of the Shu kingdom, another poetry gathering was underway. Situ Yan, adorned in a vibrant dress, was engaged in lively conversation with Shu Yunxi, the second prince. While the queen observed them from her seat, a smile gracing her lips. The previous poetry event at the Situ residence had been a resounding success, prompting this gathering to be held in the palace. The maidservants presented exquisite pastries and fragrant tea, filling the air with delightful aromas. As Situ Yin picked up a piece of plum blossom pastry, ready to take a bite, a sudden wave of nausea surged within her, forcing her to cover her mouth. Her complexion paling. "What's wrong, Yina?" the queen inquired with concern. "I don't know. I just feel a bit unwell," Situ Yin replied, furrowing her brow as she set the pastry aside, perplexed. At that moment, Shu Yunxi also covered his mouth, his brow furrowed, his expression equally troubled. "Yunxi, are you unwell too?" the queen exclaimed in surprise. The second prince's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly stood up. This pastry and tea must be tainted. His declaration startled everyone, prompting the guards to rush forward and detain the maidservant who had served the pastries. "Quickly investigate," the queen commanded sternly. The guards meticulously examined the pastries and tea, even allowing a small dog to taste them, yet no abnormalities were detected. "Your Majesty, the pastries and tea are fine," the head guard reported with a bow. The second prince hesitated, realizing he had perhaps overreacted, and awkwardly sat back down. The queen, observing the still pale faces of Situ Yin and Shu Yunxi, suddenly had a thought. She instructed a nearby eunuch, "Go summon the imperial physician." Before long, the physician arrived in haste, first checking Situ Yan's pulse. He stroked his beard, closing his eyes for a moment, and then his face displayed a look of astonishment. Bowing to the queen, he proclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, and congratulations to Miss Situ. She is with child, already over a month along." "What?" Situ Yin leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing at the physician in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be pregnant?" She had never had any intimate contact with a man, save for a vague memory from 3 months prior in the hot springs. Could it be? Situ Yan's face drained of color, her body trembling. The queen was taken aback, and her gaze towards Situ Yin grew complex. "Yinner, this I didn't tea. He.s. lying. I will kill him." Situ Yin was now in a complete panic, screaming incoherently. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The second prince opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Shu Yunxi, upon hearing the words "with child," felt her heart sink to the depths. Her complexion paler than Situ Yan's. Instinctively, she covered her abdomen, a chill rushing from her feet to the crown of her head. If Situ Yin was pregnant, what about her? The absurdity of 3 months ago by the lake suddenly loomed large in her mind, leaving her dizzy and on the brink of collapse. She gazed at the flustered Situ Yin, as if glimpsing her own future. "Imperial physician, please examine the third princess again," commanded the empress, noticing Shu Yunxi's unusual demeanor. Terrified, Shu Yunxi trembled, wishing to refuse, yet under the empress's stern gaze, she could only stiffly extend her hand. The physician cautiously took her pulse, and after a moment, bowed again, his tone laced with uncertainty. "Your Majesty, it appears that the third princess is also with child, though it is still in its early stages, and we cannot be entirely certain." A deafening roar erupted in Shu Yunxi's mind. Darkness enveloped her, nearly causing her to faint. It is true. The second prince was utterly bewildered, glancing between Situ Yin and his sister, rendered speechless. What had begun as a delightful poetry gathering had abruptly transformed into a scandal of monumental proportions. Situ Yin, a tempest of shock, fury, shame, and fear, could not recall the identity of the man involved, only a vague silhouette lingering in her memory. Meanwhile, despair consumed Shu Yunxi. As an unmarried princess, she found herself pregnant with the child of a servant whose name eluded her. The empress's countenance darkened, trembling with rage as she beheld the 2 young women in such a predicament. "Investigate. Find out who is responsible," she barked. The atmosphere within the palace plummeted to a chilling silence, a storm brewing quietly in the background. In the biting wind, Lin Yuechu sneezed, drawing his tattered clothing closer around himself as he pressed onward, his mind singularly focused on one thought: returning home. To the place where Cui'er and the children awaited. To the warmth of family. Chapter 71. Uncertainty within the imperial palace of Shu. The atmosphere in the Yangxin Hall was as tense as ice. Upon learning that 2 unmarried women were simultaneously with child, one of whom was his own daughter, the emperor of Shu erupted in fury, slamming his palm against the dragon throne. "Incompetent. This is a tremendous disgrace to the royal family of Shu. Yunxi, speak the truth. Who is the man?" The emperor's gaze bore into the kneeling third princess, sharp as a blade. Shu Yunxi bit her lip, her complexion pale, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet she remained resolutely silent. She could not reveal the father's identity, for if it were known that the child belonged to a palace servant, the consequences would be dire. Will you speak or not? The emperor's rage caused him to tremble, while the empress, in tears, implored her, Yunxi, please, you must tell us. If you do not, your father may faint from anger. No matter how they pressed her, Shu Yunxi remained mute, fervently bowing her head until blood oozed from her forehead. Witnessing this, the emperor, in a fit of rage, laughed derisively. Very well, truly, you are my good daughter. Guards, take the third princess back to her chamber. She is not to leave the palace without my command. The guard stepped forward to escort Shu Yunxi away, her silhouette fragile and filled with despair. Meanwhile, at the Situ residence, the emperor's sister, who was also Situ Yan's mother, returned home with her daughter, her voice raised in anger. Situ Hong, look at what your daughter has done. Situ Wang Ye, in his study attending to affairs, turned pale upon hearing of his daughter's predicament, standing abruptly. Unfilial daughter. Does she not realize her error? Realize her error? She is still scheming to hide the truth. Situ Wangfei trembled with rage, declaring, if this scandal leaks, our family's reputation will be utterly destroyed. Situ Yan was firmly held by two maids, her face a portrait of defiance and indignation. I have done nothing wrong. Is it such a crime to be with child? Simply terminate it. Her pride was her utmost concern. At the poetry conference, she had been the darling of the crowd. Yet now she was the object of ridicule for her premarital pregnancy. How could she endure such humiliation? Yes, terminate it. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of Prince Sidu. Such a bastard must not tarnish the bloodline of the Sidu family. He immediately summoned the resident monk of the household, intending to force an abortion. The monk arrived swiftly, placing his hand upon Sidu Yan's abdomen, ready to channel his spiritual power when a thunderous roar erupted. The entire Sidu residence trembled violently. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and purple lightning danced wildly. An overwhelming pressure more terrifying than the previous celestial phenomenon enveloped them, as if the wrath of heaven itself was descending, causing everyone to collapse in fear. What is happening? Prince Sidu looked up in terror, his face ashen. Just then, the door of a concealed chamber deep within the estate was flung open, and an elderly man with white hair and beard stumbled out. It was the elder of the Sidu family, a practitioner at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. Stop. Cease immediately. The elder's voice trembled, his gaze fixed intently on the monk. Do you wish to bring ruin upon our entire Sidu family? The monk, paralyzed by the overwhelming celestial pressure, quickly withdrew his hand and collapsed to the ground in terror. Father, what is happening? Prince Sidu asked, his voice quaking. The elder panted heavily, pointing to the roiling thunder above. The wrath of heaven. This is the wrath of heaven. What were you about to do to the child within Yenner? I intended to terminate this bastard, Prince Sidu stammered. Fool! The elder exclaimed, trembling with rage. A child capable of invoking the wrath of heaven is not something you can so easily extinguish. This child must possess extraordinary significance. To forcibly snuff it out would surely invite divine retribution. Having lived for centuries, he had never witnessed such a terrifying celestial warning. The origins of this child were undoubtedly extraordinary. In the depths of the Shu Kingdom's imperial palace, within a chamber that had remained closed for years, the ancient ancestor of Shu suddenly opened his eyes, shock evident in his gaze. Such formidable celestial might. Is someone defying the heavens? Sensing that familiar divine wrath, he furrowed his brow. The previous anomaly in the Great Xia Kingdom had piqued his curiosity, and now, the manifestation of divine anger within his own domain raised the question, was a great calamity approaching? The celestial phenomenon at the Sidu residence persisted for half an hour before gradually subsiding, yet all remained shaken. Sidu Yin sat on the ground, gazing at her abdomen, disbelief flooding her expression. This child, which had brought her such shame, had actually drawn the ire of heaven? Once the elder regained his composure, he immediately commanded, from this day forth, no one is to speak of terminating the child. Attend to the young lady with utmost care to ensure her safe delivery. Those who defy this order shall face execution. Though Prince Sidu and the princess were filled with confusion, they dared not defy the elder's command, merely nodding in acquiescence. Observing the grave expressions on her father-s and grandfather-s faces, Sidu Yin felt an unfamiliar blend of fear and inexplicable curiosity regarding this child for the first time. Meanwhile, Shu Yunxi, confined within her quarters, also sensed the terrifying celestial pressure from earlier, her complexion turning pale with fright. She was unaware of the events transpiring at the C2 Wangfu, yet the ominous aura of divine wrath instinctively compelled her to cradle her abdomen. A dreadful thought arose in her mind, chilling her to the core. What if her child? Shu Yunxi dared not pursue the thought further, biting her lip fiercely, her eyes brimming with confusion and terror. The emperor and empress, upon learning of the ominous signs at the C2 residence, were equally perplexed. What calamity had befallen the C2 family to invoke such divine fury? The emperor furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Could it be connected to Yenner's unborn child? The empress speculated, her gaze filled with incredulity. After a brief silence, the emperor commanded, investigate. Uncover the peculiarities surrounding the children of the C2 family. Furthermore, we must not neglect Yunqi's matter. It is imperative to ascertain the identity of that man. Thus began a clandestine inquiry in Shu Kingdom, revolving around 2 unborn children. The wrath invoked by C2 Yan's child alerted everyone to the unusual circumstances, while Shu Yunqi's child remained shrouded in obscurity, not yet garnering sufficient attention. Yet it was clear to all that the era of tranquility had drawn to a close. In the biting wind, Lin Yuechu trudged laboriously towards the direction of the great Xia Kingdom. Occasionally, he felt a heaviness in his chest, as if something of great significance was unfolding. Yet he remained unaware of what it could be. Just a bit further until home, Lin Yuechu gazed into the distance, his steps faltering yet resolutely steadfast. Chapter 72. The royal bloodline within the study of C2 Wangfu, the old lord, C2's ancestor, had spent the night in restless contemplation. The desk was cluttered with yellowed ancient tomes, each page meticulously examined, his fingertips tracing the obscure characters, his eyes filled with urgency. Divine wrath protecting the unborn. Favored by the heavenly path, C2's ancestor murmured, having perused all records concerning special spiritual roots, yet failing to find a definitive answer. As dawn broke, a heavily worm-eaten volume titled The Secret Records of Anomalous Spirits caught his attention, illuminating his mind. The pages contained fragmented text. Those with heavenly spiritual roots are favored by the divine. When they are conceived, celestial phenomena occur, and to disturb them invites divine retribution. Heavenly spiritual roots. C2's ancestor abruptly slammed his palm on the table, his eyes ablaze with ecstatic revelation. Indeed, it was the legendary heavenly spiritual root. Unable to contain his excitement, he vanished in a flash, heading straight for the imperial palace. Before the sacred abode of the royal ancestors, C2's ancestor bowed respectfully. Old friend, please emerge from seclusion. I bear joyous news. Moments later, the entrance to the abode creaked open, and an enigmatic elder clad in a gray robe emerged, the royal ancestor of Shu Kingdom, a practitioner of the late nascent soul stage. What matter is of such urgency? The royal ancestor inquired, a frown marring his brow. My friend, behold this. C2's ancestor presented the secret records of anomalous spirits, pointing to the passage regarding heavenly spiritual roots. Upon reading it, the royal ancestor's eyes first widened in astonishment, then transformed into fervent excitement. Are you suggesting that the child within Yenner is a heavenly spiritual root? Most likely, C2's ancestor affirmed. The divine wrath invoked that day coincided precisely with my intent to terminate the pregnancy, aligning perfectly with the ancient texts. The royal ancestor clapped his hands in joyous laughter. Excellent. Truly, heaven blesses our Shu Kingdom. A heavenly spiritual root, a being said to transcend the path of divinity. With this child among us, how can our Shu Kingdom not flourish? Although this child is of the C2 lineage, C2 Yan's mother is a royal princess, thus entwined with the blood of royalty, and is destined to become a pillar of the kingdom of Shu. However, the elder of the royal family swiftly shifted the conversation, declaring that this matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of various nations, particularly the great Xia and the great Ming. They must remain oblivious. I understand. The elder of C2 nodded. I have ordered the news to be sealed. I will certainly safeguard Yenner and the child. The 2 elders exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes brimming with hope for the future. With the presence of a celestial root, the rise of the kingdom of Shu is imminent. In stark contrast to the excitement within the C2 royal household, the chambers of the 3rd princess, Shu Yunqi, were shrouded in gloom. Confined within the palace, Shu Yunqi wept incessantly, yet she resolutely clenched her teeth, refusing to divulge the identity of her child's father. She understood that revealing this truth would not only lead to the man's demise, but also implicate her in grave consequences. The queen visited her daily, imploring her with heartfelt persuasion. Yunqi, please, just tell us. Even if he is an ordinary man, your father and mother will find a way. You cannot bear this shame for a lifetime. Shu Yunqi merely shook her head, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. Mother, please do not ask. I cannot speak. She could not fathom the fate that would befall the man capable of composing verses like Gazing at the Moon, should the royal family discover him. She feared even more the scandal of her premarital pregnancy, which would not only bring disgrace to the royal family, but also subject her unborn child to ridicule. Then do you intend to keep this child? The queen looked at her daughter's obstinate demeanor, feeling both anger and sorrow. Shu Yunqi nodded vigorously, gently caressing her abdomen. He is my child. I cannot abandon him. Though this child's arrival was unexpected, he was nonetheless her flesh and blood. Moreover, after the celestial anomalies witnessed at the C2 royal residence, she sensed that her child might possess extraordinary qualities. The queen sighed, aware of her daughter's resolute nature. Once she made a decision, she could not be swayed. Very well, the queen wiped her tears. I shall help you conceal this. We will say you have caught a chill and need to rest. But remember, this secret cannot be kept forever. One day, you will have to confront it. Xu Yunqi looked at her mother with gratitude. Thank you, mother. The queen could only order a news blackout, publicly announcing that the third princess was gravely ill and required rest, forbidding any visitors. Consequently, the atmosphere in the palace grew particularly oppressive. Everyone knew something was amiss with the third princess, yet none dared to inquire further. Meanwhile, C2 Yan's days had become considerably more comfortable. Ever since it was suggested that she might be carrying a celestial root, the elder of C2 and the prince showered her with utmost care, treating her as if she were a revered ancestor. Delicacies flowed in abundance, exquisite spiritual materials were at her disposal, and even walking required careful assistance. Although C2 Yan still felt ashamed of her premarital pregnancy, witnessing her family's anxious demeanor gradually filled her heart with a sense of pride. The identity of being the mother of a celestial root far surpassed the glory of being the focus of a poetry competition. Once I give birth to this child, let us see who dares to mock me. C2 Yan mused, stroking her abdomen, a flicker of arrogance dancing in her eyes. She began to focus on nurturing her child, occasionally recalling that fateful night, cursing the wretched man, yet also harboring a vague curiosity about who could possibly have made her the bearer of a celestial root. The situation in the kingdom of Shu has grown increasingly delicate due to the impending arrival of two unborn children. The C2 family, buoyed by the emergence of the celestial root, has seen its status elevate dramatically, subtly positioning itself above other noble families. Meanwhile, the royal family, embroiled in the affairs surrounding the third princess, finds itself in disarray, compelled to seal off all communications. The two venerable ancestors have begun to scheme in secrecy, protecting C2 Yan while also probing into the background of Xu Yunqi's child, harboring an unspoken suspicion that the third princess's offspring may possess extraordinary qualities as well. As the biting winds begin to subside, the gentle sunlight of early spring casts its warm embrace upon the earth. Lin Yuechu has finally stepped onto the soil of the great Xia kingdom, clad in tattered garments and appearing gaunt, yet unable to restrain tears upon beholding the familiar landscape. Cui'er, Pinyin, Wan I have returned. He drags his weary form towards Luoxia town, each step imbued with anticipation. Chapter 73. Twin Star's 8 months have swiftly passed. The C2 royal residence in the kingdom of Shu is now tightly guarded, impenetrable even to a single fly. Inside, the premises are festooned with decorations, yet an unusual gravity and expectation pervade the atmosphere. Outside the delivery room, the venerable ancestor of C2, the prince, the princess, and the specially summoned emperor along with the royal ancestor, all hold their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the closed door. They have awaited this day for 8 long months. Suddenly, a resounding wail pierces the air, like thunder crackling in the heavens, echoing throughout the entire royal residence. Almost simultaneously with the cry, the world around shifts in response. The spiritual energy across a vast expanse seems to be drawn by an unseen force, coalescing into visible torrents of color, rushing towards the C2 residence with fervor. In the sky, auspicious clouds swirl, and phantasmal dragons and phoenixes spiral and roar, while radiant hues cascade down, enveloping the entire estate in a sacred aura. It has come. It has come. The C2 ancestor trembles with excitement, every hair on his body standing on end. The door swings open, and the midwife emerges briskly, cradling a swaddled infant, her face alight with reverence. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, esteemed ancestor. It is a baby boy, born amidst extraordinary phenomena, destined for greatness. Without hesitation, the C2 ancestor snatches the swaddling blanket, cautiously unveiling the child. The infant, delicately chiseled, bears a tiny vermilion birthmark on his brow, surrounded by a faint halo of spiritual energy. His bright, inquisitive eyes survey the surroundings, not crying, but instead breaking into a joyful giggle. Excellent, excellent. Truly, a celestial root. The royal ancestor steps forward, feeling the vast aura within the child that connects him to the universe, expressing admiration. This child's future accomplishments shall surely surpass ours. The emperor, beaming with joy, adds, with such a Qilin child in the C2 family, it is indeed a blessing for our kingdom of Shu. Just as everyone revels in this joy, preparing to celebrate this child of destiny, a thunderous roar erupts from the direction of the palace. The expressions of the crowd shift dramatically as they turn to gaze. Above the palace, an identical celestial phenomenon materializes, with spiritual torrents converging, auspicious clouds swirling, and phantasmal dragons and phoenixes spiraling. The spectacle even more grand than that at the C2 residence. The C2 ancestor's pupils constrict in alarm. This is bad. It is the palace. The royal ancestor's expression shifted dramatically, and he could no longer attend to the offspring of the Situ family. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light. Racing towards the imperial palace. "Your Majesty, return swiftly." The emperor, realizing the urgency, did not hesitate and followed closely behind. The Situ ancestor hesitated for a moment, but ultimately brought along Prince Situ. Such extraordinary phenomena occurring in succession could not be mere coincidence. In the palace, within the third princess's chamber, the cacophony of the Situ manor was absent, replaced by the anxious presence of the queen, who stood vigil outside the delivery room. Xu Yucc had been under house arrest for 8 months, and today, as she was in labor, she found herself accompanied only by her closest kin. With a resounding wail, another powerful cry pierced the air, clear and robust. Almost simultaneously, the celestial phenomena above the palace reached their zenith. A torrent of spiritual energy, even more magnificent than that of the Situ manor, converged as ethereal dragon and phoenix apparitions seemed to come alive, emitting deafening cries, illuminating the palace with resplendent brilliance, transforming it into a realm of wonder. Inside the delivery room, Xu Yucc lay weakly on the bed, gazing at the infant cradled by the midwife. Tears streamed down her face, a mixture of pain, joy, and an indescribable complexity. It was a girl, exquisitely formed, her skin as luminous as jade. A faint golden light shimmering at her brow, and her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary intelligence, as if capable of seeing into the hearts of others. "Your Highness, it's a girl, a little princess," the midwife exclaimed with excitement. The queen rushed into the delivery room, looking at the swaddled infant, and then at her feeble daughter, tears streaming down her face. "Cici, you have endured so much." Just as she was about to speak further, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The royal ancestor and the emperor burst in, and upon witnessing the scene within the chamber, they felt the vast aura emanating from the newborn that connected with the heavens and earth, and immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. What? The emperor was rendered speechless in shock. The royal ancestor stepped forward, trembling as he extended a hand to gently touch the infant's cheek. Upon sensing the purity and magnitude of her energy, surpassing that of the Situ male infant, he inhaled sharply and exclaimed, "A celestial root, and its quality seems even higher." What? The revelation struck everyone like a thunderclap. In a single day, 2 celestial roots had been born in Shugua. The queen, bewildered, gazed at her granddaughter and then at her daughter, finally grasping that the child Cici fought to protect was indeed the legendary celestial root. Good, good, good. The royal ancestor repeated the word thrice, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Our Shugua has been blessed with 2 celestial roots. Heaven bless our Shugua. From this day forth, who would dare to underestimate our land?" The emperor, regaining his composure, transformed his shock into exuberance. "Quick! Ensure the third princess and the little princess are safely secured. No one shall disturb them." When the Situ ancestor and Prince Situ arrived, they coincidentally overheard this proclamation. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock they felt. The birth of 2 celestial roots in one day was destined to upheave the world. The male infant from the Situ manor and the female infant from the palace heralded an unprecedented phenomenon enveloping all of Shugua. The common folk knelt in reverence, bowing towards the manor and the palace, believing that divine beings had descended upon them. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this extraordinary event, Lin Yuechu, was still en route to Luoxia town. He remained the same tattered beggar, dragging his weary body, trudging forward step by step with great difficulty. When hunger struck, he begged for a morsel of food. When thirst gripped him, he drank from the stream by the roadside. When exhaustion overwhelmed him, he lay beneath a tree to rest. He was oblivious to the fact that the 2 children he left behind in the kingdom of Shu had entered the world in such a shocking manner, causing celestial phenomena that stirred the entire realm and drove the ancestors and the emperor of both nations into a frenzy. He was unaware that he had become the father of 2 children blessed with extraordinary roots. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to return home, to the abode where Cui'er, Pinyin, and Wan awaited. The 2 children of celestial roots from Shu and the one from the great Xia, 3 bloodlines intertwined, had begun their extraordinary lives in different realms. Chapter 74. The long-awaited return. The royal palace of Shu and the residents of the Situ clan were in a state of uproar due to the birth of the 2 children of celestial roots. In the chambers of Situ Yen, she reclined elegantly on a soft couch, gazing at her son, who was tenderly cared for by a group of attendants. Her face adorned with pride. This child was exquisitely beautiful, and the vermilion birthmark on his brow shimmered with ethereal energy, with each cry and smile. He stirred the surrounding spiritual essence, delighting both the Situ elder and the prince. Humph, my son is undoubtedly the most formidable in the world. Situ Yin twirled a delicate handkerchief, her tone brimming with unabashed pride. It was not beyond possibility that he would transcend to immortality. The maidservants echoed her sentiments, lifting her spirits even higher. As for the identity of the child's father, it had long been cast aside. Whoever he was, this child belonged to Situ Yin, and the entire kingdom of Shu would one day rely on her son. That was sufficient. In contrast, the chambers of the third princess, Shu Yunxi, were much quieter. She cradled her daughter wrapped in swaddling, her gaze filled with tenderness. The little one, with her lively features, bore a smile even in sleep, surrounded by a faint golden glow, bringing joy to all who beheld her. Upon learning that her daughter also possessed celestial roots, the anxieties within Shu Yunxi gradually dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable anticipation. My dear, do you think we will see your father again? She gently caressed her daughter's small face, murmuring softly. She recalled the man who had recited poetry by the lakeside, remembered the ethereal wine and moonlight of that night, her heart a tumult of emotions. She did not know where he was, nor his background, only that his name was Lin Yuechu. I must find him. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Shu Yunxi's eyes. I want to tell him that he has such a wonderful daughter. The queen discerned her daughter's thoughts and sighed. Yunxi, if you wish to seek him, I shall not hinder you, but you must consider carefully. If he is an ordinary man, I do not care. Shu Yunxi shook her head. Regardless of who he was still the father of her child. The queen, at a loss, could only secretly dispatch people to inquire about Lin Yuechu, though in the vast sea of humanity, such a task was far from easy. In the great Xia, at Luoxia town, the scent of earth mingled with the familiar aroma of cooking smoke, filling Lin Yuechu's nostrils. He stood at the entrance of the town, gazing at the familiar archway and the scattered houses in the distance, tears welling up instantly. Luoxia town, I have returned. He dragged his leaden legs, stepping into the town, one weary stride at a time. The streets were sparsely populated, and the pedestrians cast peculiar glances at him in his beggar's guise, though none recognized him. Indeed, he appeared emaciated, with disheveled hair and beard, a stark contrast to the spirited carpenter he had once been. At last, he glimpsed his own modest courtyard. The gate stood firmly shut, bearing an air of neglect. Lin Yuechu's heart plummeted, an ominous premonition surging within him. He pushed the door open, and the yard lay in eerie silence, interrupted only by the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Cui'er, Ping'an, Wana, he called out, his voice trembling and hoarse. No one answered. Just then, he noticed two small figures laboring in a corner of the yard. A boy and a girl, appearing no older than 7 or 8, were clad in patched clothing, struggling to chop wood. The boy gritted his teeth as he raised an axe taller than himself, striking the wood repeatedly. The girl, carrying a heavy bucket, staggered towards the kitchen, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. It was Ping'an and Wana. Lin Yuechu's heart felt as if it were being wrenched painfully, nearly stealing his breath away. How had the children become so gaunt in just over a year? Why were they burdened with such arduous tasks? Ping'an, Wana, he rushed over, his voice choked with emotion. Startled, Ping'an and Wana looked up to see a strange beggar approaching, instinctively taking a step back, their eyes filled with wariness and fear. Father? Ping'an hesitated, scrutinizing him, his small brow furrowing as if recognizing a semblance of familiarity in that face. It is father. Father has returned. Lin Yuechu knelt down, yearning to embrace them, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Wana burst into tears, retreating behind Ping'an, exclaiming, You are not my father. My father would never look like this. The children's reaction pierced Lin Yuechu's heart like a knife. It was then he realized how disheveled he appeared, hastily wiping his face. It is father, Ping'an, Wana. I have returned. I am sorry, I came back late. Ping'an regarded him, then glanced at his calloused hands, still vaguely recognizable, before he suddenly cried out, rushing into his father's embrace. Father, you truly have returned. Where have you been? We missed you so much. Wana followed suit, weeping as she clutched his clothing, unwilling to let go. Lin Yuechu held both children tightly, his heart aching profoundly. I am sorry I was wrong. I will never leave again. But where is your mother? Where is Cui'er? At the mention of Cui'er, Ping'an and Wana's cries ceased abruptly, their small faces shadowed by sorrow. Mother is ill, Ping'an choked out. Since you left? She has cried every day, then fell sick, lying in bed, refusing to eat or drink. Lin Yuechu's heart sank heavily, and he pushed the children aside. Rushing into the house, he burst into the bedroom and saw a frail figure lying beneath a thin blanket, her complexion as pale as paper, lips cracked. Breathing faintly, it was Cui'er. Cui'er. Lin Yuechu rushed over, grasping her icy hand, tears flooding his eyes. Cui'er, I have returned. Look at me. I am back. Cui'er slowly opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused as she stared at him for a long while, struggling to move her lips to form a faint sound. Yuechu, is it you? Am I dreaming? No, it is not a dream. It is I. I have returned. Lin Yuechu tightly grasped her hand, urging, do not sleep. I shall fetch a doctor at once. You will recover, I promise. He set down Cui'er and turned to rush outside, only to be halted by Ping'an. Father, we have no money left. The funds left by my brothers have been exhausted, Ping'an murmured, his head bowed. Mother's medication ceased long ago. A tremor coursed through Lin Yuechu's body, surveying the dilapidated dwelling, the frail silhouettes of his children, and the feeble Cui'er lying on the bed. A surge of profound guilt and rage inundated him. He felt he had failed them. Father has money. I will earn it right away. Lin Yuechu gritted his teeth. Although he possessed no money, he had skills. He was a carpenter. Casting a deep glance at Cui'er, he affectionately tousled his children's hair. Ping'an, take good care of your mother and sister. Father will return shortly. With that, he dashed out of the house, heading towards the carpenter's shop in town. The path of immortality is merciless. It seemed that everyone believed he had perished in battle. And the child who ventured into the realm of cultivation had been absent for far too long, leading them to assume his family had lost all hope. Under the setting sun, his frail yet resolute figure stretched long along the dirt road of Luoxia town. Upon his return home, he discovered that it was no longer as he had left it. His ailing wife, emaciated children, and the crumbling house shattered his heart into pieces. Yet, he understood that he could not falter. For the sake of Cui'er, for Ping'an and Wan'er, he must rally his spirits. He needed to earn money. To provide treatment for Cui'er, to ensure his children were well fed and clothed, to restore their home to its former glory. At this moment, one thought consumed him: save Cui'er and uphold the family. Chapter 75. The elixir by the stream in Luoxia town. Lin Yuechu cupped a handful of cool water and splashed it forcefully onto his face. The coldness jolted him awake, clearing some of the fog from his mind. He gazed at his disheveled reflection in the water, his hair tangled like weeds, his face smeared with dirt, and the stubble on his chin thick and unkempt, resembling a wild man emerging from the mountains. To seek help in such a state would surely invite disdain. Lin Yuechu let out a bitter laugh, shedding his tattered clothing and donning an old, worn garment he had unearthed at home. It was the same attire he often wore while working in town years ago, though faded and patched. It was still relatively clean and tidy. He sharpened a broken wooden comb against a stone, clumsily tidying his hair and securing it with a strip of cloth at the back. He meticulously scrubbed his face, removing the grime. After this brief grooming, despite still being gaunt, with an indelible fatigue and weariness etched into his features, he at least resembled a normal person. At the very least, he would no longer be mistaken for a beggar. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuechu walked towards the town center. He recalled that Wang the carpenter, an old acquaintance, was known for his honesty, and perhaps he could lend him some money. Wang's shop was located at the entrance of the town. The rhythmic sound of planing would resonating from within. Lin Yuechu stood at the door, hesitating for a moment before summoning the courage to enter. Brother Wang. Wang the carpenter looked up, his expression frozen for a moment before realization dawned upon him. Is it really you, Yuechu? You are alive. The news of Lin Yuechu being conscripted spread throughout the town, and everyone presumed he had perished on the battlefield. Miraculously, he survived. Lin Yuechu forced a bitter smile and said, Brother Wang, I have come to borrow some money from you. Wang the carpenter scrutinized him, noting his haggard appearance and the poverty that clung to his garments. He sighed. Has something happened at home? Lin Yuechu's eyes reddened as he briefly recounted the dire illness of Cui'er. Upon hearing this, Wang the carpenter felt a wave of sympathy wash over him. Alas, Cui'er is a good girl. How could she suffer so? He reached into his pocket, producing a small pouch filled with a few pieces of silver and several copper coins. Pressing it into Lin Yuechu's hands. Yuechu, this is all I have saved. Take it for now, and if it is insufficient, I shall find another way to assist you. Thank you, Brother Wang. Lin Yuechu clutched the pouch tightly, his voice choked with emotion. I will surely repay you. Repay? We are all from the same village. Wang the carpenter reassured him, patting his shoulder. Hurry and fetch a doctor. Do not delay in treating her illness. Lin Yuechu then visited several familiar craftsmen, and upon learning of his return and Cui'er's grave condition, they each contributed what they could, though it was not much individually. Collectively it sufficed for hiring a doctor and purchasing some medicine. With the heavy pouch in his possession, his heart was both warmed and pained. The folks of Luoxia town, after all, still cherished the bonds of old. The finest doctor in town, surnamed Lu, was a venerable man with white hair and beard. Lin Yuechu nearly compelled him to return to his home. Dr. Lu examined Cui'er carefully, checking her pulse, inspecting her eyelids, and listening to her breathing. His expression growing increasingly grave. Dr. Lu, how is my wife? Lin Yuechu asked anxiously, his heart in his throat. Dr. Lu sighed and shook his head. Young Lin, it is not that I do not wish to help, but your wife's ailment is one of the heart. A heart ailment? Lin Yuechu was bewildered. She is consumed by worry and sorrow, compounded by prolonged malnutrition, and has suffered for too long, Dr. Lu explained. Her body has become frail. Her vital energy and blood severely depleted. Even with medication now, there is little hope for recovery. Lin Yuechu felt as if struck by lightning, stumbling back a step. That cannot be. Dr. Lu, please think of another way. I beg of you. I am willing to pay any price. It is not a matter of money. Dr. Lu replied helplessly. For her condition, earthly medicine is of no avail. Unless what? Lin Yuechu grasped at the last glimmer of hope, his voice urgent. Unless one can find the spiritual herbs from the realm of immortals, such as the spirit-gathering grass or the life-extending flower, there may yet be a sliver of chance. Dr. Lu stroked his beard. But those herbs are not easily found. Ordinary people cannot even approach the gates of the immortal realm. The immortal realm? A thought suddenly struck Lin Yuechu. Aoyan and Qingqing. His children, Lin Aoyan and Lin Qingqing, had been chosen by a wandering disciple of the Haoyan sect at the tender age of 6, discovered to possess inferior spiritual roots, and taken back to the sect for training. It had been 8 years. They must now be around 14 or 15. The Haoyan sect. A fierce light ignited in Lin Yuechu's eyes. The Haoyan sect, renowned as a place of immortals, was not too far from Luoxia town, merely 4 or 5 days' journey. Surely, within their sect, there existed the spiritual herbs Dr. Lu mentioned. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Lin Yuechu seemed to have grasped a lifeline. As long as there was a way, there was hope. Dr. Lu, seeing his unwavering determination, chose not to say more, leaving behind several prescriptions for tonifying herbs along with a few words of caution before departing. In the bedroom, only Lin Yuechu and Cui'er remained. He sat by the bedside, tightly holding Cui'er's cold hand, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Cui'er, I am so sorry. I returned too late, he choked out. It is all my fault. If I had come back sooner, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Cui'er slowly opened her eyes and offered a faint smile, mustering all her strength to lift her hand and gently caress his cheek. Do not blame yourself, Yuechu. Your return brings me peace. Her voice was a mere whisper, yet it brimmed with deep affection. Do you remember when we first married? You promised to build me a grand house, one with a garden, she reminisced. Yes, I remember. Lin Yuechu nodded, tears blurring his vision. When you recover, I will build the largest house in the entire town, filled with your beloved roses. Good, Cui'er smiled, tears glistening in her eyes. I still want to eat the osmanthus cake you make. I will go make it right now. Lin Yuechu rose to head to the kitchen. Wait, Cui'er pulled him back. Please stay with me for a while. Lin Yuechu settled back down, cradling her gently in his arms. Just as they had done on countless nights before, they spoke of cherished memories, of the shyness when they first met, the sweetness after marriage, and the amusing tales from their children's childhood. Cui'er's voice grew softer, yet her smile remained, her gaze filled with tenderness. Yuechu, I am so tired, she murmured, resting against him. If I leave, you must take good care of Ping'an and Wan'er. Do not speak such nonsense. Lin Yuechu interrupted, his voice trembling. You will not leave. I will go to Haoyan sect to find Aoyan and Qingqing. They are disciples of the immortal sect and must have a way to save you. Cui'er looked at him, her eyes filled with complexities. Entering the immortal sect is not so simple. For you, I will go no matter the difficulty. Lin Yuechu declared resolutely. Wait for me. You must wait for me. I will return swiftly. Cui'er fell silent, her eyes wearily closing, her breaths growing faint. Lin Yuechu understood that he could wait no longer. He called upon neighbor Aunt Zhang, requesting her help to look after Cui'er and the children, leaving most of the borrowed money behind, with countless reminders before reluctantly departing his home. As the sun set, Lin Yuechu's figure grew more distant at the end of the path in Luoxia town. He did not look back, his steps resolute. He was bound for Haoyan sect, seeking his beloved children. He knew not what Haoyan sect was like, nor the rules governing the disciples there, nor whether Aoyan and Qingqing still remembered him, their father, or if they would be willing to assist him. Yet he had to go. For Cui'er, for this family, he must seize this final glimmer of hope. The journey of 4 or 5 days would undoubtedly be arduous for him now. He possessed but a few pieces of dried food and scant coins. His strength severely diminished from prolonged travel and malnutrition. Nonetheless, he hesitated not for a moment. The night wind swept through, carrying the chill of the mountains and forests. Lin Yuechu tightened his thin clothing and quickened his pace. In his mind, the laughter of Cui'er echoed repeatedly, accompanied by her frail admonitions and the eager gazes of the children. Cui'er, wait for me. At this moment, His heart harbored but a singular ambition, the Haotian Sect. It embodied both Cui'er's hope and his own. Chapter 76. Seeking the celestial herb. The undulating mountains, majestic and imposing, rose high, shrouded in swirling mists. A grand mountain gate spanned the heavens and the earth, inscribed with the three powerful characters of Haotian Sect, emanating an air of authority that looked down upon the mortal realm. Lin Yuechu stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing up at the legendary celestial gate. Unable to suppress a sigh, the steepness of the terrain and the rich spiritual energy made him feel invigorated just by standing there. How wonderful it would be if I could cultivate, he murmured to himself. Years ago, a cultivator had passed through Luoxia town and assessed his spiritual roots, determining them to be the most inferior mixed roots, leaving no sect willing to accept him. Over the years, he had occasionally recalled this incident, feeling a twinge of regret. As for the inexplicably bound system, aside from occasionally warning him about the deduction of lifespan, it seemed to serve no other purpose, let alone assist him in cultivation. Shaking his head, Lin Yuechu dismissed such thoughts. This was not the time for them. He adjusted his tattered clothing, took a deep breath, and strode towards the mountain gate. Stop! Just a few steps forward, two figures materialized before him, clad in the Haotian Sect's formal robes, swords at their waists, exuding a steady aura. They were two disciples at the foundation establishment stage. Frowning, they scrutinized Lin Yuechu, their gazes filled with scrutiny and impatience. This is the mountain gate of the Haotian Sect. How dare a mere mortal approach? They commanded. Leave at once. Lin Yuechu hurriedly halted, clasping his hands in respect. Masters, I am Lin Yuechu from Luoxia town, seeking your esteemed sects Lin Aoyan and Lin Qingqing. They are my children. I kindly request you to inform them. The disciple on the left scoffed, looking him up and down. Lin Aoyan and Lin Qingqing? You? He surveyed Lin Yuechu's faded, worn clothing and the mud-caked shoes on his feet, his expression brimming with disdain. With your pitiful appearance, you dare claim to be their father? I suspect you are merely trying to cling to the sect and create trouble. The disciple on the right coldly interjected, Lin Aoyan and Lin Qingqing are disciples of our sect. How could they have a father like you, a mere mortal? Leave quickly. If you continue with your nonsense, do not blame us for being impolite. Lin Yuechu grew anxious. What I say is the truth. 8 years ago, they were taken back by your sect's cultivators when they were only 6 years old. Lin Aoyan is calm and composed, while Lin Qingqing is cheerful. Enough. The disciple on the left interrupted sharply, utter nonsense. If you do not leave immediately, do not blame us for taking action. As he spoke, he unleashed the oppressive aura of a foundation establishment cultivator towards Lin Yuechu. Being merely a mortal, Lin Yuechu could not withstand the pressure emanating from the cultivators. His face turned pale as he stumbled back several steps, nearly falling to the ground. Gazing into the icy eyes of the two disciples, he felt a surge of urgency and anger, yet found himself utterly powerless. With no proof to substantiate his claims, he realized that no one would believe him. Was it truly impossible to see Aoyan and Qingqing? What would become of Cui'er? Lin Yuechu felt as though the world were spinning around him, engulfed in despair. He traveled a great distance, only to be obstructed at the mountain gate. Just as despair began to settle in his heart, a gentle yet authoritative female voice resonated from within the gate. What is the commotion? Before the words had fully escaped her lips, a figure, resembling a celestial maiden, emerged from the mountain gate and gracefully landed before Lin Yuechu. The newcomer was a woman, seemingly in her 30s, adorned in an exquisite purple robe, possessing breathtaking beauty and an aura of regal elegance. The energy surrounding her was so potent that it eclipsed that of the two foundation-building disciples. She was, in fact, a nascent soul cultivator. Greetings, Elder Su. The two foundation-building disciples, upon recognition, quickly bowed in respect, their demeanor filled with utmost reverence. The woman known as Elder Su nodded slightly, her gaze falling upon Lin Yuechu, appraising him from head to toe, a flicker of intrigue passing through her eyes. Who are you? Why are you causing a disturbance here? Elder Su's voice was soft, yet it carried an inexplicable allure. Startled by the presence of a nascent soul cultivator, Lin Yuechu hastily conveyed his purpose, though this time, his tone bore a hint of trepidation. After listening, Elder Su covered her lips and chuckled lightly, her laughter as melodious as silver bells. Oh? You seek Lin Aoyan and Lin Qingqing? Is it for the purpose of procuring medicine? Lin Yuechu was taken aback. He anticipated her insight. He nodded, expressing, my wife is gravely ill, and only the celestial medicine can save her. I beseech the elder for assistance. Elder Su regarded him with keen interest. Celestial medicine is exceedingly precious. On what grounds do you believe they would grant it to you? And why would I assist you? At a loss for words, Lin Yuechu pondered. Indeed, on what basis could he expect assistance? Observing his discomfort, Elder Su's smile deepened, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper. However, I might be inclined to help you. Lin Yuechu's heart soared with hope as he looked up. Elder, are you truly willing to assist me? Of course, Elder Su replied, her laughter vibrant and enchanting. If you accompany me, not only will you meet them, but I shall also procure the celestial medicine you seek. What say you? Lin Yuechu hesitated. While the elder appeared amiable, an unsettling feeling lingered, particularly due to her alluring gaze. Yet, he remembered that Cui'er was waiting for him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that it was better to take a gamble than remain hopelessly stranded. Very well, I shall follow you, he declared. A wise choice, Elder Su said, her satisfaction evident as she waved her hand to the two foundation-building disciples. You may retreat, I will take this one with me. Though puzzled, the two disciples dared not defy the nascent soul elder's command and respectfully stepped aside, their eyes regarding Lin Yuechu with an unusual curiosity. Elder Su stepped forward, her delicate hand lifted, enveloping Lin Yuechu in a gentle stream of spiritual energy. Hold on tight. As her words faded, Lin Yuechu felt a lightness beneath his feet, and in an instant, he was lifted into the air, soaring towards the mountain gate alongside Elder Su. The wind howled past his ears, and as he glanced down, the landscape before the mountain gate shrank into the distance, filling his heart with both anxiety and awe. Is this the power of a cultivator? Elder Su moved with remarkable speed, and before long, they arrived at an elegant courtyard. Nestled against the mountains, the courtyard brimmed with rich spiritual energy, adorned with many exotic flowers and plants he had never encountered before. Here we are. Come inside, she beckoned. Elder Su entered, gesturing for Lin Yuechu to follow. After a moment's hesitation, he complied. The courtyard was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Elder Su turned to face him, her smile gradually morphing into something more peculiar, her gaze appraising him with increasing boldness. Elder, the elixir, Lin Yuechu could not help but remind her. Why the haste? Elder Su approached him, extending her delicate hand to caress his cheek, her voice laced with a languid allure. To acquire the elixir, one must be willing to offer something in return, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yuechu stiffened, instinctively retreating a step, warily regarding her. Elder, what are you implying? Elder Su, observing his tense demeanor, erupted into a fit of laughter, her eyes glinting with a lewdness that was incongruent with her usual demeanor. Do not be so anxious. As long as you serve me well, I could procure not just one elixir, but 100, if you so desire. Her words grew increasingly lascivious, her gaze igniting with fervor. It dawned on Lin Yuechu that he might have stumbled into a perilous situation. Little did he know, this Elder Su, known as Su Wanqing, was a powerful elder of Haotian Sect who had developed a second personality due to a cultivation mishap. In her usual state, she was a dignified and formidable Yuaning elder, but when her second persona emerged, she became overtly promiscuous, particularly drawn to mortal men with unique auras. Typically, her dominant persona kept this side in check. Moreover, unbeknownst to many, her husband was also an elder of the Haotian Sect, and despite years of marriage, they had yet to bear offspring, a persistent thorn in her heart. At this moment, it was clear that Su Wanqing's second personality had taken control. As Lin Yuechu watched the advancing figure of Su Wanqing, regret flooded his heart. He should not have acted so impulsively. Yet, now there was no turning back. He took a deep breath, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Su Wanqing, observing his panic masked by feigned composure, found her interest deepening. She licked her lips, drawing closer. Do not run, or your wife may truly be beyond salvation. Lin Yuechu's heart plummeted. She was using Cui'er as leverage against him. Faced with this esteemed yet bizarre Yuaning elder, he felt a chilling sense of peril enveloping him. What was he to do? Chapter 77. The quest for the elixir. Su Wanqing closed in, her fervent gaze nearly searing him. The pressure emanating from her as a Yuaning cultivator loomed over Lin Yuechu, rendering him immobile. You have no choice, Su Wanqing's voice dripped with an irresistible seduction. Either watch your wife perish, or obediently comply, and I assure you, this elixir will heal her. Lin Yuechu clenched his teeth, his nails digging painfully into his palm. Humiliation and rage roiling within him. He had never envisioned himself in such a position, compelled to endure such indignity in pursuit of a remedy. Yet Cui'er awaited him. If he could obtain the elixir, if he could save her, what would this humiliation matter? He closed his eyes, as if making a harrowing decision, his voice hoarse. I agree, but you must uphold your promise and provide me with the elixir that can save my wife. Rest assured, I, Su Wanqing, have always been one to keep my promises. A captivating smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with a hint of victorious delight. For far too long, her second persona had been suppressed by her dominant self and her husband. Today, having finally found an opportunity and encountering a mortal like Lin Yuechu, who stirred her heart, she was determined not to let this chance slip away. Within the confines of the room, The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate and oppressive. Lin Yuechu, humiliated, closed his eyes, surrendering himself to Su Wanqing's whims. He dared not look, instead repeating the name Cui'er in his mind, attempting to numb his senses. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing appeared particularly exhilarated, her long-suppressed desires erupting in this moment. As she engaged in her actions, she chuckled softly, her tone laced with indulgence. After so many years, I can finally do this. Her husband, a nascent soul practitioner, had always kept her under strict watch, and with the suppression from her dominant persona, her second self had scarcely seen the light of day. Today, however, with her husband away on business, she seized the opportunity to act. Just as their breaths began to intertwine in a chaotic rhythm, a cold system notification echoed in Lin Yuechu's mind. Detected host is in a reproductive opportunity. The multi-offspring blessing feature can be activated. Detected female possesses superior spiritual roots, exceptional potential. Multiple enhancement options available. Option 1. Consume 1 year of life force to enhance potential offspring to inferior spiritual roots. Option 2. Consume 5 years of life force to enhance to medium spiritual roots. Option 3. Consume 10 years of life force to enhance to superior spiritual roots. Option 4. Consume 50 years of life force to enhance to exceptional spiritual roots. Option 5. Consume 100 years of life force to enhance to heavenly spiritual roots. The chilling system prompt jolted Lin Yuechu's muddled consciousness into a semblance of clarity. Yet again, this familiar scenario unfolded before him, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, however, he was faced with a nascent soul elder and superior spiritual roots. The thought of selecting heavenly spiritual roots resurfaced memories of the 2 children from Shu country who had stirred celestial phenomena, along with the frail visage of Cui'er. Option 5. Lin Yuechu silently repeated in his mind. He was uncertain how much longer he might live, but for the possibility of an unborn child. This seemed to be the only course of action he could take in light of this unforeseen circumstance. Selection confirmed. Consuming 100 years of life force to enhance potential offspring to heavenly spiritual roots. Enhancement successful. As the system notification faded, Lin Yuechu was overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, the sensation of life force being drained washing over him once more, rendering his already weakened body even more fragile. Su Wanqing, oblivious to any anomaly, reveled in her long-awaited indulgence. Only after reaching her satisfaction did she gradually rise. She adjusted her clothing, the seductive demeanor fading from her countenance, replaced by a fleeting clarity that was quickly supplanted by mischief. Here, this is for you, she said, retrieving a small jade vial from her storage bag and tossing it to Lin Yuechu. Inside is the spirit concentration dew, sufficient to cure your wife's ailment. Lin Yuechu caught the vial, feeling its coolness in his palm, sensing the pure spiritual energy contained within. A surge of joy filled his heart as he promptly secured it. Thank you, Elder. Well then, your business is concluded. It is time for you to leave. Su Wanqing waved her hand, her tone turning cold and even slightly impatient. Remember, today's affair must not be mentioned to anyone. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. She was evidently anxious about the potential awakening of her dominant persona, as well as the possibility of her husband returning and uncovering any clues. In her haste, she sought to send Lin Yuechu away. Lin Yuechu, feeling the urgency, dared not linger. He quickly donned his clothes, nodded at Su Wanqing, and hastily exited the courtyard. He had no time to inquire about Lin Yuechu and Lin Qingqing, nor did he have the chance to see them. Yet, he felt indifferent to this. He had obtained the medicine, and that was sufficient. As he stepped out of the mountain gate of Haotian Sect, Lin Yuechu cast a glance back at the ethereal mountain shrouded in mist, his heart a tumult of emotions. For the sake of this vial of medicine, he had endured unspeakable humiliation and sacrificed a century of his lifespan. However, as long as he could save Cui'er, it was all worth it. He clutched the jade vial tightly, as if grasping the hope of the entire world. Cui'er, wait for me, I am coming back. Lin Yuechu wasted no time, turning and sprinting towards Luoxia town. His heart raced with longing, wishing to reach Cui'er's side without delay. Though the mountain path was rugged, he ran with remarkable speed, the weariness and humiliation within him seemingly dissipating under the resolve to rescue his wife. As the sun dipped lower, his figure darted along the mountain trail, growing ever more distant. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, in the courtyard of Haotian Sect, Elder Su's countenance fluctuated, her demeanor shifting from alluring to imposing. Ultimately, she pressed her forehead, her eyes regaining their former coldness, as if everything that had transpired was but a dream. What have I just done? Su Wanqing murmured to herself, a flicker of confusion and panic crossing her features. She hurriedly scanned her surroundings, yet found nothing amiss, only a lingering, elusive aura in the air. She furrowed her brow, shook her head, and retreated into the inner chamber. clearly indicating that her dominant persona had once again taken control. Within her, a new seed of a heavenly spiritual root had quietly been sown. Lin Yuechu ran furiously, not daring to pause for even a moment. At this juncture, a singular thought consumed him: return home and save Cui'er. The gentle fragrance emanating from the jade vial seemed to guide him, leading him towards home, towards hope, as he sped onward. Luoxiao town was drawing near. Cui'er, hold on a little longer, I am coming back. Chapter 78. A peaceful day. The small courtyard in Luoxiao town finally welcomed warmth once more. When Lin Yuechu stumbled into the bedroom, he found Cui'er in a semi-comatose state, her breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Ping'an and Wan'er stood vigil by the bedside, quietly weeping, but upon seeing their father return, a glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes. Cui'er, hang in there. I have returned. Lin Yuechu trembled as he opened the jade vial. An invigorating fragrance instantly filled the air. Within the vial were several drops of liquid, glistening like amber, which was the coveted spirit-condensing dew. He carefully propped Cui'er up and gently administered the dew to her lips, drop by drop. In mere moments, a miracle unfolded. Cui'er's pallid cheeks gradually took on a rosy hue. Her previously feeble breaths transformed into steady and robust ones. Her tightly shut eyes slowly opened, still a touch dazed, yet now gleaming with vitality. Yuechu, she called softly, her voice weak yet distinctly audible. I am here. I am here. Lin Yuechu grasped her hand tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. Cui'er, you are well. You have finally recovered. Ping'an and Wan'er rushed over, embracing Cui'er's arms, laughing and crying joyfully. The oppressive atmosphere in the bedroom dissipated, replaced by the elation of regained happiness. In the following days, nurtured by the essence of Ning Xinyu Lu, Cui'er made a swift recovery. She was not only able to rise from her bed, but could also attend to simple household chores. Although still somewhat frail, her smile grew more radiant each passing day. Lin Yuechu resumed his carpentry work, and upon hearing of his return and Cui'er's recovery, the townsfolk were delighted, seeking him out for various tasks. His craftsmanship was exceptional, and his prices reasonable, leading to a flurry of commissions. During the day, he busied himself at the town's carpentry shop, and in the evenings, he returned home to repair the dilapidated courtyard walls and craft new wooden toys for the children. Laughter began to fill the yard once more, as the once dilapidated home gradually regained its warmth. Yuechu, please promise me you won't leave again, Cui'er whispered softly, leaning against his shoulder after dinner. I will not leave, never again, Lin Yuechu replied, embracing her tightly. I will stay here with you and our children, guarding this home. As he gazed out at Ping'an and Wan'er frolicking outside, his heart swelled with a profound sense of contentment. The humiliation and hardships of the past melted away at that moment, rendering them worthwhile. As long as his family was safe, everything was worth it. Meanwhile, at Haoqian's Sect, in Su Wanqing's courtyard, she sat by the window, lightly brushing her fingers over the leaves of a spiritual herb, her brow slightly furrowed. Ever since that day, she felt something unusual within her body, though she could not articulate what it was, as if some transformation was quietly taking place. After a thorough examination and finding nothing amiss, she attributed it to the aftereffects of her second personality's disturbances. For the past few days, she had been using her spiritual energy to suppress the restlessness within her, managing to maintain a semblance of peace. Master, a clear, melodic voice broke the silence as Zhao Ling'er entered, carrying a plate of crystalline spiritual fruits. Dressed in a blue gown, with delicate features, she was Su Wanqing's prized disciple, possessing exceptional talent with superior spiritual roots. Ling'er, you're here, Su Wanqing said, her face lighting up with a gentle smile. Having watched Zhao Ling'er grow up, she felt a bond akin to that of a mother and daughter, despite the absence of blood ties. Has your master returned? Yes. He just arrived in the front hall and mentioned he had brought you something wonderful, Zhao Ling'er replied, placing the spiritual fruits on the table. No sooner had she spoken than a dignified figure entered, clad in a dark Taoist robe, with a resolute countenance. Li Hao, Su Wanqing's husband, and a fellow Yuaning elder. Wanqing, see what I have brought back for you, Li Hao said, a smile gracing his face as he held out a brocade box. He opened it to reveal a jade pendant radiating a soft glow, imbued with spiritual energy, clearly a remarkable treasure. This is the heart-calming pendant, which I discovered in an ancient cultivator's cave. It is said to soothe the spirit and stabilize the soul, which may aid you in controlling your second personality. Li Hao explained, offering the pendant to Su Wanqing. As she accepted the pendant, feeling the gentle spiritual power emanating from it, her heart warmed. Thank you, my husband. Li Hao clasped her hand, concern etched on his face. While I was away, have you been well? That thing hasn't caused any trouble, has it? No. Everything is fine, Su Wanqing replied, shaking her head and suppressing the strange sensation within her, not wanting to add to his worries. That evening, Li Hao wished to share a chamber with her, hoping to enhance their cultivation. However, Su Wanqing inexplicably felt a wave of resistance, a subtle discomfort stirring in her lower abdomen. "My husband, I am feeling rather fatigued today. Let us defer this to another time," she offered as an excuse. Although Li Hao was somewhat puzzled, he dismissed it, attributing her weariness to her cultivation efforts, and nodded in agreement. "Very well, do take care of yourself." Once Li Hao departed, Su Wanqing exhaled a sigh of relief, gently caressing her abdomen, her brow furrowing even deeper. What was this sensation she was experiencing? Unbeknownst to her, she was nurturing a new life within her, a child endowed with her superior spiritual root, yet enhanced to a heavenly spiritual root by Lin Yuechu's system. The physique of a Yuanian cultivator is unique, making early pregnancy exceedingly difficult to detect, compounded by her preoccupation with suppressing her second persona, rendering her even less aware of her condition. As days turned into weeks, the little courtyard in Luoxia town became increasingly cozy. Lin Yuechu busied himself with fulfilling daily tasks, almost forgetting the shameful experiences at Haoyan Sect. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing continued her tranquil life as an elder at Haoyan Sect, occasionally guiding Zhao Ling'er in her cultivation and discussing the Tao with Li Hao, the calming effects of the meditation practice further silencing her second persona. Yet, the discomfort in her abdomen gradually intensified, unbeknownst to her. Zhao Ling'er was the first to notice her master's unusual state. "Master, have you been unwell lately? Your complexion seems rather off." Su Wanqing shook her head. "I am fine. Perhaps it is just some misalignment in my practice." Though she spoke these words, a sense of unease lingered within her heart. Little did she know, a delightful surprise capable of altering her tranquil existence was quietly brewing. At that moment, the ordinary man responsible for this transformation hummed a cheerful tune while crafting new wooden kites for the children, blissfully unaware of the undercurrents swirling within the immortal realm. Chapter 79. A child in old age within the grand assembly hall of Haoyan Sect, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, the atmosphere was charged with gravity. Su Wanqing and her husband, Li Hao, occupied the foremost seats, while the sect leader and several core elders sat below them. Though the sect leader was merely at the late stage of Jindan, he maintained his composure in the presence of two Yuanian elders. "Esteemed colleagues," he began, "recently, the Luoyan sect has been quite active. Reports from our scouts indicate that among their newly admitted disciples, there are two with superior spiritual roots." The sect leader's voice was grave, tinged with concern. "If this continues, within a century, Luoyan sect may surpass us." A Jindan elder interjected, "Indeed. We all comprehend the implications of superior spiritual roots. Provided no unforeseen events arise, those individuals are destined to ascend to Yuaniing. Currently, our sect has only one publicly acknowledged superior spiritual root, Zhao Ling'er, disciple of Elder Su." This disparity, Li Hao furrowed his brow. The foundational strength of Luoyun sect is already comparable to ours, and the addition of two superior spiritual roots certainly presents a challenge. However, their foundation remains unsteady and is not yet a cause for alarm. Wanqing and I possess ample lifespans. It is not impossible for us to discover other promising talents in the future. Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. "My husband speaks wisely. In the path of cultivation, it is not solely talent that matters, but also opportunity and disposition. Whether or not those two from Luoyun sect can flourish remains to be seen." Although she voiced her thoughts, she was acutely aware that the impact of two additional superior spiritual roots on the sect's future should not be underestimated. Although Zhao Ling'er possessed extraordinary talent, she found herself at a disadvantage against a greater number of opponents. If the situation were to escalate against the Falling Cloud sect, the Haoyan sect would likely find itself in a precarious position. As the discussion among the crowd intensified, Su Wanqing suddenly furrowed her brows, feeling a tumultuous churn in her stomach, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of nausea. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, her complexion paling slightly. A female elder at the Golden Core stage, observing her distress, inquired with concern, "Elder Su, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" "I'm not sure. I just feel a sudden wave of nausea," Su Wanqing replied, shaking her head. Having lived for several centuries, she had never experienced such a sensation and could not articulate the cause. The eyes of the assembly turned towards her, and discussions came to an abrupt halt. Moments later, the nausea surged again, and unable to contain herself, Su Wanqing turned her head aside and retched a few times. Although nothing emerged, her pallor deepened. The elder, witnessing this, suddenly bore a knowing look, swiftly replaced by an expression of delight, as she bowed towards Li Hao, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Elder Li. Congratulations, Elder Su." Li Hao, taken aback, responded, "What joy is there in this?" The elder smiled. "Elder Su's current state resembles that of early pregnancy." What? This revelation astonished everyone present. "Li Hao, as if struck by lightning, turned to Su Wanqing, disbelief filling his eyes. Wanqing, is it true? Having been married to Su Wanqing for several centuries, he had longed for a child but had lost hope over the years. Now, confronted with this news, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Su Wanqing, equally stunned, instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Pregnant? How could that be? She recalled that she and her husband had not shared intimacy in many months, and she had never experienced pregnancy nor knew what it felt like. No, it can't be. Her voice trembled. Elder Su, have you forgotten? In the early stages of pregnancy, it is common to experience nausea and vomiting, which aligns perfectly with your current condition. The elder asserted confidently. With your and Elder Li's cultivation, if you are indeed pregnant, the spiritual energy would nurture the fetus, possibly magnifying the initial symptoms. Regaining some composure, Li Hao was instantly engulfed by immense joy. He hurried to Su Wanqing's side, grasping her hand excitedly. Wanqing, is it true? Are we going to have a child? Yet, as she observed the elation in her husband's eyes, a growing sense of panic enveloped Su Wanqing. This felt wrong. She distinctly remembered their last intimate encounter occurring 6 months prior. If conception had taken place then, signs would have manifested long before now. Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through her mind, linking to her second persona. Over the years, her alter ego occasionally seized control of her body. Although she rarely recalled the specifics afterward, vague fragments often left her feeling uneasy. Was it possible that this time, her second persona had done something unbeknownst to her? The chilling notion coursed through her, draining the color from her face. Wanqing, what's wrong? You look pale, Li Hao remarked, noticing her distress. I'm fine. Su Wanqing managed a strained smile, though her thoughts were in disarray. Perhaps it's just the shock. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. She dared not voice her apprehensions. If her husband were to discover that her body might be under the control of a second persona, potentially engaging in acts unknown to her, and even conceiving another's child, the consequences would be unimaginable. Indeed, it was all too sudden. Li Hao, overcome with joy, did not dwell on the matter further. Your health is paramount. Return to rest, and allow us to handle affairs here, he insisted. Under Li Hao's insistence, Su Wanqing was escorted back to her courtyard. Once the door was closed, she immediately sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and plunged her consciousness into her inner sea, determined to confront her second persona for clarity. Come out. Reveal yourself. Su Wanqing shouted within the depths of her consciousness. What have you done? What is the nature of this child? From the far reaches of her mind, a languid female voice emerged, tinged with a hint of mockery. Oh, dear sister. What troubles you? Are you not pleased to be with child? Do not feign ignorance. Su Wanqing retorted angrily. Whose child is this? Was it your doing? My. What a question to ask. The second persona chuckled lightly. Am I not you? Are you not me? What I do is merely a reflection of your actions. As for whose child it is, why not take a guess? You. Su Wanqing trembled with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. The second persona had always been thus, speaking in half-truths designed to provoke her. Enough jesting. The voice took on a more beguiling tone. Rest assured, this child is undoubtedly yours. As for the rest, it is best you leave it alone and focus on nurturing the baby. With that, the voice fell silent, leaving Su Wanqing to call out in vain. She sat slumped on the ground, her complexion as pale as paper. She was uncertain whether the second persona spoke the truth or if the child's origins were indeed as ominous as implied. Nevertheless, she knew she must uncover the truth. If this child posed a problem, if indeed it were linked to the misdeeds of her second persona, what would she do? Gazing at her abdomen, confusion and dread filled her eyes. She had never envisioned that the child she had longed for over centuries would arrive in such a manner, shrouded in so many uncertainties. Meanwhile, at the carpenter's workshop in Loxia town, Lin Yuechu hummed a tune, meticulously smoothing the wood in his hands. Oblivious to the turmoil surrounding Haotian's sect and the potential existence of another child with a celestial root that belonged to him. His only desire was to earn a decent living, repair the family courtyard wall, and buy a new garment for Cui'er, all while watching Ping'an and Wan'er grow up happily. Two worlds, two utterly distinct lives, were once again intertwined by the fate of an unborn child. Su Wanqing's journey into motherhood had only just begun, and the secrets and turmoil surrounding this child had only just begun to unfold. Chapter 80. Mortal fetus in the early morning of Haotian's sect. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and the birds chirped melodiously. In Su Wanqing's courtyard, Li Hao carefully draped a robe embroidered with spiritual patterns over her shoulders. His tone filled with concern. The morning dew is heavy. Be cautious not to catch a chill. I just gathered some calming herbs from the back mountain and had Ling Yuechu prepare a nourishing porridge. Be sure to drink plenty. As Su Wanqing gazed into her husband's eyes, filled with unabashed joy and tenderness, her heart ached as if pricked by 1,000 needles. In recent days, Li Hao had nearly transformed her into a fragile treasure. Most of the sect affairs were entrusted to other elders, and each day was spent either accompanying her on leisurely walks in the courtyard or personally seeking various gentle spiritual materials to nourish her health, even neglecting his own cultivation significantly. My husband, you need not go to such lengths. The sect's affairs are of paramount importance, Su Wanqing spoke softly, her tone imbued with a barely perceptible guilt. How could sect matters be more significant than you and our child? Li Hao replied with a warm smile, gently grasping her hand, his palm radiating warmth and strength. Wanqing, how many years have we yearned for this child? Now that our wish has finally been fulfilled, I would gladly do nothing but safeguard you both. His words were sincere and fervent, stirring a complex array of emotions within Su Wanqing. She was almost certain that this child was not of Li Hao's blood. The teasing tone of her second personality, combined with her own calculations of the timeline, pointed to a disquieting possibility. This child might well be the offspring of her second personality and another individual, perhaps even a mundane mortal. The mere thought made her stomach churn. The idea of her body being manipulated by her second personality to engage with an unremarkable mortal filled her with revulsion, and she felt an overwhelming urge to terminate the pregnancy. Yet, she could not bring herself to do so. Li Hao's joy was too palpable, and the attention from the sect was too fervent. If she were to voice her intention to abort, she would not only struggle to explain the reason, but would also break Li Hao's heart, potentially exposing the existence of her second personality. Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? Li Hao, noticing her pallor, quickly supported her to sit down, his voice laced with concern. Is the child causing you distress? No. I'm just suddenly feeling a bit fatigued. Su Wanqing averted her gaze, speaking softly. During this time, she had not refrained from attempting to investigate the child's spiritual root quality. Yet, curiously, no matter the method employed, she could not discern the child's spiritual root aura clearly. She could only faintly sense a weak life fluctuation, even more subdued than that of an ordinary mortal fetus. Both she and Li Hao were nascent soul cultivators. Even if the child possessed only a low-grade spiritual root, there should still be a corresponding spiritual reaction. But now, could it truly be immortal without any spiritual roots? Su Wanqing's heart sank gradually. She even maliciously speculated whether this was the intent of her second personality, to deliberately choose a mortal and leave behind a child devoid of any talent, thereby humiliating her and belittling Li Hao's long-held hopes for a child. This thought sent chills down her spine. A few days later, Li Hao invited the elder in the sect most adept at divining spiritual roots to assess the fetus within Su Wanqing. The elder, stroking his beard, let his spiritual energy flow delicately as he cautiously reached toward her abdomen. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, revealing a peculiar expression. How is it? Li Hao inquired eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The elder hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. Elder Su, the fetus possesses a stable life force, but its spiritual root aura is exceedingly faint, nearly impossible to detect. In my estimation, it is either of extremely low-quality mixed spiritual roots or, perhaps, a mortal's child. A mortal child? Li Hao's smile faltered, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze, but he quickly masked it. It matters not, even if it is a mortal child. It is still our child, and I shall cherish it all the same. Su Wanqing lowered her head, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her garment, her heart heavy with pain and regret. Indeed, it was as she feared. The elder quickly offered words of comfort. Yes, elderly is correct. It is not uncommon for cultivators to have children with uncertain spiritual roots. As long as the child is safe, that is what matters. The news swiftly circulated among the elders. Initially, everyone was quite attentive to the news of the Yuanying elder's pregnancy, even harboring subtle hopes for the emergence of another prodigy with superior spiritual roots. However, upon learning that the fetus might merely be an ordinary child, their attitudes shifted noticeably. What a pity. Both Elder Su and Elder Li are Yuanying cultivators. How could this be? Indeed, we had hoped for another good seed for the sect, but alas. Let us not be so pessimistic. After all, this is the child of two esteemed elders. Even if the child is of ordinary birth, within our Haoshan sect, they will want for nothing and enjoy a life of luxury. These discussions, to varying degrees, reached Su Wanqing's ears, causing her to feel increasingly restless. She observed Li Hao, who cheerfully prepared spiritual food for her each day and recounted amusing tales from the sect, seemingly unconcerned about the child's potential. This deepened her guilt. She even began to contemplate whether discreetly terminating the pregnancy might resolve her turmoil. Yet, each time this thought arose, she would see the tenderness in Li Hao's eyes and hear his dreams for the future, ultimately finding herself unable to act upon it. One day, the sect master personally visited Su Wanqing's courtyard. He gazed at Su Wanqing, who sat by the stone table looking somewhat haggard. while Li Hao attentively peeled spiritual fruits for her. With a smile, he clasped his hands together and said, Elder Su, I have come today to check on you both. You honor us, Sect Master. Li Hao quickly rose to greet him. After taking a seat, the Sect Master's gaze fell upon Su Wanqing, and he spoke gently. Elder Su, I have heard about the child. Do not dwell on it too much. In the path of cultivation, while talent is indeed significant, fate is even more so. Even if the child cannot cultivate in the future, with you and elderly around, how could he be wronged? Su Wanqing forced a smile. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. I understand. That is good to hear, the Sect Master nodded. I have arranged for some foundational spiritual materials to be prepared. Though they may not enhance the child's potential, they will certainly benefit you during your pregnancy. Furthermore, regardless of the child's future aptitude, Haotian Sect will provide the best resources for him. You need not worry about that. Li Hao expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master. After a few more comforting words, the Sect Master took his leave. As she watched him depart, Su Wanqing sighed softly. The fact that even the Sect Master had come to offer consolation indicated that the matter of the ordinary child was indeed confirmed. Li Hao grasped her hand and spoke softly. Wanqing, do not overthink this. I do not care whether he is a genius in cultivation. I only care that you and he are safe. When he is born, we shall teach him to read and write, allowing him to live as a carefree gentleman. And that will be wonderful. Su Wanqing lifted her gaze, meeting the sincere light in her husband's eyes, her nose tinged with emotion as tears almost spilled forth. She opened her mouth to speak, wishing to articulate her thoughts, yet ultimately swallowed her words. She could not voice them, at least not now. She could only bury this secret deep within her heart, allowing guilt and unease to spread within her soul. Unbeknownst to her, within her womb lay a child deemed by all to be of mortal origin, quietly curled up. Unlike other spirit-rooted fetuses that voraciously absorb maternal spiritual energy, this child was not lacking in aptitude. Rather, his spirit root was of an exalted tier, the celestial spirit root, aligned with the very breath of heaven and earth. It harbored boundless potential from the moment of conception, requiring no theft of maternal energy to nurture and grow. This unique trait of not absorbing spiritual energy, however, led lower-tier cultivators to mistakenly conclude that he possessed inferior qualifications, such as the marvel of the Tao of heaven. The most resplendent brilliance often lies hidden beneath the most mundane facades. Su Wanqing continued to grapple with feelings of guilt and unease, while Li Hao remained enveloped in the joy of impending fatherhood. Meanwhile, the elders of the Haotian Sect gradually forgot about this child, who might be of common birth. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a celestial spirit root, capable of overturning the entire structure of the Haotian Sect and even the realm of cultivation, was quietly gestating. At this moment, the child's father, Lin Yuechu, was at home in Luoxia town, assisting Cui'er in hanging the freshly washed garments to dry, sunlight casting a warm and solid glow upon him. He remained blissfully unaware of the tempest brewing within the Haotian Sect and the child, similarly endowed with a celestial spirit root, who was soon to be born. The wheels of fate continued to turn slowly in the unseen corners of existence. When this celestial spirit root, mistakenly believed to be of mortal lineage, would finally enter the world, what tumultuous waves would it unleash? How would Su Wanqing confront this gift brought forth by her second persona? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 81. Divine Retribution. Beside the spirit plant garden of the Haotian Sect, Su Wanqing was being supported by Li Hao as they strolled. Her abdomen had grown significantly, making movement increasingly cumbersome, yet her brow bore the gentle softness of impending motherhood. In recent days, she had gradually quelled the doubts and guilt within her heart. Regardless of the child's origins, it was ultimately nurtured within her, day by day feeling the faint yet resilient pulse of life, softening her heart in the process. Take it slow, don't tire yourself, Li Hao cautioned tenderly, carefully shielding her, fearful of any misstep. Although he understood that the child might merely be of common birth, his anticipation remained undiminished. At that moment, a figure with a piercing aura rushed towards them from afar, landing before the pair. The newcomer was a middle-aged cultivator clad in a gray robe, with a stern visage and piercing gaze, exuding the pressure of the nascent soul stage. Han Feng, a rogue elder who had joined the Haotian Sect merely half a month prior. Years ago, Han Feng had glimpsed Su Wanqing from a distance and had since been captivated by her, yet due to the disparity in their statuses, he never dared to reveal his feelings. Through years of relentless cultivation, he finally ascended to the nascent soul stage, resolute in joining the Haotian Sect to draw closer to Su Wanqing. He had long believed that Su Wanqing and Li Hao were at odds in their marriage, childless for years, and had been devising ways to win her affection, hoping to drive Li Hao away. However, upon returning from a task assigned by the sect, He was taken aback by the news of Su Wanqing's pregnancy. Seeing her pronounced belly now, Han Feng felt an uncontrollable surge of fury. His goddess, the unattainable dream of his heart, was carrying another man's child. Wanqing. Han Feng's crimson eyes fixated intensely on Su Wanqing's abdomen, his voice saturated with a frenzied jealousy. Whose child is this? Is it Li Hao's coercion? Li Hao furrowed his brows, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Wanqing, and spoke in a low, firm tone. Elder Han, please watch your words. Wanqing is my partner, and this child is undoubtedly mine. Yours? You think you are worthy? Han Feng roared, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. A woman like Wanqing deserves only me. This abomination should not exist. Before his words could fade, Han Feng abruptly raised his hand, conjuring a black sphere of concentrated spiritual energy, imbued with a destructive aura, hurtling towards Su Wanqing's abdomen. He intended to obliterate this child, to eradicate Li Hao's hope. Han Feng, how dare you? Li Hao gasped in horror, unable to fathom that another elder would act so recklessly, launching a lethal attack on a pregnant woman in public. In a frantic attempt to summon his artifact for defense, he realized it was already too late. Su Wanqing, struck by fear, instinctively shielded her abdomen, terror filling her gaze. She could already sense the terrifying power contained within that spiritual force. Her mind racing with a singular thought, it's over. The disciples and elders who had rushed to the scene were equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. Gasps echoing around them, yet none could react swiftly enough. The black sphere, accompanied by a howling wind, approached Su Wanqing's abdomen with alarming speed, poised to strike. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, causing the entire Haotian sect to tremble violently. The sky darkened instantaneously, ominous clouds swirling, and a colossal golden divine thunder, akin to a raging dragon, tore through the heavens, descending with blinding speed to strike the black sphere conjured by Han Feng. Crack! The black sphere disintegrated in an instant, the divine thunder maintaining its momentum, crashing directly into Han Feng. Han Feng let out a piercing scream, engulfed by the divine thunder, his body visibly charred within moments. And even his nascent soul failed to escape, obliterated without a trace. What remained was merely a scorched mark on the ground, a testament to the existence of a nascent soul cultivator. Silence. The arena fell into a profound stillness. Everyone stood in shock, gazing at the dissipating clouds. Then at the charred remnant on the ground, disbelief written across their faces. What just happened? A young disciple stammered, his voice trembling. Was that the wrath of heaven? But why did it suddenly strike down and precisely eliminate Elder Han? No one could provide answers to these questions. Only Li Hao, after a brief moment of shock, suddenly regained his senses, pulling Su Wanqing tightly into his embrace, his voice quaking. Wanqing, are you all right? Are you hurt? Still reeling from the earlier turmoil, Su Wanqing remained pale, shaking her head as she instinctively touched her abdomen. There, the heartbeat of life remained steady, as if the cataclysmic attack and divine thunder had no bearing on her. Meanwhile, deep within the Haotian sect, in a secluded chamber that had remained closed for years, two ancient figures abruptly opened their eyes, astonishment filling their gazes. Such formidable divine might. Is this the wrath of the heavens? Who could it be? Who has invoked the wrath of the heavens within the sect? These two figures are the ancestors of the Haotian sect, who have remained hidden for many years, their cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage, merely a step away from the divine transformation. They had been in seclusion, yet the recent terrifying pressure of the heavenly Tao awakened them. Without hesitation, their figures flickered, and they appeared at the scene of the incident. Upon witnessing the unfolding events and sensing the lingering aura of the heavenly Tao, the expressions of the two ancestors turned gravely serious. Where is Han Feng? One ancestor inquired solemnly. Someone pointed to the charred mark on the ground, reporting to the ancestor, Elder Han was struck dead by heavenly lightning. Struck dead by heavenly lightning? The ancestor furrowed his brow. What did he do? Li Hao steadied himself and recounted the events of how Han Feng attempted to harm the unborn child of Su Wanqing, only to be met with divine retribution. The two ancestors exchanged glances, each reflecting profound confusion. To invoke heavenly wrath for the life of an unborn child? This was utterly unheard of. Even a fetus with superior spiritual roots could not possibly warrant such a fate. This matter is far from simple, another ancestor declared. Immediately investigate. Peruse all sect records to see if there are any accounts of heavenly wrath protecting fetuses. The sect leader and several core elders promptly took their leave in haste. Li Hao, still shaken, returned to the courtyard with Su Wanqing, dismissing everyone else. Wanqing, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Li Hao asked anxiously as he examined her body, only relaxing once he confirmed she was unharmed. Su Wanqing shook her head, yet within her heart, a tempest brewed. The heavenly wrath, Was that lightning strike meant to protect the child within her womb? How could this be? A child deemed to be of mortal origin. How could it summon such divine anger? Had her previous judgments been entirely misguided? Was this child not of ordinary birth, perhaps possessing an unimaginable origin? She instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen. For the first time, feelings of revulsion and guilt dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning sense of awe and curiosity. What truly was the lineage of this child? Observing her contemplative demeanor, Li Hao gently remarked, "Wanqing, do not overthink it, regardless of this child's origin. As long as he can be born safely, that is what matters." I was truly terrified just now. Su Wanqing looked up at him. A flicker of complex emotions in her eyes, and nodded softly. The Haotian sect was thrown into turmoil due to this sudden incident of divine retribution. Ancient texts were fervently examined, and speculations abounded. Some claimed the fetus was an incarnation of auspiciousness, others suggested it was the offspring of a deity. Yet no one could provide a definitive answer. Meanwhile, the child within Su Wanqing transformed from a neglected mortal fetus into the most enigmatic and scrutinized presence in the entire Haotian sect. The two ancestors issued direct orders, dispatching dozens of golden core cultivators to tightly guard Su Wanqing's courtyard, forbidding anyone from approaching under penalty of death. Su Wanqing's days became unprecedentedly tranquil, yet stifling. Each day, she could sense the burgeoning life within her, as well as the countless gazes from the outside world. She remained uncertain of what this child would bring upon her birth, and what it might herald for the Haotian sect. Yet, she harbored an unshakable premonition that the birth of this child was destined to be extraordinary. In the quaint courtyard of Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu was accompanying Cui'er and the children as they flew kites. Watching the kites ascend higher into the azure sky, the melodious laughter of the children resonated, and a satisfied smile graced his face. He remained blissfully unaware of the monumental events unfolding within Haotian sect, oblivious to the child who had nearly been extinguished yet had stirred the wrath of heaven. Occasionally, he felt a dull ache in his chest, as if some significant person or matter was tugging at his soul from a distant realm. "Yuechu, what are you daydreaming about?" Cui'er playfully nudged him. "Come help ping and reel in the kite line." "On my way." Lin Yuechu snapped back to reality, laughter bubbling forth as he rushed over. The sun shone just right, and time felt serene. Little did he know, another offspring with heavenly roots had already begun to create ripples within the immortal realm. And this was merely the inception of a greater tide. Chapter 82. The birth within Haotian sect. The courtyard of Su Wanqing was enveloped in layers of spiritual barriers, casting a solemn air even upon the sunlight. Inside the birthing chamber, the intertwining energies formed a gentle halo. Su Wanqing lay on the bed, her countenance pale from the pains of labor, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Outside, Li Hao paced nervously, his hands clenched tightly. The ordinarily composed nascent soul cultivator was now more anxious than when facing a transformation stage beast. Beyond the courtyard, two elders sat high in the clouds, their eyes closed in meditation, yet none dared to overlook the subtle pressure emanating from their presence. The sect leader and core elders stood by their sides, holding their breath in reverence. Since the last thunderbolt had claimed Hanfeng, the entire Haotian sect was filled with a mix of awe and curiosity regarding the birth of this child. Despite scouring ancient texts, they found no corresponding accounts. Only vague inferences from fragmented records suggesting that a child capable of invoking celestial phenomena was far from ordinary. Suddenly, a clear and piercing cry resonated, akin to a jade chime shattering the clouds, instantly echoing throughout Haotian sect. Almost simultaneously, an invisible hum reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Spiritual energy from thousands of miles away surged like a summoned torrent, transforming into visible ribbons of vibrant light, breaking through the clouds, and wildly converging upon Su Wanqing's courtyard. In the sky, ethereal dragons and phoenixes danced in spirals, while flocks of celestial cranes soared gracefully above, accompanied by a cascade of golden lotus apparitions that bloomed, showering glimmers of golden light. The resonance of the Tao flowed, as if the entire cosmos was celebrating the arrival of this new life. "What is this?" The sect leader gazed skyward, rendered speechless by the astonishing sight. Having lived for nearly a millennium, he had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. The sheer magnitude of the gathered spiritual energy and the density of auspicious signs even subtly stirred the resonance of the heavenly pathways, allowing him, a late-stage core formation cultivator, to feel his internal energy joyfully surging, indicating a hint of loosening at his cultivation bottleneck. The two elders abruptly opened their eyes, an unprecedented brilliance igniting within them. Such powerful Tao resonance. This phenomenon surpasses even the legendary extraordinary spiritual roots documented in ancient texts. Transcending the pinnacle of spiritual roots, This resonance with the heavens and earth has surely transcended the realm of mere spiritual roots. They exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual shock and elation. Haoshan's sect was on the brink of producing a truly legendary figure. In the delivery room, the midwife trembled as she cradled a delicate, exquisite baby girl. Her eyes closed and tiny fists tightly clenched. A faint golden aura enveloped her, and though her cries were piercing, they held a soothing power. "It's a little princess." The midwife's voice quivered, hesitant to touch her more than necessary. Su Wanqing gazed at her daughter swaddled in cloth, a complex smile emerging on her weary face. Could this be the child who incited the wrath of heaven, bringing forth endless extraordinary phenomena? On her tiny visage, one could faintly discern a resemblance to herself. Li Hao burst into the room, and upon seeing his daughter, all his tension transformed into unbridled joy. He cautiously extended his hand, only to retract it as if fearing to harm her. His eyes reddened with emotion. "Wanqing, our daughter." Su Wanqing nodded gently, stroking her daughter's soft fetal hair, whispering, "Let us name her Mengyao Li Mengyao." It was the most reassuring decision she could make at this moment, bestowing her husband's surname upon their child. Outside the courtyard, the celestial phenomena continued unabated, streams of spiritual energy cascading into the courtyard like a waterfall, thickening the very air with pure spiritual power. The two elders exchanged glances and acted in unison, their immense spiritual force enveloping the entire Haotian sect, forcibly compressing the astonishing phenomenon within the sect's boundaries, shielding it from external scrutiny. "Convey my orders." The elder's commanding voice resonated throughout the sect. "Today's events are to be classified as top secret. No one is to utter a word. Those who do will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. Moreover, we shall only declare that an ancient treasure has been discovered within the sect, triggering these celestial phenomena. Do not associate it with the little princess." The sect master and elders quickly bowed in compliance. "We shall adhere to the elder's decree." They understood the elder's intentions well. Such a prodigious being, if known to the outside world, especially to the Falling Cloud sect or other forces, would undoubtedly attract endless calamities, even potentially leading to their annihilation. The phenomena persisted for a full 3 hours before gradually subsiding. Yet the concentration of spiritual energy within the Haotian sect was now several times denser than before. Spiritual plants flourished, and magical beasts lay dormant, presenting a scene of vibrant vitality. Li Hao, cradling the swaddled Li Mengyao, approached the two elders, his eyes brimming with excitement and reverence. The little one had awakened, her curious, sparkling eyes surveying her surroundings. Upon noticing the elders, she giggled, and with a wave of her tiny hand, a slender beam of golden spiritual energy shot forth, landing upon the elder's beard, instantly bestowing a hint of verdant hue upon the gray strands. The elder was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Well, what a remarkable Li Mengyao. Such extraordinary fortune. He sensed that within the child lay a gentle yet immense power, subtly connected to the celestial principles, as if she were innately aware of how to communicate with the cosmos. Li Hao, Su Wanqing, and the elder composed themselves, gravely stating, "This girl is the future hope of our Haotian sect. You must nurture her well and ensure her talents are not revealed prematurely. Once she matures, our Haotian sect shall undoubtedly usher in an unprecedented era of brilliance." "We understand." Li Hao and Su Wanqing responded in unison. As Su Wanqing beheld her daughter's innocent smile, the last vestige of doubt within her heart dissipated entirely. Regardless of the identity of the child's father, she is undeniably his daughter, the hope of the Haotian sect. And that is sufficient. The birth of Li Mengyao was akin to a colossal stone cast into the heart of a lake, stirring tumultuous waves within the Haotian sect. Yet these ripples were forcibly concealed beneath a tranquil surface. The disciples were only aware that a secret treasure had been acquired, drawing forth celestial phenomena. They knew the name of the newborn princess but had yet to behold her, rendering her even more enigmatic. Li Hao and Su Wanqing devoted all their energy to their daughter. They discovered that Li Mengyao possessed an extraordinary affinity for spiritual energy, effortlessly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth without guidance. By the age of 1, she could articulate words, and by 2, she could fly with a sword, showcasing talents that left all who witnessed her in awe. However, no one could ascertain the nature of her spiritual root, only that it transcended all known types. In a small courtyard of Luoxia town, Lin Yuechu was crafting a wooden sword for Pinyin. For reasons unknown, he felt an unusual stir in his heart, as if something significant were unfolding. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of the Haotian sect, where clouds and mist entwined, obscuring his view. "Father, do you think my swordplay is good?" Pinyin brandished the wooden sword with great enthusiasm. "Excellent, far surpassing your father's prowess in his youth," Lin Yuechu replied, returning to the moment with a smile as he ruffled his son's hair. Little did he know that his child had entered the world in such a breathtaking manner. Resonating with the principles of heaven and earth, regarded by the Haotian sect as the foundation of the future. He was also unaware that this daughter, Li Mingyao, would one day intrude upon his life in ways he could not fathom, binding him to the Haotian sect and the entire realm of cultivation. At this moment, he merely wished to cherish this hard-won home, to witness his children grow, to enjoy the smiles of Cui'er, and to live a life of simplicity and happiness. Yet, he was destined to be anything but ordinary. For children with heavenly spiritual roots, like seeds buried in different corners, had quietly begun to sprout. Chapter 83. Infiltration. Deep within the continuous mountain range, in the deliberation hall of Luoyun sect, flickering candlelight illuminated the solemn faces gathered. The sect master, Mo Chun, clad in a blue robe, sat at the head of the table, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface, his gaze profound. Esteemed members, the Haotian sect has recently experienced frequent phenomena. First, a celestial thunderbolt struck an infant soul elder, and now, a convergence of spiritual energy spans miles, with auspicious signs filling the sky. This is no mere coincidence. At the lower end of the table, a woman in white, exuding a cool demeanor, raised her eyes. It was Ling Shuang, the sixth elder of Lun sect, at the peak of golden core cultivation. Her voice was clear, yet carried an imperceptible weight. What the sect master says is indeed true. According to reports from our scouts, the auspiciousness witnessed at the Haotian sect that day is extraordinarily rare, with a resonance from the very principles of heaven and earth, far beyond the effects of ordinary treasures. The other elders within the hall nodded in agreement. Their expressions varied. Could it be that the Haotian sect has discovered an ancient celestial artifact? I doubt it. While the emergence of a celestial artifact does cause phenomena, it would not invoke a resonance from the heavenly principles. Could it be that a prodigy of unparalleled talent has descended upon the world? As this speculation arose, an immediate silence enveloped the hall. Should a prodigy descend upon this world and evoke such extraordinary phenomena, their innate gifts would undoubtedly surpass the ordinary superior-grade spiritual roots, potentially reaching the legendary pinnacle of spiritual roots or even higher realms. Mo Chun furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. Our sect's disciples, Su Shui and Su Hao, both possess superior-grade spiritual roots and have now advanced to the first level of foundation establishment. Given time, achieving the nascent soul stage is well within their grasp. I had thought this sufficient to rival the Haotian sect, but if they truly possess such a prodigy— He left his words unspoken. Yet all present comprehended his implications. While superior-grade spiritual roots are formidable, should the adversary unveil a talent that far exceeds the superior grade, the future of the Luoyun sect may be precariously threatened. Ling Shuang's eyes glimmered with sharpness. Sect master, how about I personally venture to the Haotian sect to investigate the truth? Mo Chun regarded her and nodded. That would be prudent. Ling Shuang, you are cautious in your actions and possess sufficient cultivation. Exercise utmost care during your journey, and avoid alarming the serpent by stirring the grass. If it is indeed a treasure, ascertain its origins. If a prodigy, then discern the nature of their talents. Understood. Ling Shuang rose to accept her orders. 3 days hence, clad in the attire of an ordinary cultivator, Ling Shuang transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the Haotian sect. She did not approach the mountain gate directly, but instead settled in a small town on the periphery of the Haotian sect, discreetly gathering information. In the town, disciples of the Haotian sect were ubiquitous, and the atmosphere buzzed with heightened excitement and vigilance. Have you heard? Our sect recently acquired an extraordinary secret treasure, which has drawn the attention of celestial phenomena. Indeed, I heard from a senior brother of the inner sect that the power of that treasure is boundless, even stirring our ancestor. Wait. I heard it was the birth of a little princess that brought forth this auspicious sign. Hush! Are you seeking death? This matter is a sect secret. Do not speculate recklessly. Ling Shuang sat in a corner of a tea house, absorbing these discussions, her curiosity deepening. Another secret treasure. And a little princess? She engaged in casual conversation with a disciple from the outer sect, subtly probing, only to find the other party reticent, stating only that the sect had acquired a significant treasure, with no further information divulged. It appeared the Haotian sect was adept at maintaining secrecy. Ling Shuang contemplated this. The more covert the situation, the more it signified that this matter was far from simple. She resolved to take the risk of approaching the vicinity of the mountain gate of the Haotian sect for further investigation. As night deepened, Ling Shuang employed her concealment techniques, slipping into the outer perimeter of the Haotian sect's security like a wraith. She sensed that the fluctuations of spiritual energy here were several times denser than usual, and the number of patrolling disciples had significantly increased, clearly indicating heightened vigilance. Just as she neared the core area, a subtle consciousness swept by. carrying the oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage. Ling Shuang's heart raced. She quickly restrained her presence and concealed herself behind an ancient tree. A figure soared through the air. It was Li Hao, a nascent soul elder of the Haotian sect. His demeanor was alert, scanning the surroundings, evidently on patrol. The personal patrol of a nascent soul elder? Ling Shuang was taken aback. It seemed they regarded that secret treasure or the little princess with utmost importance. Li Hao did not detect any anomalies and soon departed. However, Ling Shuang dared not advance further. His presence made her acutely aware that the defenses of the Haotian sect were far more stringent than she had anticipated, and a forced intrusion would only serve to startle the serpent amidst the grass. Yet she did not concede defeat. Instead, she lay in wait nearby, patiently biding her time. After a few days, the opportunity finally presented itself. She observed a group of disciples from the Haotian sect escorting a carriage towards the spiritual spring situated in the rear mountains. The air around the carriage was thick with spiritual energy, evidently shielded by an array designed to obscure divine senses. Such a tight escort, what could possibly be inside? A surge of curiosity gripped Ling Shuang, prompting her to stealthily follow. The carriage came to a halt beside the spiritual spring, and Li Hao personally stepped forward to draw back the curtain, carefully cradling a swaddled bundle. Within lay a delicate little girl, seemingly no more than a year old, yet already able to walk, her large, glistening eyes filled with innocent wonder as she surveyed her surroundings. Meng Yao, slow down. Don't fall. Li Hao's voice brimmed with affection, starkly contrasting his usual authoritative demeanor. The little girl giggled, her short legs running eagerly towards the spring, reaching out to play with the water. Strangely, the moment her tiny fingers made contact with the spring, the once calm waters began to ripple, and the surrounding spiritual energy converged towards her, enveloping her in a faint halo. Ling Shuang, concealed in the shadows, felt her pupils constrict. She could distinctly sense an inexplicable affinity between the girl and the elemental energies of the world, as if she were a natural-born favorite of the heavens. Merely by frolicking, she could evoke extraordinary phenomena from the spring. Such talent was beyond what even a top-tier spiritual root could achieve. Ling Shuang's mind surged with tumultuous waves. Even a supreme spiritual root might not manifest such wonders. She finally comprehended that the auspicious signs surrounding the Haotian sect did not originate from any secret treasure, but rather from this little girl. This child was indeed the sect's greatest secret. At that moment, the girl seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly turning her head in the direction of Ling Shuang's hiding place. A pure and innocent smile gracing her face as she waved her small hand, sending forth a subtle stream of spiritual power. Ling Shuang felt a gentle yet irresistible force wash over her, instantly shattering her concealment. Who goes there? Li Hao's expression shifted. Immediately positioning himself in front of his daughter, the pressure of his nascent soul stage erupting as he locked onto Ling Shuang's location. Realizing her exposure, Ling Shuang ceased her hiding, swiftly appearing a short distance away, clasping her hands in respect. I am Ling Shuang from the Luoyan sect. It is an honor to meet Elder Li. The Luoyan sect? Li Hao's gaze turned icy. How dare you infiltrate my Haotian sect to spy on our secrets? Elder Li has misunderstood, Ling Shuang replied calmly. I merely heard of the auspicious signs within your esteemed sect and came to offer my congratulations, as well as to seek the truth. Her eyes fell upon the little girl, the shock within her heart still unyielding. The child's talent surpassed her understanding. Should she be allowed to flourish, the Luoyan sect Su Shui and Su Hao would undoubtedly find it exceedingly difficult to compete. There is no need for congratulations. Please take your leave, Li Hao replied coldly, clearly unwilling to engage further. If you dare intrude again, do not expect my courtesy. Ling Shuang understood that lingering would be fruitless. Nodding in acknowledgement, she declared, in that case, I shall take my leave. Transforming into a streak of light, she swiftly departed. On her return journey to the Luoyan sect, Ling Shuang's heart was heavy. She had at last confirmed that the upheaval within the Haotian sect did not stem from treasure, but rather from the little princess, namely Meng Yao. Though she could not ascertain the level of her spiritual root, the mere fact that her innate talent could stir the spiritual energy and provoke celestial phenomena was sufficient to instill a sense of threat within the Falling Cloud sect. It was imperative to report this matter to the sect leader without delay. Ling Shuang quickened her pace. Within the grand hall of the Falling Cloud sect, when Ling Shuang relayed her observations to Mo Chun and the elders, astonishment filled the chamber. A child capable of invoking the spectacle of spiritual springs at just 1 year old? Furthermore, the ability to dispel Elder Ling Shuang's stealth technique? Such prodigious talent was unprecedented. It seemed we had indeed underestimated the Haotian sect. Mo Chun paused for a moment before speaking slowly. It appears we can no longer place our hopes on Su Shui and Su Hao. The urgent task at hand is to elevate their cultivation levels swiftly while simultaneously intensifying our search for more gifted disciples. Otherwise, the falling cloud sect will inevitably be overshadowed by the Haoyan sect. The elders nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. An invisible contest had quietly begun between the falling cloud sect and the Haoyan sect. At the center of this contest were Li Mengyao, Su Shui, and Su Hao, 3 children, all offspring of Lin Yuechu, each possessing extraordinary gifts, yet oblivious to one another's existence as they resided within their respective sections. Their father, Lin Yuechu, continued to lead a tranquil life in Falling Sunset Town, diligently shaping wood, entirely unaware of the tumultuous tides within the realm of cultivation. Yet the threads of fate had already entwined them tightly. As these heavenly prodigies gradually matured, when their gazes eventually turned towards one another, and when they ultimately discovered their true lineage, what tumultuous waves would be unleashed? No one could foresee. Only time would reveal the answer. Chapter 84. The fate of mortals in the early morning of Falling Sunset Town. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Lin Yuechu's calloused hands. He was meticulously carving a piece of peach wood, intending to craft a wooden comb for Li Cui'er. Ding. Host's offspring has successfully embarked on the path of immortality, fulfilling the conditions for the branching task. Reward, 500 years of lifespan. This referred to Feng Ling. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed unexpectedly in his mind, causing Lin Yuechu's hands to pause momentarily, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Another unfamiliar child. Over the years, the system had occasionally issued similar notifications, granting him additional lifespan, yet never explaining the specifics. He had long since grown accustomed to such inexplicable occurrences. 500 years of lifespan. Lin Yuechu stroked his chin, sensing a surge of vitality within him, yet his heart remained unperturbed. To him, what significance did an extended lifespan hold if he could not share it with Li Cui'er? He turned to gaze at Li Cui'er, who was busy at the stove. A few strands of silver had quietly woven themselves into her hair, and faint lines adorned the corners of her eyes. Though barely in her 30s, she appeared more aged than her peers. Years of managing the household and enduring the pangs of longing had long since drained her youth. As for himself, due to the system's repeated grants of longevity, he still bore the appearance of a youth in his 20s, standing beside Li Cui'er as if spanning generations. Yuechu, why are you lost in thought? Come and have breakfast. Li Cui'er called cheerily, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of porridge, noticing his dazed expression as she waved her hand. I'm coming. Lin Yuechu rose and approached her. In that fleeting moment of receiving the bowl, he could not help but grasp her hand. Her hand was rough yet warm, bearing the marks of years of toil. What is it? Li Cui'er felt a twinge of embarrassment under his gaze. It's nothing, Lin Yuechu replied with a faint smile, concealing the worry lurking in his eyes. I just think you've lost some weight recently. You should eat more. He was acutely aware that a mortal's life is but a fleeting few decades. Even if Li Cui'er were in good health, she would eventually succumb to the passage of time. He would be forced to witness her beauty fade away, reduced to mere dust. This sense of helplessness was more distressing than when he had been conscripted years ago. Time flowed gently in tranquility, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, a group of Taoist priests clad in robes unexpectedly arrived in Luoxia town. Their extraordinary demeanor, accompanied by the tokens of Tianyun's sect at their waists, indicated their purpose, to recruit disciples. Renowned alongside Haoyan sect, both being premier sects in the vicinity. The presence of golden core cultivators within their ranks made selection by them an unparalleled opportunity for any mortal. The townsfolk hurriedly brought their children, hoping for a chance to be chosen. Lin Yuechu also joined the throng, bringing Ping'an and Wan'er with him. At 10 years old, Ping'an displayed a steady demeanor, resembling a small adult, while 5-year-old Wan'er timidly hid behind her brother, her large eyes curiously surveying the priests. Lin Yuechu had brought them along because he was aware that both children possessed spiritual roots. Upon their births, he had exchanged some of his lifespan to grant them inferior-grade spiritual roots. In his view, providing the children with an opportunity to embark on the path of immortality and live a few more years was far preferable to a lifetime of toil in the mortal realm. A middle-aged priest from Tianyun's sect stepped forward, producing a spirit testing stone to assess the children. Mortal root. Next. Mixed root. Disqualified. Inferior-grade root. Excellent. We shall take this child. At last, it was Ping'an's turn. He placed his small hand on the testing stone, which soon emitted a faint white light. Inferior-grade root. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the priest's eyes. Child, are you willing to come back with us to Tianyun's sect for cultivation? Ping'an glanced at Lin Yuechu, and upon receiving a nod from his father, he eagerly affirmed, I am willing. Next was Wan'er, who timidly extended her small hand. The testing stone similarly glowed with white light, albeit dimmer than Ping'an's, yet it still met the standard for inferior-grade roots. This girl shall be accepted as well, the middle-aged priest said with a smile. A chorus of envious murmurs erupted from the surrounding crowd. Lin Yuechu approached, crouched down, and gently ruffled Pingin's hair before embracing Wanner. You must listen well at the sect, practice diligently, and take good care of your sister, understand? Yes. Father, mother, we will come back to see you. Pingin nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wanner clung to Lin Yuechu's neck, sobbing heartily. Father, I don't want to leave. I want to stay with you. Lin Yuechu felt a pang in his heart and fought back his tears. Dear Wanner, if you go to the sect, you will learn skills and gain immortality. Once you master your abilities, you will be able to be with your father and mother forever. He understood that this separation could last a decade, if not several. Yet, for the sake of his children's future, he had to let go. Cui'er stood nearby, her face streaked with tears, yet she refrained from stepping forward, fearing that if she spoke, she would be unable to part with the children. As the Tianyun sect priests departed with Pingin and Wanner, the two children frequently looked back, waving their small hands, their faces streaked with tears. Lin Yuechu and Cui'er stood at the town's entrance, gazing at the figures fading into the distance, lingering for a long while before departing. Will the children be all right? Cui'er asked, her voice choked with emotion. They will be fine. They are good kids and will surely carve out their own paths, Lin Yuechu replied, gripping her hand tightly, his voice slightly hoarse. At home, the atmosphere suddenly felt vast and empty. The once lively courtyard was now left with just the two of them. That evening, as Cui'er sorted through the children's discarded clothes, her gaze fell upon their tiny shoes and toys, and tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Lin Yuechu approached her from behind and enveloped her in an embrace. Do not be distressed. They are not going to suffer, but rather to enjoy life. When they are capable, they will return to us. Cui'er, leaning against him, felt an emptiness within her. Yuechu, should we consider having another child? Lin Yuechu stiffened momentarily before gently shaking his head. No, Cui'er, you are not young anymore. Bearing children can be too taxing on your health. The two of us are quite well as we are. How could he bear to subject the already aging Cui'er to the pains of childbirth again? Moreover, he was uncertain how much time he had left. Bringing another child into the world would place an even greater burden on her to raise alone. Cui'er fell silent, nodding in agreement. All right, I will heed your wishes. Life returned to a tranquil state, even quieter than before. Lin Yuechu continued his carpentry work, though he no longer exerted himself as he once did. More often, he would sit with Cui'er in the sun-drenched courtyard, listening to her recount the town's trivialities or sharing tales from his youth. Yet, he refrained from mentioning the realms of cultivation, the systems, or the children he had never met. He understood that the moments he shared with Cui'er might be limited. All he could do was cherish each day, accompanying her and safeguarding their home. As for the children scattered across the lands, the extraordinary spiritual roots that stirred the heavens, and the ever-changing tides of the cultivation world, he temporarily cast them aside. He was but a mortal, a man who simply wished to enjoy a peaceful twilight with his wife. Little did he know, the two children with inferior spiritual roots he had sent away would encounter unforeseen fortunes within the Tianyun sect, and the offspring of the celestial roots he had never seen were growing at an astonishing pace. When the day arrived that their destinies intertwined with his once more, how would he navigate the complexities of his vast family? For now, he desired nothing more than to be an ordinary husband, tending to his small courtyard and his beloved Cui'er. Beneath the setting sun, Lin Yuechu held Cui'er's hand, gazing at the evening clouds, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Such days are truly wonderful. Chapter 85. The young Cui'er in the early morning at Luoxia town. With the mist still lingering, Lin Yuechu suddenly sat up in bed, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. In his mind, the system's cold notification echoed. Detection of host's intense concern for partner's lifespan. Longevity sharing function activated. The host may transfer their own lifespan to a designated partner, with a minimum transfer of 100 years each time. The host's lifespan will be correspondingly reduced. Longevity sharing. Lin Yuechu was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. In recent days, the increasingly aged visage of Cui'er pierced his heart like a thorn, rendering him restless and uneasy. He feared not death itself, but the prospect of witnessing Cui'er depart this world before him, leaving him to navigate life alone. This function seemed tailor-made for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he fervently whispered in his heart, transfer 100 years of lifespan to Cui'er. Transfer successful. Host's remaining lifespan reduced by 100 years. Partner Cui'er's lifespan increased by 100 years. Physical conditions synchronized and optimized. At the moment the system notification concluded, Lin Yuechu felt a warm current quietly ebbing away within him, yet he paid it no heed, his gaze fixated on the sleeping Cui'er beside him. He observed how the fine lines at the corners of her eyes gradually smoothed out, and the silver strands at her temples transformed back to rich black at an astonishing pace. Her once pallid cheeks blossomed with a healthy flush, and her entire aura became youthful and vibrant. Wonderful, just wonderful, Lin Yuechu murmured, gently caressing Cui'er's cheek, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. The following morning, Cui'er awoke, staring in disbelief at her reflection in the copper mirror. The woman staring back at her had radiant skin and bright eyes, unmistakably resembling her youthful self from her 20s. In utter disbelief, she touched her face and pinched her arm, confirming that this was no dream. Yuechu, look at me. Cui'er turned to Lin Yuechu, her voice brimming with astonishment and confusion. Lin Yuechu approached her with a smile, embracing her from behind. See, I told you, with good food, good drink, and a joyful heart, you would naturally grow younger. He deliberately downplayed the matter, not wishing for Cui'er to know about the extraordinary transfer of lifespan, which she might find hard to believe, causing unnecessary worry instead. Cui'er was half convinced, yet gazing at her youthful reflection in the mirror, she ultimately felt elated, her smile unwavering. It was as if time had reverted to the days when they had just wed. Cui'er had become lively and cheerful, her chatter seemingly endless, filling their little courtyard once more with laughter and joy. Lin Yuechu watched her bustling figure, his heart sweeter than honey, and the slight discomfort from the earlier reduction of his lifespan had long since vanished. 6 months of tranquil days passed, and the town held its customary Grand Mountain God Festival, praying for favorable weather in the coming year. Lin Yuechu accompanied Cui'er, joining the throng to the sacrificial platform atop the hill behind the town. The summit was a sea of humanity, vibrant with the sounds of gongs and drums, bustling with excitement. Just as the ceremony reached its midpoint, a sudden and terrifying disturbance erupted. A sharp, piercing shriek resonated from the sky, causing pain to the eardrums of those present. Instinctively, the crowd looked up, only to behold a colossal black eagle demon descending from the clouds. Its wings spanning over 10 yards, claws glinting with a deadly sheen, radiating a terrifying pressure comparable to that of a golden core cultivator. It's a great demon. Run! Someone shouted, and chaos ensued as the crowd panicked, screaming and scattering in all directions. However, the black eagle demon was incredibly swift, offering no chance for escape. With a mighty flap of its enormous wings, a tempest arose, sweeping up the first 10 or so fleeing individuals into the air, before opening its gaping maw and devouring them whole. Cui'er, be careful. Lin Yuechu's complexion changed dramatically as he instinctively shielded Cui'er behind him. However, the black eagle demon had ulterior motives. It circled around before diving down again, its massive jaws agape, unleashing a formidable suction that left Lin Yuechu feeling weightless, propelling him helplessly toward its maw. Yuechu! Cui'er cried out in heart-wrenching despair, desperately attempting to grasp him, but only managing to clutch a corner of his garment. Lin Yuechu watched in helpless agony as Cui'er's figure shrank into the distance, his heart swelling with despair and resentment, before darkness enveloped him as he was swallowed by the black eagle demon. After devouring dozens of people, the black eagle demon did not linger. Emitting a shrill cry as it flapped its wings and soared toward the northwest, its speed akin to lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. On the mountaintop, chaos reigned with cries echoing in the air. Cui'er collapsed onto the ground, tears blurring her vision as she incessantly murmured Lin Yuechu's name, consumed by grief. Inside the belly of the black eagle demon, the atmosphere was not the foul stench and darkness one might expect, but rather a space enveloped in spiritual energy, where dozens of swallowed villagers hovered, most trembling in fear, while only Lin Yuechu managed to force himself to remain calm. He sensed that the black eagle demon did not intend to digest them on the spot, but rather seemed to be transporting them. After an indeterminate amount of time, the black eagle demon finally slowed, descending into a sinister and eerie valley. The air was thick with miasma, and grotesque stones jutted out from the ground, suffused with potent demonic energy. The black eagle demon opened its mouth, and a gentle force expelled Lin Yuechu and the others onto the ground. Coughing, Lin Yuechu choked on the miasma, hastily channeling the faint vitality within him to resist. This resilience stemmed from years of nourishment by the system, rendering his body considerably stronger than the average person. He lifted his gaze to behold numerous diverse demonic beasts surrounding him, some appearing as hybrids of man and beast, while others retained their beastly forms, each exuding a fierce aura and casting predatory glances at their human prey. Not far away, more humans were being herded together by other demonic beasts, their faces etched with terror and despair. These humans were this year's blood food reserves. A tiger-headed, human-bodied demon spoke in a gravelly voice. According to the rules, let us distribute them. Soon, the beasts began allocating the humans as if they were mere commodities, assigning them to various demonic tribes. Serpent Demon Clan, take 10. With a commanding shout, 2 serpent-tailed demon cultivators armed with long spears approached. scanning the crowd before casually selecting 10, among which was Lin Yuechu. Move quickly. One of the serpent demons jabbed Lin Yuechu with its spear, its tone menacing. Lin Yuechu dared not resist, compelled to follow them, along with 9 others, deeper into the valley. They traversed a dense forest of poisonous trees and were led into a damp, dark dungeon. The dungeon already housed a number of captives, men and women of all ages, each gaunt and with dulled expressions. With a clang, the cell door was locked, and the serpent demon left with a sinister grin. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Lin Yuechu gazed at the despondent faces within the dungeon, a heavy weight settling in his heart. Blood food. He finally comprehended the purpose behind the demons capturing them. This was the territory of the demon clan, and they were to be nothing more than the food reserves for these beasts. Cui'er. Lin Yuechu softly murmured his wife's name, his eyes brimming with anxiety and guilt. He was uncertain if he could return, and whether Cui'er would succumb to illness again due to his disappearance. He patted his belongings, finding only a small carving knife he always carried. Without any other means, escaping from this realm of demons seemed utterly futile. Was he destined to perish here? Lin Yuechu felt a surge of defiance. He had Cui'er to protect, and peace, and honor waiting for his return. Not to mention the children he had yet to meet. He could not simply die. He must find a way to survive, to escape. Lin Yuechu clenched his fists, a glimmer of indomitable spirit flickering in his gaze. Outside the dungeon, the hissing of snake demons faintly reached his ears, imbued with a chilling aura. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to remain calm, meticulously surveying his surroundings for any possible escape route. He understood that the days ahead would present the most arduous trials of his life. Chapter 86. The Demon Clan in the dark, damp dungeon. Despair hung in the air like a miasma. Lin Yuechu watched as individuals were led away one by one, returning gaunt and hollow-eyed, as if their very souls had been extracted. He knew these souls had endured torments more horrific than death itself, a fate that would inevitably befall him. Fear gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent, yet he dared not reveal his trepidation, silently conserving the meager strength he possessed while fantasizing about a nebulous chance of escape. However, the relentless passage of days gradually eroded his hopes. At long last, the heavy dungeon door creaked open once more, and 2 snake demons entered, their icy gazes fixating on Lin Yuechu. Come forth. His heart sank. The moment he dreaded had arrived. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to stand tall and follow the snake demons out of the dungeon. Navigating through a series of winding corridors, he was brought into a lavishly adorned yet eerily atmospheric chamber. In the center of the room stood a massive jade water pool, mist rising from its surface, exuding a faint, exotic fragrance. A woman clad in a green dress lounged against the pool's edge, her skin as pale as snow and her beauty breathtaking. Were it not for the faint glimmer of azure scales upon her arms, she would appear indistinguishable from a human woman. Yet, the formidable aura emanating from her indicated that she was a serpent demon of considerable power. Are you the new blood sacrifice? The female serpent demon lifted her gaze, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes, her voice sultry yet frigid. Lin Yuechu tightened his fists, refraining from responding. He understood that resistance would yield only more dire consequences. The serpent demon chuckled softly, licking her crimson lips. Do not be afraid. I have no appetite for human flesh today. Come, step into the pool. Lin Yuechu stood stunned, grappling with disbelief as he regarded her. What? Must I be personally invited by you? A flicker of impatience flashed in her eyes, her aura intensifying. Lin Yuechu shivered, no longer daring to hesitate. He shed his outer garments and gingerly stepped into the water. The liquid was warm, imbued with an unsettling slickness that made him profoundly uncomfortable. As he steadied himself, the serpent demon pounced upon him like a wraith, her icy arms entwining around his neck, her breath fragrant as orchids. Human male, you possess a certain allure, she purred. Before Lin Yuechu could react, she plunged him into the water, asserting her dominance with the formidable strength characteristic of her kind. Lin Yuechu, overwhelmed by humiliation, shut his eyes, feeling the world spin around him. He had never envisioned such a fate, subjugated by a serpent demon. Despair and fury intertwined within him. Yet he could only submit to her will. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind, detected a reproductive opportunity between host and alien species, activating bloodline fusion function. Lifespan can be consumed to merge potential offspring with dragon lineage. Option 1. Dragon bloodline 10, consumed 10 years of life. Option 2. Dragon bloodline 30, consumed 30 years of life. Option 3. Dragon bloodline 50, consumed 50 years of life. Lin Yuechu's eyes flew open in disbelief. Interbreeding across species? And with dragon bloodline? He was bewildered. The system's capabilities exceeded his comprehension. Yet he understood that the system had never deceived him. The existence of this option implied the possibility of siring a child with the serpent demon, a child endowed with dragon blood. The absurdity of it all struck him. Yet he was compelled to confront this reality. He gazed at the options before him, grinding his teeth. 50 dragon bloodlines sounded formidable. Though he was uncertain of the bloodline's purpose, it might ensure the child's survival in this perilous realm of demons. Option 3, he silently affirmed. Confirmation of choice, consuming 50 years of life, successfully merging 50 dragon bloodlines for potential offspring. The system's notification faded, leaving Lin Yuechu with an overwhelming emptiness. The sensation of his lifespan being siphoned away, inducing a wave of dizziness. The serpent demon seemed to sense his disorientation, pausing her actions to observe him with intrigue. You, human, possess an intriguing quality. Just now, there was a distinct aura about you. Lin Yuechu paid her no heed, closing his eyes as humiliating tears mingled with the water around him. He was uncertain how much longer he would endure or what the child with dragon blood might bring. All he knew was that he had once again been compelled to leave behind a legacy, and in such a disgraceful manner. Eventually, the serpent demon released him. Languidly reclining at the edge of the pool, her gaze lingering on the disheveled Lin Yuechu with a mix of satisfaction and curiosity. You, human, are somewhat more entertaining than those useless ones. For now, I shall spare your life, allowing you to serve as my plaything. Lin Yuechu was dragged from the pool by 2 serpent demons, unceremoniously discarded back into the dungeon like refuse. He lay on the cold ground, his body aching, his spirit broken. The wounds on his body began to throb under the tainted aura of the demons, yet he lacked the strength to move. The phrases demon offspring and dragon bloodline whirled in his mind, inducing a splitting headache. He had never imagined that his life would spiral into such an absurd and bizarre narrative. From an ordinary carpenter to a being endowed with a system, leaving behind countless descendants, and now, in the realm of the demon tribe, he is to unite with a serpent demon, soon to give birth to a child possessing the bloodline of dragons. This all feels like a bizarre and haunting nightmare. Cui'er murmured softly, tears cascading down his cheeks once more. Will I ever return to see you? Outside the dungeon, the serpent demon's hissing persisted, and the shadow of death lingered. Lin Yuechu understood that he could not simply succumb to despair. For Cui'er, for Ping'an and Wan'er, and even for those children he had never met, he must survive. Even in this hellish domain of the demon tribe, he must seek a glimmer of hope. He closed his eyes, silently adjusting his breath, sensing the meager vitality that remained within him. The lifespan rewards bestowed by the system, though significantly depleted, had rendered his body far more resilient than that of an ordinary person. Perhaps this was his capital for survival. Just wait, I will escape. Lin Yuechu vowed within his heart. Unbeknownst to him, the child quietly gestating within him, a progeny of the serpent demon infused with 50% dragon blood, would soon make a stunning entrance that would shake the demon tribe, becoming the key to his escape from their territory. The threads of fate, once again, buried a seed of hope within the depths of despair. Yet, this seed was shrouded in too much humiliation and uncertainty, leaving one to ponder what kind of fruit it would ultimately bear. Chapter 87. The dragon bloodline. Deep within the lair of the serpent demon clan, a humid mist lingered. The spiritual aura mingled with a faintly sweet and fishy scent. Qingning languidly reclined on a stone couch adorned with soft cushions, her fingertips toying with a glistening red fruit. A whimsical treasure, she sought to alleviate her boredom after returning from Lin Yuechu. She recalled the visage of the human man from earlier, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Compared to the mundane commoners, this man exhibited a certain resilience, particularly in his pair of patient eyes, which intrigued her slightly. However, it was merely that, an intrigue. To her, humans were nothing more than lowly sustenance, occasionally entertaining to toy with, hardly worthy of any deeper consideration. Moreover, the clan's ancient texts had never documented the possibility of a serpent demon and a human producing offspring, so she paid it no mind, dismissing it as a fleeting distraction. How dull, Qingning scoffed, tossing the spiritual fruit into her mouth. Its sweet juice offered no solace to her inner turmoil. With a swift motion, she transformed into a shadow of azure, darting deeper into the cavern. The core assembly hall of the serpent demon clan was a palace crafted from a millennium of cold jade, exuding an icy chill that perfectly soothed the naturally fiery temperament of serpents. Within the palace, 2 formidable female demons sat facing each other. On the left was a woman clad in crimson, her gaze sharp and commanding, radiating the formidable presence of the nascent soul stage. She was Hong Ning, the eldest sister of the serpent demon clan. To her right sat Xining, draped in purple, her beauty enchanting, exuding a presence comparable to Qingning's. Just in time, little sister. We were just speaking of you, Xining greeted with a smile as Qingning entered. Have you been indulging in more of those blood delicacies? What else would I do? Qingning replied as she settled beside Xining, her tone languid. Staying cooped up in this cave all day is nearly suffocating. Eldest sister, second sister. Have there been any recent developments within the clan? Hong Ning raised her eyes to glance at her, her voice steady. There are no new developments, but a plethora of vexations. Oh, what troubles you? Qing Ning inquired, sitting up with interest. Zining took over the conversation, her tone tinged with disdain. It's the tiger and lion clans. They are embroiled in a fierce conflict over a barren valley, and now they seek to drag us into their mess. Drag us in? Qing Ning raised an eyebrow. On what grounds? Despite the tiger and lion clan's formidable power, the serpent clan, though not as mighty, was still a force to be reckoned with. Especially with their elder sister, Hong Ning, having reached the nascent soul stage, making her a prominent figure in the demonic realm. Logically, the tiger and lion clans would dare not provoke them lightly. With a scoff, Hong Ning remarked, that tiger clan leader seems to possess an unwarranted confidence, sending word that if we do not assist them, once they have consumed the lion clan, we shall be next. What arrogance! A glint of anger flashed in Qing Ning's eyes. Do they truly believe the serpent clan is so easily bullied? Zining sighed, while their words may seem outrageous. The tiger clan has indeed grown significantly, with several talented juniors emerging, seemingly poised to overshadow the lion clan. They are currently in a position of arrogance. And should we refuse outright, we might attract unwanted trouble. Qing Ning pouted. So what shall we do? Are we truly to aid them? I cannot abide the foolishness of the tiger clan. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Ning replied, for now, we shall remain inactive. Let them battle it out. We will observe from the sidelines. Once they are mutually weakened, we can then devise our strategy. A glimmer of calculation shone in her eyes, as she decided to postpone addressing the tiger clan's threats. Content with her elder sister's approach, Qing Ning nodded. It is wise to let them engage in a fierce struggle, allowing us to reap the benefits. The trio continued to chat idly about trivial matters within their clan, who had contributed fine spiritual materials, which junior had broken through to a new realm. Qing Ning listened with half-hearted interest, her thoughts drifting towards seeking amusement upon her return. Unbeknownst to her, within her own being, a diminutive life was quietly developing. This was the result of her union with Lin Yuechu, an entity infused with the bloodline of 50 dragons. At this moment, this tiny life was merely an inconspicuous embryo, its presence so faint that even Hong Ning in her nascent soul stage could not perceive it. Moreover, the demon clan had never witnessed such a phenomenon as childbirth with the human race, leaving no room for suspicion. Little did anyone know, the dragon bloodline contained within this embryo was a supreme lineage, existing only in the legends of the demon clan's tomes, a symbol of kingship that transcended all demon kind, an existence coveted by countless demons yet forever out of reach. After a brief period of conversation, Qing Ning found herself bored, her mind drifting back to the intriguing human she wished to check on. She stood to take her leave. Elder sister, second sister, I shall return now. Call for me should anything arise. Hong Ning waved her hand. Go, but do not indulge too excessively. Times are turbulent. Understood, Qing Ning replied, transforming into a streak of green as she vanished from the palace. Watching her depart, Zining glanced at Hong Ning with concern. Elder sister, with her temperament, do you think she might attract trouble? Hong Ning replied nonchalantly. Let her stir things up. With me here, the sky will not fall. She abruptly shifted the conversation. Inquiring about you. Recently, it seems you have encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation? Zining sighed. Yes. I have been stuck in the late stage of the golden core for quite some time, always feeling that something is missing, making it difficult to break through to the nascent soul stage. Hong Ning pondered. Perhaps we could seek some spiritual objects that contain original power. I have heard that there have been signs of extraordinary treasures emerging in the Black Wind Abyss to the east. Qing Ning returned to her cave dwelling, not immediately checking on Lin Yuechu in the dungeon. Instead, she gathered a few fellow clan members to indulge in a game of dice. She had long since cast aside thoughts of that human man, viewing him merely as a slightly more interesting morsel among many, and once the novelty wore off, he was easily forgotten. In the dungeon, Lin Yuechu leaned against the stone wall, quietly regaining his strength. He was unaware of Qing Ning's identity or the internal strife within the Serpent Demon clan. He only knew that he must recover quickly and find an opportunity to escape. He could feel that his body, nourished by the system's longevity, was healing at an extraordinary pace, and the aches and pains were considerably alleviated. I must get out of here. Lin Yuechu clenched his fists, an unwavering light flickering in his eyes. Chapter 88. Offspring time in the demon territory passed quietly amidst monotonous labor. Lin Yuechu was relocated to a mining site, where his daily task was to transport the heavy black ores extracted from deep within the mine. These ores were exceedingly weighty, exuding a pungent demonic aura, and by the end of the day, he felt as if his bones were about to crumble. Yet, he dared not utter a word of complaint. Compared to the despair and fear of being treated as a plaything in the dungeon, this arduous work, while exhausting, allowed him to preserve his life. Even granting him some barely palatable food, he endured in silence, like a wild grass struggling to survive in the crevices of stone, exerting all his strength to continue living. As days turned into weeks, he gradually discerned the patterns of the mining site and became acquainted with several other humans who had also been captured. They silently supported one another, seeking solace in their shared plight. Meanwhile, deep within the serpent demon's cave, Qing Ning sat restlessly upon a stone bed. Covering her slightly protruding abdomen, her brow furrowed in concern. For the past few months, she had sensed something amiss within her body. Initially, she experienced a lack of appetite, feeling nauseous at the sight of her favorite spiritual fruits. Later, she discovered that her belly was growing day by day, as if harboring something heavy within. What is happening? Qing Ning murmured, a flicker of unease rising in her heart. Having reached the late stage of the golden core, her body was always under her control, and she had never experienced such a peculiar sensation. Unable to contain her anxiety, she rose and made her way to her elder sister, Zi Ning's cave. Zi Ning was engrossed in her cultivation when she noticed Qing Ning entering with a troubled expression and asked, "Little sister, what is troubling you?" "Elder sister, please help me check if there is something wrong with my body." Qing Ning grasped her hand, her tone urgent. "I have been feeling unwell lately, and my belly feels strange." Zi Ning, puzzled, raised her hand, a gentle demonic energy probing into Qing Ning's body. Moments later, she abruptly withdrew her hand. Her face filled with shock as she exclaimed, You are pregnant." "What?" Qing Ning staggered back in disbelief, staring incredulously at her abdomen. "It cannot be. How could I be pregnant?" The reproduction of the demon clan is a challenging endeavor, particularly for the high-ranking demon cultivators, who rarely conceive offspring unless they unite with a being of comparable bloodline, and even then, only after meticulous preparation. She had never engaged in copulation with any demon. So how could she possibly be pregnant? "Sister, could you be mistaken?" Qing Ning still clung to a flicker of hope. Xiling furrowed her brow and once again delved into her demonic energy for a closer examination. After a moment, she affirmed, "Indeed, she is with child. And it has been over 4 months. The aura is quite stable. You must be honest with me, little sister. Have you secretly united with some demon? Who is it? What is their bloodline?" To her, it seemed that Qingming was concealing the truth, having conceived with a powerful demon. After all, given Qingming's stature, an ordinary demon would hardly capture her interest. "I have not," Qingming exclaimed, her face flushed with urgency. "I truly have not mated with any demon. Sister, you must believe me." She meticulously reflected on the past few months, aside from occasionally toying with the blood offerings. She had only conferred with her sisters and had not interacted with any other demons, much less engaged in copulation. Seeing Qingming's earnestness, Xiling began to doubt. This is indeed peculiar. How could she be pregnant without mating? The matter was far too bizarre for her to dismiss lightly, and she promptly declared, "This must be reported to eldest sister." When Hongning learned of the news, she was occupied with clan affairs. Upon hearing that Qingming was pregnant, she was taken aback, immediately setting aside her responsibilities and hastening to Qingming's lair. "Let me see," Hongning said solemnly, probing with her demonic energy. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. "Indeed, she is with child, and the aura of the fetus is somewhat extraordinary." "Eldest sister, I truly did not." Qingming hastily defended herself. Hongning interrupted her, speaking in a grave tone, "I know you would not lie. However, this offspring cannot simply materialize from thin air. Think carefully. Has anything unusual occurred in the past few months? Have you encountered any extraordinary beings?" Qingming frowned, striving to recall. Demon cultivators possess exceptional memories, and she replayed her past experiences in her mind. Suddenly, a vague figure flashed before her, the human male she had once toyed with in the pool. Could it be him? Qingming found the notion absurd and shook her head. "No, that is impossible. How could a being so lowly as a human conceive offspring with us? The serpent demons? Such records have never been documented." Xiling also found it hard to believe. "A human? Little sister, you must be mistaken. Humans and demons are worlds apart. It is utterly impossible for them to bear offspring together." However, Hongning refrained from outright denial, pondering, "Nothing in this world is absolute, and records are not infallible. Where is this human you speak of now? He should still be laboring at the mine." Qingming replied uncertainly, having long forgotten him. "Bring him here," Hongning commanded. Before long, Lin Yuechu was escorted by 2 serpent demons. He was covered in dust, his clothes tattered, and weariness etched on his face. Upon seeing Qingming and the 2 other more powerful serpent demonesses, his heart tightened. "Is this the one?" Hongning's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Lin Yuechu. Qingming looked at the frail human male before her, struggling to connect him with the child within her, yet she nodded, Yes, I did indeed have contact with him previously. Lin Yuechu was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden appearance of these serpent demons, particularly the remark from Qingning about having prior contact, which made his face flush with embarrassment, a wave of humiliation washing over him once more. Hongning's gaze flitted back and forth between Lin Yuechu and Qingning before finally resting on Qingning's abdomen, her voice grave, regardless of the child's parentage. Now that it has been conceived, it cannot be easily discarded. Offspring of our serpent demon clan are already scarce, no matter who the father may be. This child belongs to you, Qingning. Qingning was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in acquiescence. At this juncture, it was futile to ponder further. The child was ultimately within her womb, her own flesh and blood. Xiling sighed as well. I never imagined that among us 3 sisters, you, the youngest, would be the first to bear a child. Once the child is born, regardless of its appearance, we shall ensure its protection. Qingning gazed at her belly, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had never anticipated that her first child could potentially have a lowly human as a father. If word of this were to spread, she would surely become the laughingstock of the entire demon clan. Yet, inexplicably, as she sensed the faint yet resilient heartbeat within her, a flicker of unaccountable anticipation began to blossom in her heart. Take him away, and care for him diligently. Do not let him perish, Hongning commanded, gesturing to the serpent demons escorting Lin Yuechu. Lin Yuechu was led away, still in a haze of confusion. He was unaware that he had nearly been interrogated as the child's father. Nor did he realize that his unexpected encounter with Qingning had already drawn the attention of the highest echelons of the serpent demon clan. All he knew was that he was temporarily safe. Within the lair of the serpent demon sisters, the atmosphere remained somewhat tense. Elder sister, what do you think this child will be like when born? Xiling could not help but inquire. It wouldn't he truly be a human-demon hybrid, would it? Hongning shook her head. I cannot say. However, the essence of this fetus is quite peculiar, subtly imbued with an air of nobility. Perhaps it may surprise us in ways we cannot yet fathom. She recalled the faint, enigmatic vibrations she had sensed during her earlier examination. They were neither characteristic of serpent demons nor humans, but rather reminiscent of an exceedingly ancient and powerful bloodline. Regardless of what it may be, it is still the bloodline of our serpent demon clan, Hongning asserted with conviction, issuing a decree that Qingning's pregnancy be classified as a clan secret, to be kept from all. Understood. Qingning gently caressed her abdomen, a glimmer of confusion mingled with maternal tenderness in her eyes. Little did she know that the child within her would become a legend for the entire demon clan. Meanwhile, the child's father, Lin Yuechu, sat in a corner of the Ormine, gnawing on a hard biscuit, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his mind consumed with a singular thought, to gather enough strength to escape. He and the tiny life within Qingning were still on parallel paths, oblivious to the fact that fate had already entwined them tightly together. Chapter 89. The Dragon Clan in the dim confines of the stone prison. Lin Yuechu awaited each passing day in solitude. He did not understand why he had been confined alone, nor was he aware of the events unfolding outside. He could only lean against the wall, counting the droplets seeping through the cracks, silently sustaining the flicker of hope for survival. He could sense the passage of days, as an unusual atmosphere enveloped the lair of the serpent demon clan. The patrolling little demons hurried about, their expressions tinged with a mix of tension and anticipation. At last, on a night fraught with thunder and lightning, within the lair of Qingning, flickering lights danced and demonic energy surged. Hongning and Xining stood nearby, their faces grave. Lying on the bed, Qingning moaned in agony, her abdomen swollen to its peak, the excruciating pains of childbirth causing her body to tremble. Little sister, hold on, Hongning urged. Channeling her demonic energy with utmost care, the child is about to emerge. Xining, equally anxious, clutched the prepared concentration herb, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. With a sharp cry of pain, a brilliant golden light erupted from within Qingning, instantly filling the entire lair. A wail pierced the air. But it was no ordinary infant's cry. It resonated with an extraordinary authority, as if embodying some celestial law. Hongning and Xining exchanged incredulous glances, their faces painted with disbelief. In the swaddling lay not the anticipated little serpent demon, but a finely sculpted male infant, appearing indistinguishable from a human. Yet atop his head sprouted 2 delicate golden antlers, and his body was adorned with a few fine golden scales, shimmering brilliantly in the light. What is this? Xining exclaimed. Antlers? Golden scales? These are not characteristics of our serpent demon clan. Hongning furrowed her brow, confusion evident in her eyes. The child's appearance bore no resemblance to that of a serpent demon, nor a human, nor any known demon clan. At that moment, the male infant slowly opened his eyes. They were pure golden orbs, akin to the most pristine gold. yet radiated an air of sovereign authority. His gaze swept over Hongning and Zining, and then, parting his tiny lips, he let out a deafening roar that resonated through the heavens. This was no mere cry. It was imbued with the overwhelming might of a dragon. The sound waves rippled outward, instantly enveloping the entire territory of the Serpent Demon clan. Outside the lair, all serpent demons were struck with terror by this sudden dragon's roar, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as an ancestral fear surged from deep within their veins, causing them to kneel on the ground, unable to rise, devoid of the courage to lift their heads. As golden elixirs and nascent soul-stage demons, Hongning and Zining possessed greater resistance. Yet even they felt their blood surge under the oppressive force, their faces paling as they instinctively took several steps back. A dragon's roar? Hongning gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock. Is this the fabled dragon bloodline? Ancient texts of the demon clan recount that dragons are exalted above all demon clans, rulers of the realms, wielding unparalleled power. Yet dragons had long vanished into legend. For eons, no demon had ever encountered a true dragon. Yet the dragon's roar from this child, the weight of his bloodline, was unmistakably the legendary dragon's might. What astonished them further was that after releasing the dragon's roar, the tiny infant's body began to levitate, his golden eyes gazing at the frail Qingming with a hint of dependence. As he slowly floated to her side and reached out his small hand, gently caressing her cheek. He can fly, Zining exclaimed once more. Though the Serpent Demon clan possesses the ability to soar through the skies, such a skill is only attainable after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Never has a newborn offspring been capable of flight. This notion utterly shatters their understanding. Qingming gazed at the child who flew to her side, feeling the familiar aura emanating from him, a mix of astonishment and joy washing over her as she momentarily forgot the fatigue of childbirth. With utmost care, she extended her arms and cradled him close. The infant boy quieted in her embrace, his golden eyes curiously surveying the world around him, the antlers atop his head swaying gently, while the golden scales on his body shimmered with a soft glow. Hongning and Zining, regaining their senses, approached the bedside, their gazes filled with a complex array of emotions as they looked at the child in Qingming's arms. What could this child possibly be? Zining murmured. The ability to fly at birth and exuding draconic might is simply unfathomable. Hongning took a deep breath, forcing herself to compose her thoughts, and spoke solemnly. Regardless of his origins, he is Qingming's child, a scion of our serpent demon lineage. Moreover, the draconic blood coursing through his veins may bestow upon our clan unprecedented opportunities. She recalled the descriptions of dragons found in ancient texts, beings of immense power. If the Serpent Demon clan were to possess a descendant of dragon blood, would it not signify their ascendance over other demon clans? As Qingming held the child, maternal tenderness graced her features as she gently caressed his antlers, declaring, I shall name him Jinlong. Hongning and Zining exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. The name Jinlong was indeed most fitting. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the demon territories, startling not only the Serpent Demon clan, but also halting the fierce skirmishes between the Tiger and Lion clans, who turned their gazes towards the direction of the Serpent Demons, their eyes filled with astonishment. What was that sound? Such formidable pressure. Was it the roar of a dragon? Could it be that the legendary dragons truly exist? What transpired within the Serpent Demon clan? In an instant, the entire demon realm was engulfed in unease due to this resounding dragon's call. In a stone prison, Lin Yuechu also heard the dragon's roar. Despite the thick stone walls, the air of authority resonated within him, causing his spirit to tremble as if his very soul quaked. What is that sound? Lin Yuechu murmured, a sense of inexplicable excitement filling his heart, as if this dragon's roar were somehow linked to him. Unbeknownst to him, the roar originated from his son, a miraculous child endowed with 50% dragon blood. He remained oblivious to the fact that this child, named Jinlong, would be the key to his escape from the demon territories and a catalyst for upheaval within the entire demon realm. At that moment, he was merely a mortal trapped within a stone prison, unaware of the earth-shattering events unfolding outside. Yet, he could sense that something profound had irrevocably changed. Within the serpent demon lair, Hongning looked upon Jinlong, her eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. From this day forth, Jinlong shall be the young master of our serpent demon clan. No one shall dare to neglect him. Zining nodded in agreement. We must dedicate ourselves to his protection. We cannot allow any other demon clan to learn of his existence, lest it invite catastrophic peril. Qingming held Jinlong tightly, her gaze resolute and unwavering. Regardless of the identity of the child's father or his lineage, he is her son, and she would defend him with her very life. Thus, a young serpent demon with the blood of dragons quietly emerged. In the solemn atmosphere of the core cavern of the serpent demon clan, Hongning, Zining, and Qingning gathered together. Their gazes fixed upon the slumbering golden dragon nestled in its swaddling. The little one slept soundly, with the tiny golden horns atop its head trembling slightly, occasionally emitting soft murmurs reminiscent of dragon roars, causing subtle ripples in the surrounding air. Elder serpent demons, their hair and beards white with age, stood nearby, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the golden dragon, exchanging hushed words from time to time. According to ancient texts, dragons develop horns and scales at a young age, capable of producing dragon roars and exuding immense pressure, perfectly aligning with the appearance of the young master. An elder quavered, his eyes filled with excitement and reverence. It was undeniably the bloodline of a dragon. Yet, hadn't the dragon clan long been extinguished in legend? How could it possibly appear among our serpent demon clan? Another elder pondered in confusion. Hongming spoke solemnly. This is precisely what we must clarify. The only foreign entity Qingning has encountered is that human. Do you think it could be that the union of humans and serpent demons has birthed this dragon bloodline? This statement left the assembly in shock. The notion that a human and a demon could combine to produce a dragon lineage was utterly unfathomable. Such a record had never been documented. Humans are deemed lowly. How could they possibly be associated with dragons? Qingning cradled the golden dragon, her brow furrowed. However, apart from him, I truly have not interacted with other foreign beings. The birth of the golden dragon cannot simply materialize out of thin air. Xining contemplated. Perhaps we should conduct an experiment. Days later, within a secluded hall of the serpent demon cavern, several captured human males stood trembling, while before them stood several serpent demon maidens who had willingly volunteered for the experiment. Hongning and Xining observed coldly from outside the hall. They sought to verify whether any union of human and serpent demon could yield offspring of a special bloodline. However, after several days, the results were in. None of the participating serpent demon maidens had conceived. It appeared that not all humans were capable. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hongning's eyes, quickly replaced by a sharp gaze as she commanded, "Bring that human over." Lin Yuechu was soon brought before them. During these days, he had been well fed and cared for. Although still imprisoned, he no longer had to perform arduous tasks, and his health gradually improved, his complexion gaining some color. "Who exactly are you?" Hongning fixed her gaze upon him, attempting to discern any semblance of uniqueness, but regardless of her probing. Lin Yuechu appeared to be an ordinary human, devoid of any fluctuations of spiritual energy, indistinguishable from other mortals. Lin Yuechu remained silent. He was unaware of what these serpent demons intended, but his instincts warned him that it could not bode well. Xining stepped forward, a glimmer of resolve in her eyes. Since others have failed, perhaps the issue lies with him. "Sister, allow me to give it a try." Hongning hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Very well. If we can indeed give rise to another dragon-blooded offspring, our serpent demon clan shall surely rise to prominence." Lin Yuechu's heart sank suddenly. He instantly comprehended their intentions, and a look of resistance etched itself upon his face. "What do you intend to do?" Yet, his defiance seemed insignificant before the formidable serpent demon. Xining gestured for the lesser demons to restrain him and promptly led him into the inner chamber. Another episode of humiliating union awaited. Lin Yuechu closed his eyes, submitting to Xining's whims, his heart dulled to a mere numbness. He understood that resistance was futile. To survive, he could only endure. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind, detected a reproductive opportunity between host and alien race, triggering bloodline fusion functionality. Lifespan can be consumed to integrate dragon bloodline for potential offspring. Option 1, dragon bloodline 10, consume 10 years of life. Option 2, dragon bloodline 30, consume 30 years of life. Option 3, dragon bloodline 50, consume 50 years of life. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuechu silently intoned, "Option 3. Selection confirmed. 50 years of life consumed. Successful integration of 50 dragon bloodlines for potential offspring." A familiar emptiness washed over him, rendering his complexion even more pallid. He remained unaware of how long this existence would persist, or how many such sacrifices his lifespan could endure. Xining, oblivious to any anomalies, regarded the affair as an ordinary experiment, much like a green lime. Days turned into weeks. Lin Yuechu was ensconced in a comfortable stone chamber, lavished daily with spiritual fruits and exquisite dishes, treated as a distinguished guest. The serpent demon clan evidently viewed him as a vessel for nurturing dragon-blooded offspring. Caring for him meticulously, Lin Yuechu relished the tranquility, cognizant of his current worth. As long as Xining remained unpregnant, he was safe. He began to quietly accumulate strength, surveying the layout of the serpent demon lair, awaiting an opportunity to escape. 3 months later, Xining suddenly sensed discomfort in her body, a familiar stirring in her abdomen. A spark ignited within her. She hastily channeled her demonic power to investigate, her face instantly alight with joy. She was pregnant. I'm truly pregnant, she exclaimed, rushing to share the news with Hongning and Qingning. Both were equally elated. Wonderful. It seems the issue indeed lay with that human. Hongning's eyes sparkled with excitement. This time, we must ascertain whether the offspring is dragon-blooded. Qingning, cradling the now 6-month-old golden dragon, gazed expectantly at Xining's slightly rounded belly. The golden dragon had begun to articulate simple words and could fly short distances. The dragon's might emanated increasingly, to the point where even its mother occasionally felt the pressure from its bloodline. Congratulations, sister. Qingning beamed. Xining caressed her abdomen, a complex smile gracing her features. She had never envisioned birthing offspring in such a manner, especially with a human. Yet, the prospect of potentially giving rise to another dragon-blooded descendant dissipated any lingering discomfort she felt. In the subsequent 3 months, Xining received unprecedented care. Hongning deployed a multitude of clan resources to ensure her safe pregnancy, leaving no room for error. Lin Yuechu continued to be well cared for, and upon learning of Xining's pregnancy, his heart was a tumult of emotions. He understood that this signified a renewed elevation of his worth, yet it also implied the possibility of being eternally ensnared here, destined to become a mere breeding stallion for the Serpent Demon clan. He must escape. Lin Yuechu gazed out at the moonlight, a flicker of resolve glimmering in his eyes. He had lingered here for far too long. He yearned for Cui'er, for Ping'an and Wan'er, for that modest yet warm abode. He began to meticulously observe the guard shift patterns within the Serpent Demon lair, seeking the vulnerabilities in their defenses. He recognized that once Xiling bore offspring, regardless of whether they possessed dragon blood, his utility might diminish, and that moment could herald the optimal opportunity for his flight. Within the Serpent Demon lair, anticipation thrummed through everyone as they awaited the birth of Xiling's child, eager to witness another miracle. Hongling had even begun strategizing on how to leverage the 2 dragon sons' formidable presence to consolidate the demon territories, preparing to confront the tiger and lion clans. Qingling, meanwhile, taught the golden dragon to speak and fly daily, her heart brimming with maternal warmth as she watched her son grow day by day. Yet at the center of it all, Lin Yuechu silently awaited a chance, a moment to escape this gilded prison. Would the child in Xiling's womb be of dragon blood? Could Lin Yuechu seize the opportunity to flee the demon territory? All would be revealed in 3 months' time. Chapter 91. The dragon's son. The core area of the Serpent Demon lair was once again enveloped in a rich golden light. Just as when the golden dragon was born, the very heavens seemed to echo with the faint sound of dragon roars, a formidable pressure radiating outward, compelling all members of the Serpent Demon clan to prostrate themselves in reverence. Hongling stood vigil outside Xiling's birthing chamber, her spiritual energy taut, her eyes reflecting both anticipation and tension. Qingling held the now over a year-old golden dragon, stationed a short distance away. The little one was adorned in a garment embroidered with scales, his golden horns more pronounced than at birth, his large golden eyes curiously surveying the direction of the birthing room. Soon, Hongling inhaled deeply, distinctly sensing the familiar draconic aura coalescing rapidly within the chamber. A resounding wail pierced the air, reminiscent of the golden dragon's cries from years past, imbued with a commanding authority. The door to the birthing chamber swung open, and a serpent demon maid carefully emerged, cradling a swaddled form, her face radiant with excitement and awe. It was a young master. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the golden dragon young master. Hongling and Qingling hurried forward. Within the swaddling, a beautifully crafted male infant lay peacefully, tiny golden antlers adorning his head, his body cloaked in delicate golden scales, and a pair of pure golden pupils curiously surveying the world around him. He was almost a perfect replica of the golden dragon, though hints of Xiling's features could be discerned in his brow and eyes. As his gaze swept over the surrounding elders of the serpent demons, an invisible pressure emanated from him, compelling even those ancient beings who had lived for centuries to lower their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Excellent, 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 Hongling exclaimed thrice, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Indeed, he was a child of dragon blood. The serpent demon clan had hope for resurgence. Qingning cradled Jinlong as she stepped forward, the little one extending his tiny hand and pointing at the infant swaddled in cloth, suddenly exclaiming in a sweet, childish voice, "Brother, brother." He could distinctly sense the connection of blood that linked him to the newly born life, a sensation both warm and endearing, an experience unlike any other. Yes, indeed, it was a brother. Qingning gently caressed Jinlong's head, her heart filled with myriad emotions. Who could have imagined that their serpent demon clan could truly give birth to 2 descendants of dragon blood? Inside the delivery room, although Xiling appeared weary, her face radiated with the brilliance of motherhood. She gazed at her youngest son, her eyes brimming with affection. The birth of this child not only validated their conjectures, but also allowed her to tangibly experience the wondrous continuation of their bloodline. A few elder serpent demon elders gathered around, their bodies trembling with excitement as they beheld the new life in the swaddling. 2 dragon sons. Our serpent demon clan actually has 2 dragon sons. Heaven aids our serpent race. With the blood of the dragon clan, how can we not dominate the demon world? Tiger demons, lion demons? Before the dragon clan, they are unworthy even to carry our shoes. The elders spoke with fervor. In their eyes, since Lin Yuechu could conceive dragon blood descendants with Qingning and Xiling, it was inevitable that he could unite with other female cultivators in their clan to produce even more dragon sons and daughters. Given time, the entire serpent demon clan would possess the blood of dragons, and at that point, not only would they dominate the demon world, but subjugating the entire continent would also be within their grasp. After all, the dragon clan is a legendary supreme existence, the most powerful beings in the universe, unparalleled by any other creature. Hongning suppressed her excitement and spoke solemnly. Convey the order that the newly born dragon son shall be named Jinlin, and alongside Jinlong, shall be regarded as the young masters of our serpent demon clan, holding esteemed positions that none may offend. Let it be strictly adhered to. Furthermore, reinforce the defenses of the cave. The news of the 2 young masters must not be leaked. A glint of sternness flashed in Hongning's eyes. Until our dragon sons have matured, we cannot allow the covetous eyes of other factions upon them. Yes, Xiling, holding Jinlin, approached Qingning and observed as Jinlong curiously reached out his small hand to touch Jinlin, a gentle smile gracing her features. It seems these brothers share a profound connection. Qingning nodded. The resonance of dragon blood is indeed extraordinary. Jinlong extended his tiny hand, gently touching Jinlin's small face. Jinlin seemed to sense something. Bursting into a fit of giggles, his small hands waving, his golden pupils sparkling with innocence. Witnessing this scene, Hongning and the surrounding elders wore expressions of contentment. With these 2 dragon sons, the future of the serpent demon clan is destined to be radiant. The conflicts of the tiger and lion demons appear utterly laughable in the face of dragon blood. Those so-called royal demon clans shall ultimately bow in submission beneath the might of the dragons. Throughout the serpent demon cave, a profound joy and boundless expectations for the future enveloped everyone. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in another part of the cave, the human man they regarded as a mere vessel was gazing through a small window of the stone chamber towards the direction where the golden light had faded. A flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He was unaware of the events transpiring there, but the familiar, heart-stirring pressure hinted at something he could only vaguely surmise. At this moment, the elder serpents began to devise their next plan to unite more female cultivators with Lin Yuechu, intending to give birth to a greater number of dragon blood offspring, thus transforming the serpent clan into a true dragon lineage. A frenzied scheme revolving around the dragon bloodline was quietly taking shape. The path to the rise of the serpent clan seemed to be laid out before them. However, they remained unaware that the power of the dragons was far more complex than they could fathom, and the ramifications of the birth of these 2 dragon progenies would be beyond their control. Beneath the calm facade, turbulent undercurrents were surging. Chapter 92. Coercion in the Grand Hall of the Serpent Cave. The atmosphere was oppressive. Hongning sat at the head, exuding a chilling pressure characteristic of the nascent soul stage. In the center of the hall, Lin Yuechu was firmly restrained by 2 serpents, unable to move. Before him stood dozens of young and beautiful serpent maidens, their expressions a mixture of curiosity, shyness, and reverence for Hongning's commands. Human, this is your privilege. Hongning's voice was frigid and devoid of emotion. If you obediently cooperate and unite with our maidens to produce more dragon blood offspring, I can ensure your life is free from worry, granting you the pleasures of wealth and honor. In her eyes, this was the greatest gift she could bestow upon a lowly human. As long as it enabled the serpent clan to yield a multitude of dragon blood offspring, she would willingly offer not just 1, but even 10 or 100 humans. Lin Yuechu lifted his head, humiliation and rage etched across his face. Struggling, he roared, I would rather die than become your tool. Let me go? In recent days, witnessing the births of the golden dragon and golden scales, he had observed the growing fervor of the serpent clan, his heart brimming with unease. He knew he would inevitably be thrust into this predicament, yet he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. He was a human, not a beast for procreation, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. A glint of menace flashed in Hongning's eyes as she commanded the serpents restraining Lin Yuechu. Act. The 2 serpents complied, forcibly pressing down on Lin Yuechu's shoulders, preparing to push him towards the serpent maidens. No. Lin Yuechu summoned every ounce of strength to resist, his teeth grinding audibly. a flicker of resolution in his eyes as he even contemplated biting his tongue to end his life. At that critical juncture, two beams of golden light suddenly shot into the hall from outside. Roar! The thunderous roars of dragons echoed simultaneously, carrying an unprecedented intensity, akin to two invisible mountains crashing down upon the hearts of all serpents present. Everyone turned to the source of the sound, only to find the golden dragon and golden scales floating in midair, their diminutive forms radiating a brilliant golden glow. Their golden eyes fixed fiercely upon the serpents restraining Lin Yuechu, filled with unmistakable hostility. Release him. The golden dragon's voice, though childlike, resonated with undeniable authority. The two serpents holding Lin Yuechu trembled violently under the overwhelming pressure emanating from their bloodline, involuntarily loosening their grip and kneeling to the ground, too fearful to raise their heads. All the serpents in the hall, including Hong Ning, Zi Ning, and Qing Ning, were left astonished by this sudden turn of events. What has happened to the young masters? An elder inquired, his voice trembling. The golden dragon and golden Qilin gently flew to Lin Yuechu's side, their small hands clutching the corners of his garment as their golden eyes vigilantly scanned the surrounding snake demons, as if guarding their most treasured possession. Should any serpent demon exhibit the slightest hint of hostility, they would unleash a dragon's roar, intensifying their oppressive aura and causing all snake demons to suffer immensely. Hong Ning's face darkened in despair. She finally comprehended the intent of these two dragon offspring. They were protecting this human. Why? She murmured to herself, her heart brimming with confusion and anger. Why must you shield him, a mere lowly human? The golden dragon raised its small face and glared at Hong Ning. Though it could not articulate much, an instinct inherited through its bloodline informed it that this man before them must not be harmed. In the perception of both the golden dragon and golden Qilin, Lin Yuechu emanated an aura that drew them in, evoking a desire to submit, an awe stemming from the very depths of their lineage, akin to standing before the legendary supreme ancestor dragon. Narration: The ancestor dragon, the progenitor of the dragon clan, existed since the dawn of creation, the father of all dragons, governing the aquatic tribes and exerting pressure across the realms. Although young, the golden dragon and golden Qilin possessed pure dragon blood, instinctively inheriting reverence and submission towards their ancestor. As their biological father, Lin Yuechu's lineage was further enhanced by the system, rendering him in their perception the very embodiment of the ancestor dragon, an absolutely inviolable presence. Roar! The golden Qilin seemed to grasp the malevolent tone in Hong Ning's voice and emitted another dragon's roar, positioning its small body protectively in front of Lin Yuechu. Its golden scales slightly raised. A shiver ran through Hong Ning. She sensed the seriousness of these two children. Should she issue a forceful command, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect this human, resulting in harm solely to her own kin. She gazed at the two dragon offspring suspended in the air, their expressions resolute, and then at Lin Yuechu, who was similarly defiant behind their protection. For the first time, a feeling of helplessness welled up within her. Xiling and Qingning swiftly approached, shaking their heads at Hong Ning. They understood better than anyone the uniqueness of these two children. They could not allow a mere human to create a rift between them. Everyone, stand down. Hong Ning took a deep breath, suppressing her simmering anger, and waved her hand at the snake demon maidens. The maidens, feeling as if granted a reprieve, lowered their heads and retreated. Take him back to the original stone chamber. Keep a close watch on him. Without my command, no one is permitted to approach. Hong Ning's voice carried a hint of fatigue. She knew today's plan had utterly failed. As long as these two dragon offspring remained, she could not compel this human. The snake demons dared not dissent, carefully retreating, not even daring to cast a glance at Lin Yuechu. In the grand hall, only Hong Ning and her three sisters, Lin Yuechu, and the floating golden dragon and golden Qilin remained. With the threat abetted, the golden dragon and golden Qilin withdrew their oppressive aura, gliding to Lin Yuechu's front. They reached out their small hands and gently tugged at his sleeve, their eyes filled with dependency. Lin Yuechu looked at these two children, connected to him by blood, his heart awash with mixed emotions. He had never anticipated that his sole reliance within this demon territory would rest upon the offspring of these two serpent demons. Hong Ning gazed at the scene before her, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She could not fathom why a lowly human was afforded such veneration by the dragon progeny. Could it be that this human harbored some clandestine secret? Who exactly are you? Hong Ning turned her gaze once more to Lin Yuechu, her tone laced with inquiry. Lin Yuechu remained silent, his eyes fixed on the golden dragon and golden scales, internally resolving to seize the opportunity presented by these two children. Perhaps, with their strength, he might truly find a way to escape this place. The golden dragon seemed to sense his thoughts, raising its small face and speaking in a tender voice. Daddy, don't go. Lin Yuechu was momentarily stunned, staring in disbelief at the golden dragon. What did it just call him? Qing Ning and Zi Ning were equally taken aback. They had never taught the golden dragon such a term. Hong Ning's expression darkened, an inexplicable agitation surging within her. This human absolutely cannot be allowed to remain. Yet now, with the two dragon offspring protecting him, she found herself powerless to act. The atmosphere within the grand hall grew heavy once more. Lin Yuechu observed the innocent faces of the golden dragon and golden scales, his heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He understood that his fate was now irrevocably intertwined with those of these two children. Furthermore, the ambition of the Serpent Demon clan would certainly not be extinguished by this development. A new contest had only just begun. Chapter 93. Temptation. Life within the Serpent Demon's lair had descended into an eerie stalemate. The three sisters of Hong Ning had not relinquished their desire to see Lin Yuechu united with a woman from their clan. Time and again, they attempted to employ the same coercive tactics, but each time Lin Yuechu exhibited even the slightest hint of resistance, the golden dragon and golden scales would dart forth like young beasts sensing danger from unknown corners. Should anyone dare to obstruct them, they would unleash a thunderous roar. Their dragon might reverberating through the lair, leaving the demon cultivators dizzy and hearts racing. With each encounter, even the lowest-ranking demons began to understand that the human guest was not to be trifled with, should he be displeased. The roars of the two young dragon heirs would disrupt the entire clan. This was simply outrageous. Hong Ning slammed her palm onto the stone table in the grand hall, causing it to crack with a series of fissures. When had the Serpent Demon clan ever endured such indignity, thwarted by two mere children? Zi Ning, with a resigned expression, interjected, "Eldest sister, please temper your anger. Those children are, after all, of dragon blood. We cannot truly harm them." Qing Ning, cradling the golden dragon, which was playfully toying with a small scale, murmured, "They genuinely seem to protect him, as long as we do not act with force against him. The children are unlikely to cause trouble." Hong Ning took a deep breath, a glimmer of calculation flickering in her eyes. "If force will not suffice, then we shall employ subtlety. I refuse to believe that an ordinary mortal can withstand temptation." Days later, the surroundings of Lin Yuechu's stone chamber were suddenly populated by numerous figures. No longer were there fearsome guards, but rather a group of graceful, charming serpent demon maidens. They no longer regarded him with scrutiny or disdain. Instead, each one bore a spring-like expression, their smiles warm and inviting, speaking in hushed tones, as if afraid to disturb something precious. "Young master, these are freshly picked spirit fruits, sweet and delectable. Would you care to try?" A maiden clad in green timidly stood at the entrance of the stone chamber, holding a tray of glistening fruit, her voice delicate enough to evoke a sense of tenderness. Lin Yuechu remained seated upon the stone bed, his eyelids scarcely lifting. Having endured previous coercions, he harbored a vigilant wariness towards these serpent maidens. Regardless of the poses they adopted, he perceived them merely as another form of stratagem. Not disheartened by Lin Yuechu's indifference, the green-clad maiden placed the tray upon the stone pedestal at the door, softly bidding him to enjoy, before gracefully retreating. Soon after, another maiden in purple approached, cradling an ancient guqin, and began to play outside the chamber. The melodies flowed with a haunting allure, evidently employing some form of enchanting sorcery. Lin Yuechu furrowed his brow, channeling the scant life force within him to safeguard his spirit. He recognized that these serpent maidens sought to seduce him with their beauty. Yet, his heart belonged solely to Cui'er, the wife who awaited him patiently in Luoxia town. No matter how exquisite these serpent maidens appeared, to him they were but enchantresses clad in human guise, devoid of any allure. "Esteemed sir, my dance is quite pleasing. I would be honored to perform a piece to alleviate your boredom. Sir, I possess an ancient tome purported to contain the cultivation methods of the human race. Would you care to peruse it?" A throng of serpent maidens took turns presenting their talents, offering gifts, feigning fragility, and pretending innocence, exhausting every means to entice Lin Yuechu. However, he remained unmoved, either meditating with closed eyes or gazing vacantly out the window, oblivious to their earnest attentions. This scene was observed by the three sisters, Hong Ning, who watched with growing displeasure. "Is this human made of wood?" Purple Ning could not help but exclaim. "Even our most exceptional maidens have been sent forth, yet he does not even lift an eyelid." Green Ning was equally astonished. Ordinary men, confronted with such an array, would be utterly bewitched, yet his composure is remarkable. Hong Ning scoffed, "A mere facade. I refuse to believe he can maintain this stance indefinitely. Let them continue. I wish to see how long he can endure." She was convinced that a typical man could not withstand the unrelenting allure of beauty. Days passed, and the serpent maidens' advances never waned. Their demeanor grew ever gentler, their methods increasingly cunning. They even began recounting amusing tales of their kind, attempting to bridge the distance with Lin Yuechu. Yet he remained impervious. Though his heart was not entirely untouched, he sensed that not all the serpent maidens were eager participants. Many bore glimmers of helplessness and fear in their eyes. They were merely compelled by the elders, forced into such actions. At times, he could not help but ponder if, by acquiescing, he might spare these maidens from punishment. Yet, as this thought arose, he swiftly quelled it. He could not betray Li Cui'er, nor could he become a mere vessel for these serpent maidens. Father, a voice chimed. As Jin Long, having flown in unannounced, nestled beside Lin Yuechu, speaking softly. During these days, he and Jin Lin had become Lin Yuechu's steadfast companions, remaining by his side whenever possible. Jin Lin nodded in agreement, clutching Lin Yuechu's garments tightly, casting vigilant glances at the serpent maidens outside. Lin Yuechu gently caressed the heads of the two children, a wave of warmth surging within him. In this frigid den of demons, perhaps only these two blood-related children truly cared for him. Hong Ning, observing the stagnant situation day after day, finally lost her patience. Enough, she exclaimed irritably, waving her hand dismissively. It seemed this tactic had proven futile. For the moment, they would cease their efforts. Zi Ning and Qing Ning exchanged glances, both recognizing a hint of exhaustion in each other's eyes. This human was proving to be more formidable than the toughest bone to gnaw. What shall we do next? Zi Ning inquired. Hong Ning pondered for a moment, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. If force fails and coaxing is ineffective, then we must simply wait. Wait. Zi Ning echoed, curious. Wait until these two children grow a bit older, become more sensible, and comprehend the gravity of their circumstances. Naturally, they will no longer shield him. Hong Ning replied coldly. By then, it will be easy to manipulate him at our leisure. I refuse to believe that a mere mortal can outlast beings like us, who have thrived for centuries as demon cultivators. As long as Lin Yuechu remains in our grasp, there will always be an opportunity to make him submit. Outside the stone chamber, the serpent demon maidens finally dispersed, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. Lin Yuechu gazed out the window, feeling a slight relief. Yet a sense of unease crept in. He understood that Hong Ning would not simply let matters lie. This retreat might merely be a prelude to a more ferocious assault. He needed to expedite his escape plan. The golden dragon and Jin Lin nestled beside him, one playfully toying with his fingers, the other curiously examining his wood-carving knife. As Lin Yuechu regarded these two children, his feelings grew increasingly complex. They were born of serpent demons, yet bore his blood, possessing the lineage of dragons. They served as his protectors within this den, but they could also become shackles binding him. If he were to flee, could he take them along? Lin Yuechu shook his head, deeming such a notion absurd. How could he escape this heavily guarded domain of demons with two uniquely situated dragon offspring? Yet, the thought of abandoning them while gazing at the innocent faces of Jin Long and Jin Lin stirred his heart with reluctance. In that moment, Lin Yuechu found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Unbeknownst to him, Hong Ning's waiting was not without purpose. A scheme targeting him, as well as Jin Long and Jin Lin, was quietly brewing. The patience of the serpent demon clan was nearing its limits. Chapter 94. Deception. Lin Yuechu had changed his residence to an elegant stone chamber, infused with a significantly denser aura of spiritual energy than before. It was equipped with a jade bed and simple tables and chairs, clearly arranged by the serpent demon clan as a gesture of preferential treatment. Yet, no matter how splendid the environment, it could not alter the fact that he was a prisoner. Each day he gazed out the window, contemplating the possibilities of escape. One afternoon, the door to the stone chamber swung open, and two expressionless serpent demons escorted a young girl inside. She appeared to be merely 16 or 17, frail in stature. Her tattered green dress, stained with blood. The exposed skin of her arms and calves bore a myriad of scars, some crusted over, others still seeping. Her hair was disheveled, her face streaked with tears, her gaze filled with fear and helplessness, resembling a startled fawn. The elders have commanded that she remain here to serve you, one of the demons stated. A coldly aloof serpent spirit uttered her words and, together with her companion, retreated, securely locking the stone door behind them. Lin Yuechu furrowed his brow at the sudden arrival of the girl, his heart brimming with caution. Having endured a series of temptations prior, he remained wary of any actions from the serpent spirits. Left alone, the girl trembled uncontrollably. She cast a timid glance at Lin Yuechu before lowering her head, her hands gripping the tattered hem of her dress tightly, her shoulders quivering slightly, as if she were silently weeping. Lin Yuechu observed her in silence, offering no words. After a prolonged silence, the girl finally lifted her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Young master, my name is Aelvi. Her voice was thick with nasality, imbued with a sense of grievance. Lin Yuechu remained unresponsive, his gaze fixated on the wounds adorning her body, which appeared harrowing and undeniably genuine. In the ensuing 2 days, Yelvi exhibited an astonishingly docile demeanor. She never initiated conversation, instead quietly attending to tasks within her ability, such as tidying the stone chamber or using salvaged fabric to wipe the furniture. She walked with a pronounced limp, evidently nursing injuries on her legs. Each encounter with a wound elicited a sharp intake of breath, yet she bore the pain in silence. Lin Yuechu, observing this, felt his initial wariness gradually easing. He sensed that this girl lacked the intentional seduction or schemes characteristic of other serpent spirits, revealing only profound fear and suffering. What happened to your injuries? At last, upon witnessing Alv inadvertently brush against a wound on her arm, causing her to gasp in pain, Lin Yuechu could no longer restrain his inquiry. Yelvi shuddered, tears instantly welling in her eyes as she lowered her head, choking back words. It was the enforcement team of my clan. I accidentally shattered the elder's spirit fruit plate. She recounted her experiences in fragmented sentences, portraying herself as the most wretched being within the serpent spirit tribe. Orphaned and subjected to relentless bullying, and for the slightest transgression, she had been brutally punished by the enforcement team, only to be assigned to serve a human. Failure in her duties would lead to further punishment upon her return. Her words, drenched in tears, resonated with a heart-wrenching despair and helplessness that shattered Lin Yuechu's resolve to remain indifferent. He recalled his own days of conscription, the struggles endured by those at the bottom of society, and his heart softened. I have some healing ointment they sent earlier, you may take it. Lin Yuechu retrieved a small jade vial from the stone table and extended it towards her. It was a gift from the serpent spirits, intended to curry favor with him, which he had yet to use. Yelvi was taken aback, seemingly astonished that this human would offer her assistance. She gazed at the jade vial in Lin Yuechu's hand. A flicker of complex emotions crossing her face, soon replaced by gratitude. Thank you, young master. She trembled as she accepted the vial, tears spilling forth once more. In the days that followed, Lin Yuechu began to actively tend to Alv's wounds. Though unversed in the healing arts of spirits, he possessed basic knowledge of bandaging. Gradually, Yelvi lowered her guard and began to engage in conversation with Lin Yuechu, often sharing the harrowing tales of the lower-class spirits in her clan. With each story he heard, Lin Yuechu's sympathy deepened, and his wariness dissipated entirely. He came to believe that this girl might indeed be a pitiable soul ensnared in the throes of conflict. On a night a few days later, Lu mysteriously procured a jug of wine, pouring 2 cups, and timidly offering one to Lin Yuechu. Esteemed sir, this is a fruit wine I've secretly saved. It's rather pleasant. Do you have a taste? Consider it my gratitude for your care over these past days. Seeing the hope shimmering in her eyes, Lin Yuechu did not decline, but accepted the cup. The wine was sweet, imbued with a hint of fruitiness, yet carried a substantial after-effect. After a few cups, both began to feel a gentle intoxication. Lu's cheeks flushed, and her gaze grew hazy as she lamented her fate, expressing her lifelong struggle against depression and her fervent desire for the formidable strength possessed by other demon cultivators. Lin Yuechu, stirred by her words, found himself reflecting on his own troubles, recalling Cui'er back in Luoxia town, as well as Ping'an and Wan'er, and the helplessness and humiliation of being trapped in this place. Unable to contain his own sorrows, he shared his longing and frustration. We are both wanderers of fate. Why must we be strangers in our meeting? Under the influence of alcohol, the barriers between them gradually dissolved, leaving only a resonance of shared suffering. Lu leaned against Lin Yuechu's shoulder, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Esteemed sir, I know I am unworthy of you, yet I truly yearn for a refuge. Lin Yuechu's heart softened as he beheld her tear-streaked face, recalling her docility and vulnerability over the past days. His defenses crumbled entirely. In a moment of intoxication, compounded by days of repression and solitude, he could no longer restrain himself and pulled Lu into his embrace. At that instant of their union, a system notification echoed in Lin Yuechu's mind. Detected host S breeding opportunity with an alien race, activating bloodline fusion function. Lifespan can be consumed to merge potential offspring with dragon bloodline. Option 1. Dragon bloodline 10, consume 10 years of life. Option 2. Dragon bloodline 30. Consume 30 years of life. In a state of emotional disarray, Lin Yuechu was unable to contemplate the implications, and the system automatically selected the optimal option. Choosing option 2, consuming 30 years of life, successfully merging potential offspring with 30 dragon bloodlines. The following morning, Lin Yuechu awoke with a throbbing headache. The stone bed beside him lay empty, the lingering scent of wine and an unfamiliar fragrance still wafting in the air. He sat up abruptly, memories of the previous night flooding back. Lu's lamentations, their heartfelt exchanges, the intoxicating haze of the wine. Panic seized him. No, Lin Yuechu's heart sank as realization struck. He had been ensnared. Lu's tragic tale, her tears, her closeness, everything had been meticulously orchestrated. The aim was to lower his guard and entice him into union. Fury and regret surged within him as he struck the stone bed with a clenched fist. His eyes ablaze with remorse and anger. He loathed the serpent demon's deceit, but even more so, he detested his own foolishness and the excess of his compassion. At that moment, the stone door swung open, and several serpent demons entered, one of whom was the very demon that had escorted Lu before. "The elder requests your presence." The serpent demon stated expressionlessly, a trace of barely perceptible mockery in its gaze. Lin Yuechu offered no resistance, aware that it would be futile. He followed the serpent demon out of the stone chamber, his heart heavy with despair. He was unaware of what awaited him. Yet he was acutely aware that the objectives of the serpent demon clan had been achieved, and once again, he had become their instrument. Unbeknownst to him, Lu, who had been taken away, was now kneeling before Hong Ning, her head bowed, devoid of the previous fear and helplessness. Only an emptiness remained. "Well done." Hong Ning observed her with a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. "Go and claim your reward. From this day forth, you shall be a benefactor of my serpent demon clan." Lu remained silent, merely bowing her head before turning to exit. Her wounds were genuine, her suffering authentic. Yet this reality was merely manipulated by the elders as a tool for their schemes. The sunlight in the serpent demon's cavern remained dim, and Lin Yuechu's mood mirrored the gloom of the cave, plunging deeper into despair. He understood that escaping from this place had become increasingly arduous. Chapter 95. The Dragon's Offspring 2. In the stone chamber, Lin Yuechu sat expressionless upon the jade bed, slowly chewing on a spiritual fruit. Ever since he realized that he had been ensnared by Lu's tragic fate, the last vestige of turmoil within him had settled into stillness. Was he angry? Naturally. Yet, more prevalent was a numb clarity. He cursed the despicable and shameless nature of the serpent demon clan, but he also recognized that anger and regret were futile. Since escape was impossible, he resolved to restore his health first. Lin Yuechu reminded himself that he would no longer resist the food and spiritual fruits provided by the serpent demons. Aside from essential movements, he spent his days in meditative repose, like a dormant beast, silently gathering strength. He knew that only by maintaining his optimal condition could he seize any opportunities that might arise. The golden dragon and golden scales frequently visited him. These two little creatures seemed to sense his despondency, always finding ways to amuse him. Sometimes, they would flutter about, bringing him sparkling gemstones. Other times, they would sweetly share amusing tales of the serpent demon cavern. Lin Yuechu harbored complex emotions towards these two children. They were the continuation of his bloodline, yet also the hope of the serpent demon clan. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that in this frigid demonic lair, only the company of these two children could provide him with a faint warmth. Time slipped by quietly, and another 6 months had passed. Lin Yuechu had spent a year and a half in the territory of the demon clan. On this day, the serpent demon cavern resonated once more with the dragon's roar, though the pressure of this roar was noticeably weaker than during the births of the golden dragon and golden scales. The three sisters of Hong Ning and several elders hastened to the birthing chamber of Lu. Soon, a maid emerged, cradling a swaddled infant in her arms, her face alight with excitement, yet tinged with confusion. "Congratulations, elders. It is a young master, a descendant of dragon blood." The crowd quickly gathered around. The infant boy, too, bore antlers and scales, his pupils gleaming with gold. However, upon closer inspection, discernible differences emerged. His dragon horns were lighter in color, bearing a faint hue of brass, and the luster of his scales was not as resplendent as that of the golden dragon and golden scales. The regal air in his golden pupils was also significantly diminished. One elder furrowed his brow, sensing a considerable weakening of dragon might. Hong Ning probed with her demonic energy for a moment and solemnly stated, "Indeed, he is a descendant of dragon blood, but the purity of his lineage is far inferior to that of the golden dragon and golden scales." As Purple Lime and Green Lime continued their investigation, perplexity appeared on their faces. "Why is this so?" Green Lime pondered. "How can this child's bloodline be so much weaker, even though it is born from the same human?" After giving birth, Yelvi lay weakly in bed, her heart filled with unease as she overheard the discussions outside. She understood that her worth was entirely dependent on this child. Within the core hall of the serpent demon clan, the three sisters of Red Lime and the elder council convened once more to deliberate on the newly born dragon offspring. "In my opinion, it likely pertains to the mother's bloodline," mused a venerable elder with white hair. "Both Elder Green Lime and Elder Purple Lime are among the most formidable of our clan, possessing pure bloodlines, while Alv is merely an ordinary little demon with a mixed bloodline and low cultivation. This hypothesis illuminated the faces of the assembly. It makes sense. Another elder concurred. The mother of the golden dragon and golden scale is a late-stage great demon with an exceptionally pure bloodline. Hence the offspring's dragon blood concentration is exceedingly high. However, ELV is but a low-tier little demon. Her insufficient bloodline results in a diminished dragon blood concentration in her progeny. Redline nodded, a flicker of realization crossing her eyes. If that is the case, then the purity of the mother's bloodline and cultivation directly influences the purity of the dragon blood in the offspring? Quite possibly, Purple Lime remarked, casting a significant glance at Red Lime. Sister, your bloodline and cultivation are the highest in our clan. Before she could finish, all eyes turned toward Red Lime in unison. As the leader of the Serpent Demon clan and a nascent soul great demon, Red Lime possessed the purest bloodline and the highest cultivation among them. If even ALV could give birth to a dragon blood offspring, what level of blood concentration could Red Lime's progeny potentially achieve? Might they even surpass the might of the golden dragon and golden scale? With this thought, fervent excitement sparkled in the eyes of all the elders. Leader, one elder exclaimed passionately, for the future of our Serpent Demon clan, you. Red Lime fell silent. She had never contemplated uniting with a human, even for the sake of a dragon blood offspring. In her heart, humans were utterly contemptible, unworthy of procreating with a being of her stature. Yet, gazing into the expectant eyes of her kin, considering the ambition of the Serpent Demon clan to dominate the demon realm and the legendary power of the dragon race, her resolve began to waver. Allow me to contemplate this further. Red Lime did not immediately acquiesce, yet her tone had softened. Purple Lime and Green Lime exchanged glances, each discerning a glimmer of hope in the other's eyes. Should their elder sister bear an even more powerful dragon blood offspring, it would undoubtedly be a monumental boon for the Serpent Demon clan. Outside the hall, Lin Yuechu remained oblivious to the discussions of the Serpent Demon clan. He merely heard the faint dragon's roar, which stirred a vague realization within him. He knew that it signified the birth of his third child in this unfamiliar demon territory. Yet, he was unaware of how this child's bloodline would manifest. Nor did he comprehend that this birth would thrust him once more into the eye of a new storm. Each day, he continued to consume spiritual fruits and nurture his body, his gaze tranquil, yet beneath this calm lay an insatiable yearning for freedom. Little did he know, a grander scheme against him was quietly brewing, orchestrated by none other than Red Lime, the most powerful entity of the Serpent Demon clan. The gears of fate turn once more, drawing everyone into this frenzied game concerning the bloodline of the Dragon clan. Chapter 96, The Deal. In the core hall of the Serpent Demon clan, an icy chill permeates the air. Hongning sits at the head, her fingertips unconsciously tapping against the stone table as she weighs her final considerations for the future of the Serpent Demon clan. To bear a progeny of even stronger dragon blood, sacrificing her own dignity to unite with a lowly human is undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation for one as proud as she. Yet, when she recalls the might displayed by the golden dragon and the golden scales, and envisions the Serpent Demon clan reigning supreme over the demon realm, that sense of humiliation seems to fade into insignificance. Send word. Bring that human to my chamber, Hongning ultimately resolves, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. When Lin Yuechu is brought to Hongning's chamber, a premonition lingers in his heart. It is an incredibly opulent stone chamber, draped in pristine white fox pelts, with a faint, cool fragrance wafting through the air, mirroring the aura of Hongning herself. She stands with her back to him, facing a water mirror, her red attire resembling flames, outlining a figure that is both graceful and imposing. You have arrived. Hongning turns, her gaze landing on Lin Yuechu, laced with unmasked disdain. As if appraising an object, Lin Yuechu furrows his brow. Merely being regarded in such a manner stirs a sense of revulsion within him. Speak. What is it that you require of me? He responds in a flat tone, weary of engaging in pleasantries with these serpent demons. Hongning cuts to the chase. The clan leader requires your cooperation to conceive an heir. Lin Yuechu is not taken aback. He scoffs. Are you attempting the same old trick? What methods will you employ? Will you seek another pitiful serpent demon to deceive me? A flicker of impatience crosses Hongning's eyes. Yet she remains composed. As long as you comply, I can offer you advantages. For the next year, our clan shall not disturb you, and you will have the freedom to roam within the serpent demon territory. Lin Yuechu's heart stirs. Freedom to roam? This implies he could delve deeper into the layout of the serpent demon territory, seeking escape routes and opportunities. This is far preferable to being confined within a stone chamber, awaiting death like a caged bird. He gazes at Hongning, her disdain and scheming evident in her eyes. Yet this condition is indeed one he cannot refuse. Very well. I accept your terms, Lin Yuechu concedes with hardly a moment's hesitation. Hong Ning, clearly taken aback by his swift agreement, pauses momentarily before coldly snorting. At least you possess some sense. Without further ado, or even a hint of preamble, she discards her red garments, revealing a curvaceous form that emanates an icy aura. Her skin is as white as jade, save for a few crimson scales adorning her arms, signifying her serpent demon heritage. Lin Yuechu forces himself to ignore the discomfort rising within him. He reminds himself that this is merely a transaction, a means to gain the opportunity for freedom, to eventually escape and reunite with Cui'er. Evidently, Hong Ning does not regard this union with any seriousness. She even closes her eyes, presenting herself with a demeanor that invites yet repels, as if enduring some form of humiliation. Observing her lofty disposition, an inexplicable anger wells up within Lin Yuechu. He recalled the humiliation he had endured, the fury of being schemed against, and the unabashed disdain reflected in Hong Ning's eyes. Since you look down upon me, I shall ensure that you remember this humiliation. Lin Yuechu suddenly stepped forward, forcefully pressing Hong Ning against the cold stone bed. There was no gentleness, no pity, only a brutal sense of retribution. Caught off guard, Hong Ning's eyes flashed with shock, quickly replaced by anger. She never anticipated that this lowly human would dare to act so brazenly. A surge of pressure from her Yuaning stage erupted, aiming to push Lin Yuechu away. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yuechu was resolute, holding Hong Ning firmly, a hint of frenzied delight in his gaze. What? Unwilling? If you are unwilling, then do not seek me out. Hong Ning trembled with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. If she truly allowed her fury to harm Lin Yuechu, her previous plans would be utterly ruined. She could only grit her teeth, suppressing her inner wrath and the strange sensations coursing through her body, submitting to Lin Yuechu's whims. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Yuechu's mind, detected a breeding opportunity between host and alien race, triggering bloodline fusion function. Lifespan can be consumed to fuse dragon bloodline for potential offspring. Option 1, dragon bloodline 10, consume 10 years of life. Option 2, dragon bloodline 30, consume 30 years of life. Option 3, dragon bloodline 50, consume 50 years of life. Option 4, dragon bloodline 80, consume 80 years of life. Lin Yuechu's heart fluttered, astonished that Hong Ning's bloodline could support such a high proportion of dragon fusion. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose option 4. Choice confirmed, consuming 80 years of life, successfully fusing 80 dragon bloodlines for potential offspring. A wave of intense emptiness washed over him, and darkness clouded his vision. Yet, gazing upon Hong Ning's face, filled with anger and restraint, a twisted sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Once the deed was done, Hong Ning sprang up from the stone bed, an aura of coldness radiating from her, her gaze lethal. Without even sparing Lin Yuechu a glance, she swiftly donned her red garments, straightening her attire. Her voice as frigid as ice. You may leave. Remember your promise, and behave yourself. Lin Yuechu gradually stood, adjusting his clothing, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. Let not the esteemed clan leader forget your promise. Hong Ning trembled with fury, pointing towards the doorway, her words escaping through clenched teeth. Get out. Lin Yuechu refrained from provoking her further and turned to exit the chamber. As he stepped outside, he felt a sharp, murderous, intense surge from behind. Instinctively, he sidestepped, as a surge of red demonic energy grazed his shoulder, crashing violently against the distant stone wall, creating a deep crater. Startled, Lin Yuechu turned to see Hong Ning standing at the entrance of the chamber, her gaze icy and filled with genuine wrath. This shall not happen again. Hong Ning huffed coldly, turning back into the chamber, slamming the stone door shut with a resounding thud. Lin Yuechu touched his shoulder, realizing that she had clearly held back. Otherwise, given her Yuaning stage power, he would have long been dead. What a formidable woman, he murmured to himself, feeling an inexplicable sense of ease rather than fear. At the very least, he had temporarily acquired the liberty to move freely. He cast his gaze towards the direction of the serpent demon's lair, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Just wait, Cui'er, I shall surely escape. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Hong Ning stood before the water mirror, observing the faint blush upon her cheeks, her eyes brimming with fury and an indescribable complexity. She had never anticipated being treated so disdainfully by a lowly human. What startled her even more was that, in that fleeting moment, she had felt an inexplicable flutter within her. Damn it! Hong Ning struck the water mirror with a fist, shattering its surface instantly. It was merely a tool. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within her heart. As long as she could bear a progeny of even greater dragon lineage, this humiliation would be worth it. Lin Yuechu, utilizing his newfound freedom, cautiously explored the confines of his imprisonment, seeking a glimmer of hope for escape.